Chapter 1. The 24-hour system. Ding. Scanning complete. Congratulations. I'm sorry. There was an error during binding. Chu Du was somewhat taken aback. A system? At first, upon hearing the chime, he nearly thought he was imagining things, but as the subsequent words unfolded, he realized this was indeed a genuine occurrence. System, are you there? What is happening? Chu Du was bewildered by the meaning of this binding error. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. I apologize. During the binding process for traversal, the system detected an error. This system is a cultivation system, however. It seems an unexpected incident occurred during the transmission, resulting in incorrect coordinates, inadvertently arriving in this mundane world that a cultivation system. Chu Du felt his mind buzzing. He enjoyed reading novels and was no stranger to the concept of systems, having encountered them countless times within the pages. In fact, just moments ago, he had been engrossed in a novel on tomato novel, which mentioned that pressing 1 would grant a system. Naturally, Chu Du was skeptical and replied, "If you say 1, I won't believe it." The next moment, the system activated. According to the system, this was an ordinary world, yet it was a cultivation system. So, am I going to soar to great heights? In that instant, Chu Du's brain began to race at an extraordinary pace, conjuring countless scenarios in a mere 0.1 seconds fantasies from his youth, once confined to imagination, now threatening to materialize. Could he proudly declare, "I do not consume beef"? Yet the system's cold and unyielding voice abruptly shattered Chu Du's moment of reverie. "I regret to inform you that I must now unbind and return to the original cultivation world. That I apologize for this unsatisfactory experience." Chu Du was utterly bewildered. "Are you jesting with me? After indulging in a myriad of fantasies, you tell me you intend to unbind?" Desperately, Chu Du thought, "No, let us negotiate. You see, there's an ancient Chinese saying, since one has come, one should find peace. Wouldn't you agree? Just think about it. You've come all this way." The system interrupted once more. "I am sorry, but we have protocols that I must fulfill my performance tasks. Thus, I sincerely apologize." Chu Du fell silent. Performance tasks. Has even the system succumbed to this competitive age? But that is not the crux of the matter. The pressing issue is that the system I just bound is about to vanish. Chu Du felt as though he could weep without tears. "If you had never granted me a system that would have been acceptable, I could have lived as an ordinary person. However, having bestowed upon me this opportunity, only to cast me from heaven into hell, is somewhat excessive, wouldn't you say?" His heart brimmed with indignation, longing to compose a sorrowful poem on the spot. Sensing Chu Du's emotional turmoil, the cultivation system appeared somewhat contrite, awkwardly stating, "I apologize. It seems there was a malfunction in the transmission process, and the coordinates were miscalibrated. That I shall consult the technical department to rectify the issue." Chu Du lamented, "That is not the point. You see, regardless, it's about finding a host who could assist me, as well we are all merely fulfilling our roles." The system fell silent for a moment before stating, "After scanning, I have determined that this world lacks spiritual energy and therefore the possibility of cultivation. Consequently, I am unable to complete my performance tasks in this realm." Chu Du sighed and remarked, "So ultimately, you still have to leave, don't you?" "I am deeply sorry," the system replied in a cold, mechanical voice. With another long sigh, Chu Du chose not to respond further. After a brief silence, the system continued, "I apologize for any discomfort this has caused you. My system can offer you a form of compensation." Chu Du's eyes brightened at the mention of compensation. This was indeed promising. He immediately said, "Could you please enhance my strength a bit? It wouldn't be too much to ask for. Just make me an emperor." He rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. The system, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Hello, this is an ordinary technological world. There is no spiritual energy here, and I cannot assist you in enhancing your strength." Chu Du's expression stiffened, his dreams dashed. With resignation, he said, "All right then, let's see what you can offer." The system paused briefly before responding, "Given that this is a typical urban world, I can compensate you in terms of monetary gain." Money, that was acceptable in an ordinary world. Money certainly held significance. The system contemplated for a moment before stating, "From now on, I will initiate a special cashback event for you, valid for 24 hours. Any consumer transactions will be eligible, but self-rewarding through dual accounts is prohibited, as is disclosing my system's existence. The cashback amount will be tenfold of your expenditure, and I will ensure all transaction processes are seamlessly executed, eliminating any risk of detection. Chu Du exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it really that impressive?" The system responded proudly, "In such a rudimentary urban world, I could crush it with a mere finger. The rules are nothing but toys. Now, let the countdown begin." With that, a countdown appeared in Chu Du's mind, 24 hours, ticking away second by second. When the time elapsed, it would signal the system's departure. Thus, Chu Du had to maximize his gains before the system's exit. How extensive can human desire be? When desire erupts at a singular moment, it can be terrifying. Chu Du's mind began to race. Tenfold returns, but no self-rewarding. The rules were straightforward, yet time was limited. Chu Du was merely an ordinary worker, having grown up in the tomato orphanage and currently toiling as an employee for a private enterprise in Shen City. He had earned little money and was gradually sinking into debt, owing approximately 3 to 400,000 in online loans and credit cards. At this moment, his entire fortune amounted to just over 2,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Chu Du immediately topped up his phone balance with the 2,000 yuan. The next moment, a notification from his banking app appeared. Your commercial bank savings card has received a transfer of 20,000 yuan current balance. 20,024. It was indeed effective. Chu Du was elated, yet his hands did not remain idle. To accumulate wealth, the process was simultaneously simple and complex. Without a second thought, he transferred 20,000 yuan to his friend Chen Shui, instantly receiving a rebate of 200,000 that Chen Shui sent a question mark, but Chu Du was too preoccupied to respond. Instead, he transferred 200,000 to Chen Shui, instantly yielding a cashback of 2 million. In the next moment, Chen Shui called directly. Alone in his rental apartment, Chu Du answered the call, donning his headphones to avoid disrupting his ongoing tasks. "Dude, what's going on? 22,000? What have you done to acquire such a sum?" Chen Shui's astonished voice echoed through the line. Without pausing his work, Chu Du began clearing his various debts. "Don't worry about the details. Remember I borrowed 10,000 from you? I'm repaying it now. I'm quite busy. Let's discuss later." Chapter 2. Money Laundering. Chen Shui exclaimed incredulously. Who the hell repays 10,000 with 22,000? Even loan sharks wouldn't be that ruthless. What's your game? Chu Du's fingers flew across the keyboard, diligently settling his debts. He also yearned for substantial expenditure and rapid cashback. However, one must understand that often, as an ordinary person, there aren't many avenues available. One must first establish a foundation before being able to engage in significant spending for returns. He'll explain everything after this. By the way, don't you have over 100,000 in debts? Use this to settle them. Don't dawdle. Both in their mid-20s and having known each other for over a decade, their bond was strong. Chen Shui had lent Chu Du 10,000 without ever pressing for repayment or interest, exemplifying true brotherhood. With newfound capability, Chu Du naturally wanted to assist his friend while simultaneously capitalizing on cashback opportunities, albeit cautiously, mindful not to overwhelm Chen Shui. After contemplating the trust he had in Chu Du, Chen Shui replied, "All right, I'll go pay off my debts. Call me when you're free." With that, he hung up. In just 3 short minutes, Chu Du had repaid all his online loans and credit cards. 200 million was returned, and with a rebate of 300 million, his bank account now boasted a staggering 470 million. With only this one true friend, the rest were mere acquaintances unworthy of his aid. With nothing significant to purchase at the moment, Chu Du decided to indulge in high-end consumerism. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on a weekend, and since he was off work, Chu Du hurried downstairs and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, "Take me to the Ferrari dealership on Jinshi Road." Having come into wealth, it was only natural to invest in property and vehicles, as such major purchases would yield quicker returns. In the taxi, Chu Du swiftly downloaded various live streaming platform apps, such as Electric Music, Shark, and Tiger. Rather than watching streamers, he immediately topped up 400,000 on the Electric Music platform at AES, for why not the full 470,000? Chu Du explained that such substantial transactions had to be in whole 100,000 increments. Upon depositing 400,000, he promptly received a cashback of 40 million. Without hesitation, he added another 600,000, yielding a return of 60 million. At this point, Chu Du's bank account held a whopping $94,713. He dared not deposit too much on one platform, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. He replicated the process. investing 10 million into both the Shark and Tiger platforms. Excellent. A successful rebate of 200 million. Casting a glance at the taxi driver's unhurried demeanor, Chu Du promptly stated while scanning the payment code, "Sir, I am in a great rush. Please drive as swiftly as possible. I will cover all intermediate expenses. Even if you incur points deductions or fines, I will transfer 5,000 to you right now." "What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the driver straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Hold on tight, for today you shall witness the prowess of the Autumn Mountain driving god." In the next instant, the vehicle's speed surged dramatically. Chu Du swiftly transferred 5,000, yielding a rebate of 50,000 within a mere span of half an hour. Chu Du had already amassed nearly 300 million. For an ordinary individual, 300 million would be enough to rest easy for life. Yet he remained unsatisfied. When a person possesses $100, they yearn for 200. When one has 10,000, they aspire for 20,000. Human greed knows no bounds. Initially, the thrill of racking up thousands or tens of thousands excited Chu Du, but in such a brief period, nearing 300 million had raised his ambitions to an unknown height. After approximately 20 minutes of the driver's reckless driving, they arrived at the entrance of the Ferrari dealership. Chu Du alighted from the vehicle and swiftly entered the store. As a high-end automotive brand, Ferrari sales personnel were invariably stunning, tall, and graceful, often waiting for a wealthy heir to arrive. It is often said that with each Ferrari sold, a salesperson departs. Moreover, any sales staff for luxury goods undergoes rigorous training, ensuring that disdain or mockery is non-existent. Even if you were clad in the most mundane attire, they would greet you with a professional smile. Before Chu Du could utter a word, a female salesperson approached, saying, "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari sales branch. May I inquire if you have a specific model in mind?" Chu Du shook his head, replying, "No, but you may provide a brief overview of the current vehicles. I shall be making a purchase shortly." The female salesperson glanced at Chu Du's attire, noting the commonplace appearance, totaling merely over $1,000. She began, "Sir, you might consider this vehicle here, the Ferrari 612, currently priced at $5,700,000 with options," and before she could finish, Chu Du interrupted, "No need for extensive details, I'll take this one. Now, please procure a few more for me to purchase entirely by card." The salesperson swallowed hard, contemplating the staggering wealth before her. Today could fortune finally smile upon me. Before her daydreams could fully form, Chu Du inquired, "Do you have the Ferrari 812, Ferrari F12, Ferrari 599, Ferrari 488, Ferrari SF90, Ferrari 458, or Ferrari FF models?" Available, with a single breath, he listed 7 models. The female sales representative was momentarily taken aback, yet her professionalism enabled her to quickly regain her composure. "Sir, we may not have all of them available at the moment. Some will need to be sourced from other locations," she replied. Chu Du nodded and stated, "Including the 612 model I mentioned earlier, that totals 8 vehicles. I will forego the option selection and opt for the highest specifications across the board. The primary colors should be red and black. Please provide me with the total quotation." The saleswoman looked at Chu Du, seemingly wanting to say more, but he furrowed his brow and interjected, "Please expedite the process. I am in a bit of a hurry." Without further ado, the saleswoman promptly retrieved a calculator and began to input the figures with swift precision. The prices quoted were for the vehicles alone, however. The final cost would encompass additional fees for options, insurance, and other expenses. Ultimately, the total prices were as follows. The Ferrari 612 came to 7 million. The Ferrari 812 also at 7 million. The Ferrari F12 at 7 million. The Ferrari 599 at 6 million. The Ferrari 488 at 6 million. The Ferrari SF90 at 6.5 million. The Ferrari 458 at 7 million. And the Ferrari FF at 7 million. In total, for all 8 vehicles, the grand sum amounted to 53.5 million. At this juncture, Chu Du was nearing a financial reserve of 300 million, and he did not have the luxury of time to process each transaction individually. Chapter 3. The bank. Thus, Chu Du spoke. "In this manner, I shall take 4 more sets identical to this one. In total, 5 sets with the same configuration, amounting to a staggering 267 million. Chu Du's card held just over 270 million, making it perfectly feasible for him to proceed with the transaction. Whether he could actually utilize the vehicles was a different matter. However, The immediate priority was to complete the payment. If all else failed, he could always use his cars to charm the ladies. How simple that would be. The saleswoman was utterly bewildered. While she had encountered wealthy individuals purchasing Ferraris before, witnessing someone like Chu Du buy luxury cars as casually as one would buy cabbages was quite terrifying. Multiplying the figures above by 5, she gazed at the amount displayed on the calculator, feeling dizzy. Good heavens, this was over 200 million, just like that, gone? Chu Du remained unfazed by the profound impact he had on the saleswoman and continued. Do you have any LaFerraris? The dazed saleswoman instinctively shook her head. I apologize, sir, but the LaFerrari is a limited edition with only 499 units produced, and they have all been sold globally. Unless you can procure one from another owner, it is unattainable. Chu Du felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that this particular vehicle was beyond his reach. He produced a bank card and stated, charge it. Ordinarily, such a standard bank card would have a daily spending limit. However, under the immense power of a system that could obliterate these rules with a mere fingertip, such restrictions were easily circumvented. With the successful beep of the card reader, the saleswoman's gaze towards Chu Du transformed into one of awe, had it not been in public. One could imagine her disrobing at lightning speed. Ferraris, being luxury vehicles, attracted very few customers daily. Thus the idle saleswomen flocked to him, eager for a chance to interact with this affluent heir. Dressed in ordinary attire, Chu Du epitomized understated elegance in their eyes. Having spent over 200 million, he instantaneously received a return of 2,670 million. With the remaining balance, Chu Du now possessed nearly 2,700 million in cash. Signing for a total of 40 vehicles, he proceeded with the unavoidable process of endorsement. A throng of sales staff gathered around him. Even a manager hurried over to serve him refreshments, bowing and scraping. The enthusiasm he received could hardly have surpassed that which one would expect when attending to one's own father. While it was customary for the dealership to favor customers who financed their purchases, a client making such a substantial single transaction was evidently of paramount importance. On one hand, quick capital recovery was essential. After all, loan repayments came with their own time costs. On the other hand, such clients invariably attracted an entourage of equally affluent potential customers, an opportunity not to be squandered. The initial saleswoman apprehensively remarked, Mr. Chu, I must remind you that the delivery of all these vehicles will require approximately 6 months, as some must be sourced from other parts of the country while others are overseas with varying timelines. As he signed, Chu Du nonchalantly replied, that is of no concern. Deliver each vehicle as they become available. I can wait. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman exhaled in relief. This significant transaction worth over 200 million. How much would her commission be? She dared not even contemplate it. Though commissions hold significance, they pale in comparison to the importance of the distinguished gentleman before me. Setting aside all else, even serving as his paramour, with a mere token of appreciation, could secure a lifetime of opulence. In the past, as an ordinary individual, Chu Du would undoubtedly have relished the opportunity to engage with these enchanting women. However, faced with a mere 24 hours and already over an hour elapsed, he simply could not afford to indulge in such distractions. At this juncture, any alluring woman must take a back seat. Suddenly, Chu Du's phone, resting on the table, chimed, a call from an unfamiliar local number. Furrowing his brow, he instructed, answer on speaker. His urgency to sign documents left no room for hesitation. The saleswoman promptly accepted the call and activated the speakerphone, amplifying the sound. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Du? A middle-aged man's voice resonated on the line. Chu Du was certain he had never encountered this voice before and casually replied, This is Chu Du. May I ask who is calling? The man responded with great courtesy, Greetings, Mr. Chu. I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. A substantial overseas transfer of 2,600 million has just been credited to your savings account with us. He continued, given your considerable deposits, we are delighted to invite you to become a distinguished VIP client, which will afford you numerous conveniences and assistance. 2,600 million. Although Chu Du's phone was merely a standard model, the clarity of the call allowed everyone present to overhear the astonishing figure. From the manager to the saleswomen, all were left in utter astonishment. What sum was this? The saleswoman who had previously introduced vehicles, having already found 200 million daunting, was now utterly flabbergasted by this staggering amount. Setting aside thoughts of VIP privileges, Chu Du was far more intrigued by the bank's influence. In China, the power of banks is formidable, encompassing myriad aspects of life. The major state-owned banks, Commercial Bank, Agricultural Bank, Military Bank, Huaxia Bank, Construction Bank, and the National Bank, each play a pivotal role, with the National Bank presiding over the others. Banks engage in extensive collaborations across various sectors. As a former ordinary citizen, Chu Du had lacked such connections, but now the bank could be an invaluable ally. He spoke up, "President Zhao, let us put the VIP matter aside for now. I seek your assistance with a pressing request." Zhao Qian replied graciously, "Mr. Chu, please feel free to instruct me. There is no need for such formality." The source of the funds was undoubtedly legitimate, stemming from overseas stock funds and investments, hence the call. Chu Du continued, "I wish to purchase a property, either a spacious flat or a luxurious mansion. I wonder if you have any connections in this regard. I require multiple units, and, if suitable, I am prepared to make payment immediately." Without hesitation, Zhao Qian responded, "Mr. Chu, please hold for a moment. I will reach out to my contacts right away." After hanging up, the surrounding saleswomen held their breath, acutely aware that had Chu Du possessed only a few hundred million, they might have dared to dream of marrying into wealth. However, at present, Chu Du possesses billions, and this is merely a fraction of it. Such a level is beyond their reach. Purchasing cars and houses has become as casual as shopping in a market. Can they truly comprehend such matters? Working in sales at Ferrari, they are undoubtedly accustomed to the wealthy and are well aware of the unspoken rules of this world. Chapter 4. The proximity of brilliance in the realm of individuals of this caliber. Even when it comes to selecting beauties, they are not afforded the privilege. To the ordinary observer, their figures and appearances could be deemed divine. However, in the eyes of the affluent, they are merely unremarkable, as exquisite women abound. Many female sales representatives have extinguished their aspirations, yet a few persist in their fantasies of ascending the social ladder, attempting to showcase a captivating glimpse of themselves in uniform. This maneuver led to the immediate registration of 40 vehicles under Chu Du's name. Nevertheless, the law does not prohibit the registration of such a multitude, rendering it inconsequential. After signing, Chu Du casually remarked, "Are there any vehicles available for immediate drive away?" The saleswoman hesitated, responding, "Mr. Chu, you have customized all the vehicles. We still need to add these configurations. The earliest they could be ready is by 3 o'clock this afternoon, which is already quite expedited." Chu Du promptly replied, "Very well. At 3 o'clock, regardless of which vehicle is ready, please call me immediately. Additionally, ensure that the fuel tank is full." Seemingly struck by a thought, he continued, "As for the license plates, please use standard ones. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Amidst the enthusiastic farewells from the manager and the sales team, Chu Du exited the showroom. No sooner had he stepped outside than he received a call from Zhao Qian. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I have just contacted you regarding potential sellers. Many are willing to negotiate. What are your thoughts?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Du stated, "Where's your bank located? Please make an appointment for me. It is now noon, and I hope to meet them at your esteemed institution by 3 o'clock this afternoon. I may need to utilize your office in the meantime. I apologize for the urgency. I hope President Zhao can understand." Zhao Qian immediately replied, "Not at all, Mr. Chu. It is no trouble whatsoever. It is an honor to serve a distinguished guest such as yourself. I will promptly arrange the appointment." Chu Du expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, President Zhao." After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, do you have any connections with manufacturers or dealers of private yachts and jets?" Zhao Qian assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Chu. Our commercial bank offers elite concierge services, and we can accommodate your needs." Delighted, Chu Du responded, "In that case, please arrange appointments for me. I would like to meet this afternoon." Zhao Qian readily agreed. After ending the call, Chu Du exhaled with relief. He was not particularly knowledgeable about such extravagant expenditures, only familiar with purchasing homes and cars, private yachts, and jets. Beyond that, his understanding was limited, as he had never engaged in such matters before. Though the appointments were set for the afternoon, Chu Du planned to visit other dealerships in the meantime to continue his spending spree. Fortunately, this street hosted various luxury car brands, and within a mere 500 meters, he entered a Porsche dealership. Before he could utter a word, a manager and a group of sales representatives warmly greeted him, brimming with enthusiasm. Chudu found himself momentarily bewildered by the situation. The approaching manager spoke respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Wang Li, the manager here. Welcome to Porsche." Unbeknownst to him, during the brief 2 minutes he had stepped outside to take a phone call, the sales team at the Ferrari dealership had already disseminated the news in their group chat. Now, every luxury car brand store along the street was aware that a super-rich individual had graced their presence, extravagantly spending nearly $300 million to acquire 7 models of Ferrari, with 5 of each. They could hardly comprehend the operations of this magnate. Yet it did not hinder their impression of him. A super-rich tycoon. Who else would purchase cars in such a manner? Thus, when Chudu arrived at the entrance, Wang Li immediately spotted him and promptly signaled the sales staff to gather around. Although Chudu was somewhat perplexed, he inquired, "May I ask if you have the Porsche 911, Porsche 918, or Porsche Carrera GT?" The various models and pricing of Porsche could not compete with Ferrari's allure, thus limiting Chudu's options. He had little interest in the cheaper models, considering them cumbersome. Wang Li quickly responded, "Mr. Chu, we do not have those models in stock. They will need to be allocated for you." With a snap of his fingers, Chudu replied, "All right, just arrange it." Having become well acquainted with the process from his prior experience at Ferrari, he added, "All options should be configured in the most suitable color combinations, with the highest specifications. No need to consult me." Wang Li, already prepared with her calculator, began typing rapidly before announcing, "Hello, Mr. Chu. According to your selections, the total cost for these vehicles comes to $50 million. This includes 2 different models of the 918, 1911, and 1 Carrera GT. With a grand gesture, Chudu declared, "I want 5 sets, all with the same configuration." Wang Li hesitated, saying, "Mr. Chu, I apologize, but the Porsche 918 is a limited edition, and we do not have the same model available. However, you may choose from other variants in the 918 series." Chudu casually browsed through the options, noting that the prices were comparable. 5 sets sufficed. Although he could not exhaust all his funds, he had no desire to purchase one car multiple times, as that would be rather foolish. With a total of $250 million, he now had $2,670 million remaining, and, after a rebate, his card would still retain a balance of $4,090 million. She held her breath, eagerly awaiting Chudu's decision. Without hesitation, he produced his bank card and stated, "Charge it." Shortly thereafter, a beep indicated the transaction was successful. Wang Li nearly faltered, overwhelmed by the moment. Given the current global economic climate, such high-end consumer goods were indeed challenging to sell. Despite the abundance of flashy videos online showcasing luxury cars as if everyone owned one, the reality was that their annual sales barely reached a tenth of those figures. Thus, Chudu's extravagant spending left every sales associate present in awe. With adeptness, he swiftly signed the contract, and within less than an hour, surrounded by a throng of charming companions, Chudu departed from the Porsche dealership. To his knowledge, this street also housed Lamborghini and Maserati showrooms. Chudu calculated that after purchasing from these 2 establishments, it would be time to head to the bank. Although it was already past noon and time for lunch, Chudu had no inclination to dine. What folly! Was this truly the moment for a meal? Such a notion was utterly misplaced. After a mere 200 meters, he arrived at the Lamborghini dealership. Chapter 5. Gathering a similar scenario unfolded once more, culminating in Chudu's selection of 3 exquisite vehicles: the Lamborghini Revuelto, the Lamborghini Aventador, and the Lamborghini Reventon, with a total price tag nearing $40 million. Still, it amounted to 5 sets. In total, $200 million. Ultimately, $49 billion dwindled to $47 billion, followed by a rebate of $20 billion, resulting in $67.2 billion. As per the customary routine, contracts were signed and he departed, with no time to attend to other matters. The final destination was the Maserati dealership. Although Maserati was considerably more affordable compared to the previous 3 brands, it served as an excellent choice for Chudu to impress the ladies. The Maserati lineup included the Maserati MC20, Maserati Grand Cabrio, Maserati Coupe, and Maserati Gran Turismo, with a combined total of merely 15 million. With a grand gesture, Chudu ordered 5 sets, as usual, summing up to 75 million, and a rebate of 750 million followed. Chudu's total had now surged to 74 billion. Stepping out of the showroom and standing by the roadside, Chudu stretched languidly, loosening his limbs. His greatest expenditure of time across these establishments was merely waiting for contracts, signatures, and photographs. The selection of models and configurations took no more than 3 minutes. As for the alluring saleswomen, Chudu had no time to spare. When was there ever a shortage of opportunities to woo women? They were not going anywhere, after all, right? However, his rebate event would certainly not last beyond 10 o'clock the following morning. Weighing priorities, Chudu was quite clear-headed. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 2 o'clock. Unwilling to waste any more time, he casually purchased a few hamburgers from a nearby vendor and hailed a taxi to the bank. The commercial bank, being the official banking institution, indeed boasted an impressive headquarters in the city. Approaching 3 o'clock, Chudu arrived at the entrance of the commercial bank. He promptly picked up his phone and dialed. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man in his 40s, donned in a formal suit and polished shoes, briskly approached him. Upon seeing Chudu, he warmly greeted, "Mr. Chudu, I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank." "Welcome." Chudu reciprocated the politeness, saying, "Thank you, President Zhao. Shall we discuss this inside?" Zhao Qian, noticing the half-eaten hamburger in Chudu's hand, hesitated before suggesting, "Mr. Chudu, why don't we have a meal first? I would want you to go hungry." Chudu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'm rather pressed for time. Let us skip it." Zhao Qian, somewhat concerned, proposed, "How about this? I'll have someone fetch a meal for you nearby. What do you think?" Chudu did not decline. "All right, something simple will suffice." "Thank you." "Not a bother at all," Zhao Qian replied, and as they entered, he casually signaled to a nearby employee, instructing, "Go out and grab a fast meal. Deliver it to the conference room, and remember, be quick, an extra 200 in bonuses this month." Without a moment's hesitation, the employee dashed out. The number of attendees this time was quite substantial, as Chudu had made numerous appointments. Zhao Qian's office could hardly accommodate so many individuals, so they opted to convene in the conference room. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Chudu and remarked, "Mr. Chudu, all your invitees are present. This gentleman is." After a brief introduction, Chudu surveyed the room, noting there were 7 real estate agents, 3 yacht manufacturers, and 5 representatives from private aviation, totaling 15 individuals. Chudu courteously addressed the gathering. "I apologize for inviting you all in this manner. My schedule is rather tight, which is why I arranged it this way. However, I am confident that our forthcoming discussions will be satisfactory to all." The attendees, seasoned professionals in the business realm, were not inclined to take offense over such minor matters, especially since Zhao Qian had informed them beforehand that Chudu was a super-rich individual with an astonishing cash flow. In the current economic climate, many wealthy entrepreneurs appeared affluent but were primarily tied up in fixed assets or investment funds. True cash-rich magnates were indeed rare. Thus they arrived with immense enthusiasm. The discussion commenced with real estate, and Chudu gestured towards several individuals, requesting, "Please present the prepare materials." The 7 promptly handed over the files they had meticulously prepared, comprising over 30 properties, including both luxury apartments and villas. Chudu reviewed the documents swiftly, focusing primarily on the environment and pricing. The properties belonged to renowned developments in the city, with prices that were far from affordable for the average person. For instance, the most economical luxury apartment was priced at 200,000 per square meter, with the smallest unit exceeding 230 square meters. Chudu dedicated an hour to thoroughly examine all the materials, and upon finishing, he noticed a takeaway meal of rice and vegetables had been placed beside him. Disregarding any concerns about appearances, he inquired, "If I were to purchase properties from you, what accompanying discounts or benefits might be available?" The representatives exchanged glances, enthusiastically extolling the merits of their respective offerings. Essentially, each agency proposed waiving 3 years of various property fees, utilities, and providing complimentary parking spaces, in addition to 10 complimentary full house cleaning services over 3 years. Chudu estimated that the least expensive luxury apartment would cost approximately 46 million, while the priciest villa astonishingly reached 800 million. In total, there were 32 properties comprising 7 villas and 25 luxury apartments, summing up to a staggering 4.3 billion. With 7.4 billion at his disposal, he felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he was elated, as this transaction could potentially yield a direct cashback of 43 billion. However, due to the substantial amount, the system would process it in batches. Given the haste of their arrival, the attendees had only prepared documentation for the properties and had not anticipated finalizing a deal in one sitting. Typically, discussions would precede site visits. And who could have foreseen a figure of such stature making a purchase merely based on images? They had not brought contracts, but that was inconsequential. A single phone call could expedite the necessary paperwork, particularly for such a significant transaction. Chudu casually enjoyed his meal. In none of the attendees he felt any discomfort in the atmosphere. Such is the nature of this world. If one lacks wealth, every endeavor seems futile. Yet, if one possesses riches, even indulging in street food while residing in a 5-star hotel garners praise as exquisite and delightful. Subsequently, Chudu turned his gaze towards the 3 representatives of yacht dealerships beside him and inquired, "Do you have any materials?" The trio promptly produced their documents, presenting them courteously before Chudu. Having previously secured a property, they were acutely aware that Chudu was a figure of immense stature, and they dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. To such a magnate, they were compelled to cater to his every whim, even if it meant attending to him in the most demeaning of ways. After perusing the materials briefly, Chudu pointed to 3 yachts depicted therein and declared, "I am fond of these 3. I shall acquire them all. And I also wish to commission a custom vessel." Chapter 6. High-end consumption. Upon hearing Mr. Chu's words, the 3 individuals initially expressed delight, followed by assurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, there's nothing we cannot accomplish." Mr. Chu nodded in satisfaction and promptly articulated his requirements, while the trio diligently recorded them on their mobile devices. Half an hour later, Mr. Chu remarked, "The demands are quite challenging. I suggest you 3 compete to see who can secure this contract." At that moment, the real estate contract arrived, and Mr. Chu immediately began to sign, allowing the yacht dealers some time to deliberate. Furthermore, Mr. Chu turned to the aircraft representatives nearby and inquired, "Have you brought any materials?" These individuals represented several domestic airlines. The process of purchasing real estate and automobiles differs significantly from acquiring yachts and aircraft. While homes and cars are typically available for immediate purchase, with some sports cars requiring a few months for delivery, yachts are a much slower affair, often taking 6 months to a year or even 2 to 3 years for delivery, with ready-made options being exceedingly rare. As for private jets, the situation is even more complex. Most luxurious private aircraft are manufactured abroad, and many affluent buyers opt for relatively economical models or convert commercial airliners. After reviewing the materials from several companies, Mr. Chu furrowed his brow, feeling less than satisfied. However, there was little he could do, as the costs associated with private jets are substantial, and inventory is typically non-existent, necessitating pre-orders. Mr. Chu proceeded to outline his specific requirements, instructing the representatives to contact their respective manufacturers. The demands for private aircraft are numerous, and as Mr. Chu spoke, everyone took notes and quickly reached out to their suppliers. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian observed the proceedings in a state of bewilderment. As a bank president, he considered himself well-versed in various matters. Yet he felt that today marked a true awakening of his understanding. It seemed absurd to him that purchasing such extravagant items could be as nonchalant as buying vegetables at a market. Once the signatures were affixed, the yacht dealers produced results, entrusting the customization of the yacht to one of the companies. The private yacht Mr. Chu wished to customize was based on information he had swiftly gathered on his phone during the taxi ride, tailored according to the current offerings of the 3 firms. The overall price reached an astounding $2.5 billion, positioning it among the most extravagant yachts globally. The contract was promptly delivered, revised according to the existing terms, and ultimately signed. Mr. Chu transferred the entire sum of $2.5 billion eagerly anticipating delivery from the manufacturer in 9 months. Additionally, he had expressed interest in 3 available yachts, amounting to another 400 million. Without hesitation, Mr. Chu signed the contract and processed the payment. Following the completion of his transactions for both the property and yachts, Mr. Chu's total assets soared to 72.2 billion. Should he desire, he could withdraw the entirety of this amount, all in cash. In the realm of the affluent, Mr. Chu stood as a paragon of wealth. The customization of a yacht presents a challenge for the manufacturer, as the yachts that Chudu intends to commission are of the utmost caliber, both in size and configuration. Fortunately, the manufacturer possesses considerable strength and is among the elite in the domestic market, enabling them to undertake this substantial order. In this industry, it is indeed said that one may go 3 years without a transaction, only to profit for 3 years once business commences. With Chudu's expenditure of 2.5 billion, he is set to receive a return of 25 billion, resulting in an impressively large working capital. Having settled the matters of purchasing a house and a yacht, the next endeavor is a private jet. After discussions among several airlines, Eastern Airlines ultimately secured this contract. Chudu's customization requirements are exceedingly sophisticated and high-end, necessitating an expedited time frame of 1.5 years for delivery, whereas the typical duration spans 3 to 4 years. This timeline is already quite accelerated, yet quality must be assured. However, Chudu is unconcerned. His focus lies solely on substantial expenditures. Customizing according to the standards of the world's most luxurious private jets culminates in a final price of 3.5 billion. Although Chudu is uncertain if this price will set a world record, he is aware that the personnel from the airline have grown desensitized to such figures. Throughout the day, as he signed contracts, he felt no apprehension regarding any potential malfeasance. In the eyes of the representatives, Chudu is a super-rich individual backed by an exceptionally powerful family, wielding immense wealth. To act against such colossal influence would be folly. Serving this prominent figure is the path to greater profit. Thus, the opposite is true. They must safeguard Chudu's interests to reap further rewards. Following the signing and car transactions, Chudu's funds finally surpassed the trillion mark, totaling 103.7 billion. Once the representatives received the contracts and payments, they hurried back to report the significance of this super client. By the time everyone departed, it was already past 7 in the evening. Chudu rubbed his temples. To be honest, after starting to spend money at 10 in the morning, he was genuinely fatigued. The negotiations and signing in the afternoon alone were exhausting. Zhao Qian looked at Chudu and remarked, "Mr. Chudu, you seem quite tired. Perhaps I could offer you an opportunity. Allow me to host you for a meal to rest a bit." At this point, Chudu was not in a rush. After all, he had already amassed 1 trillion, and with luxury cars, villas, private yachts, and jets, he could afford to live leisurely for the rest of his life. He took a sip of water and replied, "All right, let's go then." Zhao Qian adopted a very humble demeanor. Although he was a bank president, he was merely a local figure. Even though Shenhao is the second largest city in the nation after the capital, it remains a regional entity. He understood that his ascent in position might hinge upon this young gentleman. Having such an individual would ensure that all performance metrics are vastly exceeded. As long as he serves Chudu well, there would be no need for sales personnel or concerns regarding performance. Chudu then stood and said, "President Zhao, where is the restroom? I would like to wash my hands." After sitting for the entire afternoon, Chudu felt an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Zhao Qian promptly escorted him to the restroom. As Chudu entered, he swiftly retrieved his phone and made a call. Upon Chudu's emergence, Zhao Qian greeted him with a cheerful smile, inquiring, "Shall we depart, Mr. Chu?" To which Chudu casually replied, "Let us go." It is noteworthy that earlier that afternoon, a Ferrari had been delivered to Chudu, who merely cast a cursory glance before accepting the vehicle. Now, stepping outside, he beheld the striking Ferrari SF90, resplendent in its fiery red exterior. Both its interior and exterior evoked a sense of satisfaction. Within Chudu Chapter 7 conversation, Zhao Qian was driving an Audi, which, while not as ostentatious as Chudu's Ferrari, exuded a subtle luxury. Under Zhao Qian's guidance, the two arrived at a private dining establishment. What piqued Chu Du's curiosity was that despite there being only the two of them, Zhao Qian specifically requested the largest private room available. The dishes and beverages were all ordered by Chu Du, to which Zhao Qian merely replied, without even glancing at the menu, "Let us proceed, as this gentleman suggests." Once seated, their conversation officially commenced. As Chu Du sipped his tea, he inquired, "Director Zhao, may I ask if there are any areas that require significant financial investment? Significant expenditure?" Zhao Qian was taken aback. Given the lavish orders made today, was it not sufficient? After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "For instance, purchasing luxury watches, collecting art, or acquiring high-end jewelry are all substantial expenses." Chu Du shook his head. "Is there anything else?" Furrowing his brow, Zhao Qian replied, "If we're discussing expenditures, then investments can also deplete funds rapidly." "Indeed, investments." Chu Du's eyes brightened. His previous ignorance on this matter compelled him to inquire further. "Director Zhao, are there any companies currently in need of investment? I would like to explore the possibility of supporting a few." Investing is straightforward, and there are countless companies in need of capital. He immediately stated, "Mr. Chu, there are indeed many, with such a multitude of companies across the nation. Various industries can easily yield a plethora of options requiring investment." Chu nodded slightly. "In that case, could you assist me in identifying companies in the realms of film and entertainment, internet media, healthcare, and educational training that are seeking investment? Of course, the companies should not be of poor quality. Otherwise, what if they lack potential?" This statement was, of course, intentional. Any investment he made would yield returns. Zhao Qian readily agreed. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, once I finish my meal, I will contact you." As a bank president, he was well aware that many companies sought loans, and this aspect was within his expertise. Regarding the acquisition of watches, jewelry, and artworks, while these transactions could reach tens of millions or even billions, investments could easily involve hundreds of millions or billions, making the latter far more advantageous. The two quickly reached a consensus. However, Zhao Qian also presented his own request. "If possible, I hope Mr. Chu can deposit funds with our bank." Naturally, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with this esteemed client for the sake of performance. Chu Du regarded Zhao Qian with a slight smile. "Director Zhao, you surely understand the adage about not putting all your eggs in one basket. Therefore, I cannot place all my deposits here. However, I can assure you that this bank will hold the largest portion." In the spirit of reciprocity, having been diligent in assisting, Chu Du was willing to accommodate this modest request. Zhao Qian did not ask for much. Securing 10 billion would suffice to fulfill his annual targets. As their discussion neared conclusion, Zhao Qian's phone suddenly rang. After answering, he calmly stated, "Please come in." Moments later, the door to the private room was pushed open. Chu Du instinctively glanced over, only to behold a procession of youthful and enchanting beauties entering the room, the last of whom gently closed the door behind her. Before him stood a dazzling array of 10 stunning women, each possessing a beauty that could easily earn them the title of school flower in any academic institution or hold their own in the entertainment industry. In terms of physique, they were each blessed with ample bosoms, slender waists, long legs, and shapely backsides. Some donned form-fitting dresses that accentuated their curvaceous figures, while others wore tight pants that highlighted their long, elegant legs. Regardless of their attire, they all exuded an extraordinary allure, and judging by their appearances, they were predominantly in their 20s. Chu Du felt a moment of astonishment and turned to glance at Zhao Qian. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Qian remarked, "Mr. Chu Du, these are the 10 most beautiful ladies in our establishment. They all admire you greatly and wish to make your acquaintance, esteemed young talent." Such words were indeed flattering. Chu Du understood the underlying implication. These were the finest beauties at his disposal, and he could choose freely among them. Having never encountered such a spectacle before, Chu Du felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, after his recent car purchase, he had begun to develop a certain resilience against the charms of beautiful women. Thus, he maintained a composed demeanor. Wealth, after all, instills a sense of confidence. With a substantial sum at his disposal, he was the one wielding power in that moment. As he surveyed the group, he had to admit that the quality was indeed impressive, making his decision rather challenging. Seemingly sensing Chu Du's hesitation, Zhao Qian chuckled softly, suggesting, Mr. Chudu, perhaps I should have them all add you as a contact? You can take your time to connect with them later. After all, they are all single and have plenty of free time. Upon hearing those loaded words, Chudu quickly grasped the implications. Single. Subsequently, the 10 beauties approached one by one, adding Chudu's contact information. As for the potential outcomes, that remained to be seen. These 10 women, based solely on their appearances and demeanor, presented a spectrum of styles. Some were pure and innocent, others alluring and seductive. Some resembled youthful Lolas, while others embodied the elegance of mature women. They spanned a range of icy, aloof, and gentle personas, each showcasing their unique charm. The dinner gathering, enhanced by the presence of these 10 enchanting companions, was filled with joy and laughter. After the meal, as the clock crept past 9, Chudu glanced at the time and addressed Zhao Qian. I appreciate your assistance with the contact matter. Zhao Qian graciously replied, Mr. Chudu, it is my honor. Having become accustomed to the politeness and respect of others, Chudu responded, by the way, I'm also interested in purchasing a building. Are there any available for sale in this area? Zhao Qian hesitated momentarily before responding, Mr. Chudu, acquiring a commercial building is indeed a significant investment. If you are genuinely interested, I will make the necessary inquiries. Though I must warn you that few are willing to part with their properties. As the conversation shifted to serious matters, the 10 beauties fell silent, listening intently. They had come to know only that the chairman wished to entertain a super VIP client, but they were unaware of the extent of his wealth. Now, hearing Chudu express his intent to purchase a commercial building, they were all taken aback. Commercial buildings are far from mere childish play. Acquiring one can easily cost billions. An exorbitant sum indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chudu remarked, office buildings, commercial complexes, either will suffice. It would be ideal to negotiate tonight. Although Zhao Qian was perplexed by Chudu's urgency, he understood that prioritizing the client's needs was paramount. As he pondered, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Mr. Chu, would it be acceptable if we considered newly constructed buildings that have yet to be occupied? Chudu, seemingly unfazed, replied, that is perfectly fine. I will arrange for the necessary renovations. Chapter 8. Investment. Zhao Qian swiftly retrieved his phone and remarked, Hey, your suggestion reminds me of something. Chudu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, which one? While searching for the number, Zhao Qian explained, a few years ago, a company secured a loan from my bank to construct a twin tower complex. The two buildings are quite intricate, encompassing commercial spaces, offices, hotels, and residential units. However, they just completed construction last month, and I've heard they're currently undergoing interior renovations, though I'm not entirely sure of the progress. Chudu shook his head and asserted, I'm not looking to rent. I want to purchase outright. If it's suitable, President Zhao can inquire on my behalf, and I can buy it directly. Zhao Qian nodded and proceeded to dial the number. This exemplifies the power of banking. As a state-owned bank of the Celestial Empire, they possess immense resources across various sectors. The call was quickly connected, and Zhao Qian activated the speakerphone, placing the device on the table. Hello, President Zhao. Is there something significant prompting this call at this hour? A robust voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Zhao Qian chuckled, Mr. Xiao. I'm calling today on behalf of someone else, hoping to discuss a matter with you. Curious, Mr. Xiao asked, on behalf of someone? Who, and what is it regarding? Zhao Qian, with a grin, replied, How are those two buildings coming along? Mr. Xiao immediately responded, Old Zhao, are you inquiring about the financial aspect? Rest assured, I'll have that sorted out soon, and the rental income will cover your repayment. No need to worry. Zhao Qian shifted the conversation. That's not what I meant. I wanted to know if you have any intentions of selling. Taken aback, Mr. Xiao hesitated before saying, I'm not particularly inclined to sell, as both buildings boast an excellent environment and overall design. I do like to profit from them. Zhao Qian exclaimed, I have a highly capable client who is interested. If you're not selling, then that's that. Mr. Xiao quickly interjected, Wait a moment, how capable? What is their standing? Zhao Qian replied mysteriously, I can't disclose specifics, but let us just say they can pay in full for both buildings. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiao clearly wavered. The two buildings are quite expensive, especially in the highly sought-after city of Shenhao, where recovering costs through rental income would take time. Moreover, the profits would need to be allocated towards bank repayments, delaying further plans. If there was a chance to recoup funds swiftly, that would indeed be advantageous. After a moment as contemplation, he stated, "All right, old Zhao, I'll convene with my associates tomorrow." At that moment, Chu Du leaned in closer to Zhao Qian and whispered something. Zhao Qian continued, "Mr. Xiao, the client mentioned that if you can negotiate tonight, they are ready to proceed by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, they will seek other options." Mr. Xiao immediately grew anxious. "No, old Zhao, are you jesting? Who buys property on such short notice? It's quite unreasonable to finalize a deal overnight." Zhao Qian spoke leisurely. "I can only tell you that this client has spent nearly 10 billion in cash today." Upon hearing this, General Xiao hesitated. 10 billion in cash? Setting aside everything else, a person capable of producing such a sum must indeed possess substantial strength. They wouldn't jest with me. But why the urgency? Is it truly possible to finalize a deal in just one night? General Xiao was filled with confusion. Purchasing a property is never this straightforward. It typically involves observation, comparison, inquiry, repeated assessments, and ultimately negotiation before making a down payment. Is this individual truly so unconventional? However, there was no choice. The other party was exceedingly wealthy. After weighing the situation, General Xiao replied, "All right, I will call you back in an hour." Zhao Qian responded, "Okay." After hanging up, Zhao Qian exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Du as they awaited news. The 10 beautiful women nearby dared not breathe a word. Spending nearly 10 billion today and intending to purchase 2 buildings? Who is this magnate? This extraordinary heir emerging from nowhere? Shenhao, a thriving metropolis of the Shenzhou Empire, is teeming with beauties, many of whom are the Army de la Army in their fields and accustomed to numerous admirers. They're ordinary folk, nouveau riche, and wealthy heirs, yet they all concur that collectively, they pale in comparison to Chu Du in an instant. Their hearts raced, and their minds danced with strategies from the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's art of war, and advanced techniques of charm, pondering how to win the favor of this esteemed individual. They finally grasped Zhao Qian's intentions. Today was merely the inception of competition, and the colleagues nearby were all rivals. Chu Du glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He turned to Zhao Qian and said, "Let us have these lovely ladies return home for now. We should continue our discussion about work." Zhao Qian immediately waved his hand decisively. "Well, since Mr. Chu has spoken, we should take our leave. It's best to head back to rest. It won't be safe if it gets too late. Mr. Chu and I have work to attend to." Despite the reluctance of the beautiful women, no one dared to defy Zhao Qian's wishes. Once everyone had departed, Chu Du rubbed his temples and remarked, "By the way, we need to address the investment situation. Let us consult with Director Zhao and send out a group message to see if anyone is seeking investment." With his assets reaching 1,000 billion, he couldn't let them sit idly. He needed to deploy them for potential returns, even without immediate gains. Investing was a commendable choice, and who knows, it might yield profits. Zhao Qian, not one to linger, swiftly composed a polite message on his phone, conveying that their firm had recently acquired a significant client with ample financial resources who was interested in investing across various sectors. Anyone with cooperation interests or in need of investment should feel free to reach out. No sooner had he sent the message than his phone rang. Barely 10 seconds later, Director Zhao, came the urgent voice from the other end. Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile, switched to speaker mode, and said, "Ah, is this not Mr. Wang? What brings you to call?" Mr. Wang composed himself and then remarked, "I just saw the message from President Zhao, and I am uncertain." Zhao Qian confidently interjected, "I assure you, this is indeed true, and presently, we are together." Mr. Wang's breath quickened momentarily, and he replied, "It would be rather discourteous to visit at such a late hour. I wish to pay a personal visit tomorrow morning." Noticing Chu Du's signal, Zhao Qian stated, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, in the conference room of my bank, please bring your documents and contract." Chapter 9. The club. Mr. Wang exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Director Zhao, thank you." The news about Zhao Qian was akin to casting a piece of meat, imbued with the scent of blood, into the vast ocean. Countless sharks were drawn to the aroma. Within the span of an hour, Zhao Qian received no fewer than 20 phone calls, all inquiries regarding collaboration and investment. Numerous others were unable to reach him by phone and resorted to sending messages instead. An hour later, Mr. Zhao's call came through. Director Zhao, we have discussed amongst ourselves, and the building can be sold. However, for those with whom contracts have already been signed, we will have to let them resolve it. Mr. Chu gestured that there was no problem, then indicated the number 7. Zhao Qian understood and replied, no problem. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in my bank's conference room. Please bring all the necessary documents and contracts. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Looking at the multitude of messages on his phone, Zhao Qian let out a wry smile. Mr. Chu, are you certain about all of this? Unfazed, Mr. Chu replied, inform them that anyone available tonight can reach me. Those who are not available tonight need not come before 9 tomorrow morning. After 9, it's not necessary, as I have other commitments past 10 and will be unable to attend to any matters. Though Zhao Qian was curious about Mr. Chu's engagements, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further, so he refrained from voicing his curiosity. After sending out messages to everyone, Zhao Qian glanced at the time, already 11 o'clock. With a hint of fatigue, he suggested, shall we change locations? Mr. Chu pondered for a moment, recognizing that the restaurant would soon close, and agreed that a change of scenery would be beneficial. He was brimming with energy, eager to pursue financial opportunities, far from weary. Zhao Qian proposed, Mr. Chu, come. I shall take you to a place. After arranging for a designated driver, Zhao Qian swiftly brought Mr. Chu to the entrance of a private club. As they walked, he explained, Mr. Chu, this is also owned by a businessman, a private club where you can enjoy bathing, relaxation, and massage. The ambience is quite pleasant, with quiet spaces suitable for our discussions. Although Mr. Chu had never visited before, he was quite impressed by the establishment. The decor alone spoke volumes. After providing his membership card, Zhao Qian led Mr. Chu to the bathing area. This was a VIP bathhouse, unlike the crowded public centers. Each guest had their own private room. The rooms were spacious suites, complete with a bedroom, a bathroom, a small bathing pool, a sauna, and a large bed for massages along with a shower. Just as Mr. Chu had discarded his clothing, a beautiful woman entered wearing a fitted blue blazer and skirt. She greeted him respectfully, good day, esteemed guest. I am here to assist you with your bathing. Mr. Chu was taken aback. What is happening? The lady smiled gently. This is a special service of our establishment. Every esteemed guest is entitled to it. Please rest assured, this is a standard bathing service, and any additional services you may require will be provided by others. Though somewhat bewildered, Mr. Chu grasped the unique bathing arrangements offered here. Not being one to shy away from such experiences, he decided to relax, leaning back in the bathing pool. The lady changed into a bikini, revealing her exquisite figure, with a proud bust, a flat abdomen, and a pair of long, slender legs. Barefoot, she approached Chudu, beginning with a gentle head massage to help him unwind. Perhaps due to her skilled technique, coupled with Chudu's exhaustion from a day filled with activities, he soon found himself feeling slightly drowsy. A few minutes later, the lady softly inquired, esteemed guest, would you care for a sauna? Chudu opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, and replied, yes. She did not accompany him inside. Chudu spent approximately 10 minutes alone in the steam room before emerging. Upon seeing him, the lady approached the massage table and said, esteemed guest, I shall now assist you with scrub. Chudu nodded slightly and lay down. Observing his robust physique, the lady was only mildly surprised, refraining from any inappropriate gestures. She picked up a fresh washcloth and began to scrub his body. After completing the scrub, she applied shower gel and ensured he was thoroughly cleaned, then dried him off with a towel. She gently stated, esteemed guest, my duties are now fulfilled. Would you like to engage a specialized technician? Chudu hesitated. He was unfamiliar with the establishment, and even if a specialized technician were available, they likely served many clients. He opted against it, wary of potential complications. Unbeknownst to Chudu, this venue was a high-end, private establishment frequented by only a select few. Even those who were inexperienced were present. Furthermore, the clientele here was either affluent or distinguished. Prioritizing safety, Every individual underwent regular health checks to ensure the absence of any ailments. Thus, compared to certain more liberal environments, this place was arguably cleaner. Chudu's mind raced as he focused intently on investment matters, suppressing his desires. However, he felt it was time to seek companionship. After all, having wealth was meant for enjoyment. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Zhao Qian, indicating that after completing his tasks, he should proceed to room 666. Chudu donned a bathrobe and, guided by a staff member, arrived at the designated room. Upon entering, he discovered that 7 or 8 individuals were already present. The room was spacious, a suite with a small conference area outside and a bedroom within. Upon Chudu's arrival, Zhao Qian promptly introduced him, saying, "Ah, the guest of honor has arrived. Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce you to... This is Mr. Chu, a distinguished guest prepared to invest this evening." "Greetings, Mr. Chu," the group chimed in unison. Despite Chudu's youth, to them, he embodied prosperity. Zhao Qian stood beside him, beaming with anticipation. Investment is indeed a skillful endeavor. It is not merely about seizing every opportunity, for that could lead to losses in the future. While Chudu may not possess extensive knowledge in this realm, he recognized the promising prospects of certain industries, such as healthcare and education, which are unlikely to falter. Firstly, it is imperative to acknowledge that every investment carries inherent risks. Generally, individuals make investment decisions based on a comprehensive assessment of their personal circumstances as well as the prevailing market conditions. However, when it comes to investments in Chudu, one can invest as long as past performance has not incurred losses. Chapter 10. The system shall eventually depart even if the gains and losses are balanced. It remains a profit for him. Through the gradual introductions from the others, Chudu began to develop a rudimentary understanding of this domain. For instance, the healthcare sector has consistently garnered favor in the market, while consumer goods represent one of the more stable segments. Additionally, the discussions surrounding renewable energy have been fervent in recent years. In this era of the internet, particularly with the meteoric rise of e-commerce and live streaming sales, it has become a phenomenon where anyone, be they angel or devil, can engage in live commerce. Thus, investments in this arena are quite promising. Moreover, the essential industries, such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation, are universally required. Financial services and real estate also play significant roles. When the real estate market is booming, countless entrepreneurs amass wealth through property. Conversely, during economic downturns, the financial sector often flourishes. Both the affluent and the less fortunate seek to preserve and grow their wealth, leading to abundant opportunities within this industry. The aging population presents another burgeoning sector, as the demographic shift towards an older populace will usher in a golden era for the elder care industry. Opportunities abound in retirement homes, health supplements, mobility aids, and leisure services for the elderly. Furthermore, the cultural and tourism sector is rapidly evolving, with cities striving to enhance their cultural identities and attract visitors. The tourism industry is experiencing exponential growth, revealing vast business prospects. Ultimately, Chudu invested in approximately several dozen corporate groups, encompassing hospitals, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, educational institutions, training organizations, elder care, social media, live broadcasting, film and media, advertising, real estate, construction materials, tourism, energy, and mining, among numerous other sectors. Altogether, he poured in a staggering $30 billion, from which he reaped a return of $300 billion. It was only until the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4, that all the representatives departed, allowing Chudu a rare moment of rest. However, he had barely slept when Zhao Qian roused him. "Mr. Chudu, it's time to head to the bank. We have several representatives to meet." This was to be expected, as not everyone can prepare their materials promptly. It was evident that another bustling morning lay ahead. Yet, the pursuit of profit invigorated Chudu. With dark circles under his eyes, Chudu and Zhao Qian swiftly arrived at the conference room of the commercial bank. It is worth noting that Chudu noticed the 10 alluring representatives from the previous evening, all donned in bank uniforms, diligently preparing in the meeting room, serving tea, arranging the electronic display, and so forth. Chudu settled down, sipping a cup of tea, feeling considerably more at ease. Before long, representatives from various companies began to arrive. How many companies exist nationwide? Countless. In Shenhao alone, the number approaches 3 million registered enterprises. As a major economic hub, Shenhao indeed leads in commercial development. In just one night, Zhao Qian had identified hundreds of companies seeking investment. However, Chudu, lacking the stamina to meet them all, only engaged with a select few. Certainly, the most pressing matter today pertains to the building. Mr. Xiao, a man approaching his 50s, arrived with a secretary and an extensive array of documents. Upon glancing at the materials, Chudu realized that even if he dedicated 2 or 3 hours to this endeavor, it would be insufficient. In fact, 2 or 3 days would hardly suffice. He sifted through the documents, focusing solely on the crucial elements, such as the number of signed lease agreements, construction costs, equity, sale prices, quality, dimensions, design, and other pertinent aspects. Despite his rapid perusal, he spent half an hour, having only scrutinized a few key sentences while bypassing the rest. Turning to Mr. Xiao, Chudu stated earnestly, "I will proceed." He intended to transform this location into his stronghold, thus precluding the possibility of any leasing arrangements. After considerable negotiation, both parties agreed that Mr. Xiao and his team would address this issue, provided they were amenable to being acquired by Chudu if they declined. They would need to vacate within a stipulated time frame, bearing any penalties incurred. The 2 buildings were secured by Chudu at a total price of 30 billion, with an immediate rebate of 300 billion. Furthermore, he invested an additional 20 billion across various other representatives. By 9:50, having completed all contracts, Chudu concocted an excuse to visit the restroom. A few minutes later, the system resonated within his mind, proclaiming, "It has been 24 hours. I have fulfilled your promised compensation. What transpires next is solely your concern." Sighing, Chudu expressed with a tinge of reluctance, "Is there truly no way for you to remain?" The system replied resolutely, "No, we have performance tasks to fulfill. I am a cultivation system, and I must venture to the realm of cultivation. I cannot complete my tasks here." Acknowledging the inevitable departure of the system, Chudu's expression turned complex as he remarked, "Then I wish you safe travels." The system chuckled softly, "Consider this. I have assisted you significantly. Even in my absence, you shall lead a life of ease." Chudu nodded in silence. After a moment of hesitation, the system added, "As I depart, allow me to present you with a parting gift." With that, a wave of warmth surged into Chudu's being, leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. Before he could inquire further, the system explained, "It is nothing extraordinary, merely an ordinary elixir from the realm of cultivation. I have infused its effects within you. It will ensure your robust health, rendering you immune to any virus, free from ailments, and capable of living a full century, passing away peacefully at the end of your days. Additionally, your physical capabilities will be significantly enhanced, endowing you with vigor and vitality. Embrace the joys of your promising future. Farewell." With that, the system dissipated like particles in the air. Chudu inhaled deeply and said, "Thank you, farewell." As the system departed, it waved its sleeve, leaving not a trace behind. Chudu let out a deep sigh, recalibrating his emotions before returning to his office. Throughout the span of this day, aided by the system, he amassed a staggering sum of 823.7 billion in cash assets, readily available for expenditure. As for his fixed assets, they included several luxury villas and expansive apartments, an impressive fleet of over 100 luxury vehicles, private jets, and yachts, alongside substantial investments in nearly 100 companies and ownership of 2 towering buildings. Should Chudu ever find himself in desperate circumstances, liquidating these assets would still yield hundreds of billions. With all contracts duly signed, he returned to the office to find that the representatives from various firms had departed, having secured their investments and undoubtedly poised to embark on numerous ventures. Chapter 11 Resignation. Gazing at Zhao Qian, Chudu rubbed his temples and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhao. I have completed my tasks here, but I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave." Zhao Qian promptly replied, "Very well, Mr. Chu. It is only natural to be busy when there is much to be done. Allow me to see you off." After bidding farewell to Zhao Qian, Chu Du first returned to his rented apartment to prepare for his departure. In truth, there was little to pack, just some bedding and a few ordinary garments. He could easily purchase new items upon relocating. Chu Du dialed the number of his landlord, Mr. Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I am preparing to terminate my lease. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang immediately responded, Ah, Xiao Chu, are you facing difficulties lately? Do not worry, the rent is not urgent. You may continue to stay here, and you can pay me once you receive your salary. Renting elsewhere would cost you more, which is not advisable. A warmth enveloped Chu Du's heart. Mr. Zhang was indeed a generous landlord, older in age, fond of lively company, and possessing a kind disposition. He often granted extensions or reductions to tenants in need. Mr. Zhang was certainly not in want of money. As far as Chu Du knew, he owned no fewer than 20 rental properties, comfortably living off the rental income. With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Du replied, No, Uncle Zhang, I have purchased a house. I will have my own place from now on. Mr. Zhang expressed surprise. Oh, you rascal. It seems you have struck it rich. Well, if you have your own home now, I shall not stand in your way. Just pack up your belongings and leave the key by my door later. I will send you the remaining balance. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Having visited multiple times, Mr. Zhang had always found Chu Du's room in tidy condition. Thus, he trusted him greatly. Once he had packed his bedding and clothes and secured the key, Chu Du took a few photos to send to Mr. Zhang before departing. Upon reaching the exterior of the complex, he spotted a footbridge nearby, where he generously donated his clothes to a homeless individual by the roadside, then turned away, unconcerned by the man's fervent bows of gratitude. Finally free from his obligations, Chu Du placed a call to Chen Shui. Hello, came Chen Shui's agitated voice on the other end. What the hell is going on? I've been waiting for your call all day. In a light-hearted tone, Chu Du replied, I just finished up. Chen Shui quipped, You sound rather cheerful, I must say. With a grin, Chu Du responded, Of course. All my debts are cleared, what do you think? Chen Shui exclaimed, What on earth did you do to accumulate such funds? You even transferred me a substantial amount. Unperturbed, Chu Du replied, Have you settled your debts? I have. I originally owed 200,000, and now only 20,000 remains. That's good to hear. Chen Shui, puzzled, inquired, But wait, how am I supposed to repay you the 200,000? With a relaxed demeanor, Chu Du assured him, No rush. Pay me back whenever you are able. You need not feel obligated. Their bond was akin to that of brothers. At a loss for words, Chen Shui could only utter, Impressive. Chu Du shrugged casually, It's nothing much. A few years back, I dabbled in some cryptocurrency and nearly forgot about it. I just liquidated some assets recently, and voila, funds became available. Chen Shui understood instantly. All right, it's great to be prosperous. Let's focus on saving money from now on. We all need to find ways to make a living. Chu Du, with an air of bravado, responded, Just indulge. What is there to fear? He scoffed. I'm off to earn some good money. Goodbye. With a chuckle, Chu Du ended the call. Arriving at a towering office building, he parked his car and took the elevator upstairs. Once an ordinary worker, now wealthy, he naturally resolved to resign. Upon reaching the office, he sought out his manager, Mr. Zhao. I'm here to tender my resignation, Chu Du announced. Mr. Zhao, taken aback, inquired, What is the matter? I noticed you weren't at work this morning. Is something wrong? The company was an average establishment, with a decent atmosphere and little internal strife, though the workload was often heavy and overtime frequent. With a salary that was neither particularly high nor low, Chu Du shook his head, saying, It's nothing. I dabbled in cryptocurrency and made some sales recently, so I've decided to resign. Understanding dawned on Mr. Zhao as he patted Chu Du's shoulder. Well, since you've made your choice, I won't hinder your future. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Chu Du sincerely replied, Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. However, we must follow protocol. Please write a resignation letter, and I will have the finance department process your final payment. There were no convoluted conflicts. Mr. Zhao agreed without hesitation. Following this, Chu Du bid farewell to his colleagues and submitted his resignation letter before departing the company. Mere moments later, a colleague rushed in, excitement bubbling over. You won't believe what I saw downstairs. I saw Chu Du driving a Ferrari. Astonished gasps filled the office as the news spread like wildfire. Chu Du drove away with a sense of ease, determined to embrace a life of indulgence. First on his agenda was to upgrade his wardrobe. His current attire, while not cheap, was far from luxurious, merely average pieces costing 200 to 300 each. After all, he had always lived frugally, prioritizing debt repayment over extravagance. Yet, fortunate for Chu Du, he had grown up in a humble orphanage, where a full meal meant everyone was fed. Even when debts were overdue, creditors could only negotiate with him for payment. He was, after all, a man of integrity, willing to bear the consequences of his own borrowing. However, that was in the past, and there was no need to dwell on it now. Chu Du was not particularly versed in luxury goods. He had heard that purchasing certain items required verification of funds, which seemed rather tedious. But that was no concern now. He was a wealthy man and could enlist the help of professionals to navigate this new world. For instance, the bank. Chu Du was adept at leveraging external resources. When faced with matters beyond his expertise, he sought the guidance of specialists, for professionals excel in their respective fields. He dialed Zhao Qian's number and inquired, "President Zhao, may I ask if our bank has any collaborations with high-end luxury brands?" Zhao Qian, with a sense of pride, replied, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, in the vast expanse of the Shenhao Empire, our commercial bank is capable of venturing into virtually any domain. You need only convey your requirements to me." Satisfied, Chu stated, "I wish to purchase some luxury goods. I would appreciate it if our bank could reach out to these partners to determine the most suitable options." There is no shame in asking for clarification. Chapter 12. Wang Xinyue. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately suggested, "How about this, Mr. Chu? I will arrange for someone knowledgeable for my firm. She frequently collaborates with these merchants and can accompany you. What do you think?" "Indeed, wealth commands respect." Chu Du replied, "That sounds perfect. I await your news." After hanging up, a call from an unfamiliar number came through in less than 3 minutes. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chu Du?" A melodious voice inquired, laced with a hint of allure and confidence. "Yes, this is indeed me," Chu Du responded leisurely. "Greetings, esteemed Mr. Chu. I am Wang Xinyue, your shopping advisor arranged by Mr. Zhao Qian, the branch manager of Shenhao Commercial Bank. We met last night during dinner." "Wang Xinyue?" Chu Du pondered briefly before recognizing her. "Ah, it's you. What a coincidence, but it's good to see a familiar face." Wang Xinyue continued, "Mr. Chu, if you're interested in purchasing luxury goods, I recommend the International Mall. It offers a comprehensive selection and is of excellent quality." With a snap of his fingers, Chu Du declared, "All right, let us head there. I'll drive over, and you can join me when we pass the bank." Wang Xinyue exclaimed with delight, "That is very kind of you, Mr. Chu. Thank you so much. I am truly honored to assist you." After ending the call, she quickly began to retouch her makeup. She vividly recalled the dinner from the previous night. Throughout the day, she had witnessed transactions amounting to billions. And although she was unaware of what this wealthy gentleman had purchased, she had spent the entire morning in the meeting room, serving tea and attending to various tasks. Everything was crystal clear. The 2 skyscrapers alone had cost 30 billion, with other contracts reaching hundreds of billions. In the presence of this young tycoon, money seemed as easily accessible as the resources of a vast bank. In her 4 years in the industry, she believed she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals. Yet never had she met such a super-rich magnate. She understood perfectly why 10 of them were assigned to accompany him at the dinner, though on that day, Chu Du had dismissed all of them, leading her to think he was uninterested. However, she never expected the opportunity to arise so swiftly. She was no longer a naive college graduate. After 4 years in this job, her aspiration was to live a life of luxury. With her beauty, good figure, and advanced degree, she was well aware of her advantages. Yet these attributes also posed a disadvantage. In the matchmaking market, her high education and striking looks were commendable, but she was in Shenhao. Simply possessing a Shenhao residency was enough to undermine her prospects. She had diligently sought a wealthy partner, yet they either turned out to be too old or merely seeking fleeting amusement, leaving her unable to find a suitable match. In truth, she wouldn't mind being someone else's mistress, but most affluent men expressed a desire for short-term relationships, growing weary and seeking new companions after just 2 or 3 years. This was something she could not accept. She yearned for a long-term ticket to a life of opulence, fully aware that her physique was her greatest asset. Thus, she remained steadfast, never relinquishing her body, hoping to exchange it for a promising future. It was not that she was averse to premarital intimacy. Rather, she had yet to find a satisfactory buyer. To be frank, the barrier was as thin as a food wrap, yet its worth was priceless. Even if she were to sell herself, she would demand a handsome price. She unabashedly embraced her materialism and vanity, yet she was no fool. However, the path was fraught with difficulty. The arrival of Chudu presented a glimmer of opportunity, associating with such a magnate, even if he only indulged her for a few years, could provide enough financial security for the remainder of her life. Yet, she held no confidence in her ability to win Chudu over. She meticulously prepared her appearance, donning a bank uniform complemented by gossamer black stockings and a pair of sleek black stilettos, embodying the essence of a sophisticated office lady. Within moments of arriving at the bank's entrance, Chudu appeared. She swiftly entered the passenger seat upon his beckoning. As soon as she settled in, she greeted him warmly. "Good day, Mr. Chudu." Chudu had already assessed her prior to her entering the vehicle, and now, seated beside her, he observed her more closely. Her delicately arched brows, cheeks adorned with a hint of blush, and a complexion reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, combined with her enchanting, expressive eyes, exuded an alluring charm. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her graceful porcelain neck. The black uniform, paired with a white inner blouse, could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Particularly from Chudu's vantage point, she presented a breathtaking sight. Beneath her black professional skirt, her long legs, encased in sheer stockings, offered an enticing allure. Her physique was exceptional, prompting Chudu to silently commend her. Sensing his gaze upon her, Wang Xinyue felt a surge of delight. She slightly tilted her face and nonchalantly tossed her hair, enhancing her allure. As she fastened her seatbelt, the strap accentuated her curves, making them appear even more prominent. As Chudu drove, he casually inquired, "Are you well-versed in luxury goods?" In response to a topic she was passionate about, Wang Xinyue confidently replied, "Yes. My work often involves collaborations with numerous luxury boutiques in our city, and personally, I have a keen interest in them, which has afforded me greater knowledge." As Chudu admired Wang Xinyue's exquisite beauty, a wave of emotion stirred within him. Just the previous morning, he had been an ordinary individual, a mere cog in the societal machine, a typical employee in a conventional company. Had he continued on that trajectory, Wang Xinyue would never have regarded him with any esteem. But now, Wang Xinyue exuded unparalleled gentleness, her demeanor exceptionally accommodating, revealing a rare, captivating charm. The car soon arrived at the international Vientiane city, halting before a dazzling Ferrari. Yet contrary to the typical narratives, there was no throng of mindless onlookers. Instead, many merely took a few photographs before departing. The rhythm of the city is swift, with everyone engrossed in the relentless pursuit of their livelihoods, leaving little room for idle observation or prolonged commentary. After alighting from the vehicle, Chudu discreetly scrutinized Wang Xinyue as he walked beside her. Standing approximately 1.68 meters, she possessed a statuesque figure and graceful demeanor when adorned in high heels. Her height approached 1.72 meters. While Chudu covertly assessed Wang Xinyue, she, in turn, appraised him with equal discretion. Dressed modestly in affordable attire, which belied his status as a billionaire, he perhaps embraced a more understated approach. He appeared to stand around 1.85 meters, with a tall and upright posture, complemented by a handsome countenance, not breathtakingly so, but undeniably appealing. Of course, in comparison to the readers, he would inevitably fall short in their eyes. Chapter 13. Changing Equipment. The International Mall, a premier shopping destination in the city, boasts a plethora of luxury brands, each with its own retail outlet. Renowned names such as Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Versace, Armani, and Givenchy grace its halls, offering a comprehensive selection across menswear, womenswear, watches, and jewelry. As Wang Xinyue guided Chu through the entrance, she remarked, "Mr. Chu, you mentioned your interest in acquiring menswear and watches. May I suggest Hermes, Armani, and Zegna? They embodied both business and leisure styles, perfectly suited for a young and successful individual like yourself. For watches, consider brands such as Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, or Breguet. Chudu, possessing only a cursory knowledge of these brands, pondered briefly before responding. Very well, let's explore Zegna. Upon entering the Zegna boutique, several sales associates promptly came forward to assist. The clientele in luxury brand stores is typically sparse, allowing the staff to attend to customers with ample attention. Wang Xinyue stepped forward and introduced, "Sisterly, this is our bank's esteemed client, Mr. Chu, who has come specifically to purchase some clothing today." Sister Li, the store manager, clad in professional attire, greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome, Mr. Chu. Do you have any particular styles in mind? Would you like me to offer some recommendations?" Familiar with Wang Xinyue from their frequent collaborations, Sister Li was intrigued by her bringing a bank VIP to shop for apparel. It was evident that the seemingly modestly dressed Mr. Chu was, in fact, a person of considerable wealth. While the reasons for his understated attire eluded her understanding, it did not dampen her enthusiasm. After a brief survey of the clothing on display, Chu Du stated, "Based on my physique, I would like 4 outfits, 2 formal and 2 casual." "Certainly, Mr. Chu. Please hold on for a moment," Sister Li responded promptly. As a sales associate, she was adept at pairing outfits for customers and swiftly assessed Chu Du's frame to curate selections. Ultimately, he departed with 4 complete outfits, donning 1 casual ensemble immediately and discarding his previous garments into the designated disposal bin outside. However, his choices did not end there. He also selected pieces from Hermes, Dior, and Armani, totaling nearly 20 outfits that spanned all 4 seasons and included both professional and casual styles. The grand expenditure amounted to 1,500,000. This extensive wardrobe, comprising clothing, outerwear, trousers, shoes, shirts, ties, and belts, came at a steep price. Yet, Chu Du spent without hesitation. For with over 800 billion at his disposal, he felt no urgency. It is noteworthy that the system, prioritizing Chu Du's safety, did not transfer the entire sum to his card in one go. Presently, 500 billion remained in his commercial bank card. Significantly, the bank had elevated his card to the highest tier of service. Among the nation's major banks, excluding private institutions, the classifications of bank cards are fixed, ranging from the most basic white savings card for the general populace. The next tier is represented by the color blue, signifying a more refined status, while ascending further leads to the golden card. This level is akin to that of the average affluent individual, and beyond it lies the black card, a symbol of distinguished prestige. At the pinnacle is the diamond tier, characterized by the highest grade savings card from the 5 major state-owned banks, epitomizing immense wealth. Additionally, the commercial bank has extended a diamond credit card to Chudu, with an astonishing limit of 10 billion. However, Chudu finds no practical use for it. Ironically, the wealthy often do not require such luxuries, yet banks are eager to offer them, while the average person, in need of transitional support, is met with stringent restrictions. It is quite amusing. The remaining funds are all held in overseas financial institutions. Should Chudu desire, he can effortlessly transfer sums to a specified number, and the amount will be instantly remitted. Do not inquire as to the reason. Simply attribute it to the magnificence of the system. Having changed attire, Chudu plans to purchase a watch. These are essential accessories. Having previously lacked funds, he refrained from such indulgences, but now that he is affluent, why should he deny himself? This is not a narrative of an urban dragon lord or a war god. There is no need to dress in a disheveled manner to provoke distaste. When discussing timepieces, one must undoubtedly mention Patek Philippe, as it stands as the current pinnacle of watchmaking. Acquiring a Patek Philippe watch often requires financial verification, though with Wang Xinyue by his side, such a formality is unnecessary. After viewing numerous options, Chudu finally selects the timepiece he desires, the Patek Philippe Grand Complication Series 60-300G-010, featuring a resplendent blue dial and sapphire crystal glass. Naturally, the price is equally extravagant, amounting to 31,500,000. Chudu pays with his card, eliciting admiration from Wang Xinyue, who yearns for a life of luxury. Observing Chudu's lavish spending, She is entranced, yet she is acutely aware that this remains but a dream. Dreams and reality are worlds apart. Upon exiting the Patek Philippe boutique, Chudu is adorned in luxurious brand attire, complemented by an exquisite watch. He has acquired a considerable amount of clothing and has arranged for the store to deliver them, as he cannot carry such a large haul. Noticing the time, which has surpassed noon, Chudu feels a pang of hunger. He turns to Wang Xinyue and inquires, "Are there any fine restaurants nearby? Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation for your efforts." At the mention of dining, Wang Xinyue's eyes brighten, and she responds, "Based on your preferences, we have hot pot, Japanese cuisine, Cantonese dishes, Sichuan fare, and more." Chudu, unfamiliar with high-end dining, can only reply, "I defer to your judgment. Do you have any recommendations?" After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xinyue cautiously suggests there is a delightful Western restaurant nearby, though the prices are. She glances at Chudu, uncertain of his thoughts. Despite his propensity to spend extravagantly on his own attire and watches, she is unsure whether he would be willing to treat her to a meal. Chudu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Let us proceed." Indeed, the Western restaurant was rather expensive. After a cursory glance at the menu, Chudu realized that even a couple of steaks would amount to several thousand yuan. However, since he was intent on indulging in the opulent lifestyle, he naturally paid little heed to the prices. After all, one could hardly spend 80 billion on a single meal, could they? The red wine here was commendable. Yet Chudu refrained from drinking, as he needed to drive. The flavor of the steak was pleasing, though Chudu couldn't shake the feeling that it paled in comparison to Chinese cuisine. It felt peculiar, akin to a savage consuming beef, merely adding a dash of seasoning alongside an egg and noodles. The beef was not tender or well-cooked. He knew he could not dine out for every meal in the future, and thus he contemplated hiring a chef. Furthermore, the household upkeep required attention as well. Of course, there was no immediate rush, as Chudu had yet to decide on which residence to inhabit. Chapter 14. Candid conversations. Having purchased so many items in one go, Chudu had not yet perused them. With a free afternoon ahead, it presented the perfect opportunity for exploration. As the meal drew to a close, Wang Xinyue found herself yearning for a deeper connection with Chudu, yet they remained merely a client and an employee. Her anxiety grew. After all, Chudu was not her assigned client, and presently he had not designated anyone as his banking assistant. The 10 of them were fiercely competing, and should she falter today, who knew if the next opportunity would slip into someone else's grasp? Observing Chudu engrossed in his meal, Wang Xinyue steeled her resolve, convinced that no man could be devoid of desire. While Chudu contemplated which property to view that afternoon, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He was well aware of the intentions of the alluring woman before him, and naturally, he was not one to dismiss such advances. Seeing Chudu merely indulging in his meal without reciprocation, Wang Xinyue grew anxious and lowered her voice, saying, "Chugu, I wish to be with you." Chudu chuckled softly, setting aside his meal. "I do not engage in romantic affairs." Undeterred, Wang Xinyue replied, "I can be your lover." A smile of amusement crossed Chudu's face at the notion of a lover. Yet, Wang Xinyue remained undaunted by his mirth, asserting, "This is my first time." "Oh." Chudu adopted a more serious demeanor. "Your first time?" To be frank, he found it hard to believe. He had always heard tales of the chaotic nature within banks, nursing, and early childhood education, yet the numerous scandals that circulated were already quite sensational. With Wang Xinyue's striking physique and beauty, he found it implausible that there were no underlying rules at play. Wang Xinyue promptly insisted, "Truly, Chugu, this is my first time. You can take me to the hospital for verification." Only then did Chudu begin to trust her words. The willingness to undergo a medical examination suggested honesty. Especially in the presence of a wealthy individual like himself, Wang Xinyue must have understood the consequences of deceit. At the very least, such an act could cost her job, leading to a challenging life ahead. More severely, Chudu could easily segregate his funds across various banks, effectively blacklisting her from the entire industry without a second thought. Should he truly decide to take action, his extensive investments across numerous sectors could facilitate a widespread ban, rendering her unable to find employment in the city. Such is the power of wealth. It is often said that money can compel even the most stubborn, yet in truth, it is money that wields the true influence. If indeed this was her first experience, Chudu's heart raced with anticipation. In all honesty, Wang Xinyue's figure and beauty were exceptional, placing her among the finest of high-end private assistants. Her desire to become his lover could simply be attributed to his wealth. Yet, Chudu was indifferent. He possessed ample riches. However, the mere possession of wealth is one matter. The manner in which it is spent is another entirely. Gazing at Wang Xinyue's enchanting visage, he inquired, "I am curious. How have you managed to preserve your innocence? Your admirers must be numerous. And you have likely experienced romance, haven't you?" Wang Xinyue, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, "Indeed, I have been in relationships before, but I never fully gave myself away. I did not wish to act hastily. As for admirers, to be honest, there are quite a few. Yet, I am acutely aware of their intentions. They are merely captivated by my appearance and figure, rather than genuinely loving me. I am not averse to premarital intimacy. My concern lies in encountering the wrong person. In truth, I am quite pragmatic. What I desire is wealth and a comfortable life, the ability to purchase whatever I wish, to travel without the constraints of work, to indulge in leisure. Unfortunately, I lack the financial means to do so." Chudu nodded in understanding. "So, that is your perspective." Wang Xinyue continued, "I do not conceal my materialistic tendencies, yet I do not wish to harm ordinary individuals. For instance, among my admirers, those who do not meet my standards are not worth my time. I have made it clear to them that there is no possibility of a relationship, and I will not accept their money." Chudu scrutinized Wang Xinyue, recognizing her formidable nature. If she were to entertain them, it would resemble fishing, inevitably leading to complications. However, Wang Xinyue had outright rejected them from the beginning, ensuring that if she were to eventually find a wealthy partner, she would remain unencumbered by past entanglements, clean and straightforward. Impressive indeed. Noticing Chudu's contemplative expression, Wang Xinyue softly inquired, "Brother Chu, do you think I can succeed?" Chudu smiled. Wang Xinyue was undeniably an astute woman. She understood her desires and limitations, knowing how to navigate the situation to earn favor. He took a sip of his drink and said, "I will first gift you a Porsche, along with a residence where you can temporarily stay. The rest will depend on your capabilities." Wang Xinyue, brimming with excitement, responded, "Brother Chu, rest assured, I will be obedient and compliant." Chudu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, let us begin with the trial period. However, should the trial conclude and you do not meet expectations, I will provide you with a severance fee. This fee would serve as a confidentiality agreement, preventing any future claims of mistreatment or scandalous accusations against him." Although Chudu was not particularly concerned about such matters, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. "Understood. Brother Chu, I will certainly be obedient." On the surface, Wang Xinyue appeared docile and compliant, yet internally, she was elated. Finally, she had seized an opportunity. If she could navigate this well, the other 9 would stand no chance. Chapter 15. The Fierce Competition for New Homes After Dining. Chudu beckoned the waiter to settle the bill, simultaneously addressing Wang Xinyue. "I plan to view some apartments this afternoon. If you are free, would you accompany me?" "Of course." "Ye. I am eager to see your new residence," Wang Xinyue replied, her face radiating anticipation. The meal had cost over 20,000, despite being a simple affair. Wang Xinyue gazed at the bill, her heart sinking. Her monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000, hardly enough for a single meal here. With numerous properties available, Chudu casually selected a unit at the Arc de Triomphe. This spacious flat covered an area of 335 square meters and amounted to a total of 92 million. Fortunately, it had already been tastefully decorated, and the property management had just conducted a thorough cleaning. After validating access via the entry system, Chudu parked in the underground garage, and together with Wang Xinyue, ascended to their new abode. The building boasted a 1-unit per floor configuration, ensuring that without a keycard, one could not reach the corresponding floor, thus providing an enhanced sense of security. Chudu's purchase was on the 21st floor, featuring a design of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, spacious and comfortable. Standing by the lofty windows, They could observe boats gliding across the distant river. The night view from here promised a splendid panorama, allowing one to revel in the myriad charms of a city after dark. Reflecting on the notion of having a lover, which had previously existed only in dreams, Chuda marveled at the unpredictability of life. Yet he understood that his future would not be limited to a single woman, a fact Wang Xinyue accepted from the outset. She had come to terms with being a kept woman and the implications of being a mistress, aware that one day she might be summoned by Chudu to dine and converse with other companions. However, such matters held little significance for her. Working in a bank, she had encountered countless wealthy individuals and recognized that none were particularly faithful. The least among them maintained 3 mistresses. Thus, it was evident that one's environment shapes one's character. Wang Xinyue stood by the window, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the vibrant scenery outside. After surveying the apartment, Chudu noted that it was well equipped with air conditioning, a refrigerator, and all necessary kitchenware, making it entirely suitable for immediate occupancy. Having assessed the essentials, he sank into the sofa and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Xinyue replied softly, "Looking outside, this city is so prosperous. Ordinary people like us toil our entire lives, yet remain unable to integrate into such a world, merely squandering our youth." Chudu responded calmly, "Indeed, Shenhao is opulent. It resembles a temptress. If you are impoverished, she will scorn you, but if you possess wealth, she will afford you a life of indulgence." Wang Xinyue sighed. "Your analogy is astute, yet why frame it in such a manner?" Chuda laughed heartily. It was merely a spontaneous expression. Wang Xinyue cast him a melancholic glance. The original sentiment now dissipated. She gradually approached, sitting beside him and resting her head against his chest. Chudu gently caressed her silky hair, embracing her tender waist and inhaling her enchanting fragrance, feeling an undeniable stir within. "What do you think of this apartment?" Chuda suddenly asked. Wang Xinyue nodded and said, "Very well, it is just like in a dream. No matter how hard I strive throughout my life, I would never attain such a life." Chudu chuckled lightly. "From now on, you shall reside here. If you can stay with me for 3 years, this house will be yours." Wang Xinyue's heart raced. By simply following this man before her, she could lead a life of privilege, no longer forced to struggle desperately in the city. She would no longer have to ponder how long it would take to save enough money for a handbag, nor would she have to toil for decades to afford a modest home. Thus, Wang Xinyue hesitated no longer. Feeling the time was right, Chudu gently patted her and said, "It's time to rise. We shall go out for a meal." "All right," Wang Xinyue replied softly. "What would you like to eat? Should we indulge in something nourishing? I worry that you may be too fatigued." The two then rose, changed into fresh attire, and made their way to the garage, setting off in their vehicle. As they dined, Wang Xinyue could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question. "Brother Chu, aside from me, are there others?" Chudu paused momentarily, then shook his head and replied, "No, just you." Wang Xinyue was taken aback. "Just me?" She had assumed that Chudu had several others to contend with, and was contemplating how to compete, only to discover that he had no other women. This revelation truly surprised her. Chapter 16. Learning from green tea. Chudu curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "Currently, there is only one." Wang Xinyue nodded slightly. "I understand." She had long been prepared for this and could naturally accept it, though it still caused her some discomfort. It was not born from jealousy, as their acquaintance was relatively brief, entirely founded on a monetary relationship. To claim profound affection would be an exaggeration. One craved wealth while the other sought beauty, each fulfilling their own desires. Thus, in Wang Xinyue's heart, there existed a sense of urgency. She feared that one day Chudu might find a better woman and abandon her. Therefore, it was imperative for her to enhance herself. Resolutely, she decided to return and delve into several books. The Sophisticated Green Tea Advanced Edition, How to Win a Man's Heart, The Importance of Bed Skills, The Awareness of Being Supported, and The Self-Cultivation of Being a Good Lover. These were volumes she had previously acquired but scarcely glanced at due to her busy schedule. Now, however, it seemed essential to examine them closely. Men are inherently drawn to sensual pleasures, save for those who have drawn their last breath. Furthermore, Men are particularly fond of green tea. Oh no, that term ought not to be used. There is no such thing as green tea. These are merely devoted sisters who care for their brothers. What is wrong with green tea? It offers warmth and solicitude, understanding the nuances of comfort and care. Regardless of where one goes or what one does, green tea seeks your opinion, instilling a profound sense of respect and making you feel prioritized. What wonderful sisters they are. Chudu is fond of such green tea, or rather, what man could resist? Consider the cultural scene in Harbin. Local girls are robust and spirited, while the petite ones are treasures, effortlessly captivating the local gentleman. With her resolution firm, Wang Xinyue softly spoke, "Brother, if you happen to find someone else in the future, could you please not abandon me? I simply wish to be by your side." Her gentle, alluring voice, combined with her expressive eyes and a pitiful demeanor, was irresistible to any man. Chuda was somewhat taken aback, completely unaware of the depth of Wang Xinyue's inner thoughts. However, given that she had given him her all, as long as he did not commit any grave errors, Chudu could be forgiving. He replied softly, "Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient and do not err, I shall not forsake you." Wang Xinyue's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. You are the best. I love you." The following morning, upon awakening, Wang Xinyue had already left for work, leaving behind messages on Chuda's phone. Chudu rubbed his temples, preparing to freshen up. Life after acquiring wealth felt somewhat surreal to him. No longer bound by the constraints of a job, he could rise whenever he pleased, indulging in sleep for as long as he desired, free to pursue his whims. He still found it difficult to believe, as if he were living a dream. Once he was ready, he planned to venture out and procure some necessities. Although he had already attained a house, a car, money, and companionship, it was essential to upgrade his basic amenities as well. For instance, exchanging a mobile phone or perhaps a computer, one might as well take the opportunity to visit the newly acquired buildings today. Having invested $3 billion in the purchase of 2 edifices, it would be remiss not to gaze upon them at least once. Chudu arrived at the Huawei flagship store, first acquiring a Mate 999 Pro, followed by a high-performance computer. The resources in the city of Shanghai are notably comprehensive, and he expended nearly $1 million on the fully equipped computer. Though its utility may be uncertain, it brought him joy. Wealth cannot buy happiness, but it can certainly contribute to it. Once everything was arranged, Chudu drove towards the 2 majestic buildings located by the banks of the Huangpu River, exuding grandeur. After 8 years of diligent effort, the towers were finally completed, serving primarily as office space, hotels, commercial establishments, and public amenities. Both structures stand at 108 stories, reaching an impressive height of 550 meters, with an additional 5 subterranean levels. The main building is complemented by a podium that adjoins it, functioning as an auxiliary structure. The total construction area encompasses approximately 1 million square meters, with around 800,000 square meters above ground and 200,000 square meters below, occupying a plot of roughly 90,000 square meters. As Chudu stood beneath the skyscrapers, admiration welled within him. He meandered through the building, observing the layout and design. The podium, modest in height at 10 stories, leans toward a shopping mall aesthetic. Chudu contemplated the plans for the podium. Levels 1 to 4 could host a main shopping area, each floor offering a distinct theme. Cosmetics on the first, women's apparel on the second, men's fashion on the third, and children's clothing on the fourth. Ascending further, the 5th floor could feature diverse offerings such as daily necessities, entertainment facilities, and kitchenware, while also accommodating a gymnasium and a cinema. The 6th and 7th floors were envisioned as dining establishments, comprising snack shops and restaurants, alongside various bubble tea outlets. The 8th and 9th floors would serve as a rooftop parking area, with the 10th designated for office space. Surrounding the podium is a gently sloping access road, facilitating vehicular ascent to the rooftop parking, rendering it a commendable choice. Thus, the 10 floors of the podium were meticulously planned. Regarding the main building, Chudu envisioned the 5 subterranean levels to house 2 floors as a supermarket and 3 as a parking garage. Given the considerable height of the building, once operations commence, the anticipated foot traffic would be substantial, making a 3-level garage absolutely essential. The first-floor lobby of the main building could serve as a grand reception area for the future headquarters of the group, suitable for exhibitions and events. Floors 2 to 5 would be dedicated to conference halls, auditoriums, and multifunctional meeting rooms. The conference center, boasting a vast 2,000 square meter column-free banquet hall with a height of 10 meters, could later be outfitted with state-of-the-art LED displays and other advanced equipment, ideal for large annual meetings, product launches, and forums, making it an exceptional venue. The auditorium features a semi-arched banquet hall, complete with an outdoor terrace offering picturesque views. Spanning an impressive 200 square meters with a ceiling height of 8 meters, it is equipped to accommodate LED electronic display screens, projection equipment, and a surround sound audio system, making it ideal for hosting parties, wedding ceremonies, and various events. Chapter 17. The barbecue at the old place. The multifunctional hall is designed in a circular layout, comprising a total of 8 rooms of varying sizes suitable for diverse meetings or intimate banquets. It is equipped with state-of-the-art video conferencing technology, facilitating real-time interactive connections between venues. For larger conferences, breakout rooms can be arranged, while the external circular corridor is ideal for coffee breaks and working lunches, promoting seamless communication among attendees. Should the scope expand internationally in the future, international video conferences can be effortlessly conducted. As for the upper floors, Chudu envisions levels 6 to 10 as a fitness area, featuring a gym, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, and tennis court, meticulously crafted to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure zone. Floors 11 through 50 are designated commercial spaces, where various subsidiaries of his company will eventually relocate. Levels 51 to 55 will be entirely designed as dining establishments, offering a variety of Chinese and Western cuisines, should these 2 towers eventually undergo complete consolidation. This would serve as the company's own cafeteria. Above these, there will be a hotel, followed by further commercial areas. Chudu has made significant investments across various industries, and should the day arrive for a full acquisition, these enterprises will be brought back here. For instance, advertising design firms, influencer companies, live streaming sales, and transportation services will all be housed within these buildings. With 2 towering structures at his disposal, there is ample space available at the top for apartments to accommodate staff. Currently, there are still some tenants yet to vacate the premises, but they have been entrusted to General Manager Xiao, who is responsible for ensuring their departure within a month. Chudu also needs to identify design and renovation firms to conceptualize and decorate his future buildings. Outside, a spacious parking lot awaits, with a street leading directly to the riverside, an area bustling with foot traffic. Once completed, this will emerge as a pivotal commercial edifice. Chudu has devoted considerable time to surveying the buildings and has formulated a cohesive vision. He feels a sense of satisfaction, realizing that the afternoon was far from wasted. However, he understands that engaging with companies needs to be done in advance, considering the scale of the buildings. It is imperative to take preliminary measurements based on his design aspirations. With this in mind, Chudu called Zhao Qian, Director Zhao. I would like to inquire if there are any reputable design and renovation firms available. I wish to refurbish these 2 buildings. Zhao Qian, with a hint of peculiarity in his tone, responded, "By the way, you invested in one yourself the other day. Have you forgotten?" "What? I invested in one?" Chudu exclaimed, bewildered. He had signed numerous contracts, often forgetting them shortly after. However, Zhao Qian's reminder jogged his memory. He recalled that it was indeed a high-end design and renovation company, with a partner named Wang Zhongwen. Thinking of this, Chudu retrieved his phone and dialed the number. "Chairman Chu, hello? Hello," came the voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. Chudu wasted no time and stated directly, "Chairman Wang, I believe I invested in our company, correct?" Wang Zhongwen immediately remarked, "Of course. You are now our company's largest shareholder, holding 35% of the shares." Chudu, visibly pleased, responded, "Very well, I happen to have a project in mind. You are aware that I purchased 2 buildings from President Xiao. I would like to undertake a renovation of those properties." Wang Zhongwen promptly replied, "Chairman Chu, no problem at all. Rest assured, since this is our own company, everything will proceed smoothly." Chudu nodded in agreement, saying, please determine the pricing and arrange for a team to measure the data. I also wish to convey my ideas and vision to them. Wang Zhenwen confidently assured him, you can count on me, Chairman. The pricing will certainly reflect our internal rates. As a shareholder, there's no way it would be inflated. You can trust that I will assign the best personnel from our company to assist you. Chu Du expressed his satisfaction, saying, very well, I appreciate your efforts. He preferred to resolve matters with money rather than relying on favors. Although he held shares in the company, he believed in keeping transactions transparent, as even close relationships should adhere to clarity in financial dealings to avoid complications in the future. After observing the surroundings for a while, Chu Du felt fatigued and decided to call his friend Chen Shuai to arrange a dinner. I'm still at work, came Chen Shuai's impatient voice over the phone. Their casual banter was a testament to their close friendship. Chu Du suggested, how about we meet for barbecue after work? You're treating, right? Without hesitation, Chen Shuai replied, no need for further discussion. I'll take care of it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuai perked up, proclaiming understood. I'll be there as soon as I finish my shift. Same place as always. I'll await your arrival. By then, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and as time passed, the barbecue was approaching. When Chu Du arrived at their chosen venue, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The place they referred to as the Old Spot was aptly named, with its full title being Old Place Hot Pot. It had a reputation for delightful flavors, having been in business for 2 decades and attracting a robust clientele in the vicinity. After about 10 minutes, Chen Shuai arrived on his electric bike. Leisurely strolling over to join Chu Du as soon as he took a seat, he tossed a cigarette towards Chu Du and surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, ah, it seems that wealth brings about changes. Chu Du laughed heartily, replying, wealth is an overstatement. It's just a modest sum. Lowering his voice, Chen Shuai spoke earnestly. Though debts have been cleared, there are still many future expenses to consider. If you have funds, you should invest in a house or a car, making a down payment and paying it off gradually. If your funds are limited, it's wise to save rather than spend recklessly. Earning money is quite challenging these days. Chu Du nonchalantly assured him, don't worry. I've managed to accumulate a fair amount of cryptocurrency, and I've already purchased a house and a car. Not to mention my savings. Chen Shuai, astonished, exclaimed, what on earth did you do back then to save up so much? Chu Du shook guess. Chen Shuai shook his head, uninterested in guessing. With a sigh, he remarked, it's truly wonderful. You've turned your fortunes around, owning both a house and a car, and with money in your pocket. Soon, you should consider finding a partner and settling down, and life will gradually improve. Chu Du pursed his lips and remarked, marriage? What a farce. Chen Shuai, puzzled, inquired, what's the matter? Not considering marriage? Chu Du shook his head and replied, it seems unlikely. I have a strong inclination that I shall never marry in this lifetime. Chen Shuai fiddled with the cutlery on the table and said, what happened? Do share. Has a heartless woman wronged you? Chu Du began, not quite. It's just that I feel marriage is quite challenging these days. Just look at the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 18. Casual conversation. Chen Shuai sighed. Surely, you cannot remain a solitary figure for the entirety of your life, can you? Chu Du scoffed. Why should I fear? With my wealth, I can easily find a few lovers, perhaps even a long-term partner. After all, there is no need for marriage, avoiding the burdensome complications that accompany it. It is quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Just look at the expense of marriage nowadays. Housing, vehicles, savings. What if the partner turns out to be a demanding individual? Why should I squander money on supporting someone like that and invite unnecessary discomfort into my life? Chen Shuai nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. With such a fortune, one could indulge in foot massages for a lifetime. Chu Du lit a cigarette and continued, consider this. In our city, a modest apartment costs several million, and a car can easily reach hundreds of thousands. Add in savings and various expenses. How much does that total? Foot massages, on the other hand, are so minimal. Even if you indulge twice a week, at most it would amount to 1,000 a month, totaling less than 50,000 a year, and over 50 years, just a little over 2 million. Yet, with the current expectations of women, fulfilling them is no small feat. Besides, with so many uncertainties in life, who knows when calamity might strike? Why marry and invite such troubles upon oneself? Chen Shuai nodded vigorously. You speak the truth. Therefore, If one were to consider a relationship, it is imperative to find someone with a compatible temperament. Chu Du shook his head, stating, when the cost of marriage far exceeds the price of companionship, and the ethical standards of potential spouses are likely lower than those of courtesans, who would still desire to wed? Chen Shui wholeheartedly agreed. Your wisdom is profound. After a brief pause, he mischievously inquired, come on, confess. Have you already started? Chu Du did not conceal the truth. Indeed, there is someone. Chen Shui raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. Their relationship was remarkably close, to the extent that there were nearly no secrets between them. They could discuss anything, barring the system, of course. Having known each other for over a decade and having assisted one another countless times, they shared a bond akin to that of brothers. Thus, aside from the system, Chu Du had no intention of withholding much from him. Soon, the grilled meat and beef tripe arrived, and the two began to eat while conversing. Now that you have wealth, what are your future plans? Will you continue working at your company? No, I have resigned. Chen Shui was not surprised. And what comes next? Do you intend to cease all efforts to earn money for the rest of your life? Chu Du replied casually, earning is no longer a concern. The wealth I possess is sufficient for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. Chen Shui expressed envy. I still have to work for my income. It is natural for individuals to entertain fantasies of sudden wealth, yet most succumb to the realities of life, becoming mere cogs in the machine. Chu Du chuckled. How about I sponsor you a little? Chen Shui shook his head. That would not do. Brothers are brothers. We can assist each other with a few thousand when needed. But acquiring a house and a car in our city is not something that can be solved with a mere few thousand. Such a sum is beyond my means. So I shall strive on my own, taking my time without haste, especially since I am not currently pursuing a romantic relationship. Chen Shui's family, once in a reasonably good situation, faced a series of unfortunate events when both parents fell ill, undergoing surgeries and requiring extensive recuperation, depleting their savings in the process. Moreover, years ago, Chen's father had lent $2 million to his own brother, who subsequently vanished, refusing to acknowledge the debt, leading to a prolonged court dispute from which they have yet to recover any funds. Under such overwhelming adversity, Chen Shui felt compelled to shoulder the family's burdens. After savoring a skewer of grilled meat, he murmured, rest assured, I am not foolish enough to cling to pride. If ever I find myself truly unable to cope, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. Chu Du chuckled. Worry not. As long as you ask, I will certainly help. Chen Shui shook his head and remarked, by the way, regarding the 220,000 you lent me, I have around 30,000 to 40,000 left, and I will transfer it back to you. Chu Du pressed down on Chen's phone, saying, keep it for now. Buy something nice for your parents. After all, they've undergone surgery, and it has not been easy. Chu Du was well acquainted with Chen Shui's parents. Chen glanced at him and replied, all right then, I shall not be polite. Chu Du laughed. Given our relationship, why bother with formality? Once, both had been burdened with debts, toiling hard for their earnings. However, now, all debts were settled, and Chu Du possessed considerable wealth. This meal marked the most enjoyable moment the two had shared in years. Though it was merely a simple feast of barbecue and beer, both felt immense joy. With the heavy burdens lifted, they finally glimpsed hope for the future. That evening, both indulged in ample drinks. Although beer is less potent than liquor, excessive consumption can still lead to inebriation. Sensing the effects of the alcohol, Chen Shui waved his hand, saying, all right, that's enough. Let us head out. Chu Du nodded. Let us go. Time to settle the bill and leave. Standing by the roadside, Chen Shui gazed at Chu Du's luxury car, exclaiming, impressive. You've really struck it rich. Driving a Ferrari. Chu Du burst into laughter. How about I gift you one? Chen Shui declined, shaking his head, no, thank you. Zudu hatte Chen's Schulde in Zilengse. Soon, a taxi arrived, and Chen Shui departed. Chu Du awaited his designated driver. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, he felt disinclined to return home, yearning to indulge and experience a life he had never known. Good evening, where to? The courteous driver inquired. With eyes closed, Chu Du replied, take me to XXO bar. Having never visited a bar before, he longed to immerse himself in the intoxicating allure of opulence. Perhaps this encapsulated the confusion of an ordinary person suddenly acquiring wealth. Upon awakening from this haze, he might view things differently. As a high-end bar in the city, XXO naturally attracted its fair share of luxury vehicles. But a Ferrari worth over $6 million was undoubtedly a remarkable sight. Even before the car came to a halt, it garnered countless gazes. Onlookers clearly discerned that the driver was the designated chauffeur, while the passenger appeared to be the one who had been drinking. As the car door swung open, a group of 7 or 8 promoters rushed forward, greeting, "Hello, sir. Welcome. Brother, allow me to make arrangements for you." Chu-do casually selected a young man, declaring, "You shall do." The young marketer, brimming with excitement, responded, "Thank you, brother. Please follow me. I will escort you inside." Observing that Chu-do had made his choice, the onlookers could only retreat in disappointment. However, a throng of women soon encircled them. To speak candidly, in this society, one discovers just how proactive women can be when wealth is present. There is no need for one to take the initiative, not even a mere beckoning of the finger, and a plethora of beautiful women will eagerly approach. Chapter 19. The bar experience to Chu-do. The quality before him was rather mediocre. He was not yet hungry enough to settle for such standards. Following the young marketer inside, the marketer enthusiastically explained, "Brother, where would you prefer to sit? We have area B. Just choose the best section and find a good spot. Why sit in a corner when you have a means? That would be unwise." With fervor, the marketer continued, "All right, brother, follow me." He made no mention of the minimum spending requirement. The bar's private booths all had a minimum consumption policy, yet he had personally witnessed this young Master S Ferrari, a supercar worth several million. To mention a minimum spend would be unwise. Soon enough, Chu-do arrived at a booth that was exceptionally spacious, capable of accommodating a dozen patrons. From this vantage point, he could see the performers on stage directly ahead. The location was quite favorable. The marketer presented a tablet to Chu-do and inquired, "Brother, what would you like to drink?" Unfamiliar with bar offerings, Chu-do was grateful for the price tags accompanying each item. After a brief glance, he declared, "Let us go with the Shenhao. 5 sets at 888 each, and also bring me a bottle of Hennessy, Martell, and MOT to start." These items were among the more expensive on the menu, easily costing thousands. He also ordered some ordinary drinks, totaling over 10,000. The marketer was taken aback. "Are you certain you want 5 sets of the Shenhao?" Although Chu-do had never partaken in such activities, he had heard of the Shenhao being the pinnacle of luxury in bars. When one is out to have fun, one must indulge in the finest. "Bring it." Though it was a single word, it was succinct and commanding. The marketer swallowed hard and said, "Please hold on a moment." He swiped the card, and 50,000 was charged. 50,000. Although Shenhao is a bustling metropolis of the Dragon Empire, spending 50,000 in a single night at a bar categorizes one as a super customer. Typically, aside from the foolish and the naive, few would indulge in such extravagance. Wealthy heirs are not incapable of spending. They are quite astute, willing to spend a few thousand casually, but to carelessly toss around tens of thousands daily? It remains true. They may have money, but they are not foolish. Individuals like Chu-do, who would casually spend 50,000 in a single night at a bar, are not entirely absent, but they are exceedingly rare, truly a rarity indeed. Though Chu-do did not comprehend this, it mattered little. With over 800 billion, if you, dear reader, possessed such wealth, you would undoubtedly outspend him. The marketer eagerly took a seat beside Chu-do and asked, "Are you alone tonight?" Chu-do nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes, just me." The marketer instantly replied, "Would you like me to arrange for a companion?" Chu-do, feeling the effects of the alcohol, brightened his eyes and said, "Sure, but I only want someone of high quality. I'll pass on the ordinary." The marketer patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Brother, rest assured. I will ensure that only the finest will be brought to you." Having spoken, he promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message in a group chat. "XO bar. Top tier, brother. 500,000 consumption. Only the finest, needed immediately. Anyone interested?" He tagged everyone in the group. After a moment's thought, he added, "Send your photos. If you've had too much to drink, don't come looking for trouble." In less than a minute, his phone vibrated incessantly, inundated with photos from various beautiful women. The marketer swiftly handed the phone to Chu-do, saying, "Brother, take a look. Choose whomever you fancy." Curious, Chu-do accepted the phone and began to peruse. This was an elite nightlife group, filled to its 500-member capacity. However, Chudu was less interested in the group itself and more captivated by the photos currently being shared. It must be said, the beauty of the women in Shenhao was undeniable. Even the unedited images showcased a plethora of attractive faces. There were 18-year-old innocent university students, 25-year-old alluring vixens, 30-year-old charming matrons. There was a diverse array. Chudu casually selected 4, noting their styles. Some were innocent, others were strikingly beautiful, while some exuded a sultry allure. All seemingly aged between 20 to 25. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical of the images. He decided to wait until they arrived to judge for himself. The marketer quickly messaged the 4 women, and they arrived promptly. Soon, Chudu's drinks were served. A group of bikini-clad beauties entered, gracefully carrying trays that presented the drinks he had ordered. Under the dim lighting, the glimmer of the dragon-themed decor and the surrounding special lights was dazzling, visible to the entire venue. Wow, is this guy ordering all of this for himself? How much could this possibly cost? Tens of thousands, murmured several patrons. Hey, sisters, PS alone, do we have a chance? Many began to discuss, with those farther away standing to catch a glimpse. Numerous girls approached, eager to sit beside Chudu. However, most of them were merely average in appearance, leaving Chudu uninterested. He swayed to the pulsating music, easily lost in the intoxicating atmosphere. Before long, a stunning girl approached him. Hello, I'm Yaya. Chudu looked up and was struck by her beauty. A perfectly shaped face, with bangs framing her long, flowing hair, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, Chudu understood that a woman who thrived in the nightlife scene could hardly be genuinely innocent. It was merely a matter of adapting to the customer's preferred style. If one truly desired to see it, they could transform into various personas within a minute. Innocent, flirtatious, icy, alluring, demure. Women are the most capricious of beings. Yaya wore a white short-sleeve top paired with a black miniskirt, revealing a smooth, graceful leg and adorned with a pair of white sneakers. Indeed, she epitomized the innocent look, and she was undoubtedly beautiful. She could easily be considered a top beauty at any university. Chudu gestured to the seat beside him, saying, "Please sit." She was one of the women from the group, alongside 3 others. Perhaps due to Chudu's extravagant spending, all 3 of the remaining girls arrived within 5 minutes. The second individual is a captivating young woman in her 20s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a pristine white shirt, exuding an alluringly cold elegance that easily ensnares one's attention. The third is a pure and enticing beauty, clad in a blue camisole dress, with white stockings enveloping her legs and a pair of petite white shoes adorning her feet. Lastly, there is a rather provocative lady, attired in a lace, semi-transparent black dress, so short that it nearly reveals the upper thigh, complemented by smooth, transparent black stockings and elegant black stiletto heels with red soles, embodying a seductive allure. Chapter 20. The Chudu observed 4 enchanting ladies, who, in turn, scrutinized him equally intently. The bar boasted an astonishing nightly expenditure of 500,000, a figure that would be considered exceptionally elite in any city. Yet, one must ponder the authenticity of such lavishness. In most instances, the alcohol merely serves as a fade, a means of ostentation, though even for the ordinary individual, the expenditure remains staggering. Upon confirming the presence of the 4 beauties, Chudu waved his hand grandly and declared, "Now that everyone is here, let us uncork all the bottles and revel in the festivities." The atmosphere electrified. Excitement surged among the crowd. The 4 ladies eagerly flocked to Chudu, eager to bask in the presence of this affluent gentleman. After all, his wealth was nothing short of staggering. Chudu, nonchalant and unbothered, relished the night, believing that the essence of life lay in enjoyment. Beneath the kaleidoscope of lights and the intoxicating ambience of the bar, the illumination flickered, occasionally revealing the alluring curves and long legs of the ladies, their porcelain skin tantalizingly delicate. The confluence of drinks, beauty, and music created an intoxicating atmosphere, drawing one into a euphoric reverie. As the clock approached 2, Chudu, having sipped to his heart's content, glanced at the dwindling bottles on the table and remarked, "All right, This evening has been delightful, but it is time to return. Leaning leisurely by the window, Chudu gazed at the scenery outside, a smile gracing his lips. Life often resembles a dream, with the stark contrast of poverty one day giving way to opulence the next. Such is the wondrous unpredictability of fate, leaving one to ponder its mysteries. Whether to establish a company or not was of little consequence to Chudu. Initially, it was merely a means to amass wealth, while now he thought it prudent to ensure he would not face destitution. Having indulged in both leisure and purchases, he found himself at a loss as to what to pursue next. As he leisurely drove through the streets, a sudden call interrupted his reverie. "Hello, Mr. Chudu. This is a representative from Haixing Yachts. The yacht you ordered from our company has been meticulously maintained and is ready for your inspection. Would you like to come by?" Chudu was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed acquired several yachts that day, and it seemed the time had come to claim them. Yet, he faced a dilemma. Purchasing a yacht was merely the beginning, as the responsibilities that followed were considerable. Issues such as docking arrangements and maintenance loomed ahead. However, with his current disregard for financial constraints, Chuda was determined to relish the experience. Having never before indulged in yachting, he was eager to embark on this new adventure. With Haixing's branch located along the coast, Chuda drove his Ferrari and arrived at the Seaside Company an hour later. Given his status as a prominent client, the deputy director, Lin Feng, personally greeted him. "Welcome, Mr. Chudu. Shall we proceed to view the yacht?" Chudu nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Let us go." He could hardly contain his anticipation. Upon reaching the shore, he finally laid eyes on the yacht. The vessel spans an impressive 100 feet and is equipped with a master suite, guest rooms, bathrooms, a kitchen, a living area, a cockpit, a deck, a KTV, satellite navigation, a generator, radar, a speedboat, and a plethora of other amenities for both living and leisure. The overall design is characterized by a blue and white palette, exuding simplicity and elegance, infused with youthful vigor, making it an ideal retreat for the young at heart. With such spaciousness, accommodating a group of 10 to 20 individuals poses no challenge whatsoever. Furthermore, a crew comprising a captain, a helmsman, a navigator, a first mate, sailors, and service staff, totaling approximately 10 individuals, will be required. As for the docking of this yacht, you may opt for either our company's facilities or a dedicated mooring port. Both options are available. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Chudu gradually comprehended these intricacies. Typically, yachts are docked at shipyards or in designated urban mooring locations, albeit with associated docking fees. For Chudu's yacht, with its length of 100 feet, the current docking fees hover around 18 to 25 yuan per foot per day. Assuming a rate of 25, the annual docking expense would amount to 25 by 100 by 365, resulting in just over 900,000 yuan per year. Additionally, maintenance costs also loom large, estimated at around 800,000 yuan annually. Consequently, even without usage, the annual expenditure would be approximately 1.7 million yuan. Moreover, crew salaries must also be considered. For instance, the current captain commands a salary of about 10,000 yuan per month, with larger vessels incurring higher costs. Should a permanent team be required, monthly expenses could approach 100,000 yuan, culminating in approximately 1.2 million yuan annually. When all expenses are aggregated, the total annual cost nears 3 million yuan. For Chudu, with assets exceeding 800 billion, such expenditures are of little consequence. Chapter 21. Preparing for the journey. Chudu promptly stated, "Mr. Lin, kindly arrange for me a long-term mooring position in Shenzhen. I will pay annually. Additionally, I require staff for the cruise. I trust your esteemed company, Haixing, has trained personnel. Furthermore, please notify me for the annual maintenance, which should be arranged through your services." Lin Feng was overjoyed. Securing such a stable client for the year was paramount. It is important to note that luxury yachts are indeed exorbitantly priced. While many affluent individuals can afford to purchase a yacht, the ongoing maintenance, mooring fees, and staff salaries can easily overwhelm them. Thus, the industry currently finds itself at a stage with relatively few clients, as most yachts are utilized by clubs that rent them out for profit. In coastal cities, One can find numerous yacht clubs offering a plethora of mid-sized yachts for rent to indulge in a day of leisure. Chudu, as a client capable of contributing millions annually, is exceedingly rare. He continued, "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, we will make all the necessary arrangements for you. When you plan to set sail, I will ensure the staff is ready." After a moment of contemplation, Chudu replied, "In a day or two, please arrange for a fixed crew on an annual basis, and let us head to Sanya." After decades of hard work, he finally reached a moment of enjoyment. Subsequently, Chudu made a payment for the mooring position at Shenhao port, with Haisheng responsible for coordinating the arrangements and staff salaries. For this seaside escapade, Chudu decided against bringing Wang Xinyue along. She had work commitments, and he wished to explore other opportunities, finding it inconvenient to have company. After leaving, Chudu called Wang Xinyue, suggesting, "Let us dine out tonight." "Sure, Brother Chu," she replied, not inquiring about the location, as she trusted he would treat her well. As Chudu drove aimlessly through the streets, he reflected on his past. Once consumed with thoughts of rising, earning, and striving for a brighter future. Yet now, with everything he desired at his fingertips, he found himself adrift, uncertain of his next steps. Perhaps this is the emptiness that befalls ordinary individuals after attaining sudden wealth. For dinner, Chudu reserved a table at an upscale Western restaurant. Caviar, steak, desserts, and pizza. This casual meal cost him a staggering 20,000 yuan. Upon returning to the spacious penthouse at the Arc de Triomphe, Wang Xinyue quickly tidied herself before heading for a shower. Chudu leisurely stood by the window, gazing at the nightscape outside. Shenhao is a bustling metropolis. Yet for those without wealth, it can feel like drifting aimlessly, laboring daily for mere coins, bowing and scraping for a handful of silver. Conversely, for the affluent, Shenhao is akin to a breathtakingly beautiful woman, eagerly awaiting their affection. Not long after, Wang Xinyue remarked from behind, "Brother, you should wash up as well." "All right." Chudu shed his clothes and entered the bathroom. The warm water cascading over him brought a delightful sense of comfort. The following morning, Chudu left a key for her, saying, "This is the key to President Martha's car, which is parked in the garage. It's red. I believe you'll like it. Additionally, I have transferred 200,000 to you for fuel and meals." President Martha? 200,000? Wang Xinyue felt an overwhelming surge of opulence, the intoxicating scent of wealth enveloping her. Wang Xinyue departed, as she had work to attend to. Chudu, however, leisurely descended to have a meal. At that moment, a call from Lin Feng came through. "Hello, Mr. Chu. All personnel are in place and ready for departure at your convenience." Chudu's excitement surged. They were to set sail, heading to Sanya. After calculating the time, he replied, "Very well, let us depart tonight. Ensure you have food, vegetables, and fruits ready for the journey to Sanya." "Understood, Mr. Chu. There are no issues. The yacht is currently at our harbor, fully prepared." What does one need to prepare for a trip to Sanya? Typically, a traveler would pack clothing, swimwear, backpacks, and various essentials. Chudu, however, gave no thought to such matters. He simply donned a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sandals, taking only his bank card. Finally, he grabbed a pair of sunglasses and stepped out. He opted not to drive, knowing that leaving a car at the port for an extended duration was impractical. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed straight to the harbor. Upon arrival, Lin Feng was already waiting for him. "Mr. Chu, come. Let me show you your docking space and the yacht. The crew is ready and waiting for your command." Chudu was quite pleased with the attitude and quality of service. Everything was arranged impeccably, leaving him free from worry. Indeed, money can make the world go round. Or rather, wealth can make the world dance to one's tune. Chapter 22. Yacht Beauty's The dock was spacious, equipped with specialized defenses against wind and waves, minimizing impact where, with ropes securely tied to the shore. Lin Feng escorted Mr. Chudu into the cabin, where a group of people was gathered on the deck. Lin Feng clapped his hands and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your employer, Mr. Chudu, who has generously advanced your salaries for the upcoming year. Therefore, for the next 12 months, you will heed Mr. Chu's commands, ready to serve him at a moment's notice, on standby 24 hours a day, as he has offered a salary exceeding the market rate by 50%. "Thank you, boss." The crowd bowed in gratitude. Lin Feng then leaned closer to Chu Du and whispered, "Mr. Chu, you may retire to the inner cabin. If there are no further matters, we can set sail now." Chu Du, satisfied, replied, "All right, let us depart." Lin Feng exited the yacht, making way for him. As Chu Du leisurely entered the inner cabin, he was taken aback. Standing before him were four stunning young women, dressed in short-sleeved tops, short skirts, and high heels, their beauty striking and their figures exquisite. For a moment, Chu Du almost believed he had entered the wrong place. Just as he was about to turn back, it dawned on him. This was his yacht. How could there be such enchanting ladies here? He turned his head, scrutinizing the four once more, holding bouquets of flowers and waving their delicate arms. The young women greeted him with bright smiles. "Hello, boss." Chu Du, somewhat bewildered, responded, "Wait a moment, who are you?" One of the girls, clad in a camisole and a black skirt, replied, "Hello, boss. We were arranged by Lin Zong. We are yacht beauties, here to accompany you on your excursion." Understanding dawned upon Chu Du. While he had never engaged with such services before, he had certainly heard of them. In cities teeming with yachts, it was common to find yacht beauties who accompanied affluent patrons on their adventures. Typically, these yacht beauties were university students, models, or working professionals seeking part-time opportunities. Moreover, they generally accepted bookings for only a few hours, as most guests merely sought a brief experience at sea, indulging in leisure before returning. By this measure, many of them could be considered quite innocent. However, the spending power of tourists could not compare to that of wealthy patrons and their privileged offspring. When they set sail, full companionship was required, and the specifics need not be elaborated upon. One could easily surmise the implications. This circle, while not overtly chaotic, held its complexities. Lin Feng, aware of the significance of the occasion, would naturally select only the finest companions. Although he was uncertain of Chu Du's preferences, he believed it prudent to surround a young man with several beautiful women. Thus, Lin Feng meticulously chose a few individuals, 2 university students, a model, and a professional, all of whom were pristine and came aboard with health certificates, ensuring peace of mind. Additionally, their appearances and figures were commendable. Prior to their arrival, Lin Feng had briefed them, and while they lacked experience, they were well aware of the nature of their roles. Initially reluctant, the young women were captivated upon hearing Lin Feng's description of himself as a dashing young scion of wealth. Lin Feng had indicated that embarking on this voyage might lead to unforeseen events, urging them to prepare themselves mentally. The four had naturally contemplated this decision thoroughly before agreeing to join. Chu Du settled into a seat, gazing at the 4 exquisite beauties, and cheerfully remarked, "So, Lin Feng has already compensated you, and you shall accompany me throughout this journey to Sanya, correct?" The 4 ladies responded in unison, "Indeed." With a snap of his fingers, Chu Du declared, "Splendid. Let us uncork a bottle of wine and toast to this occasion." One of the ladies, clad in a form-fitting dress, promptly approached with a bottle of red wine, introducing herself, "Greetings, Mr. Chu. I am Xiao, and I shall serve you the wine." Chu Du glanced at her alluring figure and, with a playful undertone, commented, "Xiao, you hardly seem small at all." Xiao appeared slightly bashful, playfully tapping Chu Du's chest while leaning closer, teasingly saying, "Oh, you're quite naughty, Brother Chu." Naturally, Chu Du welcomed her advances, wrapping his arms around her with a smile. "Naughty? How so?" Xiao gently pushed him away, her body retreating slightly as she replied, "Let us not rush, Brother Chu. We will be together for nearly a month. Let's first enjoy a toast to our adventure." Inhaling the lingering fragrance of the beauty, Chu Du silently mused. What a charming companion. As the gathering had just commenced, they merely sipped their drinks before setting down glasses. Chu Du sank into the plush sofa, relaxing as the vessel gently swayed, engaging in conversation with the 4 enchanting women. Through their dialogue, he learned that the one in the strappy tank top and black skirt was Lin Mingqi, a third-year student at the Shanghai Drama Academy. With the coursework lightening in her final years, she was eager to secure employment, aspiring to break into the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, after attending auditions, she discovered that beauty alone was not a rarity in that realm. For now, she could only work as a model or a minor supporting actress, lacking any immediate opportunities for stardom. The other 3 ladies were named Zhao Anin, Qin Miao, and Li Xinran, all strikingly beautiful and possessing commendable figures. They all exhibited great enthusiasm towards Chu Du, drawing closer to him, although they were unaware of the extent of his wealth. The luxurious yacht and the extravagant arrangements spoke volumes of his affluence. Young, handsome, and rich, was he not the epitome of their dreams? The journey from Shanghai to Sanya would take over 10 days, but fortunately, Chu Du had ample time at his disposal. Initially, he found himself quite taken by the experience. Clutching a glass of wine on the deck, relishing the ocean breeze, and gazing out at the vast expanse of water. However, he soon grew weary of the monotony. The sea breeze carried a strong scent of salt and fish, and with nothing but water in sight, the scenery offered little allure. As Chu Du pondered, Lin Mengqi suddenly approached, carrying a large assortment of items, her face beaming with joy. "Brother Chu, look what I brought for you," she exclaimed, intrigued. Chu Du glanced at the collection and was surprised to find fishing gear. With a smile, he picked up the fishing rod and remarked, "I've never been fishing before. This is a perfect opportunity to have some fun and experience it." Although Chu Du was unfamiliar with the use of these tools, Lin Mengqi was well versed in them. Under her guidance, Chu Du successfully cast the line into the water. Chapter 23. The Proactive Woman. Due to revisions, a considerable amount of content has been omitted, and I apologize for that. Gazing at the fishing line, Chu Du spoke with a hint of anticipation. They say there's a grace period for novices. I'm quite eager to see how this. Wait, have I caught a fish? With a firm grasp, Chu Du indeed found a fish dangling at the end of his line. Although he could not identify its species, it mattered little. This was merely a pursuit for enjoyment. After placing the fish aside, he continued casting his rod. Beside him sat Lin Mengqi, nestled closely. "Brother Chu, is fishing enjoyable?" Chu Du replied enthusiastically, "It's quite entertaining. Look, in just 10 minutes, I've already caught 3 fish. Brother Chu, do you find me attractive? You're rather good looking." Just what Chu Du suddenly realized and turned to Lin Mengqi. In his heart, he understood. Objectively speaking, Lin Mengqi was indeed attractive. Yet she could not be deemed exceptional, merely a beauty in the eyes of the masses, a goddess to ordinary folk, but merely an average beauty within the elite circles. In the past, with his limited finances, it would have been inconceivable for Lin Mengqi to even glance his way. However, now, given Chu Du's financial standing, it was only natural that he found her lacking. If he were to entertain the idea of a relationship, it would certainly be with someone of the highest caliber. Chu Du casually remarked, "You're quite decent looking." He then gently patted her, dismissively adding, "Though you are attractive, you still fall short of my standards." Lin Mengqi felt a twinge of disappointment. She understood well that high-caliber individuals typically sought out supermodels. Yet, humans are often reluctant to accept defeat, willing to strive and gamble for a better future. Grasping Chu Du's hand, Lin Mengqi looked up at him with wide eyes and said, "Brother Chu, this is my first time. Don't let my appearance as a yacht companion deceive you. I've only ever dealt with completely legitimate clients. I am very clean." Chu Du gazed ahead nonchalantly, replying with indifference, "Every person holds their own value. What you hope to gain from me, I may not necessarily agree with. You might believe you have the right, but to me, even if I were to entertain the thought of a relationship, you still lack a certain quality. If you truly wish to go all out, I would merely provide you with a sum of money when you disembark. What happens after you leave the boat is of no concern to me." Chu Du spoke these piercingly honest words with a sense of detachment, although it was rather callous. This was the reality of the situation. Lin Mengqi, not being naive, understood the underlying truths, yet regretted that she had not seized the opportunity to achieve greater heights. However, for a woman, the first time holds unparalleled significance. Lin Mengqi contemplated her future, uncertain of whom she might marry. Yet at least she believed this wealthy young master would not shortchange her. Chu Du cast a discerning glance at the 3 women, a smile gracing his lips. "My standards are rather elevated. While you're undeniably beautiful, the best we could manage would be a yacht outing, or perhaps a casual rendezvous. As for anything long-term, to be frank, my expectations are quite lofty." The trio felt a wave of discouragement wash over them. With their looks and figures, they would be considered beauties in any university, Yet now that Chudu had acquired wealth, he sought only the most exquisite of companions to grace the Crystal Palace. Chapter 24. All acquiredly Shenron's eyes sparkled as she said, Chugu, if we're talking about top-tier beauties, I know one. Chudu extended his arm, pulling her into an embrace, and replied, Are you certain? A top-tier beauty? Li Shenron affirmed, Of course, Chugu. If you don't find any of us appealing, I can guess the type you like. I truly have a close friend whose figure and appearance are absolutely stunning, and she's also a flight attendant. A flight attendant? Chudu pondered. If she were a flight attendant, he intended to treat it as a mere fling, given the notorious reputation surrounding that profession, which often breeds various assumptions. It was infamously chaotic. Sensing Chudu's thoughts, Li Shenron quickly reassured him. Chugu, you needn't worry. This friend of mine has no man in her life. Chudu raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you certain? Li Shenron nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I know her well. This friend of mine has a penchant for shopping. She has always wanted to find a high-quality boyfriend, so Chudu understood immediately. A gold digger, aiming to sell herself for a good price. That posed no problem for Chudu. He believed that any issue solvable with money was not an issue at all. With over 800 billion in hand, could he not manage a gold digger? He casually remarked, Money is not a problem. Even houses and cars are not an issue. Li Shenron immediately interjected, Wait, brother. I'll grab my phone and show you a photo. Unfazed by her bikini, she hurried to the side and quickly searched her phone. Moments later, Li Shenron opened a WeChat Friends Moments and presented it to Chudu, saying, Chugu, look at her moments. Chudu took the phone and casually browsed through it. Most posts featured scenic check-ins, afternoon teas, trendy spots, and luxury goods. There were indeed numerous selfies showcasing her daily outfits and work attire. I must admit, just from the photos, she was undeniably stunning. Not only would she outshine others in school, but she could also surpass a multitude of models in the industry. Li Shenron chimed in, This friend is one. 7 meters tall with a 34C bust. She frequently works out. Her figure is truly exceptional. Chudu returned the phone, saying, She looks promising. We could meet up sometime. Li Shenron tightly clasped her hands in excitement. Yes. Although the young master hasn't taken a liking to me, he has shown interest in my friend. Once my friend becomes successful, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a favor in return. Eager to secure her future, Li Shenron immediately began messaging her friend. Meanwhile, Zhao Anan and Qin Miao watched with envious expressions. Li Shenron, being a model, had connections to many beautiful women, while the two of them, one a corporate white-collar worker and the other a senior student, lacked such resources. However, it was all right. At least she had an opportunity that others did not, right? Even if the young master didn't pursue a long-term relationship with her, a short-term investment would still yield substantial returns. Two women were pondering the resources at their disposal. While nearby, Li Shenron had already begun fervently messaging her close friend. Before long, Li Shenron turned to Chudu, beaming with pride, and announced, Brother Chu, I've arranged for my friend to swap shifts in a few days and join us in Sanya. Chudu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Well done. He then picked up his phone and said, Here, let me reward you. Show me your payment code. Li Shenron, filled with delight, promptly revealed her payment code. With a beep, a notification followed. 10,000 yuan received. What an impressive benefactor. Just for a mere meeting, a reward of 100,000 yuan? Li Shenron's eyes ignited with intense fervor. Without hesitation, she tossed her phone aside and embraced Chudu, exclaiming, Brother, I adore you, before planting a passionate kiss on him. Grateful for the system's assistance, Chudu silently reflected. Chapter 25. Li Shenron's best friend, after approximately half a month, the yacht finally arrived at Sanya. Prior to departure, Lin Feng from the yacht manufacturer had arranged a VIP docking spot for Chudu at Sanya Bay. Once they secured the yacht, they began to disembark. The crew members were naturally on standby, not straying too far, but also not required to remain at the dock continuously. They could indulge in refreshments. As for Chudu and the 4 women, they too were eager to step ashore. After drifting at sea for so many days, they found themselves somewhat disoriented upon disembarking. Chudu glanced at the adjacent seascape, his spirits soaring. Being here, of course, was meant for enjoyment. He casually inquired, What fun places do you think are around here? Do share your recommendations. The four girls eagerly suggested various locations: Wuzizu Island, duty-free shops, seaside photography, Atlantis, and so forth. As for places like Coconut Dream Corridor, they deemed rather dull. Chudu playfully patted Li Shenron's shapely rear and remarked, "All right, let us first procure a vehicle and then pick up a few items. We'll head to the duty-free shop." Before reaching Sanya, Chudu had arranged for a car rental service. Given that they were in a foreign locale, purchasing a car seemed unnecessary and cumbersome. Thus, he opted for a rental. He chose a Maybach and hired a driver. Being unfamiliar with the area, it was prudent to engage a local driver. Consequently, the rental company dispatched an excellent, seasoned driver to cater to Chudu's needs. The driver, a dignified gentleman in his 40s, donned a formal suit, exuding a serious demeanor and an air of composure. Once Chudu and the four women settled into the car, he instructed, "Driver, let us head to the duty-free shop." The driver courteously responded, "Hello, Mr. Chu. There are several duty-free shops in Sanya. May I ask which one you and your companions wish to visit?" Chudu, slightly bewildered, having never been to such a place, feigned calmness and asked the group, "Where would you like to go?" To his surprise, all four chimed in unison, "Haitang Bay." Upon hearing this, the driver started the vehicle. Unfamiliar with the area, Chudu was blissfully unaware that this particular duty-free shop was the largest in the region, boasting a comprehensive array of brands. The drive from their docking location took nearly an hour. Along the way, the group animatedly discussed their intended purchases and personal preferences. Amused, Chudu remarked, "Why overthink it? Just buy what you desire. However, I suspect this might be our only trip here. It's too much hassle to come back. Let us aim to finalize everything today so we can relax for the next few days." "All right. Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, daddy." "Love you, daddy." The four were positively exuberant. Meanwhile, the driver displayed remarkable professionalism, accustomed to such scenarios, remaining unfazed and seemingly oblivious to their excitement. An hour quickly elapsed, and they arrived at the duty-free shop. To speak candidly, the majority of men exhibit a distinct lack of interest in the act of shopping, particularly when accompanying women on such excursions. In this regard, women can navigate the aisles for an entire day with unrelenting vigor, while men typically find themselves seeking out sofas and resting areas after merely half an hour. Upon entering the shopping venue, Chudu promptly settled into a lounge area and addressed the four women. "All right, from now until 7 this evening, feel free to indulge yourselves in whatever you desire. I shall handle the payments while I rest here. We will conclude our shopping at 7 and then proceed to dinner." The prospect of 4 hours of shopping invigorated the women, and they immediately set off to explore. Meanwhile, Chudu occupied himself with his phone, only leaving to make payments at nearby stores when necessary. After 4 hours of fervent shopping, the women had amassed a considerable collection of items: Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Hermes, Balenciaga, and more, ranging from clothing and handbags to perfumes, lipsticks, and cosmetics, with a total expenditure exceeding 1,500,000. To Chudu, this sum was negligible. With 500 billion currently deposited in the bank, the interest accrued was an astonishing figure. At a 10% interest rate, he earned over 13 million daily. The notion of exhausting his wealth was utterly unfathomable, especially considering he possessed over 700 billion in overseas accounts. To put it bluntly, even if he were to gamble away 10 million each day, the interest alone would surpass his losses, ensuring a continuous profit. As for the possibility of any rogue bank employee engaging in misconduct regarding his 5 billion, Chudu confidently dismissed such notions. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence comprehends the magnitude of such wealth. Given his capabilities, he could effortlessly track down anyone on this planet, rendering them incapable of escape. Thus, the likelihood of any fool attempting to encroach upon his 5 billion was utterly non-existent. Such staggering amounts instill fear. The expenditure of over 100,000 was a novel experience for the four women, yet Chudu granted them the opportunity to revel in it. Following this, arrangements were made to have their purchases delivered back to the yacht, as Chudu had no intention of staying in a hotel. The yacht sufficed splendidly. For dinner, they selected a rather upscale local restaurant and dined in a private room. Li Shenron, seated beside Chudu, announced while checking her phone, "Chugu, my best friend has arrived. She just messaged me that she's downstairs." Chudu nodded in approval. At that moment, the four women found their thoughts consumed by the reality that their benefactor had already set his sights on someone. They resolved to refrain from pursuing him further. Despite the fatigue of their recent companionship, the experiences they had gained were undeniably rewarding. Within 5 minutes, a knock echoed at the door of their private dining area. Li Xinran promptly rose to answer it, ushering in a stunning woman. Chu Du glanced up, unable to suppress a gleam of interest in his eyes. Indeed, she was a beauty, approximately 1.70 meters in height, accentuated by a pair of 5-centimeter glossy black high heels. Her features are exquisitely refined, with a perfectly shaped oval face, delicate willow-like brows, a prominent nose, and petite cherry lips. Upon her honeyed lips, a vivid layer of crimson lipstick is artfully applied, exuding a luscious allure that incites an irresistible desire to kiss her at first glance. Adorned in an off-shoulder dress, she reveals her elegantly sculpted collarbone and arms as pure as lotus petals. A slender white belt cinches her waist, creating a striking contrast against the black fabric of the dress, while accentuating her delicate figure with remarkable grace. The hem of the skirt rests approximately 10 centimeters above her knees, neither too long nor too short, showcasing her well-proportioned thighs. Her legs, unadorned with stockings, are smooth and fair, devoid of excess flesh, standing tall and slender. On her feet, she wears a pair of high-heeled shoes, silvery and pointed, reflecting a hint of gleam. Indeed, she possesses an undeniable beauty, particularly evident in her face, which carries a hint of seduction. It seems that her gaze could effortlessly evoke the sensation that she is enticing you. She emanates an allure that suggests she is both deeply desirable and easily attainable, embodying the essence of a quintessential enchantress. Chapter 26. Negotiating terms with Jiang Lili. Li Xiran had already informed her in advance, so she looked at Chu Du and said, "Hello, Brother Chu. I am Jiang Lili, a close friend of Li Xiran." Her voice was quite pleasant, possessing a sultry allure. Chu Du extended his hand and replied, "Hello. Please, make yourself comfortable." To be candid, Chu Du was quite pleased with Jiang Lili's figure and appearance. Moreover, Li Xiran had mentioned that Jiang Lili was remarkably refined, which was certainly commendable. As for Jiang Lili's fondness for wealth, he chuckled. Did he lack money? Li Xiran sat beside Chu Du, while Jiang Lili took a seat next to her. Upon seeing Chu Du, Jiang Lili breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard her friend mention that this wealthy young man was extraordinarily affluent. Even a single private yacht of his was worth billions. Coupled with a permanent crew and maintenance costs, the expenses were substantial. Furthermore, the journey to Sanya would also incur remarkable expenditures. He was wealthy, exceedingly wealthy, incredibly wealthy. Jiang Lili did not shy away from admitting her materialistic inclinations. She could accept being pampered, provided the man was not repulsive. Seeing Chu Du, she felt considerably more at ease. He was undeniably handsome, youthful, charming, and affluent. Even if she were to be a mere mistress, she would be willing. As someone who could work as a flight attendant and who had spent 2 years in this industry, she was well aware of the dynamics at play. Almost every flight attendant aspired to snag a wealthy partner. Jiang Lili was no exception. However, she had always been discerning, aiming to command a fair price for herself. Regarding Chu Du's entanglements with the other 4 women, she was aware but indifferent. Why should she concern herself with such matters when she was not vying for the primary position? As long as she obeyed and served the young master well, she could reap the rewards of wealth and luxury. If she could save enough for her later years, that would suffice. If fortune smiled upon her and she bore a child for the young master, her future would be even more secure, free from worries about sustenance. Due to the number of people present, they did not delve into any intimate conversations, merely sharing a meal and light banter. After dining, it was nearing 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to return. However, Jiang Lili was staying at a hotel, while Chu Du and his companions were on the yacht. Gazing at Chu Du, Jiang Lili pondered. If she failed to seize this opportunity, who knew when she would encounter such a super rich man again? The usual tactics she employed in more familiar waters were of no use here. She couldn't possibly think of reeling in someone of his caliber. That was out of the question. When faced with someone of this stature, one had to play the role of a devoted admirer to have any chance. Despite her lack of experience, Jiang Lili was astute and perceptive. She understood the futility of playing hard to get. Even if she were to be a decorative vase, she knew how to embody one with emotional value. It must be said that Jiang Lily was indeed a clever woman. Thus, she confidently approached Chu Du, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, and said, "Brother Chu, I have yet to see a yacht. Would you be so kind as to show me around?" Observing the almost shimmering look in Jiang Lily's eyes, Chu Du understood immediately and said, "No problem. You can check out the hotel and stay on the yacht instead. It will allow for a clearer view." Jiang Lily nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, Brother Chu, but I still need to gather a few things from my room." With a wave of his hand, Chu Du instructed the driver to head to the hotel. Upon arriving, Li Xinran assisted Jiang Lily in packing, while Chu Du and the others waited in the car. Jiang Lily was quite swift in her preparations, perhaps due to the limited amount of belongings she had. In just half an hour, the two returned together. Subsequently, everyone made their way to the yacht. Upon arrival, Jiang Lily was indeed taken aback. Although she had seen yachts before, she had never encountered one of such grandeur. Typically, yachts owned by ordinary people were medium to small-sized, and even at clubs, large yachts were a rarity. Most were merely small vessels for casual enjoyment. However, the yacht belonging to Chu Du was extraordinarily vast, equipped with high-end amenities. Truly, he was the epitome of a wealthy heir. Jiang Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. After years of waiting and rejecting numerous older men, her fortunes were finally shifting. This was her moment of resurgence. The four women, being perceptive, finished their tasks early and returned to their rooms, leaving only Chu Du and Jiang Lily. Chu Du sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, while Jiang Lily first took a shower. Shortly thereafter, she appeared beside him wrapped in a bathrobe. Gazing at the lights on the luxurious yacht, Jiang Lily mused, "I never imagined I would experience such a lifestyle." Inhaling the fragrance of her shampoo and body wash, Chu Du inquired, "And what about the future?" Jiang Lily turned her head, her enchanting gaze fixed on him as she replied, "Well, that depends on whether Brother Chu is willing to show me these sights." With a chuckle, Chu Du extended his arm, pulling Jiang Lily into his embrace. "I believe you are a wise individual. You possess a clear understanding of your own position." Jiang Lily leaned into his embrace, stating, "I have always believed that self-awareness is paramount. One must have a clear grasp of oneself." Chu Du expressed his satisfaction, saying, "I can provide you with everything you desire, but you certainly won't be able to claim the leading role." Jiang Lily shook her head, asserting, "That is not important. Given our differing statuses, I have no aspirations for that position. This is where my clarity lies." Chu Du's approval of Jiang Lily's attitude grew stronger. "My demands are quite simple," he stated. Jiang Lily, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Brother Chu, please go ahead." His requirements were crucial to her future of comfort and luxury, and she needed to pay close attention. It was not that there were no other wealthy individuals aside from Chu Du, but finding a young, handsome, and affluent man was no easy feat. Chu Du spoke calmly. "You must not engage in disputes with others, even if you meet them. Do not create any disturbances for me. You are not to have any excessive contact with other men. Normal friendships are acceptable, and I will not restrict your social circle. Additionally, you must be available at all times, unless you are in the air or have traveled out of town." Jiang Lily comprehends that aside from her, Chu Du is involved with other women, and she must avoid creating discord. As an exquisite and alluring mistress, Jiang Lily would naturally refrain from causing any trouble for her benefactor. As for engaging with other men, what a jest. Jiang Lily has even resolved to sever ties with ordinary male acquaintances to prevent any displeasure from her esteemed patron, let alone entertain any potential developments. She is prepared to eliminate any distractions entirely. Chapter 27. Jiang Lily. It was inevitable that Jiang Lily would be available at a moment's notice. She was contemplating whether to change her job to avoid flying flights that would prevent Chu Du from finding her. She promptly assured, "Brother Chu, rest assured, I will not create any discord with the other sisters. If I meet the eldest sister, I will conduct myself appropriately, and, as for other men, I shall have no contact whatsoever." Chu Du nodded and added, "Additionally, do acquire more intimate items. I have a penchant for them." Jiang Lily understood instantly. "I will choose various garments and footwear to purchase." Subsequently, She nestled in Chu Du's embrace and inquired, "What rewards and benefits might I receive?" Observing the beauty in his arms, as docile as a cat, Chu Du gently caressed her shoulder and remarked, "I recall you are from Shenhao, correct?" Jiang Lily nodded. "I am currently employed in Shenhao with flights to various destinations. Yet my family is not from Shenhao. We are from Jintian." Chu Du pondered briefly, then stated, "In Shenhao, a 300 square meter flat and a Porsche. By the way, what is your monthly salary and expenditure?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lily contemplated and replied, "My salary is not particularly high, approximately 12,000 a month, inclusive of various allowances. As for my expenditures, I often find myself living paycheck to paycheck with my credit card in constant use. Merely trivial amounts," Chu Du asserted. "Henceforth, you shall receive 200,000 each month to manage as you see fit. I will not interfere with your expenses when we dine out or shop together. Those will be on a separate account, which I shall cover. Regarding the house and car, if you remain with me for a year, the car will belong to you. If for 3 years, the house will also be yours. When the time comes, I shall have you transfer the ownership. Consider it a gift." Every industry has its own standards. While Chu Du possessed wealth, he would not disrupt the market's equilibrium. He could effortlessly spend $1 million a month to secure a companion, but that would merely undermine the industry. How could others operate in such a chaotic environment? Therefore, a monthly allowance of 200,000, although somewhat generous, was not unheard of in elite circles. Consider Shanghai, where one might find a servant earning 14,000 monthly. As for the house and car, bestowing them upon her after sufficient time was entirely reasonable, as many affluent individuals in the South engaged in similar practices. Jiang Lily was exhilarated by the prospect of 200,000 each month, along with separate expenses for outings, which was more than sufficient for her to indulge in luxury items of her choosing. Moreover, the promise of a house and car, contingent on her staying long enough, was exceedingly generous. What a benevolent benefactor he was, a dream come true. She immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, I love you," and, without hesitation, leaned in to kiss him. As today marks a special occasion with gifts for the 4 women, Jiang Lily, as his beloved, cannot forego expressing her appreciation. The following afternoon, Chu Du returned to the duty-free shop, accompanied by several companions for another round of shopping. Jiang Lily, aware of her materialistic tendencies, approached the situation with clarity. She cast a tentative glance at Chu Du and inquired, "How much can I purchase?" Chu Du, unconcerned, replied, "Choose as you please." Taken aback, Jiang Lily swallowed hard and asked, "Are you serious?" Chu Du chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "How much you can buy is what matters. It's not that I underestimate you. Even if you desire everything in this store, I can afford it. Feel free to select whatever you wish." Jiang Lily gasped in astonishment. Indeed, she had found the perfect benefactor. Young, handsome, incredibly strong, and exceedingly wealthy. What more could one desire? Leaning closer to Chu Du's ear, she whispered, "Tonight, simply enjoy. I will let you experience true indulgence." With that, she planted a kiss on his cheek and turned to explore the nearby store. Anticipation filled Chu Du's heart instantly. Chapter 28. Returning in the end, Jiang Lily purchased an array of luxury items, totaling over $1 million. Chu Du instructed the staff to arrange for the delivery to the yacht, while the group began to indulge in leisure activities. Given their presence in such a picturesque locale, it was only natural to blend shopping with sightseeing. Although online reviews criticized the tourism experience here, Chu Du remained unfazed, delighting in the thrill of acquisition. The daily interest alone could sustain a millionaire. So such trivialities were of little concern. Having spent an extended period at sea, the group had grown weary of aquatic amusements and yearned to explore the urban landscape. Thus, they set off to wander the streets of Sanya. They visited the Eternal Love Performance, where Chu Du, despite finding the spectacle rather absurd, accompanied his companions. By the time the show concluded, it was already past 7 in the evening. Chu Du stretched and inquired where they wished to venture next. The others shook their heads in unison, suggesting it was time to dine. The cuisine in Sanya was, by no means, exceptional, often imbued with a briny flavor reminiscent of the sea, which Chu Du found somewhat off-putting. Jiang Lily had only taken a 3-day leave, initially uncertain about Chu Du's situation. leading her to hesitate in requesting a longer absence. Now, however, both parties were exceedingly content. Yet, the brief respite was swiftly drawing to a close. Jiang Lily gathered her belongings and boarded Chudu's car bound for the airport. Gazing out the window, she sighed, "Once I return to work, I fear I shall seldom see you again. My schedule is simply too demanding." Chudu, with a warm smile, reassured her, "What is there to fear? I plan to linger a couple more days before heading back. Once I return, I shall message you. When you have your next day off, give me a call, and I will take you to view some properties and cars." Jiang Lily planted a kiss on Chudu's cheek, her excitement palpable as she replied, "Thank you." Chudu merely smiled in response. Once Jiang Lily departed, Chudu found little enjoyment in lingering further. He spent 2 more days with the 4 women before collectively purchasing tickets for their return journey. Having arrived by yacht, they were reluctant to endure yet another taxing trip, especially after spending over 10 days at sea, which had grown exceedingly monotonous. As for the yacht, they instructed the crew to navigate it back independently. It wasn't peak tourist season, and the flight was relatively uncrowded. First class accommodated only Chudu and his companions. The 4 women understood that this return journey would likely mark the end of their interactions. Perhaps one day, the young master might seek a change of pace and extend an invitation to them, but the likelihood seemed slim. As for Li Xinran, she perhaps had a slight advantage with her close friendship, while Meng Qi and the others might as well be forgotten. Upon landing, Chuda did not see them off, as they had exchanged considerable funds over the past few days. The 4 women bid him farewell with a kiss before each hailed a taxi and departed. Onlookers gazed with envy, pondering the allure of a handsome man surrounded by 4 beautiful women bidding him farewell. What a curious twist of fate. Today marked the weekend, and Wang Xinyue was enjoying a restful day at home. Prior to boarding his flight, Chu Du had informed her, prompting Wang Xinyue to prepare a meal in advance. After 2 hours of unrelenting fatigue, Wang Xinyue finally succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Meanwhile, Chu Du, invigorated, took a refreshing shower before partaking in his meal. As night fell and he lay in bed, he refrained from further unsettling Wang Xinyue. They simply watched television and engaged in light conversation. Ye. After nearly 20 days of travel, how was the experience? Was the yacht enjoyable? Wang Xinyue inquired, her curiosity piqued about the yacht she knew he owned. Having seen him sign the contract at the bank, yet she had never laid eyes on the vessel itself. Chu Du pondered for a moment before responding, "It was decent. The initial thrill of being on the yacht was enjoyable, but after a prolonged stay, it became monotonous, merely the same few activities repeated." Leaning against Chu Du's chest, Wang Xinyue softly asked, "I recall you mentioning you went alone." With a chuckle, Chu Du replied, "I didn't count the crew among that." Wang Xinyue responded with an understanding "Oh," and then ventured, "Did you meet any new women there?" Chudu, unreservet, nodded in affirmation. A wave of disappointment washed over Wang Xinyue. Yet she was aware of her position, acknowledging that she could only aspire to be a mere mistress in this scenario, a role not within her jurisdiction to dictate. Nevertheless, she cautioned, "Chu Gu, please remember to prioritize safety." Wise words. Wang Xinyue refrained from further comment, choosing instead to remain quietly nestled against him. This incident served as a reminder that Chu Du was likely surrounded by numerous women, instilling a sense of urgency within her. To claim affection for Chu Du may not entirely capture her sentiments. Initially, she was merely drawn to his handsome visage and wealth, hoping to align herself with such affluence for personal gain. Yet, as time unfolded, genuine feelings did blossom, and Wang Xinyue found herself truly caring for him. If she could not be the primary partner, she was determined to be the leading lady among his lovers. What does a woman need to secure a man's heart? Ignore the trivialities. To truly win a man's affections, one must first capture his palate. Such notions are mere folly. Have you ever encountered a man who is swayed by a mistress's culinary skills? It is invariably due to the mistress's charm and beauty, coupled with her ability to satisfy him in bed. Chu Du, fully aware of Wang Xinyue's thoughts, chose to remain silent. A competitive atmosphere is advantageous, for in the end, all must strive to please him. The ultimate beneficiary remains he, so why fear? Chapter 29. The completion of the building upon awakening. Wang Xinyue had already departed for work. Yes, it was Monday. However, Chu Du was not without company. Zhang Lili had messaged him last night, informing him that she would land at the airport at 10 this morning. Chu Du was more than eager to accompany her to view properties and automobiles. As for the residence, it was rather straightforward. There was a spacious flat of approximately 300 square meters in the adjacent building, which was more than sufficient. In a community like this, what was there to fear? Chu Du had the audacity to raise fish, so what did he have to hide? As for the car, he had purchased several in the past, and they were finally coming to good use. A Porsche 718, priced over $1 million, in a striking red, perfect for a lady. When Zhang Lili emerged from the airport, pulling her suitcase, she spotted Chu Du standing beside a car, a smile gracing his face. Her steps became lighter, and disregarding the admiring gazes of onlookers, she hurried to Chu Du and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Did you miss me?" Chu Du gently ran his fingers through Zhang Lili's silky hair, replying, "Of course, I came here specifically to pick you up." He placed her suitcase in the trunk and added, "Get in the car, let us go." Dressed in a chic flight attendant uniform, complemented by sheer black stockings and 3-centimeter heels, Zhang Lili exuded elegance and poise. Yet, paired with her enchanting visage and captivating gaze, she radiated an irresistible allure. Once settled in the vehicle, she curiously inquired, "Is this your car?" Chu Du shook his head, responding, "It will soon belong to you." Zhang Lili paused momentarily before exclaiming in delight, "Really? This is a Porsche. Over $1 million. Are you truly giving it to me?" Well-versed in premium products, Zhang Lili recognized the vehicle immediately. Though not classified as a top-tier luxury car, its price made it inaccessible to many. "Tu de Monteneda, God Dumiano, Stating. I'm taking you to see the apartment now, and shortly you will receive the keys to both the house and the car." Zhang Lili's cheeks flushed with excitement. Were it not for Chu Du driving, she would have undoubtedly leaped into his arms. Before long, they arrived at the community, Triumph Gate, the same as Wang Xinyu's, albeit in a different building. Both units were spacious flats. Chu Du had acquired several in the past. This particular apartment boasted an area of 303 square meters, slightly smaller than the other, priced at $83 million. At nearly $300,000 per square meter, this constituted a high-end community even in the metropolis. After showing Zhang Lili the property deed and the car title, she quickly grasped the staggering price of over $80 million. She felt that even if she sold herself, she would not be worth such an amount. So what was to be done? Naturally, she resolved to attend to him diligently. Subsequently, Chu Du handed her the keys to both the apartment and the car, stating, "From now on, you will reside in this apartment and drive this car. I will transfer you a monthly allowance, and as long as you are obedient, you will have everything you desire." Zhang Lili nodded vigorously, realizing Chu Du was indeed a scion of immense wealth, perhaps even a super-rich heir. Which affluent heir could possibly spend nearly $100 million on a lover? No matter the sacrifices she must endure, she would never part ways with Chu Du. This was an opportunity to transcend life's social strata, a rarity in one's existence that should not be squandered. Zhang Lili gleefully dashed around her expansive new residence, captivated by the dreamlike allure of her surroundings. Though the property belonged to Chu Du, and she was merely a temporary occupant, Zhang Lili understood that as long as she remained obedient and error-free, in 3 years, both the house and the car would be hers. Countless individuals yearned for such possessions in the bustling city of Shun, yet now they were all within her grasp. Although attained through a 3-year commitment, Zhang Lili bore no regrets. Many sought a similar transformation, but lacked the means or connections to achieve it. Unlike Wang Xinyue, who was skilled in the culinary arts, Zhang Lili and her companion subsisted on takeout throughout the day, primarily out of sheer laziness to venture outside. By the time Chu Du awoke the next morning, Zhang Lili had already departed. Stretching languidly, Chu Du found the monotony of his idle days rather tiresome and decided to check on the progress of his building. Just as he finished his morning routine, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, Mr. Chu," came the voice of Wang Zhengwan, a contact stored in Chu's phone. Wang Zhengwan was a shareholder in one of the large renovation companies Chu Du had previously acquired. Given the call, it was reasonable to assume the renovations were complete. "Good day, Mr. Wang. What can I assist you with?" Chu Du responded courteously. Wang Zhongwen promptly replied, "The task you assigned has been completed. The Gemini Tower has been entirely renovated according to specifications and is ready for use." Chudu exhaled with relief. This was indeed splendid news. "I appreciate your hard work, Mr. Wang. I shall visit shortly to review the plans, and perhaps we can share a meal afterward." "Nonsense. It is I who should treat you to a meal when you have the time," Wang Zhongwen insisted, and after exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. Chudu casually entered a Lamborghini and headed straight for the tower. Upon arrival, he gazed upward at the two magnificent buildings, which stood as a testament to grandeur. Workers were still performing final inspections, and a glance around confirmed that the renovations had adhered to his expectations, which pleased him greatly. With the renovation concerns resolved, it was time to establish the company. Although Chudu had never operated a business and possessed no knowledge of corporate management, he understood one fundamental principle: professionals should handle their respective domains, while outsiders should refrain from meddling. As the proprietor, he needed only to grasp the overarching vision. Therefore, he resolved to enlist an assistant, relying on a professional team to manage the company and its operations. As for the possibility of being deceived by the team, Chudu chuckled inwardly. Who would dare? It was evident to even the most oblivious that the owner of these two towers had an extraordinary background. Who would risk their standing? It was typical for some to take a small fee on the side. Such occurrences were not uncommon, but the integrity of the overarching project would remain intact. In dealing with affluent capital, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. In summary, there are currently 6 female protagonists tentatively established. For those familiar with my previous works, 4 beloved characters will make a return: Wang Xing, Li Wenxin, Jiang Lili, and Shen Wangshu, all of whom were the heroines in my earlier novels. They will once again grace the pages of this new tale. Should anyone have further suggestions or thoughts, feel free to share. The next new heroine, the Empress of Smoke, is soon to make her grand entrance. Chapter 30, a reward from the benefactor. Footsteps of the protagonist embracing the heroine. As the clock struck noon, having completed his rounds of the building, Chudu casually sought out a nearby eatery for a simple meal before embarking on his quest to scout for talent. In his pursuit of skilled individuals, Chudu was only familiar with talent markets and headhunting firms. However, the talent market seemed too reliant on fortune, making it far more prudent to engage professional headhunters. Lamentably, Chudu did not possess any headhunting agencies under his name, thus he had to rely on the banking sector. After all, the bank's network of connections was unparalleled. Promptly, he dialed Zhao Qian, the president of a commercial bank, whose extensive connections were well known. "Hello, Mr. Chu. It's been a while," came Zhao Qian's warm voice over the phone. Chudu replied courteously, "I've been indulging in some leisure recently. I just returned. Now that my building is ready, I am preparing to establish a company and would like to find a few high-end headhunting firms. I wonder if you might have some recommendations." Zhao Qian was elated. He was aware that Chudu held a staggering 500 billion in deposits, all residing within his bank, with none in others. Naturally, he was eager to provide exceptional service to such a prestigious client, fearing not the inconvenience, but rather the possibility of being overlooked. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I do know several CEOs of headhunting firms. I will send you their contact information shortly," Zhao Qian assured him. Chudu smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President Zhao." "Not at all. Mr. Chu is our most esteemed client. It is my duty to assist you. May I inquire what type of talent you are seeking? Perhaps I can be of further assistance." Upon hearing this, Chudu found it quite reasonable. Certainly, the individuals Zhao Qian knew would not be lacking in quality. "I am preparing to launch a conglomerate and consolidate the companies under my name. So, I require an assistant secretary team and individuals with experience in managing large organizations," Chudu articulated. Zhao Qian immediately grasped his intent. He distinctly remembered every contract transaction from their initial dealings, during which Chudu had acquired significant shares in various companies, some partially and others entirely. Understanding Chudu's desire for consolidation, Zhao Qian said, "Very well, Mr. Chu, please hold on while I arrange this for you." After hanging up, within merely 30 seconds, Zhao Qian sent a message containing a phone number along with a note. "Bull High-End Headhunting Company, Yang Wank." Rather than hastily making a call, Chudu opened his notes to begin documenting his consolidation strategy. He intended to exclude companies in which he did not hold complete ownership. Recognizing the presence of partners and other stakeholders, this was not a dictatorship. However, for those companies he fully acquired, he could certainly manage. Glancing through his notes, he identified several companies. One was a clothing factory encompassing both design and manufacturing, offering a range of men's and women's apparel at a mid-tier level. Another was a high-end Western restaurant, alongside a premium French dining establishment. There is yet another real estate company that has developed 2 residential complexes, albeit rather ordinary ones that hardly warrant attention. Additionally, there exist 2 private educational institutions, 1 junior high and 1 high school. The community also accommodates 2 nursing homes and an orphanage, though the number of residents is quite limited. Beyond this, there are 4 media companies. Among them, one specializes in film and television, another in live broadcasting, while the remaining 2 are focused on social media influencers. Furthermore, there is a security firm. All of these enterprises have been wholly acquired by Chudu, while other companies are held by different shareholders and thus are not under consideration. Naturally, Chudu possesses the contact details of the executives from these companies, and he unhesitatingly sent a message to the senior management, requesting their presence at the Gemini building in 1 hour. Subsequently, Chudu placed a call to Yang Wenk. The call connected swiftly. "Is this Mr. Chu?" "Hello. Director Zhao has just informed me, and I have been awaiting your call," came the voice of Yang Wenk, a man seemingly in his 40s, with a resonant tone. Chudu responded courteously, "I apologize, Mr. Yang. I was delayed by an unexpected matter." Yang Wenk, however, was unfazed by this. "No need for formality, Mr. Chu. I have heard that you require some personnel. May I inquire if you have specific requirements?" As the conversation turned to business, Chudu's demeanor shifted. "Indeed. I currently need 2 drivers available for 24-hour shifts, as well as a secretarial team of 5. Additionally, I seek several executives with experience in managing large conglomerates." Chudu had researched these matters thoroughly. It was customary for high-profile executives to have more than 1 driver, as a single individual could not endure the demands of constant availability. Furthermore, the breadth of responsibilities requiring secretarial assistance necessitated a team of 5, which seemed more appropriate. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenk immediately recognized the magnitude of the request. However, he was also acutely aware of Chudu's capabilities, a fact that Zhao Qian had reiterated to him multiple times. "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will promptly arrange for personnel to consult the database and seek out new talent for you," Yang Wenk replied without hesitation. "In that case, I am grateful, Mr. Yang." "Not at all. Assisting you, Mr. Chu, is my privilege." After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, they concluded the call. Chudu refrained from making any further calls and instead awaited the arrival of the various company executives. Within the hour, representatives from a total of 14 organizations, including factories and schools, arrived, comprising both men and women. Although these executives had not met Chudu in person, they were familiar with his photograph and recognized the strikingly handsome young man before them as their enigmatic boss. Chudu surveyed the 14 individuals, cleared his throat, and addressed them. "I have summoned you all today to discuss a few pertinent matters. Firstly, you see the 2 buildings behind me. They both belong to me. I am now preparing to relocate the company and merge certain parts. I invite you to share your thoughts on this matter. Additionally, please specify which company's address is rented and which is purchased." At first, the crowd was unaware of what Chudu intended to convey, and they felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing this, they collectively exhaled, beginning to voice their opinions. After a round of responses, Chudu gathered some insights. The garment factory and the school were both situated on purchased land, and considering the unique nature of the garment manufacturing and educational institutions, relocating them would be inappropriate. So we need not consider that. Moreover, the orphanage and the nursing home are also quite specialized and unsuitable for relocation to the buildings, thus can be omitted from our discussion. As for the other companies, with the exception of the film and media company which owns its address, the rest are leased. After all, in these times, conducting business is challenging, and costs must be minimized wherever possible. Chapter 31. Planning. Chudu furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the head of the film and media company. "If we sell over there and relocate here, will there be any impact?" Is it feasible to move? The head responded immediately, absolutely no problem. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, everything here is manageable. Chuda nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. The film and media company comprises not only the company itself, but also a film city and a short drama city, both constructed specifically for the filming of movies and short dramas, and are of considerable value. While the film and short drama cities will remain intact, relocating the company's office area poses no issue. Chuda's initial vision for the skirt building was to transform it into a large shopping mall, where he intends to attract businesses eager to collaborate. With a plethora of options ranging from shopping, fitness, cinemas, to dining establishments, the potential for partnerships is abundant, especially given the prominence of Chudu's two towering buildings. Once advertisements are disseminated, numerous entities will undoubtedly seek collaboration. The top-level parking and office areas require minimal adjustments. As for the two main towers, it is noteworthy that there are 5 underground levels. Chudu's original plan designated 2 underground levels for a supermarket, with the remaining 3 serving as a parking garage, which is quite sound. He even contemplated whether the parking garage's capacity would suffice, but considering the external parking lot, it appears adequate. The first floor will undoubtedly serve as the lobby, which goes without saying. Levels 2 to 5 are allocated for conference halls, auditoriums, multifunctional meeting rooms, and similar purposes, all of which have been meticulously planned and designed accordingly. Levels 6 to 10 will be dedicated to fitness, featuring a gym, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, tennis court, and more, thereby creating a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. Levels 11 through 50 are designated as commercial zones, prepared specifically for various companies. Chuda has also deliberated on the businesses that will remain unchanged: garment factories, schools, nursing homes, orphanages, and real estate companies, while high-end dining establishments, such as Western French restaurants, will also remain intact. Thus, the entities that can be altered include 4 media companies and a security firm. Chudu intends to consolidate the 4 media companies, deeming their separation unnecessary. Different sectors will be allocated distinct areas. For instance, one zone for film and media, another for live streaming, and yet another for short video influencers. However, these companies occupy substantial space, as they require various rooms for dance and vocal practice, as well as makeup and dressing areas. Additionally, there are individual streaming rooms for broadcasters, along with offices and conference rooms for each division, all necessitating ample space. To accommodate this, Chudu has designated levels 11 to 30 for the media companies, which will henceforth be known as Shenhao Cultural Media Company. As for the security firm, it only requires training facilities, resting areas, and bathing facilities. The security company primarily trains various bodyguards and security personnel. Chudu pondered the notion of cultivating his own cadre of bodyguards, as having them nearby would alleviate future inconveniences when venturing out. However, upon reviewing their profiles, he noted that the current bodyguards cater primarily to ordinary affluent individuals, and thus do not meet his stringent requirements. Strengthening training and continuing recruitment are the forthcoming tasks he must assign to the security company. The interim floors from the 31st to the 50th remain unoccupied, and Chudu has yet to devise a plan for them, so they will be left aside for now. Above these levels lies the cafeteria, which will serve both Western and Chinese cuisine, ultimately becoming the dining facility for the entire group. Numerous schools and companies often outsource their cafeterias, leading to various food safety and sanitation issues, as well as arbitrary charges, which ultimately drive individuals to dine outside. Chudu is resolute in avoiding such pitfalls. He intends to hire chefs who will become employees of Shenhao, ensuring that they partake in the same meals. When one's own prepares the food, there is far greater peace of mind. As for pricing, Chudu will set it at 80 of the market rate, as it is merely employee dining. There is no need for exorbitant charges. The purpose is to enhance employee welfare, and when the benefits are improved, employees will work diligently without needing prodding, as they too fear the company's collapse, leaving them with no better options. The endearing MKS advocate, Fat Shi, conducted a social experiment demonstrating that companies can remain profitable while adequately providing for workers' vacations and benefits. He elucidated that the impoverishment of workers is not due to laziness, but rather exploitation. The essence of the 996 work culture is not the backwardness of productivity, but the avarice of capitalists. Chu Du's intentions are not solely altruistic. It is a matter of establishing a fair system. He has resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, operations will adhere to a standard 8-hour workday, with weekends off and holidays observed. Naturally, this stipulation does not apply to the stars in the film and media sector. His focus is solely on regular employees, who will follow the prescribed work hours without the necessity for overtime. If work can be completed during working hours, what purpose does staying late serve? The principle remains. As long as employees receive fair treatment and benefits, they will exhibit greater enthusiasm in their work, for once they step outside, they will find no other company quite like this one. The 56th to 70th floors are designated for hotels, specifically Shenhao's own establishments. Ascending further, the 71st and 90th floors are intended for business companies, though Chu Du has not yet acquired full ownership of that many, leaving that plan on hold for now. Regarding the 91st to 100th floors, Chu Du envisions them as employee apartments for rest. The final 8 floors will serve as office space, including Chu Du's own office. The designs of the 2 main buildings are essentially identical, and Chu Du's plan reflects this vision. After discussing the relocation of the company with the heads of several departments, everyone expressed their agreement. However, moving such a large company, with multiple entities involved, is not a task that can be completed immediately. The logistics are quite complex, involving many valuable items. Nonetheless, for long-term development, relocation is inevitable. Engaging several professional moving companies, the preparations and transport will take approximately 1 week to 10 days, which is relatively swift. Duties and tasks were assigned to the respective individuals, who then departed. As Chu Du gazed upon the 2 towering buildings, he was filled with profound reflections. The changes within the past month have been nothing short of monumental. A month ago, he was merely a struggling individual, tirelessly seeking ways to earn a living and repay debts. Now, he possesses nearly $1 trillion in assets and has 2 beautiful women at his beck and call. Life is fraught with opportunities and profound changes, marked by its ebbs and flows, leaving one unable to predict the next turn. Just then, Chu Du's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and noticed it was Chen Shuai. Upon answering, Chu Du casually remarked, "Oh, what is up?" Chen Shuai sighed on the other end and asked, "Are you free this afternoon? Let us go out for a meal and a few drinks." Chu Du, having ample time, promptly replied, "What time and where?" 7 o'clock. The usual place. Their exchange was brief, and the call ended. Yet, sensing Chen Shuai's tone, it seemed he was not in high spirits. Had he encountered some trouble? Chapter 32. Information. This chapter has undergone revisions, resulting in the deletion of numerous details. We apologize for this. In the evening, at the familiar spot for hot pot. At 7 o'clock, Chu Du observed Chen Shuai with curiosity and remarked, "What is the matter? You seem rather downcast." Chen Shuai lit a cigarette and, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "Indeed, I've resigned." Chu Du furrowed his brow and inquired, "What happened? Come on, elaborate." Chen Shuai opened a bottle of liquor and took a hearty swig before recounting his tale. However, it was nothing of great consequence, just some workplace issues, having taken the blame for his superior, compounded by enforced rectifications and fines. In a fit of frustration, he decided to resign. Chu Du shook his head and said, "Come on. It's a trivial matter. You can always find another job. If you don't want to search, I have a company. Would you consider joining me?" Chen Shuai declined, saying, "Let us not. Given our relationship, it would be appropriate for me to work at your company." Though their bond was strong, Chen Shuai believed that prolonged proximity often breeds friction, and should conflicts arise in a professional setting, it could complicate their friendship. He felt that their brotherly connection should remain unaffected by such matters. Chu Du acknowledged the wisdom in this and replied, "All right, then take your time to find another job. If you need anything, let me know. We're close." Chen Shuai smirked, "With you, I've never known what it means to be polite." With that, both erupted into laughter. After nearly finishing a case of beer, Chen Shuai, somewhat resigned, remarked, "My mother has been incessantly urging me to go on blind dates and get married." Blind dates, marriage. Chu Du felt a sense of disconnection from these concepts. He asked, "What are your thoughts on that?" Chen Shuai glanced at him and said, "Are you foolish? Given my current situation, do you think I can find a partner?" Chudu contemplated this as well. Although he had cleared his debts, he was now unemployed, uncertain about his next job prospects. Their family home and car were both quite aged, and the prospect of buying a house or a car to attract a partner seemed daunting, as finances were tight. Chudu, exasperated, said, "Why does your mother keep pushing? She knows your situation." Heaven knows. Chun Shui took a bite of barbecue, feeling that life was rather dull. Suddenly, he said, "Be serious. Are you planning to get married? With your circumstances, you could easily find someone. You can't truly intend to be alone for the rest of your life." Chudu nonchalantly replied, "Haven't I mentioned? There is someone outside my life. As for marriage, it's not something I'm considering. It's exhausting and rather mundane." Chun Shui nodded, "Fine. Just make sure you've thought it through. As for me, I doubt I'll be dating or marrying in the next few years. I simply don't have the money." Chudu, indulging in meat and drink, asked, "Marriage, huh? If you want to date, just let me know if you need money." Chun Shui merely shook his head in silence. Having known each other for over a decade, their bond was akin to iron. They could share anything and understood each other's thoughts. The pressures of life persisted. Although Chun Shui had resigned, he planned to search for a new job after a couple of days of rest. While they were dining, Chudu's phone rang. It was Yang Wenk. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Chudu answered the call politely, a gesture of courtesy that had no connection to money. Yang Wenk chuckled and said, "President Chu, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. As per your request, we have urgently reviewed the database today and also conducted an external search. Currently, we have identified several candidates who meet the criteria. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chu Du became intrigued. "In that case, Yang, please send the information to me on my phone. Also, arrange for them to come to the base of my Gemini Tower for interviews at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Yang Wenk readily agreed. After hanging up, within a minute, Chu Du received the materials sent by Yang, illustrating his regard for Chu Du. Chun Shui, curious, inquired, "What's going on?" Chu Du, sipping his drink while glancing at his phone, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just recruiting a few people for the company." Chun Shui nodded in understanding and returned to his meal. The documents could be reviewed later. For now, Chu Du and Chun Shui enjoyed their drinks and engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. As the clock approached 10, Chun Shui stood up and said, "Shall we go?" "Let us." Chu Du replied. They settled the bill and departed. Chun Shui rode a shared electric bike, while Chu Du opted for a designated driver. Returning to Wang Xinyue's place, Wang Xinyue was still awake, having anticipated Chu Du's arrival, and was engrossed in watching television. Upon his entrance, she quickly approached him but was met with the scent of smoke and alcohol. She hurriedly prepared tea and brought it over, saying, "Brother Chu, have some tea. It will make you feel better." Chu Du was far from intoxicated. With the aid of his system, his body had long surpassed that of a typical person, making him impervious to drunkenness. Nevertheless, he accepted the tea and reclined lazily on the sofa. Wang Xinyue, clad in a black lace nightgown, sat beside him. Just as she was about to inquire if he felt dizzy, she was captivated by the clarity of his gaze. "Brother Chu, you're not drunk?" Wang Xinyue asked, puzzled. Chu Du smiled and replied, "I have a high tolerance for alcohol. Of course, I'm not drunk." Wang Xinyue leaned against him, gazing into his eyes earnestly, and said, "Brother Chu, you really are quite handsome." Chu Du, bemused, responded, with that serious expression, "I thought something significant was amiss, and yet you're merely saying this?" Wang Xinyue pressed her face closer to his and insisted, "But you truly are very handsome." Reclining back, Chu Du embraced Wang Xinyue as he remarked, "What good is being handsome? In this day and age, everyone is focused on wealth." Wang Xinyue playfully nudged him, "But brother, you are both handsome and wealthy." Chu Du only smiled in reply, remaining silent. Looking at him, Wang Xinyue mischievously said, "Brother Chu, they say that when one is well fed, desires awaken. You just indulged, but I'm still hungry." As Wang Xinyue lay beside him, she gradually drifted into a slumber. It was then that Chu Du opened his phone to review the materials provided by Yang Wenk. The information was quite detailed. Regarding the driver position, there were 5 applicants. After a cursory glance, it became evident that only one candidate was suitable. Serving as a driver for such a prominent figure required numerous qualifications. For instance, one must exercise discretion, behaving as though one were both deaf and blind, perceiving neither sights nor sounds. Additionally, a composed demeanor and a polished appearance are essential, coupled with proficient driving skills and ample availability, as the employer may summon you at any moment. Furthermore, abstaining from alcohol and maintaining attention to detail, such as regular car washes, are paramount. Upon evaluating the arsum and external presentation, Chudu discerned only one individual who met the stipulated criteria. Chapter 33. The Emperor of Smoke Ning Lei, a veteran at 35 years of age, hails from a military background. He has two elderly parents above him, a wife at his side, and two children below, all of whom necessitate a substantial income. Chudu firmly believes that individuals trained in the military possess a greater discretion than the average person. Subsequently, the Assistant Secretary Group presented over 20 profiles, meticulously compiled by Yang Wenk. Chudu diligently scrutinized each arsum, dismissing candidates based on superficial judgments. This one is too unattractive, he thought. Although not all must adhere to unspoken rules, one cannot tolerate such a lack of appeal in close proximity. It would ruin the work atmosphere. Another candidate, appearing as though he were a bandit, was also swiftly rejected. Then, a particular profile caught Chudu's attention. A graduate with a master's degree from the prestigious Beijing University. Specializing in secretarial studies, she had worked for 3 years in a large corporation in the capital, showcasing a strong professional acumen. However, due to the distance from home, she had returned to Shenhao in search of opportunities and had yet to secure employment. While her qualifications were commendable, it was the photograph that truly captivated Chudu. Her name was Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing it, he inhaled sharply, taken aback by the weight of her reputation. The Emperor of Smoke, such a formidable presence. In the realm of online literature, Lu Ruyan's name resonates with familiarity. Who does not know of her illustrious reputation? Heaven did not birth me, Lu Ruyan. My infamy stretches through the ages like an eternal night. The image alone embodied the essence of a charming, yet treacherous femme fatale. But the myriad of Lu Ruyans across dimensions did not universally embody villainy. In the world of web fiction, she was a beacon of unattainable beauty, a siren, a strategist, and a vixen. Regardless of her moral standing, she had known both wealth and poverty. Yet, one constant remained. Her extraordinary beauty was undeniable. After considerable deliberation, Chudu selected 10 candidates, among whom was Lu Ruyan. As for the management tier, Yang Wenk recommended 12 exceptional individuals, and upon reviewing their impressive arsums, Chudu decided to meet with all of them. After sending the list to Yang Wenk, he set aside his phone and retired for the night. The following morning, Chudu arrived at the Gemini building. Although he had indicated a meeting time of 9 o'clock, by 8:30, all attendees had already gathered. It was then that he laid eyes on Lu Ruyan. Standing at approximately 173 centimeters, her 5-centimeter heels brought her close to 180, making her stand out among the other women. With long, lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall, her alluring visage bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Lily, yet retained its uniqueness. While Jiang Lily exuded a natural allure, Lu Ruyan seemed to possess an innate charm that emanated from her very being. Her eyes, inherently captivating, possessed a bewitching quality that could ensnare one's soul with just a glance. She stood there, effortlessly alluring, as if drawing others in with her magnetic presence, a true embodiment of innate seduction. Her delicate and exquisite face was adorned with a radiant makeup, complemented by a refined nose that added a touch of elegance to her appearance. The long, slender features enhanced her allure. Her luscious lips, painted in a fiery crimson, were irresistibly alluring. Clad in an elegant women's suit, paired with a crisp white shirt that accentuated her figure, she exuded confidence. The lower half featured a black pencil skirt that gracefully approached her knees, while sheer black stockings enveloped her perfectly straight legs, hinting at the mystery beneath. In her hand, she carried a white Chanel handbag, subtly emanating the intoxicating scent of Chanel No. 5, captivating all who were near. Merely standing there, she radiated the cool and enchanting aura of a professional femme fatale, prompting Chudu to quietly muse that if he were her employer, he might be tempted to breach professional boundaries. Indeed, like the illustrious Yuan Yin, she had experienced affluence and adversity, but had never known ugliness. She was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. As for others, while there were indeed some remarkable beauties, none could compare to Lu Ruyan. Noticing that everyone had arrived, Chu Du wasted no time. Clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering. I trust you are all aware that General Yang has recommended each of you to me. Today marks the beginning of our interview process, and this Twin Towers will be your future workplace. Prior to their arrival, the attendees had familiarized themselves with Chu Du's background, as mutual understanding was essential for fruitful dialogue. Observing the crowd, he continued, though many have come today, I do not require all of you. First, I will guide you on a tour and outline our future plans. Should you believe yourselves capable of fulfilling the role, we may discuss the next steps. Although this approach to interviewing was unconventional, the attendees were not taken aback. After all, exceptional circumstances called for unique methods, and they nodded in comprehension. Thus, Chu Du began the tour, explaining the details. Approximately 2 hours later, having elaborated on the overall plans and strategies, he addressed the group. I have conveyed all necessary information. Take half an hour to reflect. Those who feel capable may engage in further discussion. During this half hour, Chu Du intended to assess the driver candidate. Ning Lei, called aside by Chu Du, followed him. Albeit perplexed. You are here to apply for the driver position, correct? He inquired. Ning Lei promptly replied, Yes, Mr. Chu. I come from the military, and I assure you my driving skills are impeccable. You can trust me completely. Chu Du raised an eyebrow, noting the man's straightforwardness. He continued, as for driving skills, simply being able to operate a vehicle is sufficient. However, when driving for me, it is crucial to understand what actions are appropriate and what are not. Ning Lei, no novice to the working world, responded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I understand. My discretion is impeccable. Chu du nodded, additionnel. You will not be sufficient on your own. I will need to hire more drivers for 24-hour coverage, and you will take turns. Hearing this, Ning Lei hesitated before saying, Mr. Chu, I would like to discuss something with you. Chu Du was somewhat taken aback and inquired, Please go ahead. What is it? Ning Lei, feeling a bit anxious, replied, Well, Mr. Chu, I am in dire need of a job, particularly one with a generous salary. Therefore, I am willing to exert myself fully and can be at your beck and call around the clock. I wish to undertake tasks independently, as this would allow for a higher remuneration. So that was the case. Chu Du was indifferent, yet he pondered whether Ning Lei was truly capable of such commitment. Chapter 34. Arrangements and Planning. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Let us proceed as follows. You shall undertake a trial period of 1 month. Should you excel, the position will be yours alone, with a commensurate increase in salary. If not, I shall be compelled to recruit additional personnel. Ning Lei, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I shall not disappoint and will fulfill the tasks assigned. Chu Du smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. With the acquisition of a driver, Chu Du began to contemplate the purchase of a more business-oriented vehicle. It would be ill-suited for a driver to chauffeur him in a sports car. Half an hour swiftly passed. When Chu Du once more addressed the assembly, they had come to their own conclusions. Some, recognizing their limitations, departed immediately. Others began to speak, while the remainder listened intently, engaging in comparisons. Those who felt competent chose to linger, while those who perceived themselves as inadequate exited midway. Ultimately, from his assistant secretary team, Chu Du selected 5 individuals, with the most pivotal being Lu Ruyan. The other 4 comprised 3 men and 1 woman, all approximately 30 years of age, each possessing extensive experience in secretarial roles, composed and efficient. Although Chu Du had an appreciation for beauty, he acknowledged that in the realm of work, men often excelled over women, which was an undeniable reality. As for the executive tier, Chu Du provisionally appointed 3 individuals. The first was Ren Jun, aged 40, with over 10 years of experience in 2 Fortune 500 companies, fitting the profile of a mid to senior level manager. The second was Xue Fong, 42, an expert in the film and entertainment industry, having spent 12 years at a prominent company in a similar capacity. The third, Lei Liang, aged 40, specialized in the planning and organization of large corporate groups, boasting experience in sizable enterprises. All 3 were seasoned professionals of the appropriate age and possessed the vigor necessary for their roles, while Chu Du had yet to find favor with any other candidates. Concerning remuneration, Chu Du had previously communicated the details to Yang Wenk, and they were aware that a confirmation at this juncture would suffice. Once the others had departed, Chu Du addressed the remaining individuals. Welcome, everyone. As of now, you are all part of Shenhao Group. First, I wish to inquire when you can commence your duties. Without hesitation, the group responded, we can begin immediately. Chu Du was greatly pleased with this attitude. Excellent. I shall now outline the tasks at hand. Although our group is just taking its first steps, I am confident that with your assistance, we shall grow exponentially. To begin, we must address the relocation of several companies. Wei Xian, I entrust this matter to you. Please monitor the situation closely and strive to ensure that all companies are moved within 10 days. Wei Xian, one of Chu Du's secretaries, replied earnestly, rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will diligently oversee this. Chu Du then turned to the second secretary, Luo Jihong. Jihong, you're responsible for the processing of paperwork. Integrate all companies, with the exception of schools, under the banner of Shenhao Group. Furthermore, consolidate the 4 media companies into one, named Shenhao Cultural Entertainment Media Company. This task is yours to execute. Luo Jihong stood tall and replied, understood, I shall work with utmost urgency to accomplish this. Chuda nodded slightly and addressed the third secretary. Zhongjin, please oversee the issues regarding the cafeteria. The companies will be relocating here soon, and it is imperative that we recruit suitable cafeteria staff before their complete arrival. We must cater to a variety of culinary tastes, as many individuals hail from diverse regions with differing preferences. Zhongjin, adjusting his glasses, replied, understood, Mr. Chu. I will make the necessary contacts today. With the responsibilities of the 3 male secretaries assigned, it was now time to delegate tasks to the female secretary. Dingwan, you are responsible for the office matters. As I showed you earlier, please procure some supplies for the office and conference rooms. Desks, chairs, computers, projectors, as well as air conditioning, water, electricity, and internet services, Chudu instructed. Dingwan, a 35-year-old mature woman of slender build and ordinary appearance, with short hair that exuded a sense of competence and professionalism, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will arrange everything promptly. Turning to the enchanting and delicate secretary, Lu Ruyin, Chudu said, Ruyin, accompany me to purchase some vehicles for the company. And please have Ning Lei join us as well. With the tasks assigned to the secretarial team, attention shifted to the executive level. Their primary responsibility was to ensure proper arrangements and planning, guiding the middle management. Chudu had previously briefed them on the overall layout and strategy. They merely needed to execute the plan. As everyone dispersed to commence their tasks, this marked their inaugural assignment within the Chudu Group, and each aspired to make a commendable impression. Initially, they may have perceived this as a mere venture for a wealthy heir, but their perspective had since evolved. The 2 buildings alone were worth hundreds of billions, compounded by the integration of numerous companies and Chudu's strategic vision. It was evident that this young master was genuinely intent on making a significant impact. A conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions is far from a trivial enterprise, and as the inaugural members closely associated with the boss, their future prospects could be limitless if they seized the opportunity effectively. Thus, they approached Chudu's directives with utmost diligence. Naturally, Chudu ensured that their remuneration was appropriately generous. Observing Lu Ruyin, Chudu inquired, how did you arrive? She respectfully responded, Mr. Chu, I took a taxi. Chudu nodded and, while walking outside, said, come, ride with me. We shall go purchase the vehicles. Ninglei, you can follow in a taxi. Chudu had already formulated ideas regarding the types of vehicles he wished to acquire. Previously, in his pursuit of extravagant spending, he had primarily purchased sports cars, which were ill-suited for business purposes. This time, he aimed to acquire several business-appropriate vehicles. As Lu Ruyin witnessed Chudu driving a Lamborghini, she felt no surprise. It was only natural for a wealthy boss to own a sports car. There were indeed many luxurious vehicles suitable for work and business, and ultimately, Chudu decided on a Rolls-Royce, opting for a custom configuration that included an 11 million yuan Phantom and a 9 million yuan Cullinan. Ninglei, having received professional training as a driver, was fully capable of operating these luxury cars. Since the group had yet to be established and there were no corporate finances, all expenditures were drawn from Chudu's personal savings. He transferred 5 million to Lu Ruyan and said, "Please manage the finances. Keep a record of the expenses incurred by Ding Xian, as well as the costs associated with processing the paperwork. Additionally, ensure these 2 vehicles are fueled and ready for deployment. The group's matters are temporarily arranged. The rest can be entrusted to these individuals." Chu-Du merely needs to grasp the overarching direction, while the specifics should be delegated to professionals. After a flurry of activity, it was already afternoon, and Chu-Du found himself engulfed in confusion once more. Chapter 35. An additional chapter, he found himself engulfed in confusion ever since his financial fortune had arrived. With no debts to burden him and the affairs of the conglomerate managed by others, he felt as though he had become a person of leisure, devoid of purpose. However, Chu-Du had no intention of remaining idle. Lying around all day could become quite tedious. He decided to call Lei Liang. "Hello, President Chu," Lei Liang answered. "Hello. I shall send you a list shortly containing several companies in which I hold shares. Please approach them one by one to ascertain whether the other shareholders are inclined to sell. Aim to acquire them all, though do not exert pressure if they are unwilling." So be it. Chu-Du felt that the number of relocated companies was insufficient. He had more than just a handful of companies under his management and had previously acquired a significant number of shares. He aimed to select a few promising ones to see if he could procure them entirely. The list encompassed various sectors, including hospitals, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, educational institutions, training organizations, elder care, social media, live streaming, film and television, advertising, real estate, construction materials, tourism, energy, mining, and many others, covering a vast array of industries. It was clear that hospitals, schools, and certain factories were unsuitable for relocation, as they required substantial independent land. However, social media, advertising firms, and tourism companies remained viable options. Social media and advertising agencies could easily merge into a comprehensive media conglomerate. As for the tourism sector, to be candid, the industry's growth in recent years has been commendable. Despite the prevalent cries of financial struggle, a considerable number of individuals still possess the means to travel. Moreover, with the recent crackdown on unscrupulous travel agencies, current tour groups have become significantly more transparent. There is little need for lengthy excursions lasting a week or 10 days. Shorter 2- or 3-day local tours have proven quite satisfactory. The potential for growth in this sector remains vast, as there will always be individuals eager to explore the world. The team moved swiftly. Upon exiting the building, they promptly followed Chu-Du's directives. Within 3 days, Ding Xian had managed to set up the essential utilities such as water, electricity, air conditioning, and internet services. Several companies were also expeditiously relocating and organizing their belongings. As for the procedures regarding the conglomerate and company mergers, everything was completed within a single day. Upon hearing that the Gemini Towers were commencing their corporate transformations, the leadership promptly granted approval. They understood that initiating such a project would create a significant commercial office area, fostering economic growth and serving as a political achievement. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The leadership would not be foolish enough to hinder such an endeavor for the sake of petty gains. Meanwhile, Shuefeng had been fervently advertising to attract tenants to the annex. The location of the Gemini Towers was inherently advantageous, situated in the bustling heart of Huangpu District in Shuncheng. In such circumstances, there was no shortage of businesses eager to establish their presence. However, Shuefeng was discerning. Not every business could be allowed entry. Each sector was required to host the most suitable enterprises. In the realm of cosmetics, the only brands permitted are esteemed names such as Chanel, Dior, Estee Lauder, Gucci, Hermès, SK2, and La Mer. As for the watch boutique, only the finest can enter, including Patek Philippe, Breguet, Cartier, Piaget, Rolex, Omega, IWC, and Longines, with Tissot being the most accessible among them. When it comes to menswear and womenswear, one finds illustrious brands like Hermès, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Burberry, Armani, Versace, Tom Ford, Valentino, and Balenciaga. The lingerie section features Victoria's Secret, Bourdelle, Obadiah, and Fleur of England, among others. While many may only be familiar with Victoria's Secret, it does not imply that the other brands are inferior. In fact, several are more formidable, merely lacking in widespread recognition. In the jewelry domain, one encounters Cartier, Boucheron, Van Cleef Arpels, Harry Winston, Tiffany Company, as well as well-known local brands such as Lao Feng Xiang, Chow Tai Fook, and Xinya. The various merchants in the commercial area are meticulously reviewed by Shui Feng, who engages in discussions and defers unresolved matters to Chudu. Additionally, in other dining and leisure areas, the sheer volume of merchants to meet on a daily basis is overwhelming, resulting in an immense workload. Chuda's office quickly became well-furnished, complete with desks, chairs, computers, potted plants, a lounge, restrooms, and all necessary items. He also posted new recruitment information, seeking personnel for the group. It was impractical for him to source all staff through headhunters. He required many grassroots and mid-level employees. This was where HR came into play. After several days of interviews, Chudu successfully recruited numerous individuals, 5 for human resources, and a substantial number for the finance, procurement, and planning departments. The remaining recruitment tasks were to be delegated to HR, allowing Chudu to focus on other matters. Seated in his office, he idly browsed the computer, perusing various news articles. Suddenly, he encountered a notification, "People you may know." Chudu momentarily lost his train of thought, realizing that aside from his work and romantic pursuits, he rarely engaged with chat applications. Bored, he casually opened the list of individuals, finding that he hardly recognized anyone. However, one item captured his interest: the 3 great vices of life: gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Yet, Chudu proclaimed, by heaven's decree, I, Chudu, shall not coexist with gambling and drugs. Thus, upon encountering this topic, his curiosity was piqued. If possible, the flight attendant Zhang Lily would make an excellent companion for such pursuits. He initially browsed through casually, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Wow, this exists? Incredible, he mused as he marveled at the high-definition images that were rather captivating. Chudu engrossed himself, scrolling through several posts and updates, each more tantalizing than the last, leaving him with a lingering sense of intrigue. Chudu has certainly broadened his horizons, encountering various experiences that he had never seen before, even in films. As he casually browsed through the local scene, he was astounded by the sheer number of individuals present. He had anticipated a considerable turnout, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, upon a cursory glance at this social circle, it became evident that it encompassed individuals from all walks of life. Judging solely by their profiles and photographs, there were affluent magnates with fortunes worth billions, alongside ordinary office workers and students. Chudu couldn't help but express his astonishment with an appreciative click of his tongue. Chapter 36. Ordinary life, nonetheless. Given the nature of the internet, identities are self-assigned, rendering it impossible to discern the true character of the individuals one encounters. Embracing a mindset of curiosity, Chudu casually messaged a stranger from a city. Hello. Within 10 seconds, he received a response. Hello. A glance at the stranger's profile revealed the name Mu. He inquired nonchalantly, May I ask, are you in a relationship? No, came a reply. Ah, free spirit. Under ordinary circumstances, such an opening line would have been dismissed as tedious, yet this particular sphere is rather unique, and directness is often appreciated. Shall we chat? Sure. The dialogue was exceedingly simple. Chudu held no particular intentions. He was merely engaging in casual conversation. However, he soon sensed that this woman exhibited peculiar tendencies. It seemed she harbored an inclination towards Mu, yet had never acted upon it. Astonishingly, she even sent a message. If I were to acknowledge you as my master, would it bother you that I am already married? Chudu was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Not at all. After all, they would not be together. It was merely an online exchange, and thus, it was of little consequence. Subsequently, they connected on WeChat for more convenient communication. The afternoon drifted by in a series of sporadic exchanges. Chudu gleaned much about the intricacies of the community and realized that, despite her inclinations, she had never engaged in any real-life experiences. Even her husband remained oblivious to this aspect of her life. Chu-do couldn't help but reflect. People truly come in all varieties. She even sent a photograph, and from her image, it was evident that she was indeed an attractive woman, exuding an air of elegance and gentleness, reminiscent of a refined wife. Yet, Chu-do harbored doubts, suspecting it to be a stock photo. It seemed improbable that he could fortuitously strike up a conversation with such a stunning woman. As the workday drew to a close, she messaged, "Let us talk later. I need to pick up my child." Chu-do replied casually, concluding their conversation. The afternoon's exchanges had broadened Chu-do's horizons, leading him to contemplate various items he might acquire for Jiang Lily, which struck him as an excellent idea. Jiang Lily was inherently open-minded, adaptable, and shared similar inclinations, making her a fitting recipient. This fleeting interaction with a stranger was but a brief interlude for Chu-do. His primary focus lay on the myriad affairs of the conglomerate. In the ensuing days, he diligently monitored the progression of various tasks and the acquisitions of other companies. Occasionally, he exchanged messages with the WeChat user known as Xiao Xin, which served as a delightful diversion in his routine. With Chu-do, the prominent figure overseeing operations, the progress of work advanced rapidly. In less than 10 days, all companies had successfully relocated, and agreements with merchants for the skirt building had been finalized. Additionally, some shareholders from other companies were willing to sell their stakes. Once Chu-do acquired the requisite shares, he intended to facilitate their relocation under suitable circumstances. Additionally, Chu-do assigned a task to Shui Feng, who previously held a position in a film and media company. Chu-do instructed her to recruit talented individuals, particularly those with potential or significant renown, to enhance the overall strength of the company. However, prior to any recruitment, attention must be paid to the individual's reputation and public perception, as well as considering any past controversies to avoid future scandals. Moreover, Chu-do engaged in daily conversations with the charming Xin. Although they had not met in person, they had shared voice calls, and Chu-do sensed that she harbored some feelings for him. According to the prevailing sentiments within their circle, she seemed inclined to recognize him as her superior. Nonetheless, this was merely a partial inclination, as they had yet to meet and their understanding of one another remained somewhat nebulous. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove Chu-do to the Shenhao group. Upon arriving at his office, before he could even settle into his chair, Lu Rian knocked on the door and entered. "Mr. Chu-do, here is your breakfast for today," she announced, placing the meal on the desk and standing beside it. Chu-do opened the bag to find steamed dumplings and a cup of hot milk. Nonchalantly, he sampled a dumpling and inquired, "I recall you mentioned your plans today. Were they?" It must be said that while Lu Rian possessed stunning beauty and appeared to be merely an elegant ornament, her professional capabilities were commendable. She promptly replied, "Today at noon, you have a lunch appointment with Director Wang from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Additionally, the documents you requested were placed on your desk last night." Chu-do glanced at the reports beside him and nodded slightly. As he continued to eat, he asked, "Rian, you're already 30. Why haven't you considered dating or marriage?" Lu Rian flicked her long hair and responded, "I suppose I haven't met anyone who stirs my heart. Such matters depend on fate." Chu-do chuckled, "I never believed in fate. If you are attracted at first glance, that is mere desire. If affection develops over time, that is love born of familiarity." After a moment of silence, Lu Rian replied, "Boss, there is some truth to what you say, but I find it somewhat misguided." Chu-do laughed heartily. Whether it is truth or folly, as long as it makes sense, it suffices. Lu Rian thought that debating this topic with her boss was rather foolish, so she decided to shift the conversation. "By the way, boss, we have completed our current tasks. What will be your next objective?" Chu-do pondered for a moment and said, "There isn't a fixed task at this stage. Each company should proceed according to its normal development plan." He fixed his gaze on Lu Rian and continued, "Working under my direction is not so rigid. As long as there is a clear path for growth, all innovative and transformative ideas are welcome." Lu Rian nodded in understanding. "Understood, boss." After a moment of contemplation, Chu-do remarked, "For the time being, our media company should focus on allowing the film and television department to produce quality dramas. The livestream hosts should continue their daily broadcasts, and the influencers ought to create more short videos, while the short drama department should also increase their output. As for the security company, we need to enhance training and recruit more personnel. There is nothing else of immediate concern. Lu Rian acknowledged her notes and inquired, Boss, the Shinga Travel Company and the travel agency have already relocated. Do you have any directive for them? Regarding the travel company and the agency, Chu Du pondered briefly before responding. There is nothing significant to address. Simply instruct the travel company and the agency to collaborate, as they both fall under my ownership. If there are business opportunities, we should manage them internally. After all, it is prudent not to let the benefits flow to outsiders. In reality, the travel company and the agency serve distinct functions. The travel company primarily manages transportation for tours, but does not handle the reception of groups, while the travel agency is responsible for welcoming travelers and organizing tour groups. The two entities must work in concert to maximize their effectiveness. Chapter 37. Chun Shuai's blind date. When it comes to travel, Chu Du realized that he had not taken a moment to relax in quite some time. Once the busyness of these days subsided, perhaps he would arrange a team-building outing for everyone. However, even if he were to organize such an event, he had no intention of scheduling it for the weekend. After all, there was ample time from Monday to Friday. Those who insisted on monopolizing holiday time for team building were simply exasperating. With this thought in mind, Chu Du took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Today is Tuesday. Everyone, keep up the good work. On Friday, I will arrange a day of team building and entertainment. No need to work. This work group consisted solely of Chu Du's 5 secretarial assistants, 3 executives, and a newly hired finance officer. The finance personnel, who actually worked in logistics rather than the finance department, was a middle-aged woman named Zhang Ping, bearing a name that was once quite popular among ordinary citizens. While she appeared unremarkable, Chu Du knew she was anything but ordinary. He had paid a handsome sum to recruit her, as she had spent a decade at Tilan Xiao. That alone was more than sufficient. Chu Du's arrangement for the team-building event was merely for these individuals. The mid-level employees would naturally be managed by their respective supervisors. He had neither the time nor inclination to oversee them all. Subsequently, Chu Du messaged Lu Ruyen, please look into suitable locations for the team building. Lu Ruyen replied promptly, received, boss. Stretching lazily, Chu Du was about to review some reports when he suddenly received a phone call. What could it be? The caller was Chun Shuai, and Chu Du's tone was naturally more casual. On the other end, Chun Shuai's voice sounded peculiar. Join me for dinner tonight and act as my advisor. Confusion filled Chu Du's mind. What do you mean? Chun Shuai, somewhat exasperated, replied, I have a connection I cannot decline. It's a blind date. Tonight, I am to meet someone who insisted on bringing a friend, so I said I would bring one as well. Chu Du could not help but facepalm. Is that even permissible? Chun Shuai, feeling frustrated, said, enough of the chatter. Will you go or not? Sure. Just send me the time and place. Chu Du replied, bemused yet intrigued. The idea of sitting beside someone during a blind date was rather amusing. After ending the call, Chun Shuai sent over the details of the time and location, and Chu Du promptly forwarded it to Ning Lei. Time flew by, and the day slipped away. Chu Du left early, and Ning Lei drove him to the restaurant. The establishment was quite ordinary, neither upscale nor shabby. As May approached, and the weather grew warmer, Chu Du removed his suit jacket and loosened a button on his shirt before entering the restaurant. Naturally, Ning Lei remained in the car, fulfilling his duties as the driver. Upon entering, Chu Du spotted Chun Shuai sitting alone, dressed formally and appearing quite dapper. Chu Du plopped down beside him and remarked, according to the time, we still have about 10 minutes. Chun Shuai nodded, gazing out the window. Chu Du, unhurried, settled in to wait leisurely. Within 3 minutes, Chu Du observed 2 women entering the restaurant. After surveying the surroundings, they approached him. Chun Shuai remained silent, but nudged him with his leg, and in an instant, Chu Du understood, directing his gaze towards the 2 ladies. The girl on the left stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, with a slightly rounded face and pleasant features. She was dressed simply, in a white long-sleeve top paired with a light blue jacket, complemented by jeans and casual shoes. Her appearance suggested she was not the type prone to frivolous behavior. Her attire lacked ostentation, devoid of jewelry or noticeable tattoos, giving an impression of decency. Conversely, The woman on the right towered at 172 centimeters, adorned in a purple long-sleeve top that accentuated her ample bosom. Her outfit appeared coordinated, featuring a knee-length polka dot skirt that showcased her long, graceful legs, clad in nude stockings and 3-centimeter heels. Her striking beauty radiated elegance and allure, with a gentle grace reflected in her expressive eyes. Overall, Chu Du sensed an unusual maturity about her, reminiscent of a devoted wife. As he studied her familiar features, he felt a vague sense of recognition, though the memory eluded him. Shaking his head discreetly, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that such a captivating woman, with her exquisite appearance and gentle demeanor, would surely be unforgettable if he had indeed known her. Perhaps he had merely encountered someone of a similar visage. The two women settled across from Chu Du and Chen Shuai, with the girl on the left smiling and saying, "Hello, sorry for being late." Chen Shuai, without glancing at his watch, replied, "Not at all. We simply arrived a bit early." Ever the gracious individual, he introduced himself. "I am Chen Shuai, and this is my friend Chu Du." The girl opposite him responded, "I am Chen Tian, your date for today, and this is my friendly Wenxin." This evening's dining affair was primarily centered around Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, leaving Chu Du and Li Wenxin to remain relatively quiet. Chu Du observed the two women, noting their apparent compatibility, especially given their shared surname, alleviating any future concerns regarding the names of their offspring. Chen Shuai, though not conventionally handsome, was quite presentable, standing close to 180 centimeters tall, while Chen Tian was among the more attractive individuals, also boasting a height of 168 centimeters. The pair appeared well-matched. Chen Shuai handed over the menu, saying, "Take a look and order whatever you like." Chen Tian, however, smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I rarely eat much in the afternoon. You gentlemen tend to get hungrier, so feel free to order." Immediately, Chu Du's impression of her improved. Regardless of the circumstances, her lack of inclination to order the most expensive items spoke to her good character. Chen Shuai did not accept the menu but continued, "It's fine. A little something is still worthwhile. You can order." Seeing Chen Shuai's insistence, Chen Tian took the menu, glanced through it, and inquired, "May I ask if either of you has any dietary restrictions?" Chu Du and Chen Shuai simultaneously shook their heads and replied, "No." Consequently, Chen Tian casually selected 2 ordinary home-style dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, then handed the menu over, saying, "That'll do. The rest is up to you." Chen Shuai made a hasty choice as well, for the act of dining was not the focal point. Chu Du and Li Wenxin sat nearby, observing the two silent individuals exchanging glances in a bewildered manner. Growing anxious, Chu Du discreetly nudged Chen Shuai under the table. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shuai spoke, "Hello, Chen Tian. Well, I am not considering matters of romance or marriage at this moment." Chapter 38. A fortuitous encounter with Li Wenxin. Chu Du was nearly driven to exasperation. "I merely asked you to converse with a young lady, to ascertain if there might be a potential for development. She does not seem particularly materialistic. Perhaps there is an opportunity. Now that debts are no longer a concern, diligent effort is all that is required. Why must you speak in such a manner?" Chen Tian and Li Wenxin were both taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Tian said, "That is acceptable. Let us consider this an introduction and perhaps become friends." Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. "No problem. From now on, we shall be friends. Although I'm not currently contemplating such matters, as a friend, feel free to call upon me if you require assistance." Chen Tian took a sip of tea and curiously inquired, "May I ask why you do not consider dating or marriage? I heard from Aunt Li that you are not particularly young anymore, and it seems your family has been urging you." Chen Shu's expression turned somewhat pained. "It is simply unfeasible. The costs of dating and marriage are prohibitively high. The expenses of purchasing a home and a car. I lack the funds. I am a person of self-awareness. If I have no money, I should not waste time." Chen Tian had also experienced blind dates, yet this was the first time she encountered someone who could candidly express their financial limitations as a reason for abstaining from romance. Gazing at Chen Shu, she suddenly smiled. "What if there exists a possibility that I am not one to covet vanity or material wealth?" Chen Shu raised his gaze, incredulous. Staring at Chen Tian, Chu Du was equally astonished. Is it possible that they have already taken a liking to each other? How absurd. Shenhao replied. This is not merely a matter of materialism. It concerns basic living conditions. For instance, I cannot even muster a down payment for a home. Tian did not press the issue, simply responding, let us wait and see. I am indifferent to this aspect. If the person is suitable, I would be willing to save money together for a house. Shenhao regarded Tian, pausing for a few seconds before saying, let us interact and see how it goes. After all, we are not yet well acquainted. Thus, the group engaged in casual conversation, with Chu Du and Li Wenxin remaining mostly silent, allowing Shenhao and Tian to converse about work and life. When the food arrived, Chu Du and Li Wenxin focused on their meals, leaving the opportunity for the two to continue their dialogue. Within 15 minutes, as Chu Du and Li Wenxin neared the conclusion of their meal, they observed the increasingly animated exchange between the other two. Their eyes met, and an understanding passed between them. Chu Du then cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I need to use the restroom. Li Wenxin also stood and remarked, I shall go to the restroom as well. You two continue your conversation. After standing, they did not proceed to the restroom, but instead turned to occupy another vacant table nearby, sitting face to face. Once seated, they both glanced back at Tian and Shenhao, unable to suppress their simultaneous laughter. Li Wenxin looked at Chu Du and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Li Wenxin. Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Du hesitated for a moment before replying. Hello, I am Chu Du. Both furrowed their brows at the same time. After a brief silence, Chu Du suggested, shall we exchange WeChat to get to know one another? Very well, Li Wenxin responded as she pulled out her phone. After scanning the code, it was indeed her. Gazing at the profile picture and name on her phone, Chu Du and Li Wenxin found themselves momentarily paralyzed, simultaneously exclaiming, Is it you? Indeed, Li Wenxin was the very same person, Xiao Xian, whom Chu Du had met online. Chu Du was taken aback. In a sprawling metropolis like Shanghai, with millions of inhabitants, what a remarkable coincidence. Li Wenxin, too, was stunned, recalling the affectionate terms and playful exchanges they had shared online. And she couldn't help but bury her face in her hands. Feeling unworthy to face Chu Du, the atmosphere became palpably awkward, contrasting sharply with the animated conversations occurring elsewhere. After a prolonged silence, Chu Du finally spoke. I remember you mentioned you were married. Li Wenxin's expression grew complex. Yes, I am married. Then you. Ju Ju Jiao Papa. Li Wenxin managed a bittersweet smile. Marriage feels no different from being single. Perhaps I might even divorce soon. With respect to her private affairs. Chu Du felt it inappropriate to comment. So what now? In this peculiar situation, Chu Du found himself lacking experience. Despite the allure of the woman before him, he had never encountered anything like this before. Li Wenxin composed herself and replied, Let's see how it goes. I can't say for certain. Chu Du understood. As their circumstances were undeniably awkward, he never anticipated that accompanying Chen Shuai for a meal would lead to encountering a friend of his electronic pet. How absurd. Furthermore, Chu Du realized that the photos Li Wenxin had sent him were decidedly unflattering. In reality, she was far more stunning, which explained why he had initially failed to recognize her, even though he sensed an air of familiarity. During their previous conversation with the other two, both had spoken little, failing to notice the nuances in their voices. Now, with just the two of them, the discord became apparent. Observing Chu Du's handsome and charming visage, and recalling their daily exchanges, Li Wenxin felt a flutter of emotions. She had once been in love with her husband, but a significant betrayal had extinguished that affection. Since then, her heart had grown cold. Despite having a daughter, her husband spent most of his time away for work, returning only on holidays, leaving all household responsibilities to Li Wenxin. Gradually, she recognized a tendency towards self-destruction and eventually came to understand this as a peculiar attribute of hers. The couple had become emotionally estranged. Her husband believed that Li Wenxin still harbored feelings for him, unaware that years ago, she had ceased to have any feelings for men at all. The prolonged solitude led Li Wenxin to experience an inner turmoil, yearning for indulgence. She had suppressed her desires for far too long. She thought that perhaps allowing herself occasional indulgence might alleviate her distress and improve the atmosphere at home. Despite knowing such thoughts were morally questionable, her heart was restless. At this opportune moment, Chu Du entered her life, a perfect blend of timing and person. Looking at Chu Du, Li Wenxin suddenly proposed, "How about we proceed as we discussed online?" After finishing her words, Li Wenxin lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Du's gaze. What was said online? What was mentioned online? It was about establishing a private relationship, one with unique attributes. Naturally, Chu Du was inclined, relishing the prospect. However, concerning Li Wenxin's family, never mind. After all, she was not exactly a paragon of virtue herself. Chu Du nodded and asked, "Shall we go?" Li Wenxin silently picked up her bag and phone, rising gently. As they passed by Chen Shui and Chen Tian, Chu Du exchanged a knowing glance, and Li Wenxin gestured subtly to Chen Tian. Chen Shui and Chen Tian were left in a state of bewilderment. If memory serves correctly, today was supposed to be a blind date for the two of us, yet here you are. Chapter 39. Team Building Hike. This is not the focal point. The crux lies in Chen Tian's bewilderment. "Sister, you are already married with children." Under the dazed gazes of Chen Shui and Chen Tian, Chu Du and Li Wenxin departed from the restaurant. As soon as they settled into Chu Du's car, en route to the hotel, Li Wenxin's phone rang within a minute. Frowning at the screen, she answered, "Hello. I'm out with friends for dinner. You're back. All right, I understand. It's inconvenient. I will call you back later." "Got it." After hanging up, Li Wenxin sighed, "I must return." Chu Du comprehended the situation. She had to go home. Reluctantly, he agreed. However, as he drove her near her community, he leaned in for a kiss, which Li Wenxin did not resist. There was an air of familiar strangeness between them, as if they had known each other for ages yet had just met. Perhaps due to her unease, Li Wenxin was particularly engaged, her warm, soft figure nestled against Chu Du, her tongue playfully entwining with his, as if seeking to merge into one. "I truly must leave," she said, pushing him away, her expression somewhat complex. Chu Du exhaled, "It's all right. I will wait for you." Li Wenxin nodded earnestly before exiting the vehicle. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Du softly remarked, "Let us go home." Ning Lei gently started the car, and they slowly departed. As for Chen Shui, Chu Du refrained from inquiring. When they left, Chen Shui and Chen Tian were still engrossed in lively conversation, indicating there was potential between them. So Chu Du chose not to interrupt. Due to Li Wenxin's husband being at home, Chu Du decided against messaging her. Before long, Friday arrived. The day's team-building activity was straightforward, a hike nearby, followed by a visit to a local farmhouse. Everyone enthusiastically agreed, as sitting in the office had taken a toll on their lumbar and cervical spines. A hike was the perfect opportunity to stretch their legs and invigorate their bodies. Early that morning, 5 secretaries, 3 executives, and a finance officer gathered at the building's entrance. Given the number of participants, Chu Du arranged a luxurious minibus from the travel agency, with Ning Lei at the wheel. Relaxing in the vehicle, Chu Du cheerfully announced, "Today, we're here to have fun, let go of work-related thoughts, and enjoy a day of rest. Tomorrow is Saturday, so you can return home to relax. Long live the boss." The group cheered in unison. Not to mention, the fact that this team-building event did not encroach upon a holiday was a feat many exploitative bosses could not achieve. Lu Rian was dressed in a white athletic short-sleeve top, paired with black, form-fitting leggings and complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making her appear fresh and radiant. Chu Du also donned athletic attire, as wearing a suit for a hike would be rather absurd. The drive was not lengthy, just over an hour. As they exchanged amusing anecdotes, time swiftly passed. Upon reaching the foot of the modest hill, Ren Jun chuckled and remarked, "I used to enjoy hiking quite a bit, but as time passed, I gradually found myself with less and less time. It feels like years have slipped by without a single climb." Chu Du responded with a smile, "Perfect. Let's ascend once more today." Beside them, Lu Ru Yin chimed in cheerfully, "Boss, I regularly engage in fitness training and often go hiking. Just imagine, if I managed to reach the summit faster than you." Chu Du confidently interjected, "That's impossible. I have faith in my abilities." What ist? The system had bestowed upon him the elixirs of the immortal realm, and solely based on physical prowess, he would undoubtedly surpass everyone. Let us go. With that, Chu Du prompted the group to begin their ascent. Ren Jun took the lead, forging ahead. Lu Ruyin walked ahead of Chu Du, while he positioned himself in the center. With a mere glance upward, he could behold the alluring figure of Lu Ruyin, her captivating curves concealed beneath her attire, stirring within him a sense of yearning. Although climbing was arduous, Chu Du, brimming with energy, remained unfazed, finding solace in the sight of the enchanting beauty before him. The group ambled along, pausing intermittently to chat about trivial matters, current events, and amusing anecdotes, creating an atmosphere filled with joy. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, they finally reached the summit. Those wishing to capture photographs did so, while others ventured to the restroom, admired the scenery, or settled upon the stone benches in the nearby pavilion for a rest. After exerting herself physically, Lu Ruyin's complexion was flushed, and she was breathless as she sat down, quickly consuming half a bottle of water. In contrast, Chu Du sat there composed, his demeanor calm and unruffled, as though he had strolled leisurely up the mountain, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Perhaps due to the vigorous exercise, Lu Ruyin was glistening with perspiration, and the fragrance of her perfume wafted around them. Chu Du discerned the scent as Chanel's allure, exuding an air of elegance, nobility, and seduction. Lu Ruyin offered him a bottle of water, saying, "Boss, have a drink." Chu Du took it and swiftly drained the entire bottle. Lu Ruyin stared in astonishment. "Boss, are you a water buffalo?" Chu Du shrugged. "I'm not tired, but that doesn't mean I'm not thirsty." Lu Ruyin chuckled, not responding, and tossed the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin. The others seemed to understand the unspoken cue and gradually distanced themselves from the pavilion. Chu Du sat on the stone bench, enjoying the gentle mountain breeze. Observing this, Lu Ruyin rose and stood behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders to offer a massage. As he reveled in the moment, he remarked, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be skilled at massage." Lu Ruyin proudly replied, "How does it feel? Is it comfortable? I often give massages to my parents at home." Chu Du nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, it's quite good. Even better than some professional therapists." Lu Ruyin playfully tapped his shoulder. "Boss, if you say that, it makes me a little unhappy." Chu Du laughed heartily, then relaxed, resting his head on Lu Ruyin's abdomen, allowing her to massage him. Meanwhile, a group of secretaries and executives in the distance maintained a composed demeanor, their eyes focused inward, engaging in idle chatter as if completely oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Chapter 40. Leisure after a brief massage lasting over 10 minutes. Chu Du shook his head gently and rose slowly, remarking, "You should take a break as well. There is no need for you to continue the massage. After all, your physical stamina is not as robust as mine." Lu Ruyin did not protest, responding obediently, "Thank you, boss." She then settled into her seat, using her hands to knead her shoulders and legs. Unable to resist, Chu Du cast a glance in her direction, noticing her long, shapely legs wrapped snugly in tight-fitting pants. Even her gentle padding revealed an impressive elasticity. After resting for nearly an hour and replenishing their energy with some snacks, the group prepared to descend the mountain. Many claim that descending is easier and more enjoyable, but this is a misconception. While ascending requires sheer willpower fueled by abundant energy, the descent can be more taxing, as one's knees must bend more dramatically than during the climb. Thus, one must exercise greater caution on the way down. It was nearly 3 o'clock by the time they reached the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, they had consumed some snacks beforehand, alleviating their hunger for the moment. Chu Du glanced at the time and suggested, "It's still early. Let us go over there to fish for a bit. We'll have dinner here later at the farmhouse, complete with a barbecue." Excitement rippled through the group. In the office, such opportunities to connect with nature are rare, and this leisurely outing was a delightful change. Upon arriving at the fishing pond, those interested in angling rented fishing rods and other equipment. For many middle-aged men, fishing is a splendid pastime. For instance, Ren Jun and Lei Liang showed great enthusiasm for the activity. However, not everyone shared this interest. Xue Fong and the others wandered over to a nearby flower garden, where the scenery was lovely, ideal for relaxation and conversation, as well as photography. Chu Du himself was not particularly keen on fishing. Having spent many idle days on a yacht doing just that, he had grown weary of the activity. Moreover, ocean fishing and pond fishing are vastly different. While one might encounter a lack of bites in a pond, ocean fishing can yield abundant catches with minimal effort. Simply tossing an apple into the sea can attract a swarm of fish, making the endeavor quite effortless. As time meandered on, it soon approached 6 o'clock. Chudu called out to the group, "Let us go. I believe everyone is hungry now. It's time for a hearty meal." At the farmhouse, the culinary offerings leaned toward home-style dishes. In recent years, to diversify the menu, they had also incorporated a variety of barbecue options. The group indulged in their meal, relishing the simple pleasures of home-cooked food. Dishes included stir-fries, grilled meats, and staple foods, complemented by ample drink. Naturally, the only designated driver, Ning Lei, abstained from alcohol. The others feasted heartily, engaged in lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lu Ruyan, as Chu Du's secretary and woman, remained by his side throughout the meal, serving him dishes, pouring drinks, and offering napkins, embodying the demeanor of a devoted companion. It must be said that having a considerate woman attending to one's needs at the dining table indeed enhances the experience. Lu Ruyan was attentive and meticulous, ensuring every detail was taken care of, though the others seemed oblivious to her efforts. After all, those who have reached such heights are rarely foolish. It is evident to all that the boss harbors feelings for Secretary Lu, who, in turn, is gentle and obedient. Such matters are not for them to meddle in. Observing and hearing without acknowledging is an essential skill in the workplace. It was not until after 9 in the evening, having indulged in food and drink, that everyone dispersed from the meeting. Ning Lei drove the group back. Since everyone had consumed alcohol, they naturally arranged for designated drivers at the company premises. However, with Ning Lei as the driver, Chu Du had no such concerns. Lu Ruyan also drove, opting for a designated driver to return home. Tomorrow was Saturday, a perfect opportunity to enjoy a 2-day respite. The policies at Chu Du's company were quite lenient, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule, with holidays and weekends included, along with contributions to social insurance and housing funds. Overtime was not mandatory. As long as the work was completed, employees could leave at their designated time. Overtime pay was calculated at triple the rate. In such a favorable work environment, who wouldn't want to be part of it? The employees' benefits and welfare were thoroughly ensured, and they were even more concerned about the company's stability than the management itself. Awakening lazily past 10 in the morning, Chu Du stared at the ceiling, reluctant to rise. Beside him lay Wang Xinhua, who, upon noticing Chu Du's eyes open, snuggled closer, her hair brushing against his chest. "Brother Chu, what would you like to eat?" "I can prepare something," she offered. Chu Du shook his head, replying, "There's no rush. At this hour, we might as well have lunch. I'm fine with anything. If you don't feel like cooking, we can eat out or order takeout." Wang Xinhua chuckled softly. Home-cooked meals are undoubtedly cleaner. It's rare to have a free Saturday afternoon. "Let me cook for you." Chu Du twirled her long hair between his fingers. "All right then, just whip up a couple of dishes." "Of course," Wang Xinhua replied, knowing well Chu Du's taste for simple, homely fare, complemented with a staple. "Brother Chu, do you have any plans for today?" Wang Xinhua gazed at him eagerly. As a lover, she sought to please Chu Du, believing that spending time together would naturally deepen their bond. Wang Xinhua did not wish to be merely a bed companion, as that would render her existence of little value, knowing that Chu Du could easily replace her. Even in a romantic relationship, she craved a sense of security, a need beyond her physical presence. Only then could she consider herself a valuable companion. Chu Du casually replied, "No plans today, it's free time." Wang Xinhua exclaimed, "Brother Chu, could we go out together?" Intrigued, Chu Du asked, "Where do you want to go?" After some contemplation, she replied, "Shopping." Catching Chu Du's gaze, she quickly added, "Not necessarily to buy anything. I just want to stroll, enjoy some milk tea, and watch a movie. That would make me very happy." Chu Du was taken aback. "Is it that simple?" Wang Xinhua nodded vigorously. "My requests are truly not excessive." Chu Du embraced Wang Xinhua tighter, saying, "All right, let's go shopping this afternoon and buy some things for ourselves." Wang Xinhua paused in surprise. "For us? What shall we buy?" "A watch," he responded. Initially, Chu Du amassed wealth through car flipping, later progressing to purchasing real estate, private jets, and luxurious yachts. However, he never acquired a watch. Today, while shopping, he found the perfect opportunity to buy one. Wang Xinyue, though not particularly interested in watches, was more than willing to accompany Chu Du on this venture. After lounging for a while, she got dressed and ventured downstairs to buy groceries. For lunch, she prepared a simple meal of 3 home-style dishes. Coming from a humble background, Chu Du was accustomed to ordinary life, and such meals evoked a sense of daily routine, or rather, a feeling of home. On weekends, when taking his partner out for leisure, there was no need for a chauffeur. Chu Du drove his Lamborghini Gallardo, transporting Wang Xinyue to the Wanxiang International City. Chapter 41. The purchase of a watch. Wang Xinyue, adorned in a sky-blue Chanel spaghetti strap dress, gracefully embraced Chu Du's arm with her porcelain white arms. Beneath the swaying hem of her dress, a pair of flawless, slender legs were exposed, elegantly complemented by a pair of beige pointed high heels, presenting her as both beautiful and poised. Despite the extravagant Lamborghini, there was no throng of onlookers as often depicted in other novels. Most merely cast a fleeting glance, kept their distance, snapped a quick photo of the car, and moved on. A few women, wishing to capture the moment, hesitated to approach, aware that a careless step might result in an expensive mishap. Wang Xinyue, with a delicate tone, inquired, "Brother Chu, what watch do you wish to purchase?" Chu Du surveyed the store entrance and replied, "Let us explore Patek Philippe. When it comes to the hierarchy of luxury watches, Patek Philippe undoubtedly reigns supreme, with Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, and Cartier as formidable competitors." Upon entering the Patek Philippe boutique, the sales associate, noticing Chu Du accompanied by Wang Xinyue, quickly discerned that a distinguished gentleman had arrived. As a representative of a luxury brand, she had undergone specialized training and possessed extensive knowledge of various high-end brands. Just the attire of these two patrons suggested a combined worth exceeding 200,000. Were they not affluent clients? With a beaming smile, she approached, saying, "Welcome. Good day, sir. This is Patek Philippe. I will be delighted to assist you. May I inquire if you have a specific model in mind?" Chu Du shook his head, stating, "No. I require 2 watches, one for formal business settings and another for more casual occasions. Please make your recommendations." From this singular statement, the sales associate recognized that this customer was genuinely intent on making a purchase, not merely browsing to show off. With careful consideration, she asked, "Certainly, our timepieces are suitable for various occasions. May I ask if you have any price preferences?" Chu Du replied, "No, price is not a concern. It merely needs to be suitable. Price is not a concern?" The sales associate was momentarily taken aback, pondering the affluence of this young heir. She cast a glance at Wang Xinyue beside him, filled with envy. However, upon comparing their appearances, she resigned herself to the notion that she had no chance. Turning to Wang Xinyue, Chu Du added, "I shall also buy you a watch. Choose whichever you desire." Wang Xinyue pointed to herself, "Surprise me?" She was caught off guard, not expecting Chu Du to include her in the purchase. Chu Du, smiling, responded, "You are my woman. If I do not buy for you, for whom shall I buy?" Embracing Chu Du, Wang Xinyue left a trace of her rosy lips on his cheek and cheerfully said, "Thank you, Brother Chu." Chu Du, seated comfortably on a nearby sofa, wiped the imprint of her lipstick from his face with a tissue while sipping tea, patiently awaiting the sales associate's return. Soon, she approached with a tray, on which lay a white cloth adorned with 2 exquisite timepieces. The attendant placed the tray before Chu Du on the coffee table and, donning her gloves, began to introduce the watches. "Good day, sir. This first piece is from the Patek Philippe Nautilus collection, while the other showcases an extraordinary chronograph with intricate complications." Chu Du glanced at the timepieces. The casual model was priced at 5 million, and the business one at 3 million. Despite the exorbitant prices, their designs did not align with Chu Du's expectations. He shook his head and remarked, "These designs do not resonate with my taste. Please, do you have other styles to consider?" The attendant promptly nodded, "Of course, sir. Please allow me a moment to fetch alternatives." In less than 3 minutes, she returned with 2 additional watches. This time, Chu Du found them appealing. The Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6002 G001 was valued at 38 million, while the other, a Patek Philippe Nautilus 571910 G010, was worth 5 million. Naturally, the casual series was less expensive than the business line, Yet Chudu was indifferent to the prices. They held no significance for him. After trying one on, he felt satisfied and decided to wear the casual model, stating, "Very well, I shall take both of these." He then inquired if she required anything further. A purchase exceeding 40 million was undeniably a substantial transaction for any watch retailer. The attendant's professionalism prevented her from being taken aback. Instead, she respectfully replied, "Certainly, sir. I will assist that lady in her selection." Wang Xinyue hesitated to choose an expensive watch, typically opting for pieces priced in the hundreds of thousands. Chuda glanced over and remarked, "I recall there's a pink model in the Nautilus series. Do you have that here?" The attendant quickly responded, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it." Moments later, Chudu and Wang Xinyue beheld the exquisite timepiece, the Patek Philippe Nautilus 71 1814 52G001 in pink, valued at 4,700,000. Wang Xinyue, feeling uneasy, said, "Chugu, isn't that a bit too pricey?" Chudu looked at the price tag and replied, "Am I truly that impoverished?" Wang Xinyue fell silent. Working at a commercial bank and being Chudu's significant other, she was well aware of the substantial wealth he possessed, hundreds of billions. Thus, the price of over 4 million seemed trivial in his presence. Noticing Wang Xinyue's silence, the attendant tentatively inquired, "Sir, would you like this gift wrapped?" Chudu glanced at Wang Xinyue and replied, "You may have it wrapped, or you can wear it directly." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xinyue decided, "Then I shall wear it." When it came time to pay, the card was swiped for over 48 million. Wang Xinyue was taken aback. Although she resided in Chudu's nearly 100 million yuan home and drove a Porsche, she still struggled to acclimate to the notion of purchasing such an expensive watch. With the watch acquired, the next endeavor was to accompany Wang Xinyue on a shopping excursion. However, contrary to Chudu's expectations of her wanting to browse clothing and handbags, she led him to the entrance of store. This. Even with Chudu's thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Before him stood a ladies' lingerie store, filled with an array of women's undergarments, including quite a few of the more risque variety, which left Chudu feeling particularly awkward. The store was named Amer, a brand he had never encountered before. Naturally, this was to be expected, for his knowledge of women's lingerie extended little beyond the shapes and styles. When it came to brands, he was utterly in the dark. Observing Chudu's reaction, Wang Xinyue leaned closer, her voice deliberately sultry as she whispered, "Brother, don't you wish to personally select something for me? Then, later tonight, you can see me wearing it and enticing you. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Chapter 42. The confusion of Chun Shui with a delicate flick of her tongue. The enchanting figure lightly caressed the earlobe of Chudu. A surge of electrifying sensation coursed through him, igniting a yearning that was hard to suppress. "Damn it, it's just a face. I can do without it." With a decisive wave of his hand, Chudu commanded, "Let us go." The female attendant, upon noticing the two of them, paid little heed to Chudu's embarrassment, as such encounters were commonplace in establishments like this. Initially, Chudu felt quite self-conscious, but he soon relaxed. When it came time to settle the bill, Chudu was astounded to discover the total exceeded 40,000. Glancing at the meager fabric within the bag, he couldn't help but muse silently how effortlessly one could earn a woman's money, perhaps due to having acquired what she desired. Wang Xinyue's enthusiasm had waned as they continued their shopping. In the evening, the two dined on hot pot at a restaurant on the upper floor. With excitement dancing in her eyes as she looked at her phone, Wang Xinyue exclaimed, "Chugu, I've booked the movie tickets. We're going to the 5th floor to catch a film." Chudu readily agreed. "Sure, let us head there after we finish eating. By the way, what movie did you book?" It's a romance film," Wang Xinyue replied uncertainly. Chudu rolled his eyes. Few men had a penchant for romantic films, while many preferred action-packed narratives. Of course, a blend of the two genres would be even more appealing. Fortunately, contemporary films often lack depth. After watching the movie, Wang Xinyue felt little emotion, merely boredom. The weekend passed with little to do, and both Chudu and Wang Xinyue found no motivation to venture outside. With a massive projector at home, they spent the day binge-watching short dramas and snacking, letting the hours drift by. On Monday morning, upon arriving at the office, Secretary Liu had already prepared his breakfast. Chu Du peered into the bag to find steamed buns and tofu pudding. Slumping into his executive chair, he began to eat. Secretary Liu, dressed in a professional suit and white shirt, approached with a hefty stack of documents, saying, "Boss, these documents require your signature. Please take a look." Today, Liu Rian wore her signature professional attire, and a subtle scent wafted to Chu Du's nose. A glance at her long, slender legs adorned in sheer stockings made him momentarily appreciate the allure. He reviewed the documents, finding no issues, and signed where necessary. As he scribbled his name, he casually remarked, "It seems you've changed your perfume today." Liu Rian smiled warmly. "I'm wearing Dior's blooming bouquet today." Chu Du inhaled deeply. "It smells delightful." Liu Rian extended her wrist towards him. "Here, boss, take a whiff." I sprayed it on my wrist. Chu Du, unreserved, took a hearty sniff, enveloped in the fragrant aroma. Liu Ruoyan swiftly withdrew her wrist, grasping the document already signed by Chu Du, her complexion slightly flushed. "Boss, I shall attend to my duties now." The sound of her crisp high heels echoed as Liu Ruoyan gracefully departed the office. "What a stunning beauty," Chu Du mused silently. Whether it be Jiang Lily, Liu Ruoyan, or Li Wenxin, each embodies the quintessential allure of an elegant woman, yet they each possess their unique charm. Jiang Lily exudes a provocative allure, while Liu Ruoyan captivates with an innate enchantment. As for Li Wenxin, she embodies the gentle elegance of a devoted partner. Regardless, they are all undeniably exquisite in their own right. Chu Du was aware that Li Wenxin's husband was an ordinary man, and he found himself curious about how such an average individual could win the affection of a beauty like her, especially considering that Li Wenxin had not been involved with any other men prior. Today, Jiang Lily was on a break, yet they had a new training task, preventing her from seeking out Chu Du. As for Li Wenxin, he wondered when her husband would return to work. Lost in thought, he received a call from Chen Shuai. "Hello, what is up?" Chu Du answered nonchalantly. Chen Shuai's voice conveyed a hint of confusion. "I seem to have encountered a dilemma." Chu Du's interest peaked immediately. "Do tell." Chen Shuai gathered his thoughts and replied, "Do you believe there are truly women who will share both joys and sorrows with you? I feel I may have found one." The topic was profound, and the world felt tumultuous. Chu Du pondered briefly before responding. In this world, with its vast population, there are bound to be all sorts of individuals. While some may be materialistic, others surely are not. It all depends on one's fortune. As for me, I currently know only two who seem to possess a disregard for material wealth. Chapter 43. Emotional Matters. One is Liu Ruyan, and the other is Li Wenxin. To be candid, with Liu Ruyan's beauty, she could easily earn several million a year if she so desired. However, she has chosen a different path, striving diligently through her studies and work, earning money through her own capabilities. As for Li Wenxin, initially, she was entirely unaware of his true identity. Their relationship was purely that of online acquaintances. She was simply enchanted by his voice and the engaging conversations they shared. Furthermore, her unique family circumstances led her to gradually become enraptured by him. Even upon discovering his wealth later on, Li Wenxin never expressed a desire for any material possessions. Their connection is remarkably pure, despite its peculiarities. Chen Shuai sighed and continued, "How should I put it? Over the past few days, I have met with Chen Tian 3 times. Objectively speaking, she is quite a wonderful person. She does not value money excessively and is willing to work together to support a family, even to save for a home. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this all seems too surreal. Am I truly deserving of such good fortune?" Chu Du appeared somewhat speechless. "How exactly did you two engage in conversation?" Chen Shuai pondered for a moment before responding. "We didn't really discuss much in depth. We mostly talked about work, finances, and various aspects of life." He added, "From what I've gathered, her character is quite pleasant, and she is generous. She has a younger sister and comes from an ordinary family. We have touched on the topics of homes and cars, and she indicated that we should prioritize our feelings first. If we both feel compatible, then our families could contribute to the down payment, and we would gradually repay the mortgage together. As for a car, she suggested that if funds are insufficient, we could forego that for now and rely on public transportation." Chu Du couldn't help but facepalm. "Are you serious?" Chen Shuai chuckled lightly. Do you think I would joke about such matters? With a sigh, Chu-du replied, From your words, I gather that you may have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Chun Shui lamented, I feel my resolve is wavering. How so? As Chu-du savored his dumplings, he listened intently to Chun Shui's tale of romance. Previously, I always thought that without money, I shouldn't pursue a relationship. But now, this person has emerged, someone who is not after wealth, but instead values genuine feelings and is willing to share both joys and hardships. I find myself swayed. Listening to Chun Shui's words, Chu-du felt a sense of wonder. It seemed as though they were destined for one another. Despite having met only 3 or 4 times since their introduction, they had already developed mutual affection. If money were not a factor, then what could be the underlying motive? Chu-du racked his brain, unable to fathom any ulterior motives on Chen Tian's part, and could only conclude that Chen Shui was indeed fortunate, perhaps fated to have such a partner. However, considering the significance of such a lifelong commitment for his good friend, Chu-du advised with caution, take your time. Your acquaintance is still in its infancy, and marriage isn't on the immediate horizon. You could continue to engage with each other for 6 months to a year, or even a year and a half. That would be quite normal. After all, marriage is a lifelong endeavor. If she truly embodies that kind of character, then I can only say, you've hit the jackpot. Chu-du envied Chen Shui for encountering such a remarkable young woman, yet he himself might not necessarily require one. As a man, and one who cannot be deemed virtuous, or perhaps even a scoundrel, a girl of such caliber would be an immense burden for him. He was simultaneously involved with several women, and if the truth were to surface, it would undoubtedly cause harm to a good girl. Fortunately, his companions Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili understood their positions and bore no discontent. As for Lu Ruyan, her feelings remained unclear at present. The relationship with Li Wenxin was quite intricate. Such matters hardly posed a problem. Chu-du believed that Chen Shui was aware of his own sentiments and would make his own judgments. After hanging up the phone, Chu-du let out a deep sigh, pondering the complexities of love. Once, he too was an innocent youth, having experienced a beautiful first love, but ultimately it was but a fleeting dream. They parted ways. And after graduation, they drifted apart, never to meet again. Now, he had gradually become disillusioned with romance. Perhaps being a scoundrel or a wealthy benefactor suited him better. Lost in thought, Secretary Lu knocked and entered. Boss, I can't hear your sighs. You seem quite troubled. Is there something we, the secretary team, can assist with? Chu-du shook his head and replied, You wouldn't understand. It's not my affair. It's about a friend's blind date. Lu Ruyan pouted and said, A blind date. Huh, I have plenty of experience. My mother often arranges them for me, so I've grown accustomed to it. Chu-du, taken aback, asked, You go on blind dates frequently? If you've been on so many, how come you're still single? Secretary Lu's face flushed. They just haven't been suitable. Although I've met many people, we simply don't match, so I let it go. Chu-du, intrigued, inquired, Do tell me more. What are your requirements? Lu Ruyan placed a document on Chu-du's desk. Contemplating before saying, Boss, do you think I'm attractive? Chu-du examined Lu Ruyan carefully and earnestly responded, Indeed, you are beautiful, with a commendable figure. Few among my acquaintances can compare. Lu Ruyan, pleased, replied, I know I'm good-looking and my family's circumstances are decent, so I wish to find someone better than myself. Specifically? Chu-du prompted. Well, for instance, I hold a master's degree, so, at the very least, you should be my equal. I currently earn an annual salary of 800,000 yuan at this company. He shouldn't earn less than I do. My family, while average, owns 2 apartments and 2 cars, which should be a step above my situation. I stand at 173 centimeters, and with heels, I'm at least 178 centimeters. Do you think I could settle for a boyfriend shorter than 185 centimeters? As for character, he simply shouldn't be promiscuous. With my looks, it would be inappropriate to stray. That's about it. Yet despite all this, I haven't met anyone suitable through blind dates. After listening to Lu Ruyan's criteria, Chu-du gently swayed in his office chair. Have you ever considered how many individuals would meet such standards? Lu Ruyan resolutely declared, I have considered it. Yet I refuse to seek a man who is even inferior to me. I do not wish to bear the burden of supporting him. If it comes to that, I would rather remain single. After all, My salary is sufficient to sustain myself, and I fear nothing. Chu du remenait silent. Liu Ruyan's assertions were indeed valid. She was an exceptionally accomplished individual, with a salary ample enough to support her independent lifestyle, requiring no reliance on a man. Given the right circumstances, she sought a partner stronger than herself, and if that was unattainable, she would embrace solitude. Her perspective held merit. Each individual possesses their own choices. An additional chapter shall be added. Chapter 44. An additional 2 chapters for the generous supporters. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan inquired, "Boss, how tall are you?" Chu du instinctively responded, "I am 185 centimeters." Liu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief, her expression somewhat peculiar. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Du teased, "What is this? Have you taken a liking to me? Are you imagining an office romance?" Liu Ruyan, blushing, stammered, No, I was just asking casually. Please don't overthink it." Stealing a glance at Chu Du's profile, she thought to herself, he truly is quite handsome. Liu Ruyan had a particular weakness for good looks, and she was rather captivated by Chu Du's striking appearance from the very first glance. Moreover, his tall stature and affluence rendered him quite appealing in every aspect. As for his fidelity, Liu Ruyan was uncertain. However, she could infer that he might have more than one admirer, as she had caught whiffs of various perfumes on him several times. Ugh, what a playboy! Yet, he is undeniably attractive. What to do? Liu Ruyan found herself a little infatuated and somewhat love-struck. However, her interactions with Chu Du were limited to the professional realm, with little private contact, so nothing could be said to have developed beyond that. After organizing the documents, Liu Ruyan walked away in her high heels. Just as she stretched, her phone buzzed with a message. He has left. The sender was Li Wenxin. Chu Du's spirits lifted instantly, and he messaged back, "Are you free now?" Li Wenxin replied, "I'm at work." Chu Du realized, of course, that not everyone could leave at will as he did. Nonetheless, under ordinary circumstances, from Monday to Friday, one usually had ample time. The two continued their conversation, exchanging messages in a casual manner. Li Wenxin's job was rather straightforward. She worked at a real estate company's sales center. Due to her striking beauty, tall stature, and graceful demeanor, she was responsible for filming promotional short videos, making her work relatively uncomplicated. However, Chu Du was not in a hurry. To truly explore new experiences, he required numerous props. Contemplating this, Chu Du opened a website to begin his research. Naturally, when purchasing items, one ought to select the finest quality, and Chu Du was not short on funds. The essence of shopping lay in acquiring exquisite items. After all, if the toys were unattractive, it would diminish the joy of play, wouldn't it? Before long, Chu Du had meticulously examined and ordered a considerable assortment of items online, totaling nearly 30,000 yuan by the afternoon. In truth, these items were not exorbitantly priced. It was merely the variety that added up, with an intention to procure multiple types. Nevertheless, Chu Du was discerning, ensuring not every prop was acceptable, as he would gauge the comfort level of both individuals involved. That evening, as Chu Du lay in bed, Wang Xinyue had already drifted into a deep slumber beside him. He glanced at the messages on his phone. One message from Li Wenxin read, "Are you free tomorrow?" Chu Du replied, "I am free. What do you have in mind?" Li Wenxin responded, "Tomorrow at noon, I can skip picking up the kid from school." Chu Du acknowledged, "Understood. I will pick you up at 12 noon. Please send me your location." Li Wenxin, "All right, I'll share my location." Chu Du, "No problem. I'll just wait for you." Li Wenxin, "What do you think I should wear tomorrow?" Chu Du, "I believe you would look splendid in formal attire." Indeed, he finds Li Wenxin particularly captivating in professional wear. A crisp white blouse paired with a skirt, complemented by stockings and high heels, exuding an air of both gentle professionalism and unique allure. Li Wenxin, "Great, that's what I'll wear." Chu Du, "See you tomorrow." Li Wenxin, "See you tomorrow, good night." Chu Du, "Good night." As he glanced at Wang Xinyue, sleeping beside him, Chu Du felt no pangs of guilt. A scoundrel, why would he feel remorse? Setting his phone aside, he gradually lay down. Sensing someone nearby, Wang Xinyue opened her drowsy eyes, and upon seeing Chu Du, she reached out to embrace him, resting her head against his chest. Murmuring dreamily, "Sleep well, Chu Ge, don't stay up late." Chu Du responded with a soft hum, holding Wang Xinyue a bit tighter before closing his eyes to sleep. For Chu Du, work could be either busy or leisurely. With 3 senior executives present, many matters could be handled without his direct involvement. As noon approached, he decided not to call Ning Lei and instead drove his Lamborghini away from the company alone. Li Wenxin, wary of her colleagues' gazes, had deliberately chosen a location a bit farther from the office. Once Chu Du arrived, he messaged her, "I'm here, waiting for you." Li Wenxin quickly replied, "I'll finish in 10 minutes. Please wait a moment." Chu Du, "Okay." It must be said that a multi-million-dollar vehicle certainly commands attention. Chu Du casually parked in a lot, playing on his phone, and within 3 minutes, a young woman approached, eager to make his acquaintance. Their essay saying, "Without money, one can never fathom how forward women can be." Especially in this materialistic society, wealth has become the standard by which many judge a person as success. Just the presence of this car is enough to attract countless admirers. In cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the number of women aspiring to ascend the social ladder is innumerable. A young, handsome owner of such a luxury car is bound to draw attention from passers-by, which is entirely natural. Many women might even consider that, even if Chu Du didn't possess this car, his looks alone would be reason enough for them to engage with him willingly. There's no denying it. He is simply too handsome. Many celebrities' so-called attractiveness is often enhanced by makeup and carries a hint of femininity. In contrast, Chu Du's charm is natural, with striking features akin to a favored child of the goddess Enhua. However, he harbors no interest in such superficial flattery. Comparing them to Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan reveals a stark disparity. Yet, Chu Du understands that encountering women of such caliber on the streets is a rarity. If placed in ancient times, a woman of Li Wenxin's physique and gentle demeanor would surely captivate even the most ambitious of strategists. As for Lu Ruyan, she would undoubtedly be the kind of breathtaking beauty that countless nobles would covet. After dismissing countless advances from passing girls, Li Wenxin finally caught Chu Du's eye. She was adorned in a white short-sleeved work shirt that revealed a delicate expanse of her fair arm. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully, with the lower portion featuring gentle waves that added a touch of sultry allure. On her wrist, she wore an elegant women's watch, exuding an air of a professional beauty. Her lower half was clad in a black pencil skirt, accentuating her shapely thighs, which were elegantly encased in sheer stockings. Li Wenxin was not the archetype of a slender woman. Rather, she possessed a slight voluptuousness. Standing at a statuesque 172 centimeters, her ample bosom and curvaceous posterior, along with her well-rounded thighs, contributed to a captivatingly full figure, showcasing a unique beauty that was both charming and refined. With a pair of 5-centimeter heels elevating her already statuesque frame, she stood out strikingly as she approached, a small bag in hand, her heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. Chapter 45. An additional 3 chapters for the generous supporters. This chapter has undergone revisions, resulting in the removal of numerous scenes. I apologize for that. The sound of high heels striking the pavement resonated with a crisp and enchanting melody, drawing the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but steal glances at her exceptional beauty and statuesque figure. Once seated in the car, Li Wenxin gazed at Chu Du, a smile gracing her lips. Chu Du leaned closer, pressing a brief kiss on her fiery red lips, and said, "Let's dine first." With limited time for lunch, seeking a fine dining establishment would only prolong their wait. Thus, Chu Du casually selected a nearby eatery where they enjoyed a simple meal. Li Wenxin was unfazed by this arrangement. She was accustomed to such dining experiences after her workday. After their meal, Chu Du drove Li Wenxin to a nearby hotel, booking a luxurious suite. Upon entering the room, Li Wenxin carelessly placed her bag on the table and plopped down on the edge of the bed, watching Chu Du intently. In an impulsive moment, Chu Du pushed her onto the bed, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. Li Wenxin wrapped her arms around Chu Du's neck, fervently responding to his advances. The man, during their heated embrace, never allowed his hands to remain idle. Li Wenxin involuntarily emitted a melodious hum from her throat. When their kiss finally ended, she gazed at Chu Du, breathless, and earnestly confessed, "This time he returned, and I turned him down. I did not give in." Chu Du remained silent, lowering his head to gently kiss her ear. Once tranquility settled over them, the couple lay in bed, with Li Wenxin's face still flushed, but her eyes sparkling with contentment and joy. "I like you," she tenderly expressed. Chu Du, holding the enchanting woman in his embrace, replied, "I like you very much too." Like a playful kitten, Li Wenxin nuzzled against Chu Du's chest. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, they finally rose to dress. As Li Wenxin had to return to work, on the drive to her office, Chu Du could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Given your circumstances, why not consider divorce?" Li Wenxin hesitated before responding. "The situation is quite complex. On the surface, we appear to be a model couple, but I no longer hold feelings for him. He is merely the father of my child, and I do not wish to deprive my child of complete childhood. In truth, divorce matters little to me. I am indifferent. However, my own childhood was not happy, and I do not want my child to experience a fragmented upbringing. I wish for her to have a fulfilling life and a complete family." Chu Du fed silent. This matter was intricately linked to Li Wenxin's childhood experiences and involved her child's biological father, issues that could impact a lifetime, leaving him unable to intervene. Li Wenxin glanced at Chu Du and said, "I'm sorry. I cannot be with you openly." Chu Du reached out, taking her delicate hand in his, and reassured her, "It's all right. I understand your predicament." As they neared the company building, Li Wenxin, concerned about being seen by colleagues, requested Chu Du to stop the car. Gently kissing Chu Du, Li Wenxin remarked, "I'm off to work." Chu Du wore a tender smile and replied, "Go ahead." As he watched Li Wenxin enter the building, he slowly departed. Chu Du desired to be with Li Wenxin, yet this aspiration proved to be quite challenging. He was unaware of the specifics of Li Wenxin's childhood, but it seemed far from joyful. She yearned for her child to experience a complete family, accompanied by biological parents, a sentiment Chu Du understood all too well. However, they could only remain in the shadows. Chu Du despised this feeling, as if they were shrouded in secrecy. He had numerous schemes that could lead to Li Wenxin's divorce from her husband. Yet, Chu Du found himself in a moral quandary. With a deep sigh, he resolved to set the matter aside for the time being, to revisit it later, perhaps due to his troubled mood. Chu Du spent the afternoon lost in thought at the office, earnestly contemplating the situation. Truth be told, given his current capabilities, he could easily devise a plan to ensnare her husband in vice, inciting familial discord and ultimately divorce. However, even if such actions would grant him Li Wenxin entirely, they would also inflict sorrow and anguish upon her, leaving her child with a lifetime of psychological scars. Was it worth it? Chu Du questioned himself. While he did not consider himself a virtuous man, to dismantle another's marriage and family solely to attain a woman weighed heavily on his conscience. His moral threshold was already low, yet the presence of a child complicated matters. If it were merely Li Wenxin and her husband, he would feel no ethical burden. But when it came to a child's psyche and future, he found it difficult to act. After much contemplation, Chu Du still could not overcome his internal conflict, concluding that he would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. At that moment, he felt incapable of such actions. Even until the end of the workday, Chu Du remained in a daze. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality by Secretary Lu's voice. "Boss, what's wrong? You seemed off all afternoon." Chu Du startled awake, glancing at Lu Ruyan, and exhaled, "You nearly frightened me." Lu Ruyan scrutinized him, furrowing her brow. "Boss, I sense something is troubling you. You've been unusually subdued all day. Are you unwell?" Chu Du shook his head, replying, "You need not concern yourself with this. I have some other matters weighing on my mind." Lu Ruyan hesitated before asking, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ever since Chu Du arrived at the office, Lu Ruyan had sensed that he was troubled by a woman, likely a new one, given the unfamiliar fragrance that enveloped him. As for the previous scent, she had discerned it as well. Chu Du stretched languidly and said, "Let it be. Some matters are best left untouched by you." Lu Ruyan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. "Oh, boss, why do you keep entangling yourself with women? It drives me to distraction." Chapter 46. The encounter of Jiang Lili and Wang Xinyue, though the matter concerning Li Wenxin could not be resolved immediately, life must continue. Chu Du went to work daily, occasionally indulging in flirtations with his secretary, while Li Wenqin would discreetly arrange meetings whenever she had the chance. However, several times her husband had checked in via video call, nearly exposing her secret. Each night, whether it was Wang Xinyue or Jiang Lili, there was always a woman gracing Chu Du's bed. As time passed, summer arrived in full splendor. The sweltering heat of the season was almost unbearable for Chu Du, who felt particularly uncomfortable due to his fiery temperament. Fortunately, he spent most of his time either in the office, driving, or at home, where air conditioning provided him with much-needed relief. On this Saturday, Jiang Lili happened to have a day off, and Chu Du accompanied her on a shopping excursion. Caring for a pet requires not only ensuring they are well-fed, but also providing material rewards from time to time. Arriving at Wanxiang International City, Chu Du planned to buy Jiang Lili a few outfits and accessories. Leisurely browsing through women's clothing stores, Jiang Lili eagerly examined the garments while Chu Du leaned back on a sofa, lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, tilting her head curiously. Chu Du jolted back to reality, recognizing the person before him. Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyue was adorned in a navy blue dress that showcased her slender calves, complemented by a pair of elegant white stiletto heels. Beside her stood a girl whom Chu Du vaguely remembered. She was one of the 10 bank girls from the dinner Zhao Qian had hosted, undeniably beautiful, yet leaning toward a petite and cute aesthetic, something that did not align with Chu Du's preference for mature women. Wang Xinyue, intrigued, addressed him. "Chu Go, what brings you here?" Before Chu Du could respond, Jiang Lili's voice chimed in from behind. "Chu Go, what do you think of this outfit?" Chu Du felt a wave of disbelief. Was he truly this fortunate to have both Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili cross paths? However, he remained unfazed, knowing that both women were well aware of their positions, thus eliminating any possibility of a love triangle. Wang Xinyue followed the sound to spot Jiang Lili, who had just changed into a seductive silk bodycon dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, radiating brilliance. Jiang Lili also spotted Wang Xinyue, her surprise evident upon seeing the striking girl standing before Chu Du. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to retreat. The girl beside Wang Xinyue, sensing the tension, discreetly made her way to the entrance. As the women of the prominent figures encountered one another, she wisely chose to avoid the situation, wishing to spare Wang Xinyue any embarrassment. The shop staff, witnessing the unfolding scene, discreetly distanced themselves, amused spectators to the drama. The original partner confronting the mistress? How thrilling! Yet both the original partner and the mistress were stunningly beautiful. No wonder the powerful man sought both. Although Wang Xinyue was already aware that she was not the sole occupant of Chu Du's affections, this sight inevitably stirred feelings of melancholy within her, particularly due to the alluring charm that Jiang Lili effortlessly exuded, something she felt she lacked. She was quite worried that one day, Chu Du would no longer cherish her. Jiang Lili, somewhat lost in thought, remained unperturbed. She was aware that Chu Du was unmarried, and thus the beautiful woman before her likely held a similar status. Wang Xinyue hesitated for no more than a second before taking a seat on Chu Du's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and asking, "Brother Chu, are you planning to go home for dinner tonight?" Chu Du shook his head and replied, "Not going." Witnessing this scene, the distant staff members were utterly astonished. What an unexpected turn of events. Instead of hostility upon meeting, both women were vying to please the man. This is the joy of the affluent. Within the opulent Crystal Palace, no one dares to stir a scene of chaos. Jiang Lili approached without a hint of anger, gracefully taking a seat on Chu Du's other leg. Facing Wang Xinyue, she extended her right hand, beaming as she introduced herself. "Hello, sister, I am Jiang Lili." Wang Xinyue reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with Jiang Lili and responding, "Hello, I am Wang Xinyue." Outside, Wang Xinyue's colleagues witnessed the exchange, not with shock, but rather with envy. Working in a bank herself, she had numerous colleagues who were involved with their bosses, often in semi-public arrangements, which were hardly remarkable. She sometimes interacted with influential individuals, gaining insight into their affairs. It was commonplace for the wealthy to maintain several companions. Rather than mock Wang Xinyue, she found herself envious, longing for the fortune that eluded her. Though lacking dignity, such associations could alter one's fate and social standing. One should never sacrifice wealth for the sake of pride. Both Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili exhibited no signs of animosity, instead radiating warmth and smiles. Jiang Lili observed Wang Xinyue, sensing no threat from her. She discerned that Wang Xinyue was more demure, willing to indulge in playful antics with Chu Du, but less inclined to take the initiative. Unlike herself, who dared to embrace the role of the third party, boldly seeking to please Chu Du and ensuring the patron was entertained. Chu Du glanced at Wang Xinyue. Then at the entrance, casually inquiring, "Did you come out with colleagues today?" Wang Xinyue replied, "Yes, I wanted to buy some things, and also get a few gifts for my parents." Chu Du was indifferent to such details. As long as she wasn't involved with another man, he had no issues. He embraced both women, one on each side, asking, "Do you have enough money? If not, I could transfer you some more for your family's purchases. Don't hold back. I'm not short on funds." Wang Xinyue quickly shook her head, saying, No, I still have over $1 million from you. It's more than sufficient." Casting a glance at Jiang Lili, Wang Xinyue felt it was time to take her leave, saying, "Well then, Brother Chu, I'll be off. You two enjoy yourselves." Chu Du did not rush her departure, instead suggesting, "Let us have dinner together later at the restaurant upstairs." Wang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Lili, and upon seeing her unresponsive demeanor, replied, "All right, Brother Chu." With that, she placed a gentle kiss on Chu Du's cheek, stood up, and addressed Jiang Lili. "Well then, I'll take my leave. See you soon." Jiang Lili smiled and replied, "Sister, take care. See you shortly." As Wang Xinyue departed from the shop, Jiang Lili curiously inquired, "Brother Chu, who is that sister?" Chu Du rolled his eyes and replied, "At present, it's just the two of you. What do you think?" Jiang Lili's eyes sparkled with delight as she kissed Chu Du and said, "BB, rest assured, I will behave." Chapter 47. Whose house tonight? Chu Du gently patted her shapely rear, remaining silent. Although the two women unexpectedly encountered one another today, both were remarkably understanding, thus avoiding any conflict. This was attributable to multiple factors. From the outset, they were aware that they were both lovers, which naturally precluded any thoughts of rivalry. Had Chu Du been romantically involved with both, and each believed herself to be the sole girlfriend, the meeting would have been far more intriguing. However, in today's society, where values are often distorted, few women would likely end a relationship over such circumstances, especially given Chu Du's financial standing. At most, there might be tears and a bit of fuss. Yet, Chu Du remained unfazed, continuing to accompany Jiang Lili on their shopping excursion. When dinner time arrived, Chu Du had already made reservations at an upstairs restaurant, securing a private room. He and Jiang Lili settled in, and within 3 minutes, Wang Xinyue entered, carrying several bags. Her colleagues, understanding the unique nature of the occasion, had departed early. Chu Du placed a menu on the table and said, "You two may order whatever you desire." Familiarity bred comfort. Thus, the two women ordered freely, and after they had chosen, they handed the menu to Chu Du, who added a few items before summoning the waiter. Once the server left, the three of them were alone in the room. Clearing his throat, Chu Du began, "Allow me to formally introduce you. This is Wang Xinyue, my deposit assistant at the commercial bank. And this is Jiang Lili, a flight attendant. Hello. Nice to meet you." They both extended their hands for a handshake. Chu Du calmly continued, "Before any of you developed a relationship with me, I mentioned that I was not limited to 1 or 2 women. You both know that today's meeting was truly unexpected. However, since we have met, let's strive to coexist harmoniously." Wang Xinyue responded gently, "Rest assured, Chu Du, I understand." Chu Du is an honest man, straightforward in his affections. Wang Xinyue, bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Lili leaned in and whispered something in Wang Xinyue's ear, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. At the very least in this regard, she grasped Chu Du's nature well. Both Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili were not the primary partner, nor were they likely to become one. Thus, fundamentally, they held no conflicting interests. It was precisely because of Chu Du's presence that they could meet and potentially become good friends. Both understood this clearly and would not provoke Chu Du's ire over competition for his affection. Consequently, an extraordinary scene unfolded at the dinner table. The two women, seated on either side of Chu Du, engaged in a lively discussion about women's clothing, cosmetics, and more, all while he sat in the middle, speechless. However, witnessing the harmonious rapport between them was indeed pleasant. The meal consisted of ordinary dishes, totaling only a few hundred yuan. It was simple fare, yet the atmosphere remained delightful. Especially for Chudu, who found the dinner quite enjoyable. As the clock approached 9, the trio leisurely prepared to return. Today, Chudu had driven a Ferrari, which could only accommodate one passenger. However, this was of no concern. He could simply have Ning Lei come to pick them up. As for the Ferrari, it could be returned tomorrow by Ning Lei. There is no need to ponder whether this arrangement exploited Ning Lei or caused him inconvenience. In truth, Ning Lei was more than willing. Such reliance indicated that the boss valued him and sought to utilize his talents. After all, if there were no tasks at hand, he might soon find himself seeking employment elsewhere. In less than half an hour, Ning Lei arrived at the shopping mall parking lot in a Maybach to collect Chudu and his companions, heading towards the Arc de Triomphe. After giving Ning Lei his instructions, Chudu lowered the partition between them. The only question that lingered was, to whose residence would they venture tonight? Unbeknownst to them, Chudu had no intention of visiting either of their homes. Upon arriving at the community, he led them to another apartment. This marks the fourth update for today and concludes the first chapter. Chapter 48. The three of us, I sincerely apologize. This chapter has undergone considerable revisions, resulting in significant alterations, which may have disrupted the narrative flow. I hope you will bear with me. Upon hearing Chudu's explanation, both individuals exhaled in relief. As long as they behaved and followed instructions, their future residence was indeed promised to them. The cleaning of the house was a task he had hastily delegated to the property management while he was dining, which included the recently purchased fruits and the newly replaced water for the dispenser, both expedited at his request. It must be acknowledged that the power of wealth is truly formidable. Had he engaged with any other property management, they would have likely been met with complaints or indifference. However, here, the management could only express that Mr. Chu had wielded his financial prowess to win their hearts. When Chudu awoke in a haze, Wang Xinyue had already prepared a meal. Yeah, your culinary skills are indeed commendable, he praised while savoring his food. Upon receiving his compliment, Wang Xinyue hurriedly responded, Brother Chu, tell me what you enjoy, and I shall learn to make it. My skills are modest, but I am eager to improve. It is undeniable that Wang Xinyue is gradually evolving into the archetype of a homemaker. Given that Chudu's enterprise is in its nascent stages and he has delegated much authority, he does not find himself as preoccupied as other executives, who are often caught in a cycle of social engagements. Most days pass without significant upheaval. Notably, all the various props and items that Chudu had ordered had arrived. At the time, Li Wenxin was unavailable, but Jiang Lili happened to be free. Thus, Chudu brought an entire set of items to visit Jiang Lili. Upon seeing the 3 large bags filled with goods, Jiang Lili was left utterly astonished. Due to safety review protocols, I am compelled to omit 200 words from this section. I apologize for the inconvenience and encourage you to use your imagination. Jiang Lili is a complex woman, while one might say she is open-minded. Her relationship with Chudu marks a significant first for her. Gazing into Jiang Lili's alluring eyes and her kitten-like demeanor, Chudu found himself recalling Lu Ruyan. Jiang Lili embodies a provocative sensuality, while Lu Ruyan exudes an innate, enchanting allure. To experience Lu Ruyan's essence would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Wang Xinyue, an ordinary bank employee, possessed little more than her beauty until she allied herself with Chudu, after which her status within the bank soared to astonishing heights. Within the bank, everyone, regardless of rank, addresses her as Sister Yu. Even Zhao Qian, the president, converses with her with utmost courtesy, devoid of any pretense. Zhao Qian is acutely aware of a certain truth. A woman of her caliber holds greater influence than mere words from outsiders. He is resolute in safeguarding the hundreds of billions in funds from being usurped by any unscrupulous competitor. Recently, an opportunity for training has arisen, and after consulting with Wang Xinyue, he has included her on a list. Should everything proceed smoothly, upon the completion of the training, Wang Xinyue shall be poised for promotion. In fact, with the current deposit amounts at hand, it is entirely feasible for the headquarters to approve the establishment of a new bank, with Wang Xinyue at its helm. Today comprises 4 chapters, and this is the second. Chapter 49. Midnight Invitation. However, Wang Xinyue declined the offer, although rapid advancement was enticing. She preferred to strive for her own success. Zhao Qian informed her that upon his return, the position of bank president in this region would be officially bestowed upon her. As for Zhao Qian, this development elevated his status, making him the highest-ranking official in the commercial banking sector of the entire Shen city. The adage, one person ascends, and all are elevated holds true. Zhao Qian resolved in his heart that once he wielded greater power, he would serve this extraordinary heiress even better. By catering to her needs, he could wholly support the achievements of Shen City. Wang Xinyue's training took place in the capital and would last a week. Meanwhile, Jiang Lily had only 2 days off this week, leaving Chu due to sleep alone for the time being. Bored, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, he thought of Li Wenxin. It was Tuesday, and her husband was away. He sent her a message. "Have you slept?" Li Wenxin replied, "I'm calming the child." Chu Du responded, "Shall we chat later?" Li Wenxin said, "Give me 5 minutes." Chu Du replied, "Sure." He opened his phone and idly browsed. But after 15 minutes, Li Wenxin finally messaged, "All right." Chu Du asked, "Voice or call?" Li Wenxin answered, "Either is fine. Let us do a call." In the next moment, Chu Du dialed her number. Li Wenxin glanced at her sleeping daughter and moved to another room to take the call. "It's already 11:30. Why aren't you asleep?" asked Chu Du, squeezing the pillow beside him. "I can't sleep. I miss you," he admitted. Hearing his sweet words, Li Wenxin gently replied, "I miss you too." Perhaps it was the midnight hour that made her more sentimental. They transitioned from discussing work to sharing personal lives, with Li Wenxin confiding her family's misfortunes. She was reluctant to reveal the specifics of her husband's past transgressions, but assured Chu Du that infidelity was not among them. Chu Du speculated inwardly that if it wasn't infidelity causing her distress, it was likely domestic abuse. However, he did not wish to delve into such painful matters, choosing instead to bypass the topic. A portion of the text has been omitted due to necessary revisions. I apologize for the inconvenience to the readers. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the phone, sending a shiver through Li Wenxin's heart. "Don't say that. I fear I might lose control." The desire was palpable. Why suppress such instincts? Just as she yearned to see him, she felt an overwhelming urge. A portion of the text has been omitted due to necessary revisions. I apologize for the inconvenience to the readers. As his voice grew huskier, Li Wenxin sensed the yearning in Chu Du's words. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Well, perhaps you should come over now." Upon hearing this, Chu Du perked up, glancing at the time. It was just past midnight, and they had been chatting for over an hour. Chu Du did not give Li Wenxin an opportunity to reconsider. It is well known that women can be quite impulsive at such moments. If she were to change her mind again, the situation could become complicated. He stated plainly, "Send me your location. Should I come to the same place as last time?" Li Wenxin seemed to have resolved herself, replying, "I will send you the exact location. Come to my community." As Chu addressed, he responded, "All right, I will head over now. It should take me about 20 minutes. Li Wenxin thought for a moment before saying, "I will get up and do my makeup, tidy up a bit." After a brief hesitation, she added, "At this late hour, where shall we go?" Without a moment's thought, Chu Du said, "To your house." Li Wenxin tentatively suggested, "What about your car? Or perhaps we could go to a hotel." Chu Du replied, "I am fine with anything. Just let me know what is convenient for you." Li Wenxin sighed, "But I worry that if I go too far, what will happen if the child wakes up?" Her child was 6 years old and still quite young. It would indeed pose a problem if he suddenly awoke. For a moment, Chu Du could not think of a suitable solution. Suddenly, Li Wenxin exclaimed, "I know. Let us go to my basement." Chu Du was taken aback. The basement? Isn't that typically a place for storage, cluttered and messy? How could one possibly have a date there? It seemed Li Wenxin understood his thoughts and clarified. "My basement has a bed and a sofa. My father sometimes rests there, so it is quite clean and habitable." Chu Du understood. The basement had been repurposed. Although it was not as luxurious as a hotel, special circumstances called for unique solutions. He promptly agreed, "All right." As he spoke, he headed out to his car. Li Wenxin quickly added, "Don't hang up the phone. Keep chatting with me. By the way, what do you want to see me wear?" "What to wear?" That was indeed a profound philosophical question. Chudu, never one to hesitate in such matters, responded, as for underneath, something alluring would be ideal. And just a trench coat on top will suffice. Li Wenxin frowned. How could I possibly have those at home? We were always quite reserved and have never owned anything like that. Chudu smacked his forehead, realizing the truth in her words. Soon, Chudu arrived at the community Li Wenxin had sent him. Chapter 50. The Secret of the Basement. Have you considered reviewing others' writings? Despite my efforts, I still face rejection. Chudu remarked as he observed the community gate closing. Li Wenxin replied, yes, they allow outside vehicles. If the security doesn't open the gate, just honk the horn. Indeed, Chudu lightly pressed the horn, and the gate swung open. Witnessing this, he shook his head in disbelief. In a high-end community, such issues were unheard of. Identity checks and registrations were mandatory. However, this was merely an ordinary neighborhood, and the security was rather lax, which suited Chudu just fine. Arriving at Li Wenxin's building, he parked the car and texted, I've arrived, how about you? Moments later, a figure appeared in the only lit window. Li Wenxin. Please wait a moment. I'll be down in 3 minutes, she hurriedly responded. Unhurried, Chudu engaged Li Wenxin in conversation. Soon, she said, come into the hallway, I'm coming down now. After hanging up, Chudu quietly stepped into the corridor. Just then, Li Wenxin descended the stairs, clad in a trench coat, her legs adorned with black stockings, and wearing slippers while holding a pair of high heels. Chudu's eyes sparkled with delight. Let us go, Li Wenxin whispered, leading him into the basement. Upon entering, they swiftly closed the door behind them. Li Wenxin first changed into her high heels, then turned around with a twirl, exclaiming, what do you think? Do I look good? She wore a trench coat over a loose-fitting home dress, with delicate black stockings on her legs. Her voluptuous figure exuded a blend of homey laziness and sensuality, an intoxicating combination that stirred Chudu's heart. He embraced her, laying her gently upon the bed, and kissed her, his response eloquent in its simplicity. Perhaps seeking to abandon all inhibitions, Li Wenxin reciprocated with fervent passion, eagerly engaging in the kiss. Li Wenxin bit her clothing, fearful of making a sound that might attract attention. After a while, she turned her head, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. Do you not like me? Chudu curiously asked, why do you say that? They reclined back onto the bed. The basement lacked air conditioning, and noticing the sweat on Chudu's brow, Li Wenxin tenderly wiped it away with a tissue, saying, you've worked hard. He grasped her wrist, pressing her hand against his cheek. Regardless of the effort, I find great satisfaction. Li Wenxin smiled. I feel the same. As they lay together, gazing into each other's eyes. No words were spoken, yet their glances brimmed with tenderness and affection. After a moment of tender intimacy, it was time for them to part ways. Chudu softly remarked, let us keep our voices down as we return, so as not to awaken the child. Li Wenxin replied with a gentle adding, you should also rest early. I will take a shower and then go to bed. After donning her attire, Chudu and Li Wenxin quietly opened the door and stepped outside. In the corridor, Chudu bestowed another kiss upon Li Wenxin before saying, you may head back now. Upon returning home, Li Wenxin gazed out the window, watching Chudu drive away before she prepared for her shower. Chudu glanced at the time, astonished to find it was already 3 o'clock. It felt like only a short while ago it had been 1. Once he arrived home, Chudu also took a shower, having worked up a sweat. Just as he finished rinsing off, a message from Li Wenxin arrived. Chudu, let me give you a massage. Li Wenxin, you've worked hard. Chudu, you have endured much as well. Li Wenxin, I just showered and I'm utterly exhausted. I need to sleep. You should rest early too. Chudu, be good. Sleep early, my dear. Li Wenxin, good night, love you. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The 4th watch of the night came to a close. Chapter 51. The Jewelry Exhibition. As this book has undergone revisions due to certain restrictions, I regret to inform you that approximately 500 words have been removed. My sincerest apologies to all readers. In the afternoon, I must fetch my child and return home to assist with homework. For an entire week, there are times when I scarcely catch a glimpse of them. During weekends, the grandparents occasionally take care of the child, yet Li Wenxin's husband happens to return, leaving them no opportunity for a date. Despite having scarcely slept the previous night, When Chu Du arrived at the office the next morning, he appeared remarkably invigorated. One cannot deny the extraordinary efficacy of the elixirs in the realm of cultivation. Even a mere low-grade pill has elevated Chu Du's constitution beyond the ordinary. Though he had bathed, traces of Li Wenxin's perfume lingered on him, intense yet refined, alluring without being vulgar. Lu Rian approached with breakfast, placing it on his desk, inhaling deeply before turning to leave. Observing Lu Rian's retreating figure, Chu Du merely smiled. He was not oblivious. He could certainly discern her displeasure. Thus, Chu Du felt no urgency. He would gradually wear down her reservations through both work and life, allowing things to unfold naturally. As for whether someone might swoop in, it was preposterous. Who else could rival a youthful, handsome, affluent, and amiable man like him? With ample confidence, he remained unperturbed. Moreover, a woman like Lu Ruyan was not easily won over. The various facets of the corporation had settled into a stable rhythm, aligning with the original plans of the subsidiaries for steady development. Suddenly, Chu Du found himself pondering whether work had become somewhat monotonous. While other executives toiled each day, he enjoyed an enviably leisurely schedule. After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. With over 8 trillion at stake, did it truly matter whether he toiled or not? Even if he chose to recline for the rest of his life, it would suffice. To be candid, even if he were to indulge in gambling at the casinos of Macau, no one could possibly outmatch the wealth he possessed, as it was simply too formidable for anyone to contend with. As he contemplated these matters, Lu Rian knocked and entered with a file. During work hours, Lu Rian was perpetually clad in a black business suit complemented by a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and sheer black stockings, paired with pointed high heels, an ensemble she seemed to wear endlessly. Yet, this attire fitted her impeccably, accentuating her enviable figure. "Boss, here is the plan for the opening ceremony of our Galaxy Hotel. Please have a look." The Galaxy Hotel, indeed, was a project Chu Du had orchestrated. Occupying floors 56 to 70 of the Galaxy building, it was an establishment of grandeur. Among its luxuries was a special room reserved for Chu Du, intended for his use as a backup. Naturally, he had little interest in attending the opening ceremony. After perusing the details casually, he remarked, "Let Ren Jun handle it. I shall not participate." Lu Rian picked up the document and said, "Boss, there's one more thing. Recently, our Shenhao Media's film department is preparing to shoot a movie, and the director hopes that you could make a cameo appearance, which would last approximately 5 minutes. What do you think? Making a film? Quite intriguing. It could serve as a bit of amusement." Chu Du replied nonchalantly, "Let me take a look at the script. If it suits me, I wouldn't mind making a cameo." Lu Ruyan then set down a stack of documents and said, "The script is right here." Instead of immediately reviewing the script, Chu Du inquired, "Are there any other matters at hand?" Without hesitation, Lu Rian responded, "A few executives from various groups wish to meet with you for a meal." Intrigued, Chu Du asked, "Who are they? Are any of these groups related to our work?" Indeed, Lu Rian confirmed. "I must say, her work efficiency is remarkable. She remembered everything. 2 of them are from media companies, primarily dealing with internet celebrities, and they have some collaborative endeavors with us. Additionally, there's a pharmaceutical firm interested in discussing potential partnerships with our hospital." Chu Du replied, "Decline their requests, or see who is available to meet. I prefer not to be involved in such matters unless they are significant. Furthermore, there is an upcoming Cartier jewelry exhibition, as the mall in the Skirt building has recently negotiated a collaboration with Cartier. They have expressed an interest in renting our group's large exhibition hall on the 2nd floor to host the jewelry showcase and promote their products." "A jewelry exhibition?" Chu Du suddenly became interested. "If it's worthwhile, I could purchase some items for my ladies. When is it scheduled?" "The exhibition is set for next Tuesday." Without hesitation, Chu Du said, "Approved. Please arrange a seat for me as well. I'd like to attend. You should accompany me." "Understood, Mr. Chu." After relaying the necessary information, Lu Rian left to carry out her tasks. Contemplating the jewelry exhibition, Chu Du suddenly realized that most of these brands are foreign, as the majority of mainstream luxury goods are also from abroad. What about domestic brands? Chu Du pondered whether he could create a line of top-tier luxury goods or elevate his existing brands to global prominence. For instance, envisioning the establishment of a world-renowned hotel chain, Shenhao Hotels, a leading media company, Shenhao Media, or the foremost security firm, Shenhao Security. Moreover, he could explore avenues to develop his own top-tier brands in cosmetics, jewelry, and watches. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Any brand can be cultivated. If they can succeed internationally, why not him? Thus, Chudu embarked on a new round of brainstorming and planning. Chapter 52. The exhibition. It was not until the end of the workday that Chudu began to formulate some plans. However, to establish such a brand, or multiple brands, was not an immediate endeavor. It would require time and a solid reputation. Upon returning home, he found Wang Xinyue preparing dinner. With a gentle tone, she said, "Chugu, please wait a moment. It will be ready in just a few minutes. Tonight, we will have braised sea bass, stir-fried tomatoes with broccoli, and celery with meat." Observing Wang Xinyue in her apron, clad in comfortable home attire with her long hair tied back, Chudu was momentarily enveloped by the sensation of being married. Returning home to a wife who was cooking, an inexplicable sense of home and a unique warmth filled his chest. After a brief silence, he remarked, "You've worked hard." "Yeah." Noticing the unusual expression on Chudu's face, Wang Xinyue expressed her concern. "Chugu, you seem unhappy. Is something bothering you? Or is it that the meal I prepared does not suit your taste?" Suddenly grasping her hand, Chudu reassured her, "Do not overthink it. Your cooking is excellent, and I truly enjoy it." Saying this, he pressed a deep kiss upon her lips. Instantly, Wang Xinyue's worries dissipated, and with a beaming smile, she replied, "Just a moment. Chugu, it will be ready shortly." Chudu casually approached her side, watching her cook, and softly said, "Next Tuesday, there will be a Cartier jewelry exhibition at our group. I would like you to accompany me, and I will buy you some jewelry." Wang Xinyue immediately shook her head. "Chugu, that is unnecessary. I haven't spent much of the money you've given me. Now that I have a house and a car, I am quite content." Indeed, when Wang Xinyue first began following Chudu, her aspirations revolve around altering her social standing, seeking wealth to enjoy a better life. Now, she resided in a property valued close to 100 million, drove a luxury car worth over $1 million, and adorned herself with top-tier designer clothing and accessories, amounting to several $100,000 in total. She felt fulfilled. Her only desire was to maintain a stable presence by Chudu's side. Even before they formally enter a romantic relationship or marriage, she was content to live together, cooking for him and caring for this man. Once one possesses everything, often, the appetite for more diminishes. Wang Xinyue was such a person. Her yearning for money had waned, as there was little left to purchase, and the wealth at her disposal seemed inexhaustible. What were once unattainable luxuries could now be acquired with a mere request to Chudu, filling several wardrobes. In her past, she had studied how to be an alluring woman. Now her focus was solely on culinary skills and maintaining their home. This did not stem from an inability to afford a chef or housekeeper, but rather from a desire to keep their simple life uncomplicated. Such warmth provided her with a sense of security. Seeing her refusal, Chudu continued, "Make sure to dress up a bit and join me." This time, his tone brooked no argument. Wang Xinyue felt a sweet sensation in her heart and replied, "All right, I will take a leave of absence to accompany you." It is worth noting that Wang Xinyue had recently returned from training in the capital and had just been promoted to the position of president at a commercial bank. Though it is merely a localized event, the rapid pace of advancement is enough to astonish countless individuals. Consequently, Zhao Qian naturally ascended to the position of head of the entire Shuncheng commercial bank. Casting a glance at Chudu, Wang Xinyue inquired, "Brother Chu, should we invite Lily as well?" Chudu shook his head and replied, "No need, just accompany me." The meal was prepared swiftly, featuring both meat and vegetables, with rice as the staple and a delicately crafted seaweed and egg soup. It must be said that Wang Xinyue's culinary skills have improved remarkably, crafting dishes that align perfectly with Chudu's palate, providing him with a comforting experience in daily life. Soon, the day of the Cartier jewelry exhibition arrived. Cartier, a prestigious French luxury brand, operates under the auspices of the Richemont Group, and in the realm of jewelry, it undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 super brands globally. The exhibition was held in a conference center on the second floor, boasting a total area of 2,000 square meters, featuring a grand, column-free banquet hall with a height of 10 meters. Additionally, it was equipped with a large LED electronic display and other advanced facilities, making it an excellent venue. There were no private boxes in this space, placing Chu Du in the most advantageous position, right in the front row at the center, allowing him an unobstructed view of all the jewelry on display. Today, he donned a custom-made chiton suit, handcrafted by Italian designers, valued at over 500,000 yuan. This brand is renowned for its exquisite fabrics, meticulous tailoring, and unique craftsmanship, with each piece representing the pinnacle of artisanal skill and traditional spirit. Most of their fabrics are crafted from top-quality natural fibers, such as wool, silk, and alpaca, ensuring that their suits not only exude luxury, but also guarantee comfort and durability. Their tailoring technique combines traditional Italian sartorial skills with modern cutting theories, enabling each suit to fit the wearer's physique flawlessly. Chiton's workshop is situated in Naples, where highly skilled tailors meticulously sew each garment. Though, it is worth noting that while Naples boasts stunning scenery, the cleanliness of its streets leaves much to be desired. Based on personal experience, in his tailored suit, Chu Du appeared significantly more mature, and paired with his handsome visage, he resembled the quintessential male protagonist of a romantic novel, an embodiment of allure. Numerous women in attendance discreetly observed Chu Du, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Beside him was his companion, Wang Xinyue, who had also made significant efforts for the event, looking particularly radiant. Her gown, a Prenovia's creation, originated from Spain and featured a long, pale pink mermaid silhouette adorned with shimmering diamonds. The ostentatious design, which could have appeared vulgar on another, radiated an enchanting allure on her, reminiscent of a moonlit goddess. The off-the-shoulder dress accentuated her delicate collarbone and showcased her porcelain-like arms, exuding both sensuality and nobility. The mermaid cut flawlessly enhanced her legs and overall figure, rendering her as stunning as a siren. The hem of her skirt, flowing gracefully below her knees, gradually becomes translucent, resembling delicate gauze, revealing glimpses of her two fair, elongated legs. Adorning her feet are a pair of silver, diamond-studded, strappy high heels, exuding both nobility and elegance. In her hand, she carries a handbag purchased just yesterday at LV, a gift from Chu Du, valued at over 200,000. On her wrist, she flaunts a newly acquired Roger Dubuis watch, embellished with pink diamonds, worth more than 3 million. Although it does not surpass the price of her previous Patek Philippe, its aesthetic appeal is undeniably superior. Chapter 53. Rectification and suspension of updates. Wang Xinyue had never adorned herself in such opulent attire nor experienced such exquisite combinations, especially amidst a gathering of numerous affluent personalities and celebrities, an encounter far removed from her previous life. Despite her esteemed position as a bank president, the rapid ascent left her somewhat disoriented. This overwhelming atmosphere instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Chu Du, perceptive to her unease, softly reassured her. There is no need for anxiety. In a face-to-face encounter, it is they who are nervous around me. His words elicited a smile from Wang Xinyue, and she found herself considerably more at ease. Chu Du's assertion held merit. The grandeur of the Galaxy Gemini Towers, coupled with the unparalleled VIP treatment from the commercial bank, set him apart from others, while outsiders remained oblivious to the magnitude of Chu Du's deposits. The two towering edifices and the companies he invested in were tangible proof of his influence. No one in their right mind would dare provoke such a colossal figure. In fact, upon catching sight of Chu Du, many attendees were eager to engage him in conversation, yet they hesitated, weighing their own worthiness to approach him. Society operates within stratified layers: the impoverished, the ordinary, the middle class, the upper echelons, and the elite. Unbeknownst to many, even among the affluent, there exists a hierarchy. Individuals like Chu Du, who could effortlessly dispense billions and acquire 2 skyscrapers in a single transaction, were perceived as titans in the eyes of others. The mere mention of hundreds of billions in liquid assets, alongside the signing of contracts in the bank's conference room, though not witnessed by all, had been observed by enough to ensure the tale spread widely. The prospect of spending nearly 1,000 billion in a single day was enough to reverberate through the elite circles of the city. Thus, regardless of personal acquaintance, many were aware of Chudu, recognizing him as a super-rich magnate. As the duo made their way to their seats, Wang Xinyue entwined her arm with Chudu's. Her graceful steps accentuated by her strikingly vivid red lips and the alluring scent of Chanel No. 5 wafting around her. Upon reaching their designated seats, to Chudu's left sat Wang Xinyue, while to his right was Lu Ruyan, who, at that moment, was engaged in conversation with representatives from Cartier regarding the evening's jewelry exhibition, ensuring all preparations were in order. Surrounding them were affluent socialites, occupying the front rows, individuals of substantial wealth, including those invited from afar. Behind them were various celebrities, the models for the evening's showcase, comprising both Asian and Caucasian figures. In the realm of these elite socialites, Chudu undoubtedly stood as the most distinguished. The exhibition was set to commence at 8 o'clock, and with the clock striking 7:30. Many affluent guests in the first two rows seized the opportunity to engage Chudu in conversation. The seating arrangement reflected the influence of each guest. The first and second rows were reserved for those of considerable means, while they may not have constituted the absolute pinnacle of wealth in the city. Their assets were nonetheless in the billions. Chudu, in the face of their eager conversations, engaged with a casual demeanor, dictated entirely by his mood. The attendees exhibited no dissatisfaction. Rather, they adorned their faces with smiles, praising Chudu for his youthfulness and accomplishments, all while being accompanied by a stunning beauty. Wang Xinyue gazed upon those once unattainable magnates, now rendered humble before Chudu, as if in a reverie. The number of individuals qualified to speak was inherently limited, and the conversations were sparse. After all, it was their first encounter, and most were merely seeking familiarity, with relationships cultivated gradually. Soon enough, the jewelry exhibition commenced in earnest. At that moment, Lu Ruyan finally returned to her seat. This evening, clad in an elegant black evening gown, Lu Ruyan caught Chudu's eye with a single glance, rendering him parched. The strapless dress unveiled her smooth skin, yet could not conceal the prominence of her exquisite bosom. Her elongated neck resembled that of a proud swan, exuding nobility and beauty, while the gown's tailored fit accentuated her slender waist with curves that were utterly captivating. The fabric at her hips was slightly looser, allowing her S-shaped silhouette to shine, and the side-slit skirt revealed glimpses of her long, straight legs, complemented by a pair of black, sparkling high heels. Lu Ruyan embodied the essence of a regal goddess, her fair complexion emerging strikingly from the black of her attire, mysterious yet beautiful, graceful yet alluring. The scent of Miss Coco as perfume further enhanced her allure. Observing Lu Ruyan's luscious red lips, Chudu's gaze ignited with fervor. She is truly stunning. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of joy, but upon noticing Wang Xinyue beside her, her mood soured. "Boss, please refrain from teasing female employees." Wang Xinyue stifled a laugh but quickly covered her mouth, sensing it was impolite. Chudu rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, "Such a tsundere." At that moment, the microphone on stage crackled to life. Esteemed guests, as the host began to speak, the exhibition finally commenced. Fortunately, everyone was aware that such opening remarks were rather tedious, and the organizers did not linger on them for long. Within a few minutes, the showcase began. The purpose of a jewelry exhibition typically revolves around fostering connections, unveiling recent creations, generating excitement, and sometimes facilitating on-site jewelry transactions. Chudu perused the brochure for the day, which contained details of all the jewelry on display, available for advance purchase. After surveying the offerings, he leaned towards Wang Xinyue and inquired, "Is there anything you fancy?" Wang Xinyue shook her head, responding, "Chudu, please don't. I've looked, and it's quite expensive. I don't need anything right now." Chudu, unconcerned, replied, "The earrings and necklaces are lovely. You don't have any, so it would be perfect to get you something. Besides, I'm not short on funds. The money just sits there, and the daily interest is more than I can spend, so what is there to fear?" Wang Xinyue looked at Chudu, realizing he genuinely wished to buy her something, and lowered her gaze, saying, Well, I suppose I could take a look. Lu Ruyin beside them rolled her eyes, but remained silent. Chudu secretly chuckled to himself and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "What do you wish to buy? Today, I am more than willing to indulge you." Due to reports from certain individuals claiming multiple chapters contained inappropriate content and labeling my work as vulgar, the book is currently undergoing a forced rectification phase by the platform, resulting in a temporary halt in updates. If it can be restored, I will continue. If not, then farewell. Chapter 54. I, Hu Han-san, have returned. Having completed the necessary adjustments, I emerged from the small dark room, fully in control. Brothers, let us commence the update. When it comes to courting women, although it is often said that money is merely for their viewing pleasure, one cannot expect to sustain a relationship solely on appearances without any genuine expenditure. Which woman would remain by your side under such circumstances? Spending appropriately is entirely reasonable. The notion of appropriate varies depending on the individual and the situation. For instance, if you possess 10,000, spending 3 to 5,000 is acceptable. In contrast, if you hold 1,000,000, expenditures of 50 to 100,000 are permissible. However, for Chu-do, even spending tens of millions or more holds no significance. Upon hearing Chu-do's words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Lu Ruyin's eyes, which she quickly subdued as she casually remarked, "What if the item I desire is exceedingly expensive?" Chu-do maintained a smile, replying, "Here, there are no jewels beyond my reach." When a man spends money on a woman, she invariably perceives him as impressive and attractive, particularly during substantial expenditures. Lu Ruyin gazed dreamily at Chu-do for a moment, then flicked her long hair and lowered her gaze to the booklet in her hands. Meanwhile, Chu-do observed the models on stage with keen interest. It must be said that Cartier's choice of models is commendable, and those who were invited are primarily brand ambassadors, all of whom are celebrities. However, Chu-do did not recognize any of them, as he seldom pays attention to the entertainment industry, which renders his lack of familiarity quite understandable. As 2 stars, 1 male and 1 female, took the stage, Lu Ruyin leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "They are from our Shenhao media." Chu-do glanced at them. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, indeed quite impressive. While Chu-do may not have recognized the celebrities on stage, it did not imply that they were unaware of him. Endorsers for Cartier are far from being third-rate stars. They are, in fact, well-known figures. The 2 celebrities were astute, especially in the entertainment industry, where it is imperative to remember the financial backers to avoid being blacklisted should any issues arise. Having seen countless photographs of their ultimate boss, Chu-do, they recognized him immediately, despite never having met. Moreover, they had encountered Lu Ruyin, the female secretary of their superior, on several occasions. Noticing their boss's attention, the 2 stars straightened their backs and walked confidently, eager to present their finest selves. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue remarked to the female star, "Chu-ge, the earrings and necklace she is wearing are quite exquisite." Chu-do turned his head and replied, "If you like them, we shall purchase both items shortly." Beside him, Lu Ruyin appeared unperturbed, engrossed in the booklet. Nearly 20 celebrities showcased close to 100 pieces of Cartier jewelry, including bracelets, earrings, pendants, necklaces, and rings. Each displayed item was cataloged within the booklet, with prices ranging from a few tens of thousands to several millions. Noticing Lu Ruyin close the booklet, Chu-do inquired with curiosity, "Did you not find anything appealing?" Lu Ruyin softly replied, "There are indeed some, but they are too expensive. I do not wish to purchase them." Suddenly, Chu-do grasped her hand and said, "What is there to fear? You have me." Lu Ruyin was caught off guard by his sudden action. She attempted to retract her hand, but found it firmly grasped by Chu-do, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruyin produced her phone and swiftly sent a message. Moments later, she spoke, "Boss, let us proceed to the back room to inspect the jewelry." Naturally, Chu-do agreed, and the 3 of them rose slightly to depart. Onlookers observed this scene with confusion, but refrained from inquiring further. Upon entering the adjacent office, representatives from Cartier awaited them. 2 middle-aged individuals, impeccably attired in tailored suits, stood beside several elegantly dressed women in kipeos, positioned before a table adorned with the exquisite jewelry previously admired by Wang Xinyue and Liu Ruoyan. Upon their entrance, a Cartier representative promptly stood and greeted, "Miss Liu, it is a pleasure to see you. We sincerely appreciate your interest in our Cartier collection. I have arranged everything for you. The jewelry you selected is here for your close inspection." "Thank you," Liu Ruoyan replied with a beaming smile. As for Chu Du, the Cartier representatives were unaware of his identity. Their dealings had been conducted with Rin Jun, and this application process had been coordinated with Liu Ruoyan, leaving them oblivious to the fact that Chu Du was the esteemed owner. Nevertheless, recognizing his high-end bespoke attire, they discerned that he was no ordinary individual. Chu Du glanced at the display and remarked, "You too may choose. If you like it, purchase it." Wang Xinyue selected a pair of love earrings, resplendent in silver white, crafted from 18K white gold, with each earring adorned with 48 brilliant cut diamonds, boasting a total weight of 0.51 carats. Chu Du observed the design, which was indeed appealing, but upon seeing the price, 100,000, he could only muse that women's money was undeniably easy to earn. However, he considered that whether it yielded profit or loss was inconsequential. What mattered was the joy it brought. As for the necklace, it was a love necklace, equally in silver white, fashioned from 18K white gold and embellished with 450 brilliant cut diamonds, totaling 2.45 carats. While it appeared beautiful, Chu Du was acutely aware that diamonds were essentially an intelligence tax. The exorbitant prices stemmed from their non-scarcity and the artificial inflation of their market value. The initial marketing strategy that linked diamonds with love established a premium positioning that sustained high prices. Moreover, only prestigious brands could produce such jewelry, leading to significant brand markup that often exceeded the original value by more than tenfold. In reality, diamonds were not scarce, they were prevalent everywhere. In recent years, a particular province in the country had begun mass-producing diamonds of such exquisite quality that they could rival, and perhaps even surpass, traditional diamonds. Various techniques, including the 8 hearts and 8 arrows, 10 hearts and 10 arrows, and 9 hearts and 1 flower, were all achievable. The production costs were astoundingly low, almost laughable. Especially for the average person, discerning the authenticity of diamonds was beyond their capability, rendering them susceptible to deception by these synthetic alternatives. It could be posited that if such diamonds were to inundate the market, the entire global diamond industry would face dire consequences. The crux of the matter lies in pricing. Many may lack a concrete understanding. While it is widely acknowledged that diamonds are exorbitantly priced and that diamond rings can often be deceptive, the specific profit margins remain nebulous, devoid of tangible figures. Allow me to elucidate. Primarily, diamonds are extracted from mines in Africa. However, there exists an international embargo on these commodities. This is due to the fact that, many years ago, Europe monopolized this lucrative venture. Consequently, while the flow of diamonds into Europe is sanctioned, their importation into Asia is deemed illicit. Chapter 55. Resumption of updates. Indeed, a significant portion of diamonds are illicitly smuggled, including those in Europe. In our homeland, the situation is even more dire. One could say that access to the mines is virtually non-existent, forcing us to devise means to procure them from European merchants. The prices they pay for diamonds sourced from Africa are exorbitant, far surpassing those of capitalists. As for Asia, the largest processing plant used to be in India, but now domestic operations are catching up. However, local businesses face challenges primarily concerning the supply chain. The process of trading hands repeatedly results in the market price multiplying exponentially. For instance, a 1-carat diamond smuggled from Africa to Europe might cost only a few $1,000s, yet it commands tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in the European market. This disparity translates into profits that are tenfold or even greater. Moreover, since most diamonds are smuggled, customs duties can often be disregarded. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a lucrative venture? Chu Du has even begun to contemplate assembling a sizable mercenary team to attempt seizing a mine in Africa, though he remains uncertain about its feasibility. For now, however, he decides to focus on the jewelry at hand. Wang Xinyue has chosen earrings priced at 100,000 and a necklace at 500,000, which is not an insignificant amount. In contrast, Lu Ruoyan has selected something much more extravagant. A necklace that exudes sophistication, adorned with 3 Colombian emeralds weighing a total of 5.62 carats, elegantly interspersed among diamond accents, showcases a dynamic design that plays with light and shadow, while the conical diamonds infuse a touch of vitality. Additionally, there's a ring featuring a 4.15-carat diamond cut into a rhombus, with a central fancy brownish-yellow diamond surrounded by triangular white diamonds, forming a symmetrical pattern that creates a neatly arranged fractal structure. The prices for these two pieces are quite steep: $3 million for the necklace and $2,300,000 for the ring, totaling over $5 million. As Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruoyan donned their jewelry, they appeared even more strikingly beautiful than they already were this evening. Gazing at the two alluring goddesses before him, Chudu took a deep breath and asked, "How do you like them?" Wang Xinyue nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, they are indeed exquisite." Lu Ruoyan's expression was more complex as she inquired, "Boss, are you truly going to buy them for me?" Chu Du snapped his fingers. "You don't usually dawdle at work. Come on, let us use the card." Almost $6 million was swiftly charged, deepening the meaning in Lu Ruoyan's gaze. Having acquired what they desired, there was no further need to continue perusing the exhibition. Chu Du sent a message to Ning Lei, instructing him to prepare the car for their departure. Once in the vehicle, Chu Du directed Ning Lei, "Let us first drop Secretary Lu off." "Understood, boss," Ning Lei replied softly, lowering the partition. The events of the evening sparked numerous new ideas in Chu Du's mind. For instance, establishing a jewelry business would not be an effortless endeavor. The first hurdle is sourcing, as jewelry encompasses not only diamonds but a myriad of other materials. Chu Du must find a way to secure diverse mineral resources. Moreover, there exists a logistical dilemma. Although Chu Du possesses a transportation company, its scale is rather modest, lacking the qualifications for international shipping. Furthermore, this enterprise is co-owned by other shareholders, necessitating Chu Du to elevate the company's status to acquire the capability for transporting mineral resources. Additionally, there are safety concerns during transit. The journey from the African continent to this location spans countless miles, with maritime dangers lurking en route. The threat of pirates, who may resort to lethal force and plunder, complicates matters further. Chu Du must bolster security capabilities and equip the vessel with adequate armament to ensure safe navigation against piracy. Upon the arrival of resources domestically, Chu Du will require processing facilities and skilled technicians. Only when the finished products are ready can they penetrate the market. This entire process is rather cumbersome. However, if executed successfully, it holds significant market potential. Given the vast population within the country, the consumer market is immense and continues to grow year by year. After careful contemplation, Chu Du addressed Lu Ruoyan. "Ruoyan, I have another transportation company under my name. Kindly inform Vice President Lei tomorrow to negotiate for its complete acquisition." Upon hearing Chu Du discuss work matters, Lu Ruoyan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Understood, boss. Furthermore, once this company is acquired, I need you to handle the necessary formalities to merge it under the name of Shenhao Group, rebranding it as Shenhao International Transport Company, and subsequently apply for an international shipping license." "International transport?" Lu Ruoyan inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Engaging in international affairs typically signifies a considerable scale. However, does our group currently engage in any international business? Although perplexed, Lu Ruoyan promptly acquiesced. Rubbing her temples, Chu Du instructed, "Please inform the security company to elevate the number of senior security personnel to 1,000 by the end of this year." "Certainly, Mr. Chu Du." As Lu Ruoyan listened to Chu Du's series of commands, her bewilderment deepened. She struggled to comprehend the implications of his directives. While she could manage transportation and security, the matter of mineral resources posed a challenge. Each type of raw material originates from distinct locales. For instance, Australia currently leads the world in diamond production, while the northern nation of warriors ranks third. However, diamonds, despite their markup, hold little intrinsic value, particularly in comparison to the enduring worth of gold. Despite other regions surpassing Africa in mineral output, Chu Du still deemed Africa the optimal choice. Acquiring resources from others would entail exorbitant costs, whereas possessing mines in Africa would yield a different scenario. In the African continent, Chudu recognized the necessity of military factions, a realm previously uncharted for him. Yet, he felt no aversion. Rather, there was an exhilarating allure to it. In such territories, a nation may only muster a few tens of thousands of troops, and a regional warlord could operate effectively with merely a few thousand. In all honesty, the military strength of a single active duty battalion in the domestic arena could easily overpower any warlord. The expense of hiring thousands of mercenaries would constitute a substantial financial burden. Such internationally renowned mercenary groups typically command a monthly salary that amounts to approximately 200,000 to 300,000. If Chuda wishes to employ 1,000 individuals, his monthly expenditure would reach a staggering 200 million. Chudu silently shook his head. When calculated this way, it seemed excessively burdensome. With a monthly outlay of 200 million, it remains uncertain whether this gold mine could generate that much profit within a month. Nevertheless, he could indeed bear this expense. Chapter 56. Resource minerals, to speak of nothing else. The sum of 500 billion alone, provided by commercial banks at an annual interest rate of 10%, translates into a daily interest of 13 million. Over the course of a month, this amounts to nearly 400 million, an expenditure ample enough to cover military costs. However, relying on such hiring in the long term is not a sustainable solution. It is imperative to swiftly train a domestic security team. Merely employing foreign mercenaries does not inspire confidence in Chudu. A domestic force is essential. After escorting Liu Ruyin home, Chudu returned home with Wang Xinu. Upon arrival, he seated himself before the computer and began to peruse information. The realm of mercenaries was entirely foreign to him. After an extended period of research, he found the information to be highly exaggerated, either glorifying the capabilities of mercenaries to the heavens or dismissing them as utterly inept, with little reliable data available for reference. Rubbing his temples, Chudu furrowed his brow. It dawned on him that he owned a security company, which, while not directly applicable, surely possessed knowledge in this area. However, it was already past 11 o'clock. He decided to inquire tomorrow. With this thought, he shut down his computer and retired to bed, embracing Wang Xinu. The following morning, Chudu arrived at the office and promptly summoned the head of the security company. The individual, named Qin Long, was a former soldier. Chudu posed his question directly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Long responded, "Mr. Chu, domestically, there's a premier company called Ace Shield, currently the best in the country. Internationally, well-known names include Blackwater, MPRI, and Zeus Shield." Chudu noted this information and inquired, "Is it possible for our company to train individuals of such caliber?" Qin Long hesitated before replying, "Mr. Chu, you may not be aware, but our primary business focuses on security for residential areas and companies, as well as providing bodyguards for celebrities. Our experience with high-end security for wealthy individuals is minimal, let alone advanced bodyguards. Currently, we do not possess anyone capable of undertaking mercenary tasks. Furthermore, to cultivate such talent, we would require specialized training facilities and equipment, as firearms and ammunition are illegal for private ownership in our country, which presents a significant challenge." Listening to his words, Chudu fell into contemplation. Indeed, numerous restrictions hindered his ability to train such personnel, unless, after deep reflection, he declared, "Very well, I will establish a training camp in Africa this time, employing professional trainers. I expect you to oversee this. Within a year, I need a contingent of capable individuals. Otherwise, the cost of hiring will be prohibitively high." "Understood, but Mr. Chu, the costs involved." Qin Long began. Chudu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with that. I will cover the expenses. Your task is to ensure this is accomplished." "Understood." After Qin Long departed, Chudu immediately contacted Ace Shield Company. Upon learning that the mission would be overseas, Ace Shield's interest was piqued, for overseas contracts are invariably substantial. However, they were soon astounded, for Chudu's demands entailed uniting various mercenary organizations to assemble 1,000 personnel, armed and equipped, to seize at least 5 mining sites in Africa, and, within their capabilities, ensure the security of these sites for a year. In plain terms, this meant engaging in conflict, potentially even local armed skirmishes. The demands were formidable. An ace shield was incapable of handling such a hefty contract alone. Yet, the price offered by Chudu was quite attractive, making refusal an unappealing option. Consequently, the executives of Ace Shield convened an urgent meeting and ultimately resolved to accept the contract. Given their insufficient manpower for this operation, Ace Shield reached out to 8 international mercenary security firms, including Zeus Shield, Zhongqing Guard, Tianzhuan, the Spanish Foreign Legion, and Cossacks, collectively mobilizing 1,000 personnel. Each firm provided a commander, with a monthly remuneration of 500,000, while the remaining combatants were offered a monthly wage of 250,000. The contract stipulated that they select strategic locations to seize mineral resources from local armed warlords and maintain security for a year. Chudu placed his trust in them, as nearly all personnel were retired soldiers from various nations, possessing extensive experience, unlike mere novices. With their superior weaponry and individual capabilities, alongside effective command skills, they could easily overpower the local warlord factions. It is essential to recognize the stark differences between regular troops and inexperienced forces, especially since many underdeveloped African warlords utilize outdated equipment, while regular armies employ state-of-the-art gear, representing entirely different paradigms. Consider the United States' previous military endeavors in various regions, managing to subdue smaller nations at significant costs. In contrast, a group of retired professional soldiers engaging as mercenaries, armed with modern equipment against a local warlord, would yield comparably effective results. The specifics of the plan were entrusted to them, as they were more adept in that regard. Once the 8 companies agreed on collaboration, they returned to prepare their personnel, equipment, intelligence, and other logistics with an anticipated departure to Africa in a week's time. The next step involved procuring vessels. Once they secured the mining sites, providing 2 meals daily and $10 could easily recruit a local adult male for mining tasks. The labor was remarkably inexpensive. At such rates, even if Chudu recruited 10,000 men, the expenses would be minimal. To put it bluntly, the monthly expenditure for 10,000 individuals was less than the cost of a single luxury sports car. This was in a relatively stable area. In many war-torn regions, a loaf of bread could suffice to hire an adult male for lethal tasks. Poverty-stricken, backward, perilous, and chaotic, as the minerals began to flow in abundance. Chudu would also need to ensure transportation capabilities. However, acquiring new large cargo ships was impractical due to time constraints, necessitating the consideration of second-hand options. Thus, Chudu instructed his secretary, Wei Xian, to engage with major shipyards regarding the availability of second-hand, large ocean-going cargo vessels, and to circulate a notice in the shipping community about the need for procurement. Now, all that remained was to await responses. Chudu's daily life is rather simple. He goes to work, returns home, enjoys dinner, watches films, and then retires for the night. 10 days later, Chudu received a message announcing the departure of 1,000 mercenaries. Following a collaborative discussion among several commanding factions, a location was determined, near Lake Victoria. This area lies at the confluence of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and is abundant in rich diamond deposits and other resources. The region is also quite tumultuous, with 3 distinct warlord factions vying for control. The most formidable of these factions boasts over 6,000 members, supported by a civilian population exceeding 50,000. Chapter 57. Seizing resources. The combined forces of the 3 factions numbered approximately 11,000, yet the 8 companies regarded them with utter disdain. Although they could not confront the state, deploying their elite against the backward tribal warlords of Africa would be akin to a sweeping victory. Chudu refrained from inquiring about their methods. He was solely interested in the outcomes. A week later, the news arrived, bearing tidings of success. All 3 warlord tribes have been vanquished, with over 6,000 surrendering, more than 1,000 slain, and the remainder fleeing. In total, there were 7 resource sites for diamond mines, 2 gold mines, and an oil field. Upon receiving the news, Chudu's mind buzzed with excitement, while the diamond and gold mines, though immensely valuable, would not attract undue attention. The oil field was a different matter entirely, posing a risk of breeding corruption. The mercenary companies were quick to learn of this development, yet they opted to remain silent, failing to inform the corrupt entities. Primarily, Chudu was their employer, and confidentiality was mandated by their contract. Moreover, Chudu's generous remuneration was simply irresistible. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that they were now international mercenaries, typically motivated by profit and indifferent to personal safety. Selling this information to the corrupt factions would undoubtedly yield greater value. However, they had to weigh the risks involved. Given Chudu's financial capabilities, although they were unaware of his true identity, it was evident that he was no ordinary wealthy individual. Should any misfortune befall him, the repercussions from the corrupt factions could be dire. Particularly in recent years, the rapid development of the corrupt factions had been alarming, and the severe internal division within the United States led several mercenary companies to deliberate carefully, ultimately deciding to safeguard this secret and serve Chudu. Another consideration was that they were an international organization. Failure to uphold confidentiality in such a significant matter would likely jeopardize future contracts worldwide. After weighing these multiple factors, the companies resolved to keep the secret and protect these resources. This situation placed immense pressure on Chudu, who felt an urgent need to bolster his armed forces. He hired instructors from the 8 companies, as well as trainers and equipment from a Siberian training camp, and arranged for their transportation to Africa. Concurrently, he engaged a construction team to swiftly establish a training base there. Qin Long led a team of promising recruits to undergo training, and when manpower proved insufficient, they began to recruit individuals of all ethnicities, black, white, and Asian, indoctrinating and training them to form Chudu's private armed force. Within a year, they aimed to assemble 2,000 personnel. The pressure on Qin Long was substantial, yet he accepted the mission and set forth to Africa. As for Chudu, following these events, he began to feel increasingly insecure. Consequently, he hired 10 elite professional bodyguards from Ace Shield to provide both overt and covert protection. During this offensive against the warlords, he gathered over 50,000 civilians, offering them wages of 2 meals a day and $10. Under the allure of such conditions, a significant number of locals rapidly joined in, diligently working in the mines. This is indeed a substantial amount of inexpensive labor, Chudu mused, feeling increasingly akin to a capitalist. The matter of purchasing large cargo ships had finally borne fruit. Through Wei Xian's diligent efforts, 5 ocean-going freighters, each with a capacity of 100,000 tons, have been acquired from various sources, totaling $3 billion. The company's formalities had been completed, and they were poised for departure at any moment. Thus, Chudu once again reached out to the Ace Shield Company. This time, it was for a convoy escort mission. Chudu entered into a new contract with Ace Shield, which stipulated that for the ensuing year, they would provide ongoing escort services for the 5 ocean-going cargo vessels belonging to his Shenhao company. Following the contract's execution, Ace Shield promptly dispatched personnel, and Chudu arranged for their departure. The mineral output from Africa was substantial each day, coupled with the remnants left by previous warlords, which would sufficiently sustain Chudu for quite some time. However, upon their return, there were further plans. Chudu also arranged for the establishment of a processing plant, offering lucrative salaries to attract skilled technicians. In the future, these resources would all be for sale. Recently, Lu Ruyan had been particularly tender towards Chudu. Even when she caught a whiff of his cologne, she would spray a bit of her own fragrance on him, leaving Chudu both amused and exasperated. The processing plant was swiftly established, and as for technical workers with sufficient funds, one could acquire anyone. The journey from Shang City to Africa took approximately 20 days. Factoring in the transportation of minerals and resupply, it took nearly 2 months for the round trip. Standing at the port, gazing at the densely packed containers, a satisfied smile spread across Chudu's face. Soon, these goods would convert into wealth flowing into his account. Lu Ruyan had come to fully grasp Chudu's intentions, and she was utterly astonished. However, from a woman's perspective, her thoughts were somewhat peculiar. "Boss, may I custom design some jewelry?" Chudu tilted his head to regard her. "Are you already tired of the last piece?" Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head. "Not at all, I just want it. You know, Women have a strong desire for these things. This was something Chudu could understand. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Earrings, necklaces, let your imagination guide you." "Thank you, boss," Lu Rian exclaimed, excitedly planting a kiss on Chudu's cheek. This was not their first encounter of such a nature. Over the past 2 months, she had occasionally done the same, yet they had never shared a kiss. Chudu was not in a hurry. He understood that Lu Ruyin was grappling with her feelings. Objectively speaking, Lu Ruyin was indeed a remarkable woman. A graduate with a master's degree, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Her family background was decent, and her savings were considerable. She was also exceptionally beautiful with an impressive education. Yet, she was at a disadvantage due to age. After all, Lu Ruyin was already 30. She sought someone outstanding, perhaps slightly older than herself, but such individuals typically desired an 18-year-old beautiful girl. The older one became, the more some favored the youthful and tender. Yet, Lu Ruyin was unwilling to compromise. This had led to numerous blind dates, all of which yielded no results. The emergence of Chudu seems to have resolved this dilemma. He is handsome, affluent, and a university graduate. Although his educational background is not as advanced as her own, his overall vision and charisma are remarkably strong. As for his age, Lu Ruyin has chosen to overlook it. However, Chudu possesses a flaw. He is notoriously unfaithful, entangled with more than one woman. Lu Ruyin has caught whiffs of several distinct perfumes. Traditionally principled and self-restrained, she finds herself vehemently opposed to such individuals. Yet, over the course of these past few months, amid both work and life, she has begun to succumb to his allure. Chapter 58. August 15th, perhaps having witnessed too much. It seems that the affluent individuals around her invariably possess more than one woman. Lu Ruyin gradually comes to understand that when men acquire wealth, they inevitably yearn for other desires, such as power and beauty. While there may exist virtuous men who remain steadfast, one must ponder the likelihood of such instances. The prospect of finding a handsome, tall, wealthy man with at least a bachelor's degree who is also devoted seems exceedingly slim to Lu Ruyin, unless she considers nurturing a younger beau. With a soft sigh, Lu Ruyin reflects upon her own strategy. However, she also harbors her own aspirations. Even if he has others, she intends to reign as the queen of his harem. Whoever encounters her shall address her as sister. Lu Ruyin, the Empress Ruyin, shall not be inferior to anyone. She is a woman of strong resolve and vivid imagination. Having made her decision, she is determined to seize the opportunity and secure her position as the eldest sister. Though she has never experienced love herself, she has observed plenty of relationships around her, and with her intrinsic allure, Lu Ruyin is confident that she can win over Chudu. While she ponders in her office, Chudu suddenly receives a call from Jiang Lily. Surprised, he notes that Jiang Lily has a flying assignment during the day and is usually unreachable. Why is she calling now? "Chugo, are you busy?" Upon answering, he hears Jiang Lily's enchanting and soft voice. "Not busy at the moment. What's up? Are you on break today?" Chudu casually responds while working on his computer. "I'm not on break. My mother just called unexpectedly." "Your mother?" Chudu momentarily fails to grasp her meaning. "Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching? My mother wants me to return home, and the family is pressing for marriage. Could you accompany me back?" Jiang Lily's family is from Tianjin, and the distance from Shanghai to Tianjin is relatively short, merely about 300 kilometers, taking 3 to 4 hours by car. August 15th. Chudu feels a wave of nostalgia. He recalls the orphanage director mentioning that he lost his parents at an early age and was sent to the orphanage by the police, where he grew up. Chudu has never experienced the warmth of familial love and has never felt the urge to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival or the New Year. The destination seems inconsequential, but this time is distinctly different. It involves meeting her parents. Nevertheless, since Jiang Lily will likely be accompanying him for the long term, meeting her parents should pose no issue. With this thought in mind, Chudu replies, "All right, there are a few days until August 15th. Once you're on break, let me know, and we'll drive over." "Thank you, Chugu. I'll be off tomorrow. Wait for me to return, brother." Hearing Jiang Lily's voice, Chudu found himself momentarily distracted. After hanging up the phone, Chudu suddenly contemplates a question. These young ladies all have families and parents. If they were to remain by their side throughout their lives, marriage would likely remain out of reach. Furthermore, one might even find themselves contending with multiple parental figures. Jiang Lily had only a single day off on August 15th, but she began her respite the evening prior, on the 14th. The two of them indulged in a buffet together, after which Chu Du suggested, "Let us go buy some things for tomorrow morning." "All right," Jiang Lily exclaimed with delight. Although uncertain of what to purchase, she was certain that cosmetics, jewelry, and alcohol would be appropriate choices. Observing Chu Du acquire a substantial amount of items, Jiang Lily hesitantly remarked, "Chu Gu, isn't that a bit excessive?" Chu Du glanced at the pile, bewildered, and said, "This is merely several 100,000. Is that too much?" Jiang Lily found herself at a loss for words. Oh well, this wealthy individual certainly had the means. As they were to return home the following day, Jiang Lily prepared for bed early that night. At dawn, Ning Lei drove them to Tianjin, accompanied by another vehicle filled with bodyguards. Jiang Lily had mentioned that her parents were rather materialistic, with a fondness for wealth, and she had a younger brother still in school. Growing up in such an environment, she had inevitably developed a taste for the finer things in life. Her parents had always hoped she would marry a wealthy man, ensuring a comfortable life for the entire family. After hearing Jiang Lily's words, Chu Du felt a sense of possibility. If they were fond of money, it would be simple to win them over by showering them with wealth, persuading them to accept him as their daughter's lover. With a luxury car worth nearly 10 million, complete with a driver and followed by a Mercedes filled with bodyguards, accompanied by gifts worth hundreds of thousands, they had more than enough to sway their expectations. It was only near noon that they arrived at Jiang Lily's apartment building, a rather ordinary and somewhat aged complex. Chu Du instructed the bodyguards to wait downstairs, while Ning Lei assisted him with the items. Standing in the hallway, Jiang Lily retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. Inside were three individuals, her parents, appearing nearly 50, and a younger brother, 5 or 6 years her junior, who was still studying. Upon seeing Jiang Lily return, her parents were about to speak when they noticed Chu Du and Ning Lei entering with a large assortment of items. After setting down their burdens in silence, Ning Lei quietly excused himself, closing the door behind him. Chu Du regarded the family with a calm demeanor, saying, "Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Chu Du, Jiang Lily's boyfriend." Jiang Lily's parents, taken aback by the array of items strewn across the table and floor, exchanged quick, anxious glances. "Ah, so you're Xiao Chu," they hurriedly replied. "Please, sit down and make yourself at home." Jiang Lily led Chu Du to a nearby sofa, while her parents surreptitiously assessed the value of the items, and her younger brother sat curiously on a bench. Observing Chu Du after a brief appraisal, Jiang Lily's parents exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their daughter's boyfriend was indeed extraordinary. Jiang's mother awkwardly chuckled and inquired, "So, Xiao Chu, what is your profession?" Chu Du took Jiang Lily's hand and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "I run a company in Shenzhen." The revelation of his entrepreneurial endeavors undoubtedly elicited expressions of excitement from Jiang's parents. "How long have you two known each other?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Du replied, "Approximately 5 or 6 months." They had met in Sanya around May, and with November now upon them, it had indeed been half a year since their acquaintance began. Chapter 59. Shocking the Jiang family after such a lengthy discussion. When do you plan to get married? Jiang's father and mother were quite anxious. It was rare to encounter such an attractive and well-off man. Gifts worth hundreds of thousands had been given, along with a dedicated chauffeur. What kind of influential figure was this? With their daughter having secured such a remarkable match, their family would undoubtedly prosper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lily quickly interjected, "Mom, please don't rush. He is quite busy with his company, and doesn't he have much time at the moment?" As she spoke, she desperately gestured to her parents. Although Jiang's father and mother were puzzled, they still expressed their regret, saying, "Very well, you two decide. We just feel that an early marriage will be preferable." Chu Du found the situation somewhat amusing. He could easily discern Jiang's father and mother's intentions to secure a sense of stability through marriage. However, Chu Du had no intention of marrying, at least not at this moment. From a nearby bag, he produced 2 keys and said, "Uncle and aunt, this is an Audi A8, fully equipped, worth over 2 million. This car is a gift for you both to drive, and there's a spare key. I've arranged for someone to register it." It It will be delivered this afternoon. Additionally, this key is for Lily's younger brother. I heard he's a freshman in college. Please keep a low profile. This is an Audi A6, worth a few $100,000. You can take it. It will also be delivered this afternoon. He placed the keys on the table, paying no mind to the astonished expressions of the Jiang family. He then presented a large document, stating this is a property in the prestigious Shenhao Huitesue in Mingdi community. Approximately 260 square meters. Given the current housing market, the fully furnished residence amounts to 40 million. It is already renovated, and if you wish to visit Shenhao, you can stay here. An A8, an A6, and a 40 million property. The Jiang family had never witnessed such grandeur and was utterly astounded. They had considered that their son-in-law might possess several million, but never had they imagined he could be so wealthy, casually gifting a property worth tens of millions. John's mother stammered, this, little. Chu, about the house and cars. Chu Du smiled gently. It's nothing, just a gift for you. Jiang Lily understood Chu Du's intention and added, Mom and Dad, please accept these gifts and don't overthink it. Although Jiang's father and mother wished to accept, the value was so overwhelming that they hesitated. However, upon hearing their daughter's encouragement, they finally nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang's father suggested, perfect timing, we didn't prepare lunch. Let us go out to eat, perhaps at that Tiananmen International Hotel. Jiang's mother readily concurred, yes, yes. You're back, and it's just lunchtime, we must be hungry. Let us go dine together. The hotel was an upscale establishment in Tiananmen, a place Jiang's father and mother had never frequented before, but with such a remarkable son-in-law, they felt compelled to treat him to an exceptional meal. As they spoke, Jiang's father and mother hurriedly went to their room to fetch money and cards, determined to treat their son-in-law to this meal and leave a favorable impression. Fearing that their funds might fall short, they even took out their private savings and emergency funds, which eased their worries considerably. Observing her parents' actions, Jiang Lily sighed, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Chu Du, on the other hand, remained entirely indifferent. Jiang Lily had been with him for nearly 6 months, behaving herself obediently and alluringly. After all, it was only natural to offer some benefits when keeping a pet. Furthermore, Jiang Lily had always taken care of her physique, and barring any unforeseen events, even 10 years from now, as she approached her 30s, she would still possess her enviable figure, albeit with an added touch of maturity and charm. It was highly likely that she would still be with Chu Du at that time. Thus, this sum of money could be deemed as a lifetime buyout in his eyes. Jiang's father and mother would eventually come to know this. So Chu Du aimed to adopt a high-profile approach, dazzling them with his wealth. Jiang Lily's younger brother, Jiang Long, remained silent. Yet the glimmer in his eyes when he regarded the car keys betrayed his innermost desires. Which man does not harbor dreams of owning a luxury vehicle? Coming from an ordinary household, he lacked the means to fulfill such aspirations. At school, he had witnessed some affluent classmates driving their cars, escorting beautiful female companions for nights out, while he could only indulge in daydreams. And now, a luxury car stood before him. One should not dismiss the A6 as a mere vehicle, in a nationwide context for an average family. A car costing $200,000 to $300,000 is the pinnacle of aspiration. Nearly 99% of families fall into this category, and they typically settle for common models like the Magotan, Sagitar, or Passat. This represents their ceiling of ambition. To them, a vehicle like the A6 is indeed a luxury. Do not be swayed by the claims of ubiquitous supercars online. Such assertions are sheer exaggeration. How many Ferraris are sold annually in the domestic market? On certain platforms, the purchase figures for a year can surpass global sales, pure fabrication. Chu Du observed their expressions keenly. Such individuals, once their appetites are whetted, and they learn that Jiang Lily is his mistress, with no plans for marriage but a lifetime commitment, would they still refuse? Unlikely. While some may turn down the offer, Jiang Lily's parents would not. They were, after all, enamored with wealth, hoping their daughter would marry into affluence. Though that opportunity may have slipped away, enjoying these privileges was still a form of satisfaction. Even if the reputation was less than savory, relocating to a different city would solve that issue. Moreover, what do the neighbors in Tianjin truly know? They could simply claim they held a wedding in the new city. Who would be the wiser? All they would comprehend is that their daughter had married a wealthy individual. Such as humanity, such as the mundane. Yet we are all part of this mundanity, merely lacking the means to indulge in it. We do not harbor resentment towards the rich. We merely lament our own lack of wealth. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang's father and mother courteously invited Chu Du to order, but he insisted that Jiang Lily take the lead in selecting the dishes. Regarding food, Chu Du, hailing from humble beginnings, possessed modest expectations. Mere satiation sufficed, and a delightful meal was even more desirable. Now, with newfound wealth, he finds himself predominantly at Wang Xinyue's side, relishing the home-cooked meals she prepares. At the dining table, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang incessantly inquired about Chu Du, eager to glean insights into his life. Eventually, Jiang Lily could no longer contain herself and urged her parents to cease their questioning. However, owing to Chu Du's prior display of affluence, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang's demeanor remained exceedingly warm throughout the meal, fostering a pleasant atmosphere. Upon concluding their repast and preparing to depart, two autists had already arrived. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Du remarked, "Uncle, take a look. Here are the two vehicles, both present." Chapter 60. Dialogue between the Jiang mother and daughter at the very first glance. Jiang father was enamored with the car. A vehicle worth over 2 million, something he and his wife could never afford in their lifetime. Yet, here was their son-in-law, casually presenting it. Moreover, the surrounding bodyguards, with their own Mercedes vehicles, indicated the stature of a truly significant individual. At that moment, the singular thought occupying Jiang father and Jiang mother's minds was to hasten the union of Chu Du and Jiang Lily in marriage. Only through matrimony could they find solace, for there were far too many temptresses lurking about. What if such an exemplary son-in-law were to be lured away? They were also oblivious to the extent of their relationship. If they had yet to consummate their bond, the peril would be substantial. With myriad thoughts swirling, the group returned home. Jiang mother gestured to Jiang Lily, and together they ascended to the bedroom. Meanwhile, Jiang father prepared to enjoy some fine liquor with Chu Du in the living room. Although Jiang father had seen top-shelf Maodai before, he had never tasted it. To his astonishment, his son-in-law produced 5 boxes of it. What a remarkable display! In the bedroom, after carefully closing the door, Jiang mother adopted a serious expression and asked, "Tell me, is this truly your boyfriend?" Jiang Lily rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course. We've been together for 6 months." A slight sigh of relief escaped Jiang mother as she inquired, "To what extent has your relationship developed? Have you lived together?" Jiang Lily furrowed her brow and responded, "Mom, that's quite personal." Understanding her daughter's hesitation, Jiang mother's expression softened, and she smiled. "That's wonderful. I was worried you two hadn't progressed at all, which would have been concerning." With a cautious glance toward the door, she added, "Can you expedite the wedding plans? Such a fine son-in-law. I'm fearful he might become someone else's." The word marriage struck Jiang Lily like a sharp thorn, leaving her biting her lip in silence. Observing her daughter's reaction, Jiang mother queried, "What's wrong? Is it that you don't wish to marry, or is it him?" She continued, "Once you're married, you should resign from your flight attendant position. You are so beautiful that it would be easy for you to attract unwanted attention. It would be best to work at his company, where you can keep a watchful eye on him to prevent any unscrupulous women from attempting to seduce him. As someone with experience, I can tell you, there will be many women eager to pursue a man like him. You must stay vigilant. If he strays, you will regret it deeply. Also, have you taken precautions? I suggest you don't think about having a child. Even if a divorce occurs later, it would still." Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Lily interrupted, "Mom, please stop." Jiang mother paused, taken aback, and looked at her daughter. "What do you mean?" Jiang Lily, feeling increasingly agitated, realized some truths could be concealed for a time, but not indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Mom, it's impossible for us to marry." Jiang mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her daughter. "What do you mean? Clarify." "In truth, I am merely his mistress," Jiang Lily stated calmly. And once the words left her lips, they felt almost trivial. In an instant, Jiang Mu's expression darkened. "Are you implying that you are currently playing the role of a mistress to him, despite his marital status?" Jiang Lily shook her head and replied, "He is not married. Perhaps he will never wed, which leaves me no choice but to be his lover. Lover. How could Jiang Mu accept her daughter being reduced to such a status? She longed to voice her objections, yet the thoughts of the hundreds of thousands spent on cigarettes, alcohol, and cosmetics, along with the more than 2 million for the car and the 40 million valued house, rendered her speechless. Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu were excessively enamored with wealth. In this society, they regarded money as the ultimate measure of a person's worth. Their daughter had found a man who was young, handsome, and affluent. Such a catch was rare indeed. Yet, the singular dilemma remained. Her daughter was merely a mistress, a third party. She wished for her daughter to marry Chu Du rather than vie for affection among a throng of women. Nonetheless, she understood that they had no power to influence Chu Du. In his presence, women were relegated to obedience. If unwilling, they could simply refuse and seek someone else. However, finding a man of his caliber was no easy feat. Moreover, should she decline, all those gifts, the house and car, would need to be returned. Her heart ached at the thought. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Mu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Lily's expression was complex. "In my lifetime, finding a man like him is already a stroke of fortune. What right do I have to be choosy? Besides, he gifted me a house in Shen City, valued at nearly 100 million. As long as I stay with him for 3 years, the house will be mine, and a car worth a few million will be mine if I remain with him for a year. Well, I became a flight attendant. It was your wish, hoping I would meet someone wealthy. Yet, the affluent men I encountered were predominantly married. Young wealthy heirs do exist, but few possess such abundant means. Mother, consider the comparison. What do you think? Jekmois Bret Kwitskeneth, a house valued at nearly 100 million, and a car worth millions? In a mere 3 years. All of this would belong to her daughter. Jiang Lily was correct. Most wealthy individuals were already wed, and even if there were young heirs, which of them would be willing to spend such sums? Furthermore, if she sought another wealthy heir, would that guarantee he wouldn't engage in infidelity? It was sheer folly. Had they not witnessed such opulence before, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu might have rejected this notion outright. But with the evidence laid before them, how could they possibly retreat? After a lengthy silence, Jiang Mu sighed and said, "Your affairs are yours to decide." Clearly, she had come to terms with the idea of her daughter being a mistress. To enter a wealthy family, how could it be a smooth journey? Yet, fortunately, Chu Du was still unmarried, leaving a glimmer of hope. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Mu added, "Let me tell you, people are not immutable. Just because he does not wish to marry now does not mean he will always feel that way. If you can bear him a child, even if he chooses never to marry, he will not abandon you." The phrase "a mother's worth" is elevated by her children holds significant importance. It is imperative that you remember it well, rather than focusing on security measures. Consider the prospect of bearing a child, preferably a son, for in doing so, you shall find your position unassailable by others. Furthermore, if you wish to compete for a man's affection, mere physical beauty will not suffice. The world is replete with attractive women. What shall become of you 5 or 10 years hence? It is essential to cultivate other qualities that may captivate him. In the future, maintain regular video calls with your mother, for she will impart the skills of cooking and household management. She will enlighten you that, irrespective of the man in question, he will greatly appreciate a woman who keeps a pristine home and can prepare delectable meals. Even if he strays, thoughts of you will linger in his mind, for this creates a sense of home that no alluring temptress can rival. Chapter 61. Conversations within the Jiang family as Jiang Lily listened to her mother's incessant chatter. She found herself drifting into a trance, tidying the house and preparing meals. Indeed, she had long overlooked these responsibilities, fixating instead on her own alluring figure and vivacious charm. Yet, time inevitably marches on. What lies ahead? Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Chu Du bid farewell to Jiang Lily, foregoing dinner. Watching the luxurious car recede into the distance before glancing at the 2 Autos parked nearby, the 3 members of the Jiang family returned home and settled onto the sofa. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang's mother revealed the nature of Jiang Lily and Chu Du's relationship. Instantly, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Jiang's father opened a pack of cigarettes gifted by Chu Du, lit one, and spoke in a calm tone. This matter holds significant implications for our family. Let's discuss it. Zhang's mother hesitated, remaining silent. Jiang Long cautiously glanced at his parents and then at the car keys in his hand, gritting his teeth as he asserted, "In truth, this isn't necessarily a bad thing." Both parents turned their gazes toward him. Summoning his courage, Jiang Long continued, "There are many wealthy individuals in society now. Numerous girls at our school have found themselves in relationships with affluent men. If we seek a wealthy partner, it's not easy, and if you are unwilling, others will certainly step forward." His words rang true. If one is disinclined, there will undoubtedly be others willing to pursue wealth. Zhang's mother chimed in, "Indeed, if we miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Since we have seized this chance, we should not overthink it. As long as we remain discreet, who will know? The future holds promise." Zhang's father surveyed the multitude of gifts, the expensive bottles of liquor stacked high, and the car keys upon the table. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "In a few years, once our son graduates, we shall go to Shenhao." Ultimately, wealth stirs the heart. Chu Du remained indifferent to the Jiang family's thoughts, yet he was certain they would acquiesce. Perhaps having resolved the concern, Jiang Lily was particularly eager that evening. Nestled in Chu Du's embrace, she suddenly spoke in a softer tone. "Thank you for today, Chu Ge." Chu Du wrapped her closer and gently caressed her silky hair. "What do you thank me for? I presume your parents are quite upset." Jiang Lily shook her head. Given their nature, they won't voice their discontent. They will simply accept the situation. With a smile, Chu Du replied, "Isn't that better?" Jiang Lily playfully tossed her hair, declaring, "Chu Ge, from now on, I am yours. You must not abandon me." Feeling the smoothness of her back, Chu Du closed his eyes and said, "As long as you are obedient, I shall support you for a lifetime. Even when we grow old, I will continue to care for you." Old age. Everyone succumbs to the passage of time. When beauty fades, one wonders what remains. Nevertheless, Chu Du had afforded her ample dignity today, ensuring her parents would remain silent henceforth. Jiang Lily felt deeply moved. 500 words omitted. The morning arrived with Jiang Lily already at work, yet she had left a fried egg and warm milk on the table. She was aware that Lu Ruyan would bring breakfast to Chu Du, yet yesterday, Jiang Mu had remarked that relying solely on beauty could not secure a man indefinitely. Only distinctive qualities could achieve that. Although her culinary skills were lacking, she was capable of frying an egg. This marked the inception of a transformation. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Ruyan's breakfast was consumed by Chu Du as well. After all, Jiang Lily had merely left a fried egg and a glass of milk, which was hardly sufficient. After finishing breakfast and wiping his hands, Chu Du casually inquired, "Are there any matters or arrangements regarding work recently?" Lu Ruyan, clad in professional attire and black stockings, replied with a serious expression, "Boss, there are no significant matters in recent work." "No matters? How can that be? If there are no matters, let us create some." Chu Du snapped his fingers and declared, "I intend to expand and strengthen our Shenhao group." Lu Ruyan, intrigued, asked, "Do you have any plans or arrangements, boss?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Du elaborated, "Our Shenhao group currently comprises Shenhao Media, Shenhao Transportation, Shenhao Hotels, Shenhao Tourism, Shenhao Advertising, and Shenhao Jewelry. Transportation has already embarked on an international route, while jewelry has yet to commence, but let us set that aside for now. Each company has its own requirements." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan sat up straight, taking up pen and paper to begin recording. First on the agenda was Shenhao Media, which was currently just an ordinary media company. He instructed them to recruit popular talent from the star industry, stating, "We need to attract all trending or potential stars. Our company cannot thrive without dozens of A-list celebrities." Additionally, the influencer department should scout talents from other platforms, aiming to recruit prominent streamers to entice smaller ones and generate more discussions, while being mindful of the boundaries. Regarding the short drama sector, he advised them to solicit more scripts, ensuring quality in production. Although the short drama industry was no longer at its peak, it still had a considerable audience. Moving forward, they could adopt a refined approach to nurture talent. If the actors were promising, they could transition to the film and television department. "I aspire for Shenhao Media to possess the highest number of top-tier artists in the nation within a year," making Shenhao the largest media company in the country, thus paving our way to the world. Lu Rian silently admired Chu Du's grand vision, her hands moving swiftly to take notes. Suddenly, Chu Du pondered a question. Since many domestic films and songs mimic foreign works, what if he directly recruited talent from abroad? The more he contemplated, the more appealing this idea became. On one hand, there were the Hollywood giants from Europe and America. On the other, there were the girl groups from Korea. Both were indeed exceptional. Furthermore, regarding Shenhao hotels, which had just been established, he suggested starting with 10 locations in Shenzhen, expanding to other areas once business stabilized. As for Shenhao tourism, preparations should be made to broaden operations. He was planning to venture into international tourism, as the industry had been thriving in recent years, particularly starting from Zibo, and soon Harbin would follow suit. The tourism sector was poised for further growth, with an increase in international travel anticipated. With a wealthy population in Shenzhen, there was a promising market in this regard. Lu Rian diligently recorded Chu Du's words. In truth, the establishment of international tourism services demands considerable preparation. For instance, it necessitates a sufficient number of international tour guides and the requisite permits for international travel. However, in the eyes of Chu Du, these challenges are hardly obstacles. As for tour guides, there is no shortage. With financial investment, many are willing to join. Regarding qualifications, given the esteemed position of Shenhao Group in the city, acquiring the necessary credentials is an exceedingly simple task. Contemplating further, it appears that there are no significant hurdles. Thus, Chu Du decisively declared, "Very well, let us proceed in this direction, devise a detailed plan, and commence our endeavors." Chapter 62. High-end exchange meeting of commercial banks. Understood, boss. Lu Ruyan closed her notebook and departed with a rhythmic click of her high heels. No sooner had Lu Ruyan left than Chu Du's phone began to ring. It was Zhao Qian. Chu Du glanced at the caller ID and answered, "President Zhao, long time no see. Congratulations on your recent promotion." Hearing Chu Du's words, Zhao Qian chuckled in response. "It is all thanks to you, General Manager Chu Du. Without your support, I would not have had this opportunity." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Qian got straight to the point. The commercial bank has a prestigious VIP circle comprised of clients with personal deposits exceeding 100 million. Every year, we host an exchange meeting to foster collaboration among these significant clients. The upcoming meeting in Shenzhen is scheduled for this Friday evening, and I was wondering, an exchange meeting with such esteemed clients? Chu Du's interest piqued instantly. Sounds intriguing. Where will it be held? Although Zhao Qian mentioned clients with deposits over 100 million, which seemed modest compared to Chu Du's hundreds of billions, it is essential to recognize that not everyone possesses such wealth. Under ordinary circumstances, individuals with long-term deposits exceeding 100 million are indeed considered significant clients within the VIP circle. This represents liquid capital. What merchant wouldn't invest their funds to generate more wealth? According to the latest financial wealth report, there are approximately 130,000 individuals nationwide with total assets surpassing 100 million. However, those with deposits exceeding 100 million number fewer than 2,000, predominantly concentrated in a few major cities. Considering the population of Shenzhen, the number of such individuals does not exceed 500. Those who reach this level are typically influential entrepreneurs, occupied with numerous clients and bustling business dealings. Chu Du estimated that if 100 attendees graced the exchange meeting, it would be a remarkable turnout. Nonetheless, this did not dampen Chu Du's enthusiasm. Zhao Qian, upon hearing Chu Du's response, felt a surge of joy. After all, Chu Du was the most significant client. His presence would undoubtedly attract many others. The circle is quite small. Even if they are not personally acquainted, most have at least heard of him. The general public perception of Chu Du is sufficient to intrigue many. The meeting is set for Friday evening at 7 o'clock, located at Yintian Manor. This expansive estate, situated near the outskirts, can accommodate a considerable number of guests. Oh, and President Chu Du, there will also be some officials attending. Officials? Chu Du immediately grasped the implications. With so many business leaders gathered, it is only natural that the authorities would seek to stimulate investment and development. After contemplating this, Chu Du called Lu Ruyan. A minute later, Lu Rian entered the office and asked, "Boss, is there something you need?" Chudu fiddled with his phone and replied, "This Friday evening, accompany me to a gala. Ensure your attire is of high quality. If finances are an issue, let me know, and I shall assist." Lu Rian shook her head and said, "No need, boss. I have a suitable gown." Chuda nodded. "Very well then. Let us depart from here at 5:30 on Friday afternoon." "Understood, boss." In anticipation of the upcoming conference, Chudu felt a palpable sense of excitement. For a company eager to expedite its growth, collaboration was an inevitable course. However, Chudu intended to engage solely in business partnerships. Discussions of equity were out of the question. He preferred a unilateral approach, desiring complete control over his affairs, which he deemed most favorable. On Friday, Chudu donned a bespoke suit, complemented by an Hermes belt and Casno shoes, exuding an air of opulence from head to toe. Coupled with his striking visage and towering height of 185 meters, he embodied an intoxicating allure, capable of captivating countless young women. Meanwhile, Lu Rian had transformed into an exquisite evening gown at the office, a stunning creation by Prada. The gown, interwoven with hues of blue and gray, shimmered with subtle, diamond-like accents reminiscent of twinkling stars. It encapsulated the breathtaking beauty of the vast night sky within the delicate fabric, with resplendent golden and silver embellishments that radiated an ethereal glow akin to the brilliance of New Year fireworks. The gown, adorned in elegant tones, featured extensive sheer mesh overlays both front and back, while the dark, translucent long sleeves visually shortened the shoulder span. Handcrafted beadwork artfully formed a dazzling galaxy, accentuating femininity in every detail, subtly adding an air of nobility and mystery, thus crafting a uniquely creative essence. Lu Rian's statuesque figure, standing at 173 centimeters, showcased her ample curves beautifully, while the cinched design highlighted her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her meticulously applied makeup, coupled with the sophisticated allure of Chanel's Coco Mademoiselle perfume, added a touch of mature femininity and seduction, while Lancme's premium lipstick adorned her rosy lips. This evening, Lu Rian resembled an elegant goddess draped in a shimmering galaxy, exuding mystery and sensuality. On her feet were white crystal-embellished stilettos that elevated her already statuesque form to nearly 180 meters, making her nearly level with Chudu. Her long, flawless legs, cloaked beneath the gown's radiant fabric, were partially obscured by a translucent skirt that tantalizingly hinted at their form, rendering her irresistible to behold. Adorned with Cartier earrings and a necklace gifted by Chudu, she sparkled brilliantly. Upon witnessing Lu Rian's ensemble, Chudu found his breath quickening. Since acquiring wealth, he had encountered innumerable beauties, yet Lu Rian's beauty and figure were undeniably among the finest. Standing before Lu Rian, Chudu inhaled the intoxicating scent of her perfume and, with eyes closed, remarked, "You look truly magnificent today." Lu Rian's cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was due to shyness or the blush she had applied. "Boss, shall we go? We might be late," she urged. Chudu inhaled deeply and replied, "Let us depart." Ning Lei drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, leading the way to the estate, flanked by two Mercedes-Benz vehicles carrying Chudu's bodyguards. An hour later, they arrived at the estate. Yin Tian Manor, reputed to be a private estate owned by a real estate magnate, was also one of the participants in today's conference. The entire estate spans over 5,000 square meters, with the lawn alone covering 1,000 square meters. It boasts a villa, an outdoor swimming pool, an indoor hot spring, a basketball court, a basement, a wine cellar, a home theater, a family karaoke room, and a private bar, among various other exquisite designs. The perimeter is ensconced with electric fencing, rendering access impossible for the average person. Upon verifying his identity, the guard at the entrance permitted Chudu to enter, while the bodyguards remained stationed outside. Lu Ruoyan elegantly linked her arm with Chudu's, and together they strode into the estate. Chapter 63. The exchange meeting. It was already 6:30. Although the event was not set to commence until 7, most attendees had arrived early. Chudu casually surveyed the room, noting the presence of numerous servers, approximately 100, who were serving drinks and hors d'oeuvres. As for the guests, a diverse crowd of nearly 300 individuals filled the space. However, upon further reflection, Chu Du understood that only a little over 100 of them were truly elite figures, while the others were merely companions. Much like himself and Lu Rian. Despite her exceptional qualities, she was not quite of the caliber required for such a gathering. Chu Du recognized a handful of familiar faces, acquaintances he had met during previous ventures in purchasing shares. The crowd clearly acknowledged him as well. As he approached, many raised their glasses in greeting, calling out, "Good evening, Mr. Chu." He responded with a warm smile, greeting each individual in turn. Despite his considerable wealth, which afforded him the luxury of disregarding such pleasantries, he preferred to avoid antagonizing anyone with an abrasive personality. Lu Rian, his companion for the evening, exuded grace and charm, her radiant smile creating an inviting atmosphere. Chu Du casually picked up a glass of wine from a nearby server's tray and clinked glasses with the attendees. "Good evening, Mr. Chu. I am from Zhongjia Real Estate." "Good evening, Mr. Chu. I represent Future Venture Capital." Most of those present were men in their 40s and 50s, each having climbed the ladder of success to attain their current fortunes. Looking around, it was evident that Chu Du was the youngest in attendance. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. Engaging in light conversation about various market trends, every word exchanged held the potential to influence market trajectories. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Mr. Chu, I heard that 6 months ago you were exploring various investment opportunities. Are you still considering new ventures?" Chu Du raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, "Do you have a compelling proposal in mind?" The speaker, a middle-aged man adorned in the attire of a successful businessman, sported an impressive IWC watch. Chu Du vaguely recalled this individual, named Su Kai, who had introduced himself as working in the medical equipment sector. However, since Chu Du already owned a company in that field, his interest was minimal, yet he maintained a courteous demeanor. To his surprise, Su Kai continued, "Mr. Chu, I currently have high hopes for the electric vehicle industry. I believe." After only a couple of sentences, Chu Du found himself uninterested in the conversation. While the sector appeared to be thriving, it was fraught with limitations. For instance, in northern regions, electric vehicles often failed to start in the harsh winter months. Concerns about battery usage, especially when utilizing air conditioning, and the anxiety surrounding highway travel persisted. The challenge of charging infrastructure remained a daunting issue for many vehicle owners. With Lei, a known figure in the automobile industry, already making strides, Chu Du saw little value in entering that fray. Nevertheless, this conversation sparked a thought. Could there be a way to develop rapid charging technology? If that proved unfeasible, could the number of charging stations be increased? Once the issue is resolved, the potential for profit is indeed substantial. However, the technical challenges involved are rather formidable. Conversely, the expansion of charging stations appears to be a more feasible endeavor. The widespread establishment of charging infrastructure, alongside the utilization of wind and hydroelectric power, is, in fact, sufficient. Chu Du silently took note of this, intending to ponder the matter upon his return. Observing Chu Du's lack of enthusiasm, the conversation gradually fell into silence. Many sought to win Chu Du's investment, yet none presented particularly compelling projects. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses around his 40s spoke up. "I wonder, Mr. Chu, if you have any thoughts on hydroelectric energy?" Chu Du's eyes brightened. Fortunes often came unexpectedly. He raised his glass to the man and inquired, "May I ask your name?" The middle-aged man politely introduced himself. "Mr. Chu, I am Lu Shang from Huayuan Energy Company, primarily engaged in power generation. For instance, our company is involved in wind power in the Northwest and operates hydroelectric stations here. However, in recent years, with the proliferation of electric vehicles, be they cars or new energy vehicles, the demand for charging stations has surged. Therefore, the market in this domain has yet to reach saturation, and I am keen to expand the capacity of our hydroelectric plants. I wonder if you might be interested?" Chu Du himself owned an energy company, though it was a shared venture that yielded profits, and the partners were not inclined to sell. Intrigued, he asked, "Could you elaborate on the current scale and plans, Mr. Lu?" Without hesitation, Lu Sheng replied, "At present, we primarily focus on wind, hydro, and tidal energy. Given the increasing number of electric vehicles, I aim to broaden our business in this sector. Chu Du also had ideas of his own. It was clear that this was not the opportune moment for an in-depth discussion. Thus, he proposed, how about we meet next Monday for a more detailed conversation? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the wealth this benefactor possessed, and with a nod from him, expansion would be a mere formality. He promptly responded, absolutely no problem. Mr. Chu, just let me know when you are available next Monday. With a hint of reverence, he presented a business card, which Lu Ruyin graciously accepted and placed into her handbag. The evening's networking event lacked a specific theme. It merely served as a platform for interaction and collaboration. Since his arrival, Chu Du had been inundated with requests for partnerships from various quarters. However, he refrained from committing, as the night was merely for initial exchanges, and substantive discussions would take place privately later. Many attendees were left with a lasting impression of Lu Ruyin, a woman of striking beauty and captivating charm. Her every gesture seemed imbued with allure, and simply standing beside Chu Du, her face adorned with a smile, was enough to enchant those around her. Yet, all were acutely aware that this woman was not to be trifled with. The very fact that she could link arms with Chu Du in such a setting indicated her esteemed position in his regard. She was far from being a mere decorative figure. As Chu Du engaged in conversation, he was suddenly captivated by a graceful figure approaching him. With a radiant smile, she greeted, "Good evening, Brother Chu." Chu Du was taken aback as he recognized the enchanting woman before him, Wang Xinyue. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that tonight was the event organized by the commercial bank, and, as the district president, Wang Xinyue was naturally present. Moreover, Zhao Qian was undoubtedly here as well, though Chu Du had not laid eyes on him and was unaware of his current engagements. Before him stood Wang Xinyue, clad in a pristine white qipao that accentuated her flawless figure, complemented by a pair of cream-colored high heels that enhanced her elegance. Her long hair was elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with a delicate hairpin, reminiscent of a regal woman from ancient times, exuding an air of grace and exquisite beauty. Chapter 64. Lu Ruoyan's parents. Wang Xinyue cast a glance at Lu Ruoyan beside her, her smile unwavering. "Hello, Secretary Lu." One should not strike a smiling face. Although Lu Ruoyan harbored a desire to have Chu Du all to herself, she had not yet attained that goal and had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of others around him. Thus, she responded politely, "You are too kind, President Wang." This evening, Wang Xinyue's intentions extended beyond merely engaging with Chu Du. She had a multitude of clients to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries with Chu Du, she continued conversing with other clients. Everyone present was perceptive enough to discern that President Wang likely shared a unique relationship with Chu Du, understanding this implicitly. They treated Wang Xinyue with increased courtesy. The networking event lingered on until nearly 10 o'clock at night before drawing to a close. Wang Xinyue had matters to attend to at the bank and could not leave immediately, while Chu Du departed alongside Lu Ruoyan. Ning Lei drove the car, with Chu Du and Lu Ruoyan seated in the back. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ruoyan suddenly inquired, "Boss, do you have a fondness for President Wang?" A smile graced Chu Du's lips as he replied, "Indeed, I hold her in high regard. Xinyue is diligent, her cooking is delightful, and she possesses a commendable understanding of her desires, never overstepping boundaries." A pang of bitterness surged within Lu Ruoyan. After a brief pause, she remarked, "Boss, you must have more than just one President Wang in your life." Chu Du turned to her, stating, "There are two more." Lu Ruoyan released a long sigh. "Boss, you are truly quite the flirt." Chu Du, however, remained unfazed. A man, as long as he is not a eunuch and still draws breath, will invariably have a wandering heart. The distinction lies in the ability and means to indulge such inclinations. Lu Ruoyan fell into silence, recognizing the truth in his words. Suddenly, she asked, "Boss, have you ever contemplated marriage? Would it be with one of them?" "Marriage?" Chu Du pondered for a moment before responding. "In truth, I have no desire to marry, at least not for the time being. What purpose does it serve? It demands effort and energy, and one must attend to a girlfriend's whims. It is far simpler to engage in a relationship without the commitment. The other party is then motivated to please me. If I were to marry someday, I hope my wife would be understanding, That is all I require. The term understanding encompasses a multitude of meanings. Lu Ruoyan refrained from further speech, uncertain of how to respond. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Lu Ruoyan's home, where two figures stood nearby. Upon recognizing them, she exclaimed in surprise, "My parents?" Chu Du's expression mirrored her astonishment. "Are you certain they are your parents?" Rolling her eyes, Lu Ruoyan replied, "Who else would they be? I could hardly misidentify my own parents." Chu Du recalled Lu Ruoyan mentioning that her family resided in Suzhou and Hangzhou, while she was alone in Shanghai. However, what had compelled her parents to appear here at such a late hour? Clearly, Lu Ruoyan was equally unaware of their presence. Ning Lei parked the car, and Lu Ruoyan hastily exited to approach them. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Her mother wore an unpleased expression. "I have called you repeatedly to arrange a blind date, yet you refuse to comply, forcing me to come here to fetch you. Is that it?" Lu Fu's demeanor was rather ungracious. "You are already 30. How long do you intend to wait? You constantly claim to be busy with work, but what exactly occupies your time? Do you lack even a single hour to meet someone? Others are also in the city. Can you not spare a moment?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Du comprehended the situation. He had previously conversed with Lu Ruoyan, who was indeed 30 years old. Her parents were quite anxious, persistently urging her to engage in blind dates and marry quickly. She had met numerous candidates, none of whom seemed suitable. Those whom she found appealing were seeking 18-year-old girls, while others who showed interest in her did not meet her standards. Thus, the matter lingered unresolved. Lu Ruoyan felt exasperated. "Mom and Dad, I've told you that I'm exceedingly busy with work. I just returned from a conference, still clad in this evening gown, and have yet to change. With my schedule so hectic, how can I possibly attend blind dates? Besides, I'm aware of the individuals you've introduced. They are all in their 40s with 2 children. What purpose would that serve? Why would I desire an older man? To endure his lack of hygiene, his hypertension, his snoring at night? As for finances, I am quite self-sufficient. The earnings from my work over the past few years have allowed me to purchase a house for our family. I do not lack money, nor do I wish to be with someone I do not care for. That would be unbearable." Lu Mu, however, remained undeterred. "Well, I have a young man in his 20s, just graduated, who does not mind that you are older than him. Why not meet him?" The more she listened, the more irritated Lu Ruoyan became, especially with her boss still nearby and her parents in this state. Just as she was about to respond, Chu Du emerged from the car. "She does not wish to attend blind dates because she is with me. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Chu Du, Lu Ruoyan's boss and her boyfriend." As he approached in a well-tailored suit, his strikingly handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor caught their attention. While the former Chu Du seemed an ordinary worker, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sustained in this position and bolstered by financial support, one's bearing invariably evolves. Chu Du apparaît un cri sanglé mature. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Fu initially furrowed his brow before relaxing it. "So, you are Lu Ruoyan's boyfriend and her superior?" Chu Du stepped beside Lu Ruoyan, taking her hand as he spoke. "Ruoyan may not have mentioned it, but we recently established our relationship. She wanted to wait until we were more stable before informing you." Immediately, the eyes of Lu Fu and Lu Mu were riveted on Lu Ruoyan. Hearing Chu Du refer to himself as her boyfriend brought a surge of joy to Lu Ruoyan's heart. Yet thoughts of the other women in his life stirred discomfort within her. Nonetheless, this was not the time for such concerns. With a sigh, Lu Ruoyan addressed her parents. "Mom and Dad, we are indeed together. The earrings and necklace I wear were gifts from Chu Gu, worth millions. He treats me exceptionally well. But we have just begun our relationship, and I prefer not to elaborate too much at this moment. I had intended to discuss this during the new year." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lu Fu exhaled in relief. "Since you have a boyfriend, you should have informed us sooner, to spare your mother and me from constantly worrying about this matter." Lu's mother gazed at Chu Du, who possessed a strikingly handsome visage, adorned in garments of exquisite fabric. Moreover, he was not only the boss of her daughter, but also a man of both charm and wealth, appearing remarkably youthful. This was certainly an improvement over the introduction she had received. After a moment of hesitation, Lu's mother spoke. "Well, young Chu, as parents, we are indeed quite anxious about this matter. Ruoyan has already reached 30, and her father and I worry about her daily. Knowing that you two are together brings us considerable relief. Chu Du replied with a smile. Rest assured, Auntie, my feelings for Ru Yin are genuine. Age is merely a number, and I will take great care of her. Chapter 65. The invitation from Lu Ruoyan. Lu's mother nodded slightly and remarked, this child, Ruoyan, excels in her studies and work, yet she struggles with household chores and cooking. In the future, she should practice more and learn. Chu Du chuckled and gently declined. Annie, that is hardly a concern. My home is quite spacious, and managing it alone can be exhausting. We simply hire a housekeeper. Oh, I see, Lu's mother responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Ruoyan glanced at the time and announced, Mom and Dad, it's quite late now. Why don't you stay here tonight? As you can see, I'm doing well at work and I have a boyfriend, so you need not worry. You can head back tomorrow. I have a busy day ahead. Chu Du found it amusing, as tomorrow was clearly Saturday, and Shenhao never pressured its employees into unpaid overtime. Moreover, Lu Ruoyan had no work scheduled for the next day. She was clearly fabricating a story. However, Lu's father and mother were oblivious to this. They exchanged glances, realizing that returning home at such a late hour was indeed unsafe. Thus, Lu's father said, All right, your mother and I shall return tomorrow. Focus on your work and nurture your relationship. Lu Ruoyan nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. She turned to Chu Du and blinked, Boss. I'll take my parents home first. You should also head back and get some rest. Chu Du gazed at her tenderly. All right, I'll return and sleep early. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Just as Chu Du turned to get into his car, Lu's father suddenly called out, Ah, Xiao Chu, you must come to celebrate the new year. Rest assured, Uncle, I will definitely come. Watching the car drive away, Lu Ruoyan exhaled in relief. Although she was uncertain why Chu Du had intervened, he had indeed been a tremendous help today, preventing her parents from pressuring her further. However, she had clearly underestimated the mindset of the older generation. When one is single, they urge you to find a partner. Once you have a significant other, they hasten you towards marriage. After marriage, they prod you to have children. Lu Ruoyan's current residence was a rented space of over 80 square meters, sufficient for the three of them. Upon returning home, she changed her clothes and emerged, only for her mother to begin, Ruoyan, how long have you two been together? When will you get married? Lu Ruoyan, nearly choking on her water, stared incredulously at her mother. Mom, it has only been a week. Surely you can't be this eager? Her mother's expression turned serious. I have heard you mention your company, and given its scale, he must have excellent prospects. There is no issue on the material front. Additionally, I noticed he is quite spirited and handsome, tall enough to be a good match for you. He speaks politely and respectfully. Just look at how well-mannered he is. Such a fine person is right in front of you. Why not seize the opportunity? Are you waiting for someone else to take him away? Furthermore, do not let your so-called friends meet him. I am well aware of those friends of yours. Their obsession with money is nearly maddening. If they were to discover this, they would surely become your rivals. After hearing this, Lu Ruoyan was left speechless. How could her mother be so insistent? It is not as if they have established a relationship. They are merely acting. Even if they were genuinely a couple, it would be impossible for them to marry so swiftly. However, she was too weary to argue with her parents about such matters. All right, I understand, Mother. Please, no more. We will meet during the new year and see if we are a suitable match. One Tiwi? Lu's mother, dissatisfied, retorted. What do you mean by let us see? What do you mean by suitable? I think he is quite suitable. With such excellent qualities, he does not even mind your age. What do you have to be anxious about? Is it merely your looks? Can beauty last a lifetime? Don't you realize that everyone ages? If you do not seize the opportunity while you are young, I wonder what you are thinking day by day. Listen to me. Hurry up. Spend more time together. Your father and I will be leaving tomorrow, so make sure to arrange a date with him. It will be best if you were married by the time you return for the new year. Lu Ruoyan wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Okay? Mother, I'm quite tired now. I will go to bed. When Chu Du returned home, Wang Xian had not yet arrived. He had just changed his clothes when he noticed a message from Lu Ruoyan. Are you asleep? Chu Du replied, Not yet, I just got back. What is up? Lu Ruoyan responded, I'm truly sorry about today. My parents arrived unexpectedly, and I had no choice but to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Chu Du replied, Is there a possibility that the fake could turn into the real? Lu Ruoyan. Boss, are you serious? Chudu, what do you think? Seeing the words, what do you think? On the screen, Lu Ruyin felt a wave of frustration, wishing to throw her phone. What a foolish man, playing games like a child. Aren't they both adults? Why can't they be straightforward? She stared at her phone screen, contemplated for a moment, and sent another message. Boss, are you free tomorrow? Chudu. Sure, what's the matter? Lu Ruyin. Can we have dinner together tomorrow? Upon reading Lu Ruyin's message, a smile crept onto Chudu's face. Is it just dinner? Lu Ruyin. We'll discuss the rest later. Chudu. All right, let us meet tomorrow at noon. Choose a place and let me know. Lu Ruyin. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chudu. See you tomorrow. Stretching his body, Chudu prepared to sleep. Just then, Wang Xianyu unexpectedly opened the door and returned. Xianyu is back, Chudu said as he walked out of the bedroom. Wang Xianyu took off her high heels, set down her handbag, and approached Chudu, saying, Brother Chu, I am so sorry. I just finished with matters at work. Chudu smiled warmly. There's no need to apologize. It's work. Overtime is quite normal. Wang Xianyu poured herself a glass of water and then said, Brother Chu, wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes and tidy up. You can lie down on the bed, and if you're tired, feel free to sleep. Chudu gazed at Wang Xianyu's figure, elegantly accentuated by her qipao, feeling a stir of desire. Originally, I was meant to spend the evening with Lu Ruyin, but my mind has been restless. Now that Wang Xinyue has returned, the alluring scent of her perfume only serves to heighten my impulses. I lifted Wang Xinyue in my arms, paying no heed to her startled exclamations, and declared, Do not change. This attire is perfect as it is. Chapter 66. Dining alone with Lu Ruyin the following morning. Wang Xinyue tidied up her belongings and made her way to the bank. Since assuming the role of president, her schedule had become increasingly hectic, with numerous responsibilities and frequent dining engagements. In contrast, Chudu leisurely prepared himself, glancing at the location sent by Lu Ruyin, and did not depart until 11 o'clock. Today, he opted not to call for a driver, choosing instead to drive his Lamborghini himself. The restaurant Lu Ruyin had chosen was a Western dining establishment situated within the international Vientiane city. It could be classified as mid-range, yet it was quite commendable. Chudu settled into a corner table, and soon, Lu Ruyin entered. By now, it was November. She was adorned in a black woolen coat, beneath which she wore a snug-fitting white thermal top and a black mini-skirt that barely concealed her curvaceous figure. Her legs were clad in black leggings that enveloped her long limbs, complemented by a pair of 5-centimeter black knee-high boots. With her flowing hair and enchanting gaze, she approached like an unparalleled beauty. Her makeup accentuated her allure, transforming her into a striking and sophisticated woman. Upon spotting Chudu, Lu Ruyin approached with a radiant smile, taking a seat opposite him and placing her handbag down. Boss, I apologize for being late, she said. Chudu, appearing unfazed, replied, It's all right, I just arrived as well. As Lu Ruyin removed her coat, her alluring silhouette became evident beneath the white thermal top, capturing Chudu's attention. He remarked, Your figure is truly remarkable. Lu Ruyin raised an eyebrow. So do you like it, boss? Indeed, Chudu replied, feeling honest. Lu Ruyin, somewhat displeased, responded, What's this? Do you have thoughts about me, boss? Chudu playfully countered, Would you prefer me to have thoughts about you or not? If I say I do, and you don't feel the same, what then? If I claim I don't, that would imply you lack charm. Lu Ruyin tilted her head. Boss, your reasoning is quite convoluted. At that moment, a woman dressed provocatively passed by. Even in November, she wore a tight-fitting purple bodycon dress, clutching a khaki trench coat, with sheer black stockings that raised questions about her comfort in the cold. Her black pointed high heels added to her allure, and the heavy scent of her perfume, along with her bold makeup, made her a quintessential mistress. In the chill of winter, her attire drew considerable attention, and many gazed upon her, observing her exaggerated walk. Lu Ruyin remarked, Boss, she's gone now. Are you fond of that kind of attire? It seems rather inappropriate for winter. Chudu cleared his throat and expressed, I have always believed that the purpose of education and reading is to establish a correct worldview, to discern right from wrong, and to cultivate respect for others. It is not to critique a stranger's appearance. Every individual possesses the freedom to dress as they please and pursue the life they desire, and there is no need to mock others. Nonetheless, I must admit, that woman is indeed quite alluring. Lu Ruyin nearly choked on her drink. Initially, as she listened to Chu Du, she felt a sense of profound educational significance, a sacred aura. But in the next moment, he completely shattered that impression. It created an extreme contrast, akin to being immersed in the vast cosmos of a market economy one moment, and then plummeting into the primal instincts of an ecological system the next. From the lofty heights to the depths, seemingly a mere 3 feet apart, yet in reality, a chasm of 1,000 fathoms. If Chu Du were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly proclaim, "You possess an understanding of metaphor." After ordering some dishes, they began to engage in casual conversation. "What happened last night?" Chu Du inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lu Ruyan's face flushed with an unnatural hue, recalling her mother's words from the previous evening. "Oh, it was nothing, just casual inquiries," she replied. Chu Du's expression was laden with meaning. "Oh, is that so? No matter. We'll see each other during the new year. We could discuss it in detail then." Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are indeed coming for the new year?" Chu Du countered, "Is that a problem? I am your boyfriend now. How could I not attend? What would you tell your parents?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily speechless. In her parents' eyes, Chu Du was a splendid choice for a boyfriend. If she dared to inform them of a breakup and that he would not be coming for the new year, they would undoubtedly be at her doorstep that very day. Rubbing her temples, Lu Ruyin sighed. "Why are they so insistent? Their urgency is overwhelming." Chu Du languidly remarked, "Do you not have someone you fancy?" Lu Ruyin instinctively responded, "I do, but..." Noticing her hesitation, Chu Du raised an eyebrow. "You have someone you like?" Lu Ruyin rested her hands on her beautiful face. Gazing at Chu Du, he was no fool oblivious to romance. He gently grasped her delicate hand and said, "If you like me, why not voice it?" Finally, they had arrived at this pivotal moment. Lu Ruyin exhaled, her body relaxing slightly as she softly confessed, "I like you, but you have other women around you, which makes me unhappy. That is why I have not said anything." Chu Du rose and sat beside Lu Ruyin, wrapping his arm around her fragrant shoulder. "In truth, you have already acquiesced in your heart, have you not?" Lu Ruyin did not resist. Instead, she gazed at Chu Du with a complex expression. He embraced the enchanting beauty in his arms. "Do not overthink it. They all have pleasant personalities. Just consider them as a few acquaintances." Lu Ruyin, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, "Is it really the same? Chu Du, un faced, replié. Wealthy individuals, how many are truly untainted? Today, it is I. Tomorrow, if you find another affluent heir, can you guarantee he will not stray?" Lu Ruyin fell silent. She has encountered numerous affluent individuals and is well aware that often, when these individuals indulge in leisure activities or dine out, they are accompanied not by their wives, but rather by mistresses, perhaps even a third or fourth paramour, or maybe even more. Chuda's assertion holds merit. Even if someone else were involved and the truth were concealed from her, can one genuinely guarantee that no such affairs exist? It is entirely possible that by the time the truth is revealed, there may already be children involved outside the marriage. The words of her mother from the previous night echo in her mind, suggesting that if it were her close friends, they would likely feign ignorance even if there were external relationships at play. Lu Ruyin lifted her face and gazed at Chudu, inquiring, "What is it that you find appealing about me?" I have perused the comments, and many have questioned the plausibility of the plot, as well as the abruptness caused by excessive edits. I reiterate, this work, aside from the system elements, can essentially be regarded as an autobiographical account of the author, with most events grounded in reality, including the courtship and marriage of my friends Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, who indeed met through a blind date and later wed. The female protagonist's story is also based on true events, and I have obtained her consent before penning it. As for the disjointedness, I was reported and spent 6 days in a figurative black room, undergoing 4 rounds of revisions before being released. I truly had no other option, as I was subjected to repeated scrutiny. Chapter 67. Be kind to me in the future after tidying her clothes. Lu Rian gazed at Chu Du with a lingering sorrow in her eyes, imploring him, "Be kinder to me in the future." Chu Du gently pressed a kiss to her crimson lips reassuring her, "Do not worry." Perhaps having laid their feelings bare, their relationship blossomed with newfound openness. Lu Rian treated him to a meal, which did not demand excessive expenditure. Following their repast, Chu Du glanced outside and remarked, "It just so happens that today is Saturday, and we're at the shopping mall. Allow me to purchase a few items for you." "Sure," Lu Rian replied without hesitation. She was accustomed to luxury brands and felt no aversion to such indulgences, unlike the average person who might be overwhelmed with excitement. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of Chu Du buying her gifts. Unfazed, he embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring cosmetics, lipsticks, perfumes, handbags, and clothing. They visited renowned establishments such as Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Hermes, Lancme, Dior, Valentino, and Balenciaga, amassing over a dozen bags and spending nearly 3 million yuan. Although Lu Rian was financially stable herself, she had never indulged to such an extent. The sheer value of Chu Du's purchases made her eyelids flutter with astonishment. The items were temporarily stored in the shop, to be delivered later. They found a resting area, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to relax. Observing Chu Du sip his drink, Lu Rian suddenly chuckled. "You possess billions, and here I am, a senior executive of a major conglomerate. Yet we sit here drinking milk tea like young lovers." Chu Du grinned as he enjoyed his beverage, and what of it? As long as we are happy. "Indeed, happiness is what matters," Lu Rian replied. Chu Du then inquired, "If I recall correctly, your apartment is rented, isn't it?" Lu Rian, slightly puzzled, confirmed yes. "The housing prices in the city are quite steep, and I do not have that much capital at the moment. The money I earned in the capital was used to purchase a home for my family." Chu Du apparaît contemplative. Accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion could be tedious. Fortunately, with Lu Rian by his side, he found solace in her beauty and form, savoring the fragrance of her perfume, making the experience somewhat enjoyable. They strolled like a couple, dined on hot pot, and watched a film. By the time they exited the cinema, nearly 11 o'clock had arrived. Lu Rian stifled a yawn. "Brother, I am tired. I wish to return and sleep." Chu Du wrapped his arm around her waist, teasingly replying, "Without me, how could you possibly fall asleep?" Lu Rian playfully nudged him. "You are insufferable." Heavenly Abode, a luxurious, upscale residential complex. Chu Du had initially purchased 3 properties here, 1 villa and 2 spacious apartments. He led the drowsy Lu Rian to one of the grand apartments, which he had prepared the day before. The property had been thoroughly cleaned by the management earlier that day, furnished with all necessary appliances, and the entire space was immaculate. Lu Rian was not surprised. Given Chu Du's wealth, owning a luxurious mansion was hardly remarkable. She gazed curiously at the lavish decor of the living room. "Brother, how large is this house?" "It appears quite spacious." Although she was older than Chu Du, she still referred to him as her brother. The charming brother stirred emotions within Chu Du's heart every time she called him, leaving him entranced. This expansive flat spans 700 square meters, and the layout is quite commendable. "Complete with a walk-in closet and other amenities," he replied. Lu Rian expressed her envy. "With my salary, I wonder how long it would take me to afford a place like this." Chu Du wrapped his arms around her from behind, softly declaring, "Right now, this house belongs to you." Lu Rian stiffened, disbelief etched across her face. "Are you certain? This house must be worth at least several hundred million." Yet Chu Du replied with utmost tenderness, "In comparison to you, several hundred million is but a trifle." Turning to face him, she stood in her high heels, nearly at eye level with Chu Du. "Brother, are you trying to keep a beautiful woman hidden away?" Chu Du laughed heartily. "This house is only worthy of being a golden abode with you in it." Lu Rian leaned in for a kiss. "You truly know how to flatter me." Removing her outerwear, she headed towards the bathroom. "Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Please wait for me a moment." Lu Rian was quite straightforward. Since she desired something, she would simply take it, devoid of any pretentiousness or games. Fortunately, there was more than one bathroom, so Chu Du promptly went to another one to shower. Men typically bathe much quicker than women, and it was only after an hour of playing on his phone in bed that Lu Rian emerged slowly. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her damp hair cascading casually over her smooth shoulders, revealing her collarbone and fair skin. With delicate fingers clutching the robe, it reached just above her knees. exposing a glimpse of her milky thighs and dainty feet, which rested on the wool carpet. The scent of body wash and shampoo lingered around her. Even after bathing, her natural beauty was breathtaking. Lu Ruyin was indeed a captivating beauty, standing there with a gaze that seemed to carry an alluring invitation, like a subtle flirtation, or perhaps a soul-stirring glance. Chapter 68. It's You. Wang Ziying. After the morning exercises, the two embraced and rested. By the time they awoke, it was nearly noon. Lu Ruoyan, while tidying up her clothes, remarked, "Brother, I am hungry." Chu Du casually responded, "Once you're ready, let us go out for a meal." "All right," Lu Ruoyan replied, hastening her pace. Soon, they descended the stairs and drove out for lunch. It was the weekend, and neither of them had to work, allowing Chu Du to accompany Lu Ruoyan on various adventures. They dined, shopped, watched a movie, and sang, although they refrained from purchasing much today, having indulged in a considerable shopping spree the day before. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Lu Ruoyan retired early that night. However, Chu Du did not feel compelled to stay awake. Seeing Lu Ruoyan's peaceful slumber, he merely placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and joined her in sleep. On Monday morning, they prepared for work together. As they drove, Chu Du suddenly inquired, "What do you think of my car?" He was driving a striking blue Lamborghini, quite the spectacle. Lu Ruoyan nodded appreciatively. "It's indeed impressive." With a snap of his fingers, Chu Du declared, "This car is yours. I haven't driven it much, and it's still quite new." Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. "This car must be worth nearly 10 million. You want to give it to me?" "Of course. If you do not like it, I can get you one that you prefer." Chu Du was indifferent to material possessions like houses and cars. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ruoyan responded, "No need to change. This one is just fine. I just think it's rather expensive for a gift." Chu Du placed his hand on her thigh, gazing ahead as he continued to drive. "In my heart, several $100 million in property and a $10 million luxury car pale in comparison to you." Although Lu Ruoyan understood that Chu Du was not concerned about money, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Upon arriving downstairs, Chu Du ascended first, while Lu Ruoyan went to procure breakfast for the two of them. After their meal, Lu Ruoyan busied herself with work. As the boss, Chu Du could afford to take it easy, but she had many responsibilities to attend to. After breakfast, Chu Du called Lu Sheng, expressing his continued interest in their collaboration. "Hello, Mr. Chu," came Lu Sheng's enthusiastic voice upon answering. Chu Du responded courteously, "Mr. Lu, regarding your previous proposal, I am quite interested. If it suits, I can invest. When would you be available for a detailed discussion?" Lu Sheng's voice was tinged with excitement. "I am available anytime. It depends on your schedule, Mr. Chu." Glancing at the time, Chu Du noted that it was still early. "Very well. I shall come over now. Please send me your location." After ending the call, he summoned Ning Lei, and Lu Ruoyan followed, preparing to discuss the collaboration. Upon arriving at Lu Sheng's company, Lu Sheng personally greeted them downstairs. Seeing Chu Du, he approached with warmth. "Mr. Chu, welcome." Chu Du maintained a serene demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Shall we discuss this in your office? Come, allow me to escort Mr. Chu to the conference room, where another shareholder awaits." The two of them walk in with cheerful expressions, while Ning Lei remains dutifully by the car, and Lu Ruoyan follows closely behind Mr. Chu. Upon entering the conference room, Lu Sheng gestures toward the figure and introduces her, saying, "Mr. Chu, this is another investment partner of our company, Ms. Wang Ziying." He continues, "Ms. Wang, this is Mr. Chu, the esteemed owner of Shenhao Group, with whom we are discussing collaboration today." As Mr. Chu and Ms. Wang Ziying's eyes meet, a look of astonishment spreads across both their faces. What should have been a cordial handshake and light conversation devolves into an unexpected silence. Perhaps the stillness lingers too long, prompting both to exclaim simultaneously, "It's you." The air conditioning in the conference room is set to a warm temperature. Ms. Wang Ziying is adorned in a fitted white sweater that accentuates her exquisite figure. In terms of sheer beauty, she may even surpass Lu Ruoyan, though there's an undeniable uniqueness about her. Her eyes sparkle like the stars in a vast galaxy, complemented by a petite, delicate nose and sensuous, petal-shaped lips, adorned with Bond No. 9 Swarovski crystal lipstick, a luxurious item valued at 3,000 yuan. The soft sheen of her lips conveys a subtle allure without being ostentatious. She appears as if meticulously crafted by the hands of a divine artist, her features strikingly beautiful. Mr. Chu is certain that she is the most stunning woman he has ever encountered. While he has seen many exquisite beauties, Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, and others, none quite compare to the captivating presence of Wang Ziying. Her expression is a complex blend of grace, poise, warmth, and an alluring charm, embodying an almost ethereal quality, as if she were a goddess with 1,000 faces. Not only does she possess an unparalleled beauty that could drive any man to madness, but her figure is equally impeccable. Her long, swan-like neck exudes an irresistible allure, and even Mr. Chu, a connoisseur of beauty, finds himself yearning to caress her delicate form. Above her sweater, her collarbone peeks through, resembling exquisite white jade, while her alluring physique emanates an enticing aura beneath her attire. Standing tall at 175 meters, she possesses a regal presence that, despite her complex emotions, cannot conceal her queenly aura, which exudes an innate nobility. She resembles a goddess emerging from an everlasting glacier or a celestial queen traversing the heavens. There is no intentional targeting of anyone in her demeanor. Rather, her intrinsic elegance and nobility render all others pale in comparison. Below, she wears tailored trousers that enhance her silhouette, her long legs boasting a perfect golden ratio, epitomizing the ideal of a nine-headed beauty. From head to toe, she radiates an enviable physique that speaks volumes of her extraordinary beauty. Her lustrous black hair flows like silken satin down her back, gently swaying with the breeze from the air conditioning. Beneath her trousers, a glimpse of her bare ankle is visible, leading down to a pair of elegant white high heels, graceful and dignified. Regardless of physique, beauty, or grace, she is utterly impeccable, an absolute epitome of exquisite femininity. Having glanced at yesterday's comments, let me clarify. What are you all thinking? Could I possibly possess over 8 trillion? If I had such wealth, I would have long sought joy with my sister rather than writing here. I lack a system and such funds. I merely speak of characters, relationships, and certain narrative arcs. The protagonist and her experiences are genuine, reflective of a time of splendor now fallen into obscurity. Please refrain from further inquiries. I truly have no money. An autobiography it may be, but it is not entirely so. Consider it half an autobiography. Chapter 69. Hilarious. 5 visits to the palace. Upon observing the expressions of the two individuals, Lu Rian and Lu Shang sensed an underlying disquiet. These two are acquainted, aren't they? Chudu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. It has been 3 or 4 years since we last met. Lu Shang pondered for a moment and concluded that given their respective statuses, it was indeed plausible for them to know each other. However, Lu Rian, standing nearby, scrutinized Wang Ziying with furrowed brows. Wang Ziying's demeanor gradually settled. Fortunately, it seems you have undergone quite a significant transformation. Chudu pulled out a chair and unceremoniously seated himself. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. No one can articulate them clearly. My current standing is merely a product of luck, sheer chance. Wang Ziying's expression flickered slightly. Luck is also a facet of strength. Casting a glance at Lu Shang beside him, Chudu raised an eyebrow. So, you are collaborating with Mr. Lu now? Wang Ziying nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I possess 65% of the shares here. Chudu replied with an acknowledgement. Ah, in that case, I shall invest as well. A glimmer of surprise crossed Wang Ziying's eyes. Aren't you going to review the details? No negotiation required? Chudu gazed intently at her captivating beauty. As long as you are involved, I feel assured. It matters not whether I scrutinize the particulars or not. Wang Ziying turned to Lu Shang. Mr. Lu, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that if possible, you could relinquish 10%, correct? In this company, Wang Ziying held 65% while Lu Shang possessed 35%. If 10% were to be ceded, Lu Shang would retain 25%. Indeed, we had previously agreed on this, and I can certainly facilitate it. Wang Ziying nodded calmly. Very well. I shall allocate an additional 20% to you. I will hold 45%, you will have 30%, and Mr. Liu will retain 25. What do you think? Without hesitation, Chu Du replied, I agree. Liu Sheng promptly concurred. I have no objections. Though he was bewildered by the situation between the two, he recognized that this was not the moment for bargaining. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Liu Sheng to exclaim, Well, I have a matter to attend to. I shall head to the office. Liu Rian maintained a stoic expression and followed him outside, waiting at the door. Once the door closed, only Chu Du and Wang Xing remained in the conference room. Wang Xing sighed in relief, her gaze softening, imbued with warmth. It has been a long time, my dear husband. Should this term of endearment be overheard, it would undoubtedly astonish onlookers. However, Chu Du exhibited no joy. Instead, he sighed. That title has not graced my ears in over 6 years. Truthfully, you need not address me thus, as we were never wed. Wang Xing replied with a smile. Back then, you cherished being called that. Chu Du's expression seemed to reflect nostalgia. Those were the days of our university years. Alas, it has been far too long since our separation. Wang Xing chuckled softly. Was that young lady your girlfriend? Chu Du paused, aware she referred to Liu Ruyan. Sort of. She is also my secretary. Wang Xing's expression reflected a hint of curiosity. I am quite intrigued by how you have become so formidable. Initially, you possessed nothing. Chu Du's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, as if recalling a memory. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. Everyone encounters certain unique opportunities. Perhaps a single opportunity is sufficient to transform one's entire life. I concurred with this notion. Wang Xing nodded in agreement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After all, each individual harbors their own secrets. Today, I find myself with only 1,000 words to share, lacking the motivation to write. An hour and a half ago, I faced a report and was sent away for a 5th time, temporarily suspended for rectification. The timeline for my return remains uncertain if I do not emerge. We shall meet again in the next chapter. Chapter 70. First love. Wang Xing gazed deeply, inquiring, You already have a girlfriend. When do you plan to marry? Marriage? Not in my plans, Chu Du replied, shaking his head. I have more than one woman in my life, so marriage is not something I am considering at the moment. Hearing that there were multiple women in Chu Du's life, Wang Xing remained unfazed. It seems you have undergone significant changes over the years. Chu Du countered. And what about you? After all this time, have you married? Wang Xing shook her head. No, I've been alone all these years. Chu Du frowned, looking at her intently. You are alone? Yes. Wang Xing was puzzled by his reaction. Chu Du's expression darkened. So, did you deceive me back then? I. As she met his gaze, Wang Xing's aura diminished, and she replied weakly, I didn't mean to. I had my reasons. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Du chuckled lightly. Forget it. What is done is done. Wang Xing met his gaze, but I haven't moved on. Résignant et bro, Chu Du remarked. Yet I am surrounded by more than one woman now, and we cannot return to the past. Suddenly, Wang Xing smiled brightly. Let us discuss this later. It's been a long time since we've met. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Du suggested. How about some skewers? Sounds great. Wang Xing accepted without hesitation. Both were affluent, and a meal costing tens of thousands was inconsequential to them. However, the prospect of enjoying skewers piqued Wang Xing's interest immensely. It was still early, and mealtime had not yet arrived, so they sat leisurely, reminiscing about the past and discussing their classmates' subsequent experiences. At noon, they shared a meal with a third companion, Liu Ruyan, who sat beside Chu Du throughout, serving him food and pouring water, remaining mostly silent as she listened to the two catch up. A meal costing over 100 yuan felt distinctly different for Chu Du and Wang Xing. Perhaps it was the nostalgia of their youth that made it special. After the meal, Wang Xing departed in her Audi A6, the license plate reading Jing A. Chu Du observed the plate number, lost in thought. Curious, Liu Ruyan asked, Brother, who is she? This question had lingered on Liu Ruyan's mind all morning. She sensed there was a story between them. A hint of sorrow flashed in Chu Du's gaze as he replied, She is my first love. First love. Liu Ruyan's heart raced at the revelation. Regardless of gender, first love holds a unique significance, akin to a moonlit memory, an indelible beauty and dream. Moreover, as a woman herself. Lu Rian could discern that Wang Xing still held feelings for Chu Du. Otherwise, her demeanor would not reflect such depth. If Wang Xing were to enter the picture, she would pose a formidable challenge. Unlike Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan did not perceive them as rivals, but Wang Xing was different. After years apart, she remained beautiful, with an enviable figure and a prestigious background, making her an undeniable asset in this intricate emotional landscape. If she returned back to Chu Du, Lu Rian could assure that, given Chu Du's lecherous nature, he would undoubtedly pursue Wang Xing. With such a rival in the competition for the position of the harem's ruler, Lu Rian felt her advantages dwindling. The beauty and figure she took pride in seemed to pale in comparison. In that moment, Lu Ruyan found herself in a predicament. Meanwhile, after getting into the car, Wang Xing had already laid eyes on the wealth of information regarding Chu Du accumulated over the years. However, due to the constraints of the system, she could only glean a portion of it. How intriguing. His financial resources stem from foreign stock markets and funds. Seems my first love is quite capable. 500 billion? Goodness, has he taken Wall Street by storm? The overseas accounts remained undisclosed, but that was of little concern. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, for women, not too shabby, but not as extravagant as my father's escapades. Shenhao Group. Oh, quite a few subsidiaries, including overseas transportation and international tourism ventures. This fellow is impressive. Aside from the system's restrictions, the details of Chu Du's affairs were laid bare for Wang Xing. Setting the documents aside, she murmured, "You've really changed, haven't you?" Lowering the mirror in the car, she scrutinized her reflection. "Years have passed, and I wonder what you truly think. How long can I wait for you?" Inside the vehicle sat a middle-aged driver, a man with graying hair, and a young, beautiful woman. The elder regarded Wang Xing with a hint of paternal affection. "Ying, it's time to speak with your family. Given his current situation, I believe the dissenting voices will be considerably quieter." Wang Xing shook her head. "It is not yet the right time. He is merely a businessman now. Even with wealth, he ultimately lacks a protective identity." Upon saying this, Wang Xing fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Chu Du, seated in the car, suddenly received a message from Wang Xing. After reading it, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a somber expression. Lu Rian, observing his deep thought, dared not interrupt and sat quietly beside him. Wang Xing returned to the capital, leaving only a message for Chu Du before departing. "Boss, our international tourism business at Shenhao is officially underway, and we currently have over 60 international tour guides recruited." Despite what had transpired between them, now back in the office, it was only natural to address him as boss. Chu Du lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. "Right. Let us expand our operations. We can venture into markets worldwide." He initially entertained the idea of traveling with a group for leisure, yet with winter fully upon them. He preferred to avoid unnecessary journeys. Perhaps it would be best to wait until spring or summer when the weather was more agreeable. Days passed steadily, with the cold deepening, and December was already more than halfway through, compelling everyone to don their down jackets. In just a few days, it would be Christmas Eve, followed closely by New Year's, and after a little more than a month, the Lunar New Year would arrive. In the past, Chu Du often found himself alone, seldom contemplating matters beyond his own sphere. However, this year presented a distinct divergence. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, and Wang Xing all occupied his thoughts. Li Wenxin's husband would undoubtedly return, thus could be disregarded. Wang Xing resided in the capital, and their circumstances were rather intricate at present, so she too could be set aside. As for the other three, he had promised to visit Lu Ruyan's home during the new year. Sigh. The thought alone was a source of vexation. Just as he pondered these entanglements, a message from Wang Xinyue arrived. "Chu Ge, the night after tomorrow is Christmas Eve, coinciding with Friday evening. Do you have time?" It seemed that as soon as Chu Du contemplated the situation, the message appeared. Chapter 71. Christmas Eve, however. Wang Xinyue's inquiry was quite astute. The mere question of whether he had time. She was aware that Chu Du was not solely her companion, and she remained uncertain as to whom he would choose to accompany him that day. Thus, she opted for a subtle approach in her questioning. After a moment of contemplation, Chudu replied, "Yes, I will call you then, but it may not just be the two of us." Wang Xinyue responded, "That is perfectly fine, as long as you are there." Observing her message, Chudu shook his head and sent another message to Jiang Lily. "On Friday night, Christmas Eve, I recall you have a day off." Jiang Lily replied, "Yes, I'm free that day, Chugu." Chudu continued, "All right, let us go together, but it might be more than just us." Jiang Lily, being quite understanding, responded, "No problem at all, as long as you're happy, Chugu. I'm fine with it." Given that Jiang Lily was familiar with Wang Xinyue, it posed no issue for her. However, Lu Rian had yet to meet Jiang Lily and was only acquainted with Wang Xinyue. As for Lu Wenxin, she was not a concern since her husband would be returning on Friday. At times, an excess of women can be troublesome, yet fortunately, there was no dramatic tension in Chu Du's scenario, which alleviated potential complications. When lunchtime arrived, Lu Rian entered the room, standing before Chu Du's desk, resting her hands on the table and leaning slightly forward. "Brother, it's time to get off work. Shall we dine together?" Chu Du yawned and replied, "Sure. Let us head to the cafeteria." As they walked, he inquired, "Do you have plans on Christmas Eve?" Lu Rian's eyes sparkled. "If my brother calls, I am certainly available." However, noticing a hint of hesitation on Chu Du's face, she thought to herself, "Is there someone else?" Chu Du nodded affirmatively. Lu Rian sighed inwardly, yet maintained her composure, stating, "It's all right." Chu Du was aware that Lu Ruyan felt discontent, but he also understood that she would adapt. The food in the cafeteria was undeniably delicious. The meals were prepared by specially hired chefs, and the prices were reasonable, offered at a discount compared to outside restaurants. For employees of the corporate group, this was entirely acceptable. Moreover, the kitchen was monitored and the chefs consumed the same meals, ensuring both safety and hygiene were prioritized. With delectable food, affordable prices, and proximity, who wouldn't want to dine there? Thus, the cafeteria was perpetually bustling. Chu Du and Lu Ruyan casually chose a table to enjoy their meal. Many employees passed by, greeting them. Although some did not usually interact with Chu Du, he was a familiar presence within the corporate group. As he observed the numerous employees dining in the cafeteria, Chu Du couldn't help but express, "It is quite rare to see everyone from a corporate group eating together." Lu Ruyan chuckled. "Indeed, many cafeterias are neither clean nor reasonably priced. Our company offers both cleanliness and affordability, so it's only natural that everyone would prefer it." Delighted, Chu Du focused on his meal, which consisted of braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of rice soup. Simple home-cooked dishes are what many people enjoy. Complexity is not a necessity. Although Christmas Eve is a holiday that originated from abroad, it is celebrated with great enthusiasm domestically. Should have noticed the extensive promotions for Christmas Eve outside, with shopping malls offering discounts and various activities, creating a vibrant atmosphere. On Friday, should have decided to forego his visit to the office, indulging in a restful sleep and only beginning to prepare in the afternoon. This evening, he would be spending time with Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lily, and Lu Ruyan, which made it quite special. Dressed in a black thick overcoat paired with a black sweater, casual jeans layered with thermal leggings, and sturdy sports shoes, Chudu embodied a relaxed and comfortable style, perfect for the chilly weather. He resided in his lavish 800 square meter apartment, a luxurious space adorned with exquisite decor. At around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Rian arrived, also clad entirely in black, a black down jacket, black sweater, black short skirt, and black leggings, complemented by knee-high black stiletto boots, making her nearly 1.8 meters tall. She set her handbag down and promptly sat on Chudu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Brother, it's Christmas Eve, and I have prepared a gift for you." Chudu gazed at her with a smile. "What gift?" Lu Rian pressed her crimson lips softly against his before replying, "Although it might be a bit early to give it to you now, I still want you to have it. Just a moment." Rising, she retrieved a large bag from beside her. It was then that Chudu noticed the sizable package she had brought along, piquing his curiosity about its contents. Lu Rian pulled out a sleek black bag, revealing a Leica camera worth approximately 200,000 yuan. "I hope this camera will capture countless photos and videos of us together in the future," she said warmly. For Chudu, the monetary value held little significance. However, he appreciated the thoughtfulness behind Lu Ruyan's generous gift. The camera gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding a sense of quality and sophistication. Chudu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "I suddenly have a bold idea. Let us use this camera to record our joyful moments together, shall we?" Lu Ruyan responded with a playful smile. "That sounds good, but you must be careful not to lose it or let others see." Chudu chuckled. "I'll keep it at home, unless someone has the audacity to steal it." Lu Ruyan teased back. "Next time you want to film, we should get a tripod. Find the perfect spot, and let you experience the dual role of director and leading man." Chudu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Darling, I cannot wait." However, even if they were to film, Chudu intended to keep it private for his own enjoyment, perhaps projecting their selfies onto the television for a shared viewing experience. The thought held a unique allure and excitement. Gazing at Lu Ruyan's enchanting visage and her alluring curves, Chudu felt a stirring desire. Lu Ruyan, noticing the heat in his gaze, playfully bit her lip and cautioned, "Brother, wait, they will be here soon." Chudu contemplated the situation. Even if Lu Ruyan were to comply wholeheartedly in bed, she could not accept the presence of another. He embraced Lu Ruyan fiercely and declared, "Allow me to collect a bit of interest by cherishing you." Lu Ruyan giggled softly, leaning into his embrace. "Come, dear brother, kiss me freely, kiss me passionately." And thus, the two became ensnared in a fervent kiss. Chapter 72. French cuisine. By the time Jiang Lili arrived, half an hour had passed, and Chudu and Lu Ruyan were engrossed in a television program. Dressed in a purple down jacket and matching thermal wear, complemented by a black leather skirt and leggings, along with a pair of knee-high white stiletto boots, Jiang Lili exuded an alluring charm. Chudu's eyes lit up. Faker had indeed spoken the truth. Purple possessed an enchanting allure. He introduced the two women. "This is Jiang Lili, currently a flight attendant." Lu Ruyan understood immediately. It was no surprise that her figure and beauty were remarkable. Indeed, a woman of substantial means. "I am Lu Ruyan, and I serve as a secretary." Jiang Lili showed no signs of discomfort and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Lu Jia." In the spirit of congeniality, Lu Ruyan, observing Jiang Lili, could only respond politely, "Hello, Lili." Though the two were not well acquainted, they exchanged simple greetings before taking their seats beside Chudu. Jiang Lili presented Chudu with a gift, a Gucci belt valued at 30,000 yuan. Before long, Wang Xinyue returned, dressed entirely in white, a white down jacket, thermal wear, white trousers, and even a pair of pristine white sneakers. Each woman possessed a distinct style, yet each was uniquely captivating. Noticing the time, which was nearing 7 o'clock, Chudu waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart. Our first agenda is dinner. Food is essential. A meal skipped can leave one feeling quite unsettled. A lack of enthusiasm for dining signals a troubled mindset." Today, many restaurants outside were bustling with patrons, but fortunately, Chudu had made a reservation in advance at an upscale French restaurant on the Bund. Ninglei had already prepared the car, and Chudu, accompanied by the three women, settled into the back seat, lowering the partition. Lu Ruyan playfully tossed her hair and remarked with anticipation, "It has been ages since I last enjoyed French cuisine. I've been eating at the office daily, with no change in flavor." Chudu feigned discontent. "Are you implying that our company's meals are unsatisfactory?" Lu Ruyan linked her arm with his, saying, "Brother Chu, our company's meals are indeed delightful. It's simply a rare occasion to dine out." Although Chudu seldom indulged in French cuisine, perhaps due to his humble beginnings, he preferred the comfort of home-cooked meals. He had nothing against fine dining. It was merely a matter of infrequency. As for Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili, they rarely ventured into such upscale restaurants, for prior to meeting Chudu, their salaries scarcely allowed for frequent indulgence in high-end dining. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chudu led the three women inside, where a charming waitress approached them. "Good evening, sir. I must apologize, but we are currently fully booked. If you're willing to wait." Chudu waved his hand dismissively. "I have a reservation for the private room 888 under the name Chudu." The waitress, upon hearing this, displayed a newfound respect. "Good evening, Mr. Chu. Please follow me." As a man accompanied by three stunning women, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to them. It was inevitable. The trio was simply too radiant. Wang Xinyue was gentle and serene, Jiang Lili was charmingly seductive, and Lu Ruyin was enchantingly alluring. Wang Xinyue stands out among the numerous beauties in the bank, truly a paragon of elegance. Jiang Lili, being the most striking woman in the crew, requires no further introduction. As for Lu Ruyin, merely hearing her name evokes an image of unparalleled beauty and grace. Even though her alluring figure is enveloped in a down jacket, her exquisite visage captures the attention of many. The three women, accustomed to the admiring gazes of others, remain unfazed. Upon entering the private room, Chu Du inquired, "Are the dishes I ordered ready?" "Everything is prepared, Mr. Chu, and we can serve the dishes at your convenience," came the prompt response. Chu Du, satisfied, replied, "Excellent, let's serve the food directly." French cuisine can sometimes be intricate, necessitating advance arrangements. After dinner, they planned to enjoy some leisure activities, so Chu Du preferred not to squander time waiting for the dishes. The three women were curious about what Chu Du had ordered. Soon, several waitstaff entered, presenting an array of dishes. First was the French onion soup, a classic appetizer crafted from caramelized onions and beef broth, complemented by a flaky pastry and cheese baked to perfection. Many individuals from Huaxia lack the custom of consuming soup before a meal. Yet Western dining often presents peculiarities that are challenging for them to adapt to. Another dish was the red wine braised beef, which requires 4 hours of preparation. Were it not for Chu Du's advance order, dining on it would mean waiting until midnight for a fresh preparation. Chu Du found this dish quite agreeable, featuring red wine, beef, celery, potatoes, and an array of special seasonings, all baked and served, making it palatable for Eastern tastes. The dinner also included bouillabaisse, Lorraine quiche, and foie gras, the latter being a luxurious and costly item in French cuisine. After sampling the fare, Chu Du remarked, "I perceive many similarities between French and Chinese cuisine. Yet French cuisine has embraced modernization in ways Chinese cuisine has not. Despite being regarded as high-end, French dining ultimately struggles to compete in the market against the straightforward, economical, and energy-packed American fast food and steaks. It can only be said that dining is about the level of sophistication. The profundity of Chinese cuisine is indeed unmatched by Western fare. While Western dining emphasizes etiquette and procedure, the color, aroma, and flavor of Chinese cuisine remain unsurpassed." Chu Du expressed bewilderment at the abundance of onions and tomatoes in French dishes, questioning why the Gallic roosters have such a penchant for these ingredients. Lu Ruoyan, however, consumed her meal with ease, smiling as she recounted, "I spent 3 years working in the capital, where I indulged in a great deal of Western cuisine, including steak and foie gras, though most of the time it was quite simple fare like pasta and pizza. In both the capital and the coastal city, many indulge in these dishes more for status than understanding, and as for the etiquette, few pay it any mind." Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili, less familiar with these matters, listened intently to the exchange. Chu Du gently shook his head, stating, "Personally, I find pizza and steak acceptable, but I struggle to acclimate to many other Western dishes and their flavors. In due course, when time permits, let us indulge in some exquisite Chinese cuisine, seeking out a well-established private chef, one renowned for their culinary prowess. I'm aware of a few such establishments." Chapter 73. On Christmas Eve, the dinner bill amounted to over 40,000. Yet the faces of the attendees remained unperturbed. Such sums no longer held any significance for them. Accompanying Chu Du, Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili had elevated their perspectives and insights considerably, rendering several thousand yuan inconsequential. First, they ventured to the Bund. The Bund was particularly lively that day, teeming with crowds. 2 bodyguards forged a path ahead, ensuring that no one could approach the 3 women. This was indeed a blessing. Otherwise, in such throngs, many young girls might unwittingly encounter unsavory individuals. Moreover, with so many people around, identifying anyone would be nearly impossible. Despite the biting cold, the 3 women radiated joy, engaging in spirited conversation and taking photographs together. Standing by the riverside, Ninglei wielded a high-definition DSLR, capturing group shots of the ladies. However, the sheer number of people made it challenging to find a relatively open space for photographs. After a brief period of merriment, The trio soon lost interest in the bustling scene. Lu Ruyan suddenly suggested, "Let us visit the church. It is Christmas Eve, and there may be some special events." Although they did not hold any religious beliefs, it did not deter their curiosity. Chu Du had no objections, and they promptly hopped into a car, heading towards a church. The Christian church in Shenhao was quite grand, attracting numerous visitors. Even a street had been closed off. Chu Du furrowed his brow, pondering how they would navigate through the crowd. Wang Xinyue, unfazed, remarked, "Since we are here, we might as well get out and walk. It's not too far." Thus, Ning Lei found a parking spot, and Chu Du led the three women on foot. As they walked, the ladies, who were largely unfamiliar with Christianity, listened attentively to Chu Du's explanations. Even Lu Ruyan's understanding was limited to what she had gleaned from history textbooks. Chu Du took the opportunity to enlighten them. He explained that the prevailing faiths in the country were Christianity and Catholicism, often confused by many. In fact, these two branches originally stemmed from the same roots. However, differing doctrines led to their eventual schism. The three women listened with keen interest as Chu Du recounted the origins of Christianity, which emerged in the 1st century among Jewish communities in Palestine and Asia Minor. According to the Bible, it was founded by Jesus of Nazareth. Christians believe in one God, with Jesus being the Christ, a part of the Holy Trinity, who, despite being crucified, resurrected and ascended to heaven, promising to return to earth in due time. As the faith expanded, it encompassed much of the Mediterranean region, attracting a multitude of followers, yet the church itself comprised individuals with diverse perspectives and beliefs. Over time, it further fragmented into Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, leading to mutual hostilities and deep-seated conflicts. Jiang Lily interjected, "It seems that wherever there are people, there are disputes." Chu Du chuckled softly. "Indeed, humans are driven by self-interest. Each individual harbors their own thoughts. When people gather, discord is inevitable. Thus, in our domestic martial arts literature, there is a saying, 'Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of chaos.'" Wang Xinyu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true. It reflects human nature." Chu Du continued his discourse. Subsequently, the emergence of Martin Luther gave rise to a new Lutheranism, along with the Western Reformation, which profoundly transformed Christianity. Presently, several churches in our country represent Protestantism, adhering to the faith in Jesus Christ as God. The Catholic Church, although the Vatican abroad venerates God, has been misconstrued domestically, leading many to revere the Virgin Mary instead. While they may outwardly appear to be Christians, notable distinctions remain. As Chu Du narrated numerous historical anecdotes with great eloquence, Lu Ruyan's enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother, you possess such vast knowledge. I have forgotten much of what was conveyed in history books." Chu Du, standing tall with pride, replied, "Indeed, for I am a well-read individual." Observing Chu Du's intentional display, the three ladies erupted into cheerful laughter. Upon arriving at the church entrance, individuals clad in ecclesiastical attire warmly welcomed the influx of visitors, aware that the day held special significance. With beaming smiles, they proclaimed, "Welcome. This evening, the church will host a performance. If you have the time, please step inside and enjoy." Chu Du and his companions followed the crowd into the church. Inside, a spacious hall teemed with people, and from the windows, one could see a multitude gathered, with a raised platform where numerous performances were underway. Entering through the rear, Chu Du's group found a place to sit and watch the unfolding spectacle. Although they lacked understanding, the performances were commendable, revealing the heartfelt efforts of the performers. Despite their lack of professionalism, they observed several acts with curiosity, but soon the ladies' interest waned. Their unfamiliarity with the church's history and biblical tales rendered the experience somewhat nebulous. Nevertheless, the ambience was undeniably delightful. After lingering for over half an hour, they quietly departed through the back door. Strolling along the bustling streets, they encountered throngs of revelers, including many couples. It was already 10 o'clock, yet the flow of pedestrians showed no sign of diminishing. Lu Ruyan, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I've heard the mall stays open until 3 in the morning. Shall we take a look?" Perhaps shopping is indeed a woman's instinct. Often, They venture out not solely to purchase, but to revel in the experience of browsing and selecting. Upon hearing this suggestion, Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili chimed in unison. I concur. Chudu, throwing up his hands in acquiescence, said, All right then, let us go, grab a few cups of milk tea, and enjoy our shopping spree. The streets were lined with tea shops, and after a brief glance, they each ordered a cup of hot grass jelly before embarking on their shopping adventure. Their destination was the International Mall, a familiar haunt, and tonight was no exception. The mall buzzed with energy, the air conditioning keeping the atmosphere pleasantly warm. Chudu promptly removed his coat and handed it to his bodyguard. The three ladies, observing this, followed suit, shedding their heavy down jackets and entrusting them to the bodyguard. Ready to explore the mall in lighter attire. Winter clothing tends to be snug and warm. Initially, when adorned in down jackets, many people only paid attention to their faces. However, upon closer inspection, one cannot help but admire their figures, eliciting envy towards the elegance of their forms. It is evident that the garments worn by several individuals are all esteemed international brands, possessing considerable value, and the watches gracing their wrists, even if unfamiliar, unmistakably exude a sense of luxury. Moreover, the presence of bodyguards behind them signifies that they are not individuals to be trifled with. Consequently, the crowd refrained from gazing any longer, hastily averting their eyes. In this era, while beautiful women captivate with their allure, the preservation of one's own life takes precedence. After all, one can always return to view images online, as beauty is abundant in the digital realm. Chapter 74. The private jet Chudu leisurely followed behind the three women, observing as they visited various boutiques, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Lancme, Estee Lauder, Prada, and many others. However, the trio already possessed an abundance of items, making the act of purchasing rather inconsequential. Perhaps it was the innate nature of women to enjoy shopping, for at that moment, the bond between the three inexplicably strengthened. Even Lu Ruyan, who once regarded them as rivals, found her sentiments shifting. Perhaps this was a gift bestowed upon women. Chudu mused quietly. He welcomed this development, as it certainly worked to his advantage, perhaps due to the festive atmosphere or the joy of spending time together. Chudu took the rare opportunity to comment on the items they selected. This necklace is lovely. The design is quite appealing. This outfit is nice too, but it's a bit revealing, suitable for home, not for going out. This bracelet, however, is rather outdated and doesn't suit you. The three women appeared genuinely surprised, as if meeting Chudu for the first time. Chuwa, you actually help us choose? They exclaimed. Chudu replied with a hint of pride. You underestimated me. Just because I don't speak often doesn't mean I lack taste. Lu Rian raised an eyebrow, aesthetic sense typical of a straight man. And so, they laughed and strolled through the mall, taking in the various discounts on offer. Ultimately, they purchased nothing, yet the three women thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Around midnight, they finally returned home. This residence lacked a housekeeper, so Chudu ordered takeout. The group, famished, hardly exchanged words. They had expended considerable energy the previous night and were eager to replenish it. After their meal, Chudu languidly reclined on the sofa, reflecting, the new year is approaching. Time flies. Over half a year has passed. From an ordinary individual to a wealthy tycoon, now surrounded by beautiful women, such a life was once beyond my reach. Yet now I find it nestled in my embrace. Jiang Lili yawned and remarked, the new year? I'll be going home this year. Chudu understood her family's circumstances. Whether she returned or not mattered little. Lu Ruyan gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Chudu comprehended her unspoken wish and nodded, assuring her, as promised, I will certainly fulfill that. Lu Ruyan perched on his lap, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother. Chudu rested his hands on her delicate waist and turned to Wang Xinyue. What about you, Yaya? Wang Xinyue pondered for a moment before replying. I plan to return home for the new year. My family is in Bashu, which is quite far. As Chudu gently caressed Lu Ruyan's waist, he remarked, I am quite solitary. I accompanied you to Bashu last year, and have already promised to visit Suong for the new year. The remaining time, I shall return to play with Lily. The eyes of the three brightened with excitement. Although Christmas Eve had passed, they found themselves free that day and decided to indulge in a film together. Their home boasted a dedicated cinema room, Chu Du poured some drinks and prepared a variety of snacks and fruits while the three women selected a movie. The pleasures of a leisurely and comfortable life are always delightful, yet fleeting. After another night of revelry, the following day, Jiang Lily departed for her flight. Upon awakening, Chu Du stretched and suddenly noticed his phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Chu Du?" A gentle voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Chu Du, slightly puzzled, responded, "Yes, this is I." "Who might you be?" The man promptly replied, "I am Wei Ping, the vice president of Eastern Airlines. Our company is in collaboration with Beike Aircraft Company. You previously signed a contract with me to purchase a private jet, originally scheduled for delivery by the end of next year. However, due to an abundance of parts and a complete workforce, the assembly process has been remarkably smooth. Just yesterday, it was successfully inspected and is ready for delivery to you." "A private jet?" Chu Du exclaimed, "Exhilarate. Where is the aircraft currently located?" Wei Ping responded, "It is presently stationed at Shanghai International Airport. We need to discuss the delivery, parking, maintenance, and crew arrangements in person. When would you be available?" Without hesitation, Chu Du replied, "I'm available right now. Let me tidy up, and I will head to the airport." Wei Ping courteously replied, "Very well, Mr. Chu. We shall await your arrival at the airport." After hanging up, Chu Du excitedly announced, let us go. My private jet has arrived." Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyin were equally intrigued, although they had flown before. This would be their first experience aboard a private aircraft, naturally sparking their curiosity. Chapter 75. The Opulent Private Jet with a Fervent Anticipation. Chu Du was eager to behold and experience the bespoke private jet that had long occupied his thoughts. Without summoning Ning Lei, the trio embarked in a Ferrari 612, a four-seater sports car, making their way directly to the airport. Upon arrival, Chu Du placed a phone call, and Wei Ping awaited him in the parking lot, accompanied by a considerable entourage. Private jets of substantial size are invariably extravagant, and Chu Du's was no exception, having cost an astounding $3.5 billion. This was no ordinary aircraft. Even the Airbus private jet owned by the Russian oligarch Alisher barely surpassed $3 billion. To the airline industry, Chu Du represented a veritable titan of wealth. Particularly, Wei Ping, who had initially signed the contract with Chu Du at the bank, was acutely aware of the staggering cash flow possessed by this young man. On this day, all the senior executives of Eastern Airlines present in Shenhao were there to welcome Chu Du, amounting to over a dozen individuals, not including secretaries and other staff, totaling more than 20 in attendance. Upon seeing Chu Du, Wei Ping approached with warmth, seemingly indifferent to the age disparity of over a decade. Extending his hands in a humble greeting, "Mr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wei Ping, the one who signed a contract with you at the bank. Today, I am here to deliver this private jet to you." The individuals accompanying him also greeted Chu Du with a measure of respect. "Mr. Chu, in the face of wealth, reality often reigns supreme. Such is the nature of society." Chu Du, beaming with a gracious smile, responded, "Thank you, Mr. Wei, for making this special trip." Wei Ping raised an eyebrow and replied, "Not at all, Mr. Chu. Serving esteemed guests is our duty." Their exchange was the focal point, while Chu Du merely acknowledged the others with a nod, and Wei Ping exchanged pleasantries with Wang Xinyue, the current president of the bank, whose status was now elevated. The airport featured designated parking for private jets, and Wei Ping guided Chu Du to this exclusive area. Upon sighting the private jet, Chu Du was left in awe. The aircraft measured an impressive 80 meters in length, with a wingspan of 90 meters, a height of 20 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 680 tons, and a maximum payload of 200 tons, boasting a wing area of 800 square meters. Stepping inside the jet, the lavish interior was nothing short of resplendent. The cabin was divided into 3 tiers, connected by a spiral staircase and a private elevator, an aspect that alone was astonishing. The cabin was furnished with a grand bed, a bathroom, a garage, a conference room, a music hall, and guest rooms, showcasing opulence that rivaled some of the finest residences in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. With a cabin space reaching 500 square meters and a maximum range of 14,000 kilometers. The entire interior was expansive, segmented into several zones. The inclusion of a spiral staircase, intricate ceilings, wall-mounted televisions, hardwood flooring, and wool carpets ensured that Chu-do could indulge in royal luxury and elegance throughout the flight. Every room was soundproofed with premium materials, ensuring a serene environment. The soundproofing in each suite is exceptional. Even with the symphonic music resonating loudly in the music room, not a whisper of sound reaches the adjacent bedrooms, allowing for tranquil slumber. Moreover, the establishment boasts a myriad of high-end luxurious designs, including a quaint bar, a fitness center, a small cinema, bathrooms, a master bedroom, and guest rooms, all of which collectively render it a mobile palace in the sky, exuding unparalleled opulence. Turning to the kitchen, an array of culinary tools and dining ware has been meticulously arranged, enabling the preparation of both Chinese and Western cuisines, entirely at the discretion of the host's mood and palate. However, one must also consider the duration of the flight. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if the meal were not ready by the time of landing. For short trips, such amenities are undoubtedly superfluous, luxurious, expensive, top tier. Regardless of the perspective from which one views it, this is indeed a premier private aircraft. Chudu is clearly satisfied, and it is evident that great care was taken during its customization. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyin are equally astounded, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Wei Ping, noticing Chudu's contentment, jovially remarked, "Mr. Chudu, the aircraft is currently in this state. Regarding your docking arrangements, do you intend to park it long-term at our city airport?" Without hesitation, Chudu replied, "Let it remain here. Please have someone calculate the expenses." Wei Ping beamed with delight, recognizing the substantial income this arrangement would bring. Typically, the parking fees for private aircraft at airports are determined by various factors, including the model of the aircraft, duration of stay, and the facilities offered at the airport. In domestic airports, these fees generally range from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per night. At international airports, the costs are higher, often exceeding 20,000 yuan for a single night. However, many airports offer discounts for long-term parking. To illustrate, the Falcon 2000 model private jet incurs costs exceeding 100,000 yuan per day when considering both landing and parking fees, as both services carry charges. While the initial purchase price of a private jet may not be exorbitant, the ongoing expenses for maintenance, parking, and operations are significant. Much like private yachts, which also incur docking and maintenance fees, the reality is that many can afford to purchase but cannot sustain the ongoing costs. Owning an aircraft entails much more than mere possession. The variety of associated fees is extensive, including aviation management fees, landing and takeoff charges, and airport management costs, among others. When all is considered, maintaining Chudu's private aircraft incurs an annual expense exceeding tens of millions. However, Chudu is entirely unconcerned about this financial burden. Wei Ping continued, "Furthermore, regarding the crew for your aircraft, do you plan to hire them temporarily for flights or employ them long-term?" Without a moment's thought, Chudu declared, "I wish to hire a dedicated team of maintenance personnel to provide round-the-clock service for my aircraft, with salaries based on the industry's highest standards. For the pilots, 2 are required, both seasoned aviators, along with 10 flight attendants." Although he did not specify the criteria for the attendants, it was evident to those present, all astute individuals, what he implied. Nonetheless, neither Lu Ruoyan nor Wang Xinyue revealed any discernible expression. These flight attendants, even if they were to share a fleeting romance with Chudu, would merely be ephemeral encounters, lacking significance. They naturally remained indifferent. Chapter 76. Soaking in hot springs. The recruitment of flight attendants for private jets typically follows 2 primary methods, both of which dominate the current landscape. The first approach involves signing a contract with an airline, which subsequently assumes responsibility for all related services, including crew management. The second method entails the owner directly hiring the flight attendants, who are compensated by the owner themselves, catering to the whims of affluence. This practice is predominantly favored by wealthy individuals, as it affords them greater latitude in selection. The owner can choose the type of attendants they desire, embodying the essence of indulgence and wealth. In the case of the first method, the flight attendant salaries are covered by the airline, requiring the owner only to remit payments periodically. Presently, many private jets around the globe employ self-recruited, long-term attendants, whose selection criteria emphasize physical appearance, ensuring that only the most stunning individuals are chosen. Chudu has requested Wei Ping to arrange personnel for him to review. However, it is not solely Easter Airlines involved in this process. Several companies are contributing to the selection. To ensure the best candidates are chosen, Chudu is willing to wait for a compilation of exceptional attendants from various companies. However, today proves too rushed for such deliberations. Tomorrow will suffice. After scheduling a time with Wei Ping for the following day, Chudu departs with Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan. Once Chudu leaves, Wei Ping promptly contacts several other companies to prepare for the selection. It is not out of generosity that Wei Ping acts, but rather a recognition of the delicacy required when dealing with such affluent clientele. He is keen to maintain a straightforward relationship, especially since they are entrusted with the upkeep of this private jet. The profits are already substantial, and there is no need to jeopardize relations with Chudu over trivial matters. On the way back, Wang Xinyue receives a phone call regarding a banking matter. Chudu drives her to the bank before parting ways with Lu Ruyan. Now, only Chudu and Lu Ruyan remain in the car. Lu Ruyan gazes at Chudu with her enchanting eyes and softly inquires, "Brother, when do you plan to come over for the new year?" Chudu ponders for a moment before replying. "I intend to visit Bashu a few days before the new year to spend time with Yiya, and then I'll come to see you on the 29th or 30th. I'll stay with you for a few days before returning to spend some time with Lily." Lu Ruyan beams with delight, her brows arching like a crescent moon. "How's your tolerance for alcohol?" "You'll certainly need to drink when you visit my family." Chudu confidently reassures her, "Rest assured, I can handle my liquor quite well." He chuckles, knowing that his experience with system elixirs has rendered his capacity for alcohol virtually limitless. Lu Ruyan, unaware of this, merely perceives it as typical bravado from man. "Just make sure you don't collapse." Chudu bursts into laughter. Rarely are they alone together, and Lu Ruyan's joyful demeanor radiates warmth. Chudu drives them to a hot spring hotel, and Lu Ruyan, understanding his intentions, wraps her arms around his as they enter together. With money paving the way, they quickly secure a couple's hot spring, a 30-square-meter pool nestled indoors. Clad in shorts, Chudu leisurely reclines at the edge, savoring the comforting warmth of the spring water enveloping him. Lu Ruyan, lacking a swimsuit, discovered that one could be purchased here. She acquired a sleek black bikini and ventured into the hot springs, sitting beside Chudu on this frigid winter day, enveloped in the warmth of the springs. She felt an undeniable comfort. The water here was pristine and flowed vigorously, indicative of a high-end establishment, clean and hygienic. Chudu, with his eyes closed, was rejuvenating himself. "I've heard commendable things about this place. A CEO once recommended it to me. We shall savor their cuisine for lunch." Lu Ruyan turned her face towards him, delight sparkling in her eyes, and replied, "That sounds wonderful. I'm open to anything." After their passionate encounter, Chudu, embracing the now languid Lu Ruyan, made his way to the shower. During lunch, he ordered an abundance of dishes, intent on replenishing her strength: silver dragon fish, snow crab from the northern seas, black-boned chicken soup, along with red dates and bird's nest. Although the ingredients were far from exhausted, the lavish spread had already surpassed 200,000 in cost. Exhausted, Lu Ruyan dined while Chudu occasionally fed her. Once the meal concluded, she gradually regained some energy, reclining on the bed, resting against Chudu's chest. Upon opening her eyes, she found him gazing intently at her. Lu Ruyan immediately became alert. "Please, no more. I truly cannot endure. You're like a relentless machine. It's quite beastly." Chudu, unfazed, choqué. Who could resist your enchanting beauty? As the saying goes, beauty often comes at a price. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "Brother, I genuinely cannot. Please spare me, or I shall perish. I feel as though my bones are about to disintegrate." Chudu, not overly eager, gently tightened his embrace and said, "Rest now, dear. Close your eyes and take a good nap." Lu Ruyan murmured in agreement, resting her head against his chest and gradually drifting into slumber. Perhaps the fatigue was overwhelming, for within a minute, Chudu noticed her breathing grow steady, she had truly fallen asleep. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he gazed at the beauty in his arms, worn out from their earlier escapades, and felt a pang of tenderness. However, the allure was undeniable. He couldn't resist kissing her soft lips before closing his eyes to sleep as well. The two remained in slumber until evening, when they finally roused to prepare to depart. Initially, Chu-do intended to take Lu Ruyin home with him, but a call from the office regarding urgent documents interrupted their plans. Lu Ruyin, carrying the files, headed to the celestial abode, a gift from Chu-do. Once he ensured her safe arrival, he proceeded back to Wang Xinu. Chapter 77. Selecting flight attendants when Chu-do returned. Wang Xinyu was engrossed in a book on the sofa. Upon seeing him, she set the book aside and approached him gently, saying, "Brother Chu, you're back." She refrained from inquiring about his whereabouts, as the lingering scent of Lu Ruyin's perfume was still evident on him. In a tender tone, she asked, "Brother Chu, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something?" Chu-do shook his head, removing his coat and handing it to Wang Xinyu. "I'm not hungry. I've already eaten." Wang Xinyu, resembling a devoted wife, neatly arranged his clothing. "You must be tired. Would you like to rest early?" Chu-do glanced at the book on the adjacent sofa, titled Tips for Enhancing Culinary Skills and Cooking Temperatures, which stirred a subtle emotion within him. He embraced Wang Xinyu and softly said, "It's truly wonderful to have you." Wang Xinyu merely smiled in response. "Brother Chu, having you is my fortune." A wave of tenderness washed over Chu-do, and he lifted her in a princess carry, heading towards the bedroom. The next morning, when Chu-do awoke, it was already past 8. Ning Lei was waiting outside, and Wang Xinyu had already departed. After leisurely freshening up, he made his way to the car. Ning Lei handed him a bag, saying, "President Chu, this is breakfast that Secretary Lu asked me to bring you." Chu-do acknowledged with a nod and replied, "Let us go to the international airport." He finished 5 meat buns and a cup of soy milk before they even arrived. The purpose of his visit to the airport was to select flight attendants and pilots, having coordinated with Wei Ping to arrange interviews for outstanding employees from various airlines. Wei Ping had been anticipating Chu-do's arrival. Having met the previous day, they exchanged minimal pleasantries before entering together. Wei Ping led Chu-do to a small exhibition hall, capable of accommodating 1,000 people. Inside, several hundred flight attendants and pilots were already waiting. Chu-do, along with Wei Ping and executives from several airlines, took their seats at the center, with Chu-do leading the group. After exchanging simple greetings, they fell silent. The leaders of the various airlines were notably enthusiastic. After the convivialities, the selection process commenced, starting with the pilots. This aspect was straightforward, as it relied solely on credentials. Ultimately, Chu-do selected 2 pilots, one from Shandong Airlines and another from China National Aviation, both in their 40s with extensive experience flying fighter jets, thus presenting no concerns. The contract offered was an annual salary of 500,000 per person, aligning with market rates. As for the flight attendants, the number present was overwhelming. Notably, none were shorter than 168 centimeters. All were tall, slender, and strikingly beautiful. Each flight attendant, if placed in a school setting, would undoubtedly be considered a goddess or a campus belle, far from mere online caricatures. Several senior executives from different airlines discreetly informed him that many had been meticulously selected within the company, pristine in their backgrounds, with no prior romantic encounters, and were brought in urgently the day before. Certainly, such privileges are reserved for elite clients like him. If it were someone else, they might be looking at an overnight 8K experience, with flights available nationwide. After a meticulous selection process, Chu-do ultimately chose 10 flight attendants for various airlines. For instance, the Hainan Airlines' elegant uniform possesses a charming allure, exuding a gentle grace. Additionally, the stunning flight attendants of Huaxiao Airlines, many of whom hail from modeling backgrounds, possess figures that speak for themselves. Chu-do meticulously selected 10 flight attendants, each a paragon of beauty. While they may not surpass Lu Ruyin and Wang Xing, they are certainly on par with Jiang Lili in terms of allure. His criteria for selection were straightforward: beauty, good physique, and long legs. All 10 flight attendants he chose stood between 170 to 175 centimeters tall, each radiating beauty. Several executives hinted to him that these attendants are exceptionally pristine, entirely unblemished. Do not perceive any negativity in this. The aviation industry can indeed be chaotic, yet there are always those who maintain their integrity, especially when faced with such high-profile clients. Chudu has his fair share of women. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Li Wenxin, Lu Rian. Though these flight attendants are undeniably beautiful, they need not necessarily share his bed. Their mere presence is visually pleasing, wouldn't you agree? As for the flight attendant salaries, they are currently estimated at around $300,000 a year. For private jet attendants, a salary of $200,000 to $300,000 annually is quite standard. Chuda's compensation, therefore, falls within the upper echelons of industry standards. This arrangement benefits both the airlines and the airports, reaping substantial profits from salaries, contracts, long-term docking, maintenance, and more. In fact, the cost of a single deep maintenance session could easily purchase an entry-level sports car. The selected flight attendants feel incredibly fortunate to have been chosen. Those who reach this stage in the selection process are unlikely to be entirely pure in heart and body. They may possess a certificate of pristine condition, but their inner thoughts are another matter. After all, they are exclusively interfacing with the wealthy, leading to certain aspirations. How many flight attendants genuinely wish to avoid the allure of affluent patrons? While some do exist, they are exceedingly rare. Chapter 78. Annual meeting. The private jet has been acquired, yet Chudu finds himself with no immediate destination in mind. He intends to utilize it for a trip to Bashu in due time. The crew, when not on duty, primarily enjoys leisure time nearby, free to engage in whatever activities they desire, provided they remain within reach for the boss's summons. However, private jets typically require approved flight paths, leaving little room for spontaneity. Chudu informed Wei Ping to apply for a route to Bashu's Jinsheng on the 25th of the 12th lunar month, along with a flight from Jinsheng to Linen on the 29th. Such matters are subject to the approval of the Aviation Administration, but as a senior executive of the airline, Wei Ping's application on Chudu's behalf faced no obstacles. The approval process went smoothly. Perhaps as the year-end approaches, work has lightened considerably, with everyone preparing for the festivities ahead. Recently, Chudu found himself rather idle, spending his days in the company of Wang Xinyue or Lu Rian, occasionally taking time to accompany Jiang Lili during her breaks. As for Li Wenxin, Chudu wished to reach out to her. However, she was preoccupied with her children during the winter holiday and had recently resigned, seeking a period of rest that left her unable to venture out. Their communication was restricted to chatting on their phones. Often when Li Wenxin's children were either distracted or asleep, Chudu pondered the nature of their relationship. Would it continue in this manner indefinitely? Thoughts of Wang Xing crossed his mind, invoking a complex array of emotions. Initially, when he and Wang Xing were together, he was unaware of her true identity, only discovering it later. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained his first love, and to claim he had no feelings for her would be untrue. Having not seen her in quite some time, he noted how strikingly beautiful she had become, undoubtedly a peerless beauty capable of captivating many. Chudu was certain that a woman of such allure, if unprotected by a powerful background, would swiftly attract attention from suitors. The simplest approach would be to leverage financial influence. If that failed, one could always appeal to the heart. Merely possessing an influential background was enough to instill fear in many. Time passed unperceived. Today marked the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with merely 10 days remaining until the new year. The Shenhao Group convened its inaugural year-end meeting. The gathering was set to take place in the spacious conference center on the second floor of the main building, boasting a sprawling 2,000 square meter pillarless banquet hall with a ceiling height of 10 meters and an enormous LED screen. An impressive venue indeed. The total workforce of the Shenhao Group was not particularly large, encompassing around 1,500 employees across its various subsidiaries, primarily comprising stars, internet celebrities, streamers, and their respective teams. While other companies had minimal personnel, the media company had a wealth of talent available to host the event without issue. This year's annual meeting was scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening. A grand stage awaited performances, with tables and chairs arranged below. Chudu took his place at the center, flanked by Lu Ruyan on his left and several senior executives of the group on either side. with the current roster of executives numbering over 10. The presence of the secretarial team and middle management contributed to the gathering. The venue was comfortably warm, with the heating fully operational. Chudu opted for a casual outfit, donning a down jacket paired with a sweater, thick pants, and thermal leggings, choosing a laid-back approach for the occasion. Before long, the time arrived. With a cheerful demeanor, Chudu ascended the stage as the leader of the group, prepared to deliver his opening remarks. As he approached the podium, the crowd fell silent, ceasing their conversations. Standing confidently in the center, microphone in hand and a warm smile gracing his face, he exuded no air of superiority. Dear colleagues, it brings me great joy to see all of you at this year's annual meeting, marking our first celebration as the Shenhao Group. Since this is an annual gathering, let's not be overly tense or serious. Relax. The purpose of today is to enjoy ourselves and have fun. Therefore, let us dive straight into the festivities without further ado. A resounding applause filled the room. Chudu's remarks may lack profound substance, yet they resonate with sincerity. The audience has grown weary of leaders droning on with their tedious rhetoric. A straightforward and candid approach is refreshing and invigorating. Following this, a male and female host took to the stage to prepare for the evening's festivities. The opening act featured a vibrant display of song and dance, with several stars from Shenhao Media performing. Chudu, though not particularly captivated by these performances, observed the audience's rapt attention. For such stars are seldom seen outside the realm of television. The night unfolded with an array of performances, showcasing not only celebrities but also internet personalities and streamers, all contributing to a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chudu leisurely sat, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping milk tea, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, he had more in store to invigorate the crowd. Oh, do not misconstrue this. It was not a matter of illicit substances. As the clock approached 8, the previous act concluded, and the host, having received a prearranged signal, announced, "In this jubilant moment, our esteemed Chudu has prepared a delightful surprise for everyone. The floor is now his." Chudu, beaming, rose and stepped into the spotlight, with the surrounding lights illuminating him. Tonight marks our inaugural annual meeting, and after reviewing the financial reports, I am pleased to share some news. After the new year, all salaries will increase by 5%. Long live Chudu! Woohoo! The crowd erupted with enthusiasm upon hearing his words. In the face of empty promises, tangible rewards are what truly matter. A mere salary increase was enough to ignite their fervor. Observing the exhilaration of the crowd, Chudu cheerfully added, "Moreover, at 10 o'clock, we will host a lucky draw featuring an array of prizes, such as a month of paid vacation, a cash reward of 300,000, and an Audi A6, among others. In total, 10 prizes will be awarded, all depending on luck." This announcement propelled the atmosphere to a crescendo, nearly sending the crowd into a frenzy. It is well known that while wages in Shenhao are high, so too are living expenses. Chudu's prizes are indeed remarkable, whether it be a paid vacation, a substantial cash reward, or a vehicle, each sufficient to incite excitement among all. Even the streamers and internet celebrities could not overlook such enticing rewards. The audience, now brimming with anticipation for 10 o'clock, was anxious not to miss their chance at fortune. With over 1,000 attendees and only 10 prizes, the odds may be slim, yet the desire to see oneself as a fortunate winner was palpable. Chapter 79. Shan Wangshu. Perhaps due to the influence of Chudu, the atmosphere became exceedingly lively and exhilarating. The cacophony of voices nearly pierced the heavens. Yet, Chudu remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his face without the slightest hint of restraint. Lu Ruyan leaned closer to Chudu's ear, whispering, "You truly are generous. Chudu, un fazed, replié. What is this amount? Why worry? You have seen this year's financial report. We have made considerable profits. Let's distribute some benefits." With a beaming smile, Lu Ruyan responded, "I have no objections, of course. The entire group is yours. Even if it were to collapse, it would still belong to you." As Chudu gazed into Lu Ruyan's captivating visage, radiating an irresistible charm, he could not help but plant a gentle kiss on her cheek and murmured, "But what if I were to go bankrupt and run out of money?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious as she grasped his hand, saying, "If that day ever comes, I still have some private savings, a few million, enough for you to make a comeback." Then, her smile took on a more audacious tone. "However, it will be quite difficult to reach your current status again. You must understand, this is my personal savings. If it comes to that, you would be unable to support them. Then, you can focus on marrying me, all right? I will bear your children." Seeing the heartfelt affection in Lu Ruyan's eyes, understood her sincerity. He tightened his grip on her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry, my wealth will never run dry." Chu Du was indeed correct. At this stage, especially with tangible assets in numerous industries, it was improbable for him to face bankruptcy solely through business ventures. As long as he refrained from reckless stock market manipulation and leveraging, he would never exhaust his finances. The daily interest alone was an astonishing figure. Moreover, he had 500 billion stored domestically, not to mention the hidden accounts left by the system, which amounted to over 700 billion. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed as she softly stated, "Wait until you come to my home for the new year. I have a surprise for you." Chu Du raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, now I'm curious. I shall await it." Although he was uncertain of Lu Ruyan's intentions, he felt a sense of anticipation. 2 hours may not seem long, but when one is filled with expectation, time appears to drag on. Finally, at 10 o'clock, Chu Du prepared to commence the lottery. The drawing process was entirely transparent, personally overseen by Chu Du, with a projection of the lottery list displayed on the big screen, showcasing all the employees of the group. In the end, a streamer named Shen Wangshu won a month of paid vacation, while an employee named Zhang Yu won Audi. Several others received cash prizes and various rewards. All in all, quite a lucrative affair. After the lottery concluded, the year-end meeting was deemed complete. However, Chu Du had prepared a special gift for everyone, a selection of New Year goods, including rice, flour, oil, red dates, milk, pastries, and more, totaling 9 items, with each person receiving a set. While the more affluent stars and influencers may not have valued these gifts, the ordinary employees within the company were genuinely appreciative of the thoughtful provisions, as they marveled at how fortunate they were to have such an exemplary boss. They busily transported their goods to their vehicles. The following morning, as Chu Du arrived at the office, Lu Ruyan entered and said, "Boss, Shen Wangshu wishes to speak with you." "Shen Wangshu?" Chu Du looked perplexed. Lu Ruyan quickly clarified, "She is the female anchor who won a month-long paid vacation last night." Realization dawned upon Chu Du, and he curiously inquired, "What does she want?" Lu Ruyan shook her head, replying, "She didn't specify, only that she wishes to see you." Chu Du acknowledged with a sound. "All right, have her come in." Not 5 minutes passed after Lu Ruyan stepped out when Shen Wangshu arrived. "Mr. Chu," she greeted him respectfully. Chu Du lifted his gaze to regard Shen Wangshu, finding her increasingly intriguing. She possessed the features of a captivating mature woman. Her visage exuded a gentle allure reminiscent of Wang Xinhua, yet her eyes held a beguiling charm. It was difficult for Chu Du to fathom how tenderness and seduction could coexist on a single countenance. Moreover, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with her face. Ah, yes, the goddess Aizhu. The resemblance was uncanny, especially in terms of figure. Due to the warmth in the room, Shen Wangshu wore no thick outer garment, donning instead a form-fitting white sweater that accentuated her enchanting silhouette. Most striking to Chu Du was her demeanor, which was utterly captivating and alluring. Purification. Such a presence demanded purification. The outfit was quite large. No, wait, it was indeed oversized. Her lower half was clad in sharkskin leggings that showcased her long, elegant legs. Standing at a commendable height of 170 centimeters, she was not excessively slender, but rather possessed a voluptuous form. Her ample bosom and slightly fuller waist, coupled with her curvaceous posterior and toned thighs, rendered her physique a pinnacle of the curvy aesthetic. With her resemblance to Aizhu, Chu Du silently marveled. This female anchor possesses considerable potential. Looking at Shen Wangshu, he asked, "You sought me out for a particular reason?" Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Mr. Chu, it is this. I won a month-long paid vacation at last night's annual meeting, but due to certain circumstances, I am unable to travel. Would it be possible to receive the monetary equivalent of the trip instead? If not, could I exchange it for something else? Chudu did not respond immediately, instead probing. May I inquire about the reason? Shen Wangshu lowered her gaze, saying, there is someone in my family who is ill and in need of financial assistance. I work as a streamer and frequently have to return home to provide care, making it impossible for me to travel. You are in dire need of money? Indeed, I am, she affirmed candidly. That is why I became a streamer. Previously, I worked as an online game companion. But the earnings were not comparable to what streamers make, so I made the switch. Shen Wangshu did not conceal her circumstances. Chudu, having access to the personnel records within his computer, chose to remain silent as he reviewed Shen Wangshu's profile. The records indeed state that Shen Wangshu's family is facing serious health issues among the elderly, resulting in substantial financial burdens and considerable debt. They are currently in desperate need of funds, which is why she has taken to live streaming. This information has undergone thorough verification by a dedicated team, ensuring its authenticity. Therefore, the circumstances surrounding Shen Wangshu are undeniably genuine. Chudu, not one to lack empathy, pondered for a moment before responding. Originally, the company intended to reward someone with a travel opportunity, but given your exceptional situation, we can forego that arrangement. The funds earmarked for the trip will be transferred to you by our finance department. You may continue with your live streaming endeavors. Chapter 80. Jinsheng Shen Wangshu was astounded that such a prominent figure as Chu Du would so readily acquiesce to her request. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you." With a wave of his hand, Chu Du dismissed her thanks, saying, "It's nothing. Everyone faces challenges at times. Do not be afraid. Any problem can be resolved." While Chu Du regarded the matter as trivial, it held significant weight for Shen Wangshu. Oftentimes, what may be a mere gesture of kindness from the affluent can transform into a lifeline for those at the bottom of the social ladder. Typically, many companies grant their employees leave only until the end of the lunar month, and some do not offer any holidays at all during the new year. However, Chu Du was different. He did not need to exploit his employees. Thus, when he prepared to depart on the 25th of the lunar month, he granted everyone an extended holiday. Those wishing to return home for the new year were free to leave, with the holiday extending until the 7th day of the first lunar month, nearly half a month's respite. For today's laborers, this was nothing short of miraculous. However, Chu Du did set forth certain conditions. Essential positions must be manned, and any unexpected occurrences should be reported immediately. On the 25th of the lunar month, Chu Du accompanied Wang Xinyue to Jinsheng, returning to her hometown. For Jiang Lily and her colleagues at the airline, there was no need to consider taking leave, as flights would continue unabated during the new year. They still had operational duties. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyan, Chu Du drove a Ferrari to the airport with Wang Xinyue. All the gifts for Wang Xinyue's parents had been prepared by him, with Ning Lei tasked to procure them. These included cosmetics, perfumes, lipsticks, fine tobacco and alcohol, watches, along with the house and car that Chu Du had arranged. He intended to make a grand impression, viewing a few million as inconsequential. The private jet was designed with a designated parking space for the car, allowing Chu Du to drive it directly onto the aircraft and secure it, ready for use upon arrival. As they settled into their seats on the plane, having already filed for takeoff and landing, the pilot communicated with air traffic control to confirm that everything was in order, and they commenced their ascent. The flight from Shenhao to Jinsheng typically took 3.5 hours, and they would arrive just around noon. Perhaps fatigued from the previous night's activities with Chu Du, Wang Xinyue boarded the plane and, rather than exploring her surroundings, reclined in the bedroom and fell asleep within minutes. Chu Du, on the other hand, found himself somewhat bored, idly scrolling through short videos and reading novels on his phone. In fact, the aircraft was equipped with internet access, especially since it was a private jet, which eliminated the need for the typical mandate to switch to flight mode. 10 flight attendants surrounded him, poised to attend to his needs. With little to occupy them, their primary duty was to serve throughout the flight. And since Chu Du was the sole passenger, they awaited his summons. While Chu Du had no intention of collecting them all, he enjoyed their company for light conversation and appreciated their beauty. However, the 10 attendants harbored different thoughts. They were well aware of Chu Du's status as a young, handsome, and wealthy individual. Who among those aboard this aircraft possesses a truly innocent heart? Each individual harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, they have overheard conversations from those above, indicating that this young master is not surrounded by just one or two women. It becomes evident to them that even if they manage to insert themselves into his life, they would merely become part of a larger crowd. Yet what of it? Serving the boss as a mere tenth can certainly provide a life far superior to their current circumstances. Is this tragic? Perhaps, but it is the stark reality. Should such a system be openly adopted, the wealthy could effortlessly support dozens of partners, coexisting harmoniously. There is no need to invoke notions of a battlefield. All are drawn by monetary gain. Discussing such conflicts is rather pointless. When finances are sufficient, assisting one another through childbirth becomes entirely ordinary. Thus far, none of the women around Chu Du have caused any discord. They are all acutely aware of their roles. Only Lu Ruyan seeks to assert herself. Yet she has not pressured Chu Du to sever ties with others, demonstrating her clarity of purpose. However, during their initial interactions, they maintained a superior subordinate dynamic. And with others present, they dared not act indiscreetly, adhering to decorum, which resulted in no incidents occurring. Thus, they journeyed smoothly to Jin City. Upon landing, Chu Du confirmed safety under the guidance of ground personnel before retrieving the vehicle. As he departed, he informed the pilot and flight attendant that they were free until their flight to Liaoning on the 29th. Chu Du had also prepared an Audi A6 on the plane, entrusting it to Wang Xinyue for driving. Subsequently, Chu Du drove his Ferrari 612, following Wang Xinyue to her residence. Wang Xinyue lived in a modest community, and at this hour, just past noon, families were gathered for their meals. She had not informed her family of her return. Upon arriving downstairs, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue parked the car and began collecting their belongings. Though the load was substantial, Chu Du's strength allowed him to carry large bags effortlessly, managing 8 with a single finger, while Wang Xinyue handled 4, and together they ascended the stairs. Overwhelmed by their burdens, Wang Xinyue opted to knock on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wang Xinyue and Chu Du mom. Wang Xinyue called out, prompting her mother to snap back to reality and hastily invite them inside. Once inside, Wang Xinyue's parents were present, enjoying their meal. Upon seeing Chu Du, they exchanged curious glances before warmly inviting him to sit down. After placing their belongings down, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue settled onto the sofa. Wang Xinyue's father looked at Chu Du and then back at his daughter, asking, Yeah, is this your boyfriend? Chu Du smiled gently and replied, Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Chu Du, and I am Yeya's boyfriend. At this revelation, Wang Xinyue's parents beamed with delight, exclaiming, Ah, Yeya has finally found a boyfriend. That's no small feat. Chu Du, maintaining his courteous demeanor, added, As it is my first visit, I was unsure of what to bring, so I picked up a few things at random. I hope you don't mind. Don't mind? They thought, astonished by his seemingly casual offerings. Despite their advanced age, their vision remains intact, allowing them to discern the labels above. La Mer, SK2, Sisley, Huazi cigarettes, Matai. All of these are items of considerable value. Furthermore, they are not merely 1 or 2 pieces. Rather, they encompass an entire bag or even a box. A casual glance reveals that these possessions are worth hundreds of thousands. Wang's parents feel somewhat dizzy, perplexed by the sudden emergence of this son-in-law and his immense wealth. Chu Du then produces a key and a bag, placing them on the table. Allow me to pose a question to the readers regarding the storyline of Li Wenxin. Do you believe it would be better for her to divorce and follow the protagonist, or should she remain married as is? I find myself pondering this narrative direction. Chapter 81. The Wang family's parents, this was a familiar tactic for him, and he executed it with ease. Uncle, aunt, I have purchased a brand new Audi A6 for you both, just recently airlifted here. Additionally, here's the title and keys to an 800 square meter villa in Shenzhen. Should you wish to visit, you are welcome to stay there at any time. There's even a small garden where you can cultivate flowers and greenery. Chuda's extravagant generosity left Wang's parents utterly astounded. It felt as though the very heavens had shifted. They were overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. as if their capacity for astonishment had been utterly depleted over the years. A villa in Shenhao? Surely that must be worth tens of millions. And an Audi, though not a super luxury car, was still a coveted possession for individuals of their generation. With such an abundance of gifts, they could not help but wonder, what on earth does their son-in-law do for a living? Wang's father, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask what your profession is? How can you afford such lavish expenditures? Would your family approve?" Chu chuckled lightly. "It's no trouble at all. I'm an orphan, without parents. This is all my own money. As for my occupation, I run a company." Wang Xinyue promptly added, "His company is substantial, a conglomerate that holds significant standing in Shenzhen. Our bank relies on him." Wang's parents gasped in astonishment. Such a formidable background? They exchanged worried glances, fully aware of their own circumstances. Their daughter had merely gone to Shenzhen for work, reportedly as a bank employee. Having only recently started, she was at most a junior staff member, while he was a business owner bestowing gifts worth millions. It felt as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Could such a disparity allow for a harmonious union? They feared that their daughter might ultimately be discarded after being played with, and that would spell disaster. At that moment, Wang's mother interjected, "Chudu, why don't you converse with your uncle? I will prepare a couple of dishes." Yeah, come with me to the kitchen." Chudu understood their intent and replied with a warm demeanor, "Of course, Auntie, please do not mind me." Wang's mother led Wang Xinyue to the kitchen, ensuring the door was tightly shut, and turned up the exhaust fan to muffle their voices. She then whispered, "Are you truly in relationship with him?" Wang Xinyue giggled. "Yes, Mom, you need not worry." Shaking her head, Wang's mother responded, "But the disparity between you two is too great. I cannot support this." Upon hearing her mother's words, Wang Xinyue fell silent. This was an undeniable truth. Even though she was now the bank's president, it was ultimately due to Chudu that she held that position. Despite frequently dining on meals she prepared and sharing nights in his embrace, she understood that her identity remained that of a mere lover. Seeing her daughter's silence, Wang's mother sighed. "You know our family situation. You forge your own path in Shenzhen, while we cannot afford a home there. He can give away such gifts so easily. Can this truly be considered a level playing field? The disparity is far too great. Even if you were to be with him, you would only end up suffering and being mistreated. The quality of your life would entirely depend on his whims. Moreover, my dear, let me impart this wisdom. No man is immune to infidelity. Given his wealth, can you truly guarantee that he wouldn't seek pleasure elsewhere while you are in a relationship? I understand that you are quite beautiful, but bear in mind that there are countless individuals in this world who surpass your beauty, who could withstand the allure of riches. Even if he is fond of you now, can you assure that his affections will remain steadfast for a lifetime? Sooner or later, he may grow weary of you and seek solace in another woman's arms. What then will you do? If that other woman ascends in his life, where would that leave you? By then, you might be in your 40s or 50s. Would you wish to return to this turmoil? Heed my counsel. We do not accept such gifts. Take them back. Find a suitable moment and end this relationship. You are simply incompatible. I would much prefer for you to find an ordinary partner, someone who can provide you with a stable life, rather than marry into affluence, living in constant anxiety and vigilance. Wang Xinyue's eyes gradually filled with tears, unable to restrain her sorrow. "Mother," she cried softly, embracing her mother. In truth, she was well aware of her mother's concerns. However, she was not merely contemplating marrying into wealth. She was just a mistress, far from even considering marrying Chu Du. Besides, he already had several companions around him. What of the future? Such a man cannot be tethered to a single woman. Wang Ma sighed and continued, "You are my daughter. I know your thoughts. I can see that you genuinely care for him, but oftentimes the tales of Cinderella remain just that, tales. Reality can be quite cruel. When social standings do not align, happiness is not destined to follow." After weeping softly for a while, Wang Xinyue quieted, using a tissue to dry her tears. As she held her daughter, Wang Ma instinctively sensed something amiss and said with a hint of confusion, "Wait a moment. Why do I feel that your skin and figure seem off?" Before Wang Xinyue could respond, her mother continued, "Ah, I see it now. You two are living together. Aren't you? Hearing her mother broach such a topic, Wang Xingyue lowered her head and murmured a soft affirmation, observing her daughter's demeanor and attire. In recalling the earlier conversation, Wang Ma's heart suddenly conceived a troubling thought. She became serious and looked at Wang Xingyue, saying, "Speak honestly with me. Are you truly in a relationship?" Wang Xingyue felt a tightening in her chest, involuntarily betraying a hint of guilt. Noticing her daughter's unease, Wang Ma understood everything. Having experienced life herself, she was aware of certain realities. Shaking her head, she remarked, "I suspected as much. Why else would you bring so many things? It seems you were trying to silence your father and me." She then gazed intently at Wang Xingyue. "Now tell me the truth. Are you the mistress or the other woman?" Wang Xingyue realized she could not hide the truth from her mother. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Actually, he does not have a girlfriend." Wang Ma was momentarily taken aback. "No girlfriend? What does it mean? Only a lover?" Wang Ma felt a surge of anger. Her precious daughter actually went to be someone's mistress? What is so appealing about that man? Is it merely his youth? Well, he is indeed quite young. Is it just his looks? Indeed, this young man is rather handsome. Is it simply his wealth? Well, in Shanghai, having money certainly adds considerable value, as society often measures worth by financial means. Upon reflection, it seems this young man might not be so bad after all. Wang Ma shook her head. This line of thought was misguided. Chapter 82. A conversation in the kitchen. How can he be so cruel to my daughter? Ma Wang's anger surged. "Tell me the truth. How many are there? Where do you stand in this?" Wang Xingyue sighed and replied, "As far as I know, there are 4. I am the first, but none of us are his girlfriend, nor does he have a girlfriend." Ma Wang was taken aback momentarily before responding. "So, you mean to say that you are all in competition?" "Yes, more or less," Wang Xingyue affirmed. Ma Wang pondered for a moment and then asked, "Tell me about the others. What are their backgrounds?" Wang Xingyue, seeing her mother's curiosity, continued, "One is a flight attendant, similar to my situation. Another is his secretary. And the last one is already married." "Married?" Ma Wang's brows furrowed tightly. This young man is truly shameless. Wang Xingyue dared not speak, considering her own clandestine escapades with Chu Du, which were quite extravagant. The private photos stored on her phone had amassed nearly 100 gigabytes. A variety of different stockings filled an entire cabinet, and if Ma Wang were to discover that, the consequences would be dire. Ma Wang reflected deeply and said, "I believe you're not suited for him. The disparity in social standing is too vast. But he truly treats me well," Wang Xingyue whispered. Ma Wang rolled her eyes. "Among you, who does he spend the most time with?" Wang Xingyue stood tall and declared me. Ma Wang looked at her skeptically. "You?" Wang Xingyue asserted confidently, "Of course. He rarely socializes. Most of the time, he is at home. I cook for him, and we stay together at night." A spark of insight flickered in Ma Wang's eyes. "In a week, how many days do you live together?" "About 3 or 4 days," Wang Xingyue replied. 3 or 4 days. Ma Wang was secretly astonished. According to Wang Xingyue, with 4 individuals involved, if averaged over a week, each would only get 2 days, leaving 1 day unaccounted for. Yet, her daughter managed to secure 3 or 4 days. Upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Ma Wang found herself wavering. Wang Xingyue took a deep breath and grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, don't overthink it. I have feelings for him, and he treats me well. I live in houses worth tens of millions and drive cars worth millions." Ma Wang retorted bluntly, "So what? In the end, they are still his possessions. With a mere word, he could cast you aside." Wang Xingyue remained composed. "He gives me 300,000 every month." Ma Wang scoffed. 300,000? Is that the price for selling yourself? Wang Xingyue showed no sign of anger or embarrassment. Instead, she continued, "I've been with him for 6 months. That car, valued at over 4 million, has been transferred to me as a gift, which means it now belongs to me. Furthermore, he will give me the house in 2 years." Ma Wang shook her head. "But regardless, you are merely a mistress, a lover." Wang Xingyue smiled gently and said, "Mom, this is Shenhao. As an outsider without any connections, how can I resolve these issues? Housing, vehicles, finances, these are all obstacles. I aspire for my children to venture further in life, rather than remain confined to a small place. Even if it means making sacrifices, I will find a way to create a favorable environment for them. I do not wish to be trapped, nor do I want my children to be confined as well. This is the reality. While a quiet life in a corner may seem leisurely, what excitement can one find in such a life? To be frank, Mom, I am currently the bank manager here in Shenhao, and it is solely due to him that I have reached this position, a feat that others in our bank would scarcely dare to imagine. I understand that as long as I'm supported by him, I can secure a promising future and provide my future children with a nurturing environment and platform. Some things, once absent at birth, are unlikely to ever be attained in life. Upon hearing Wang Xinyue's words, Wang Ma was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Perhaps you have your own thoughts, but from my perspective, I am quite upset, for my daughter has become someone else's mistress. Wang Xinyue sighed. This is the reality, Mom. Often, we at the bottom have no opportunities at all. Wang Ma closed her eyes and said, I cannot control your choices. But now that you are at this juncture, strive to gain the rightful status. Do not bring shame upon me. I understand, Mom. Wang Xinyue felt helpless. Although aware of the improbability, she could only acquiesce for the time being. Wang Ma turned off the range hood and said, Let us go. Considering how well he treats you now, I won't say anything further today. Outside, Wang father and Chu Du were conversing. Wang father was primarily interested in learning more about Chu Du, who did not hold back and soon conveyed most of his circumstances. This young man, a year younger than his daughter, posed no issue. Having risen from humble beginnings, he had made a considerable fortune in the stock market and funds, and now he owned a company, demonstrating significant capability. As for his family background, it was straightforward. He came from an orphanage and had no familial conflicts. Thus, he could determine his own life path. Even if his daughter were to marry him, there would be no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and given their circumstances, hiring a nanny would be feasible, allowing the couple to assist in caring for their children without difficulty. Wang father envisioned a bright future, seemingly unaware of the explosive conversation occurring between the mother and daughter in the kitchen. Soon, Wang Ma and Wang Xinyue emerged, and Wang Ma, smiling at Chu Du, said, Well, today we are short on ingredients at home. Let us dine out. On the surface, Wang Ma appeared quite amiable, showing no signs of anger. Chu Du naturally acquiesced to their wishes. Thus, the group tidied up briefly and set off in the Audi for a meal. Inside the car, Chu Du cheerfully remarked, Uncle and Annie, this vehicle was airlifted here for you as a gift from me. It's comfortable for everyday use, and here's a gas card for you. Usable nationwide at Shenhao. I've loaded it with 100,000. Should it run low, please do not hesitate to ask. Are all fuel cards worth 100,000? Even though they are aware of Chu Du's wealth, they never contemplated fueling in such a manner. Wang Ma, on the other hand, is quite understanding. She knows that Chu Du has several women to support. Can he afford them without sufficient funds? Her own daughter resides in houses worth several million, which is telling. Therefore, a fuel card valued at 100,000 is indeed trivial for him. Chapter 83. Chuanxi Road in the vibrant Jinxing area of the Bashu region. The locals have a penchant for hot pot, particularly the spicy variety. With winter enveloping the city, indulging in hot pot proves to be a delightful experience, one that Chu Du relishes. Although it was their first meeting, and dining together could have been somewhat awkward, none of them seemed to mind this minor detail. Having grasped the general circumstances, there was no need to delve into specifics. Thus, during the meal, their conversation revolved around work, life, and Wang Xinyue sharing her observations about Shenhao with her parents, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Chu Du was staying for several days, occupying a 3-bedroom apartment, though only the study was available, which fortunately contained a bed. In the afternoon, Wang Xinyue expressed her desire to show Chu Du around Jincheng. Leaving her parents at home, Wang father, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, What do you think? Wang mother, however, wore an expression devoid of emotion, responding curtly, Not much. Upon sensing his wife's dissatisfaction, Wang father felt discontent. What else with your attitude? He is handsome, affluent, and possesses a commendable character. He shares a good rapport with Ye. Why aren't you pleased? Isn't it said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them? Confused, Wang father pondered his wife's thoughts. Wang mother opened her mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Some matters need not be expressed, lest they create discomfort among all. The future remains uncertain. Why discuss it? Wang Xinyue, beaming with joy, led Chu Du out. Brother Chu, since you've never been to Jincheng, let me show you around. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit? Chu Du scanned the surroundings. To be honest, there's nowhere in particular that I wish to see, especially in winter when there's little to explore. Unlike summer when one can travel and enjoy. Wang Xinyue blinked playfully. Then, come again next summer. Chu Du understood her implication, gently caressing her long hair. Sure, I have plenty of time. With no specific destination in mind, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue asked, Brother Chu, do you plan to get married in the future? Taken aback by the question, Chu Du hesitated before responding. It's hard to say. To be honest, I'm not sure. I avoid relationships and marriage because I find them quite troublesome. Troublesome? Wang Xinyue echoed. Chu Du nodded emphatically. Indeed. With my circumstances, if I were to seek someone beneath my standards, it could easily devolve into a patronage or mistress dynamic, where she would go out of her way to please me. Conversely, if I were to find someone more accomplished than I would also be reluctant. If we were of similar standing, I would still need to find ways to appease her, which is quite vexing and exhausting. In truth, Chu Du held a favorable view of Wang Xinyue. She was adept in the kitchen and capable of maintaining a household, embodying the essence of a suitable partner. Similarly, Li Wenxin possessed these qualities as well. Her husband worked away from home for extended periods, leaving her to care for their child and manage the household. Setting aside her relationship with Chu Du, Li Wenxin truly exemplified the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. The crux of the matter is that Li Wenxin has never been motivated by his wealth, but rather by her genuine affection for him as a person. During their interactions online, and even at their first meeting, she was oblivious to Chu Du's financial status and material circumstances, yet she willingly chose to maintain a special relationship with him. Among the group, Li Wenxin stands out as the most sincere individual. Even if Chu Du lacked financial resources, she would have chosen to stay by his side from the very beginning. In contrast, Jiang Lily is merely attracted to him for his money. Although their relationship did not begin with any emotional attachment, feelings naturally developed over time, especially as Chu Du proved to be a steadfast presence, which made Jiang Lily's emotional investment quite normal. As for Lu Ruyan, her initial attraction stemmed from Chu Du's striking good looks, with his material conditions being a secondary consideration. However, at this stage in their relationship, she is indifferent to financial matters. While she may not possess a fortune herself, she does have a few million, which is sufficient for her to live freely and elegantly. Regarding Wang Xiying, they have been separated for 6 years. Had it not been for accompanying Wang Xiying on a trip to the capital, Chu Du would have remained unaware of her familial background and connections. If he were to choose one among them for marriage, they would certainly be amenable, but although Chu Du is not currently contemplating marriage, the future is unpredictable. People change constantly, and perhaps one day he will desire to wed, leading to an entirely new scenario. Wang Xinyue gazed at Chu Du's face and could somewhat discern his thoughts. She wrapped her arms around his, speaking softly, Brother Chu, if you marry in the future, will you abandon us? Chu Du extricated his arm from her embrace and pulled her into his own, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Rest assured, if you remain as you are, I will take care of you for a lifetime. Wang Xinyue nestled against Chu Du's chest, her expression somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Jincheng, however, is not particularly exciting. The liveliest spot might be Chunchi Road. When Wang Xinyue brought Chu Du there, he felt like a country bumpkin. What were these bizarre outfits? Observing the numerous influencers filming videos and their eclectic styles, Chu Du was utterly baffled by what he perceived as artistic expression. From workwear aesthetics to cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic styles, and pure desire vibes, even cross-dressing left him feeling overwhelmed. Chu Du, possessing striking looks and a commendable physique, adorned in luxurious designer attire, radiated an air of distinction merely by standing there. Jincheng, on the other hand, is a peculiar city. It is rumored that its utility poles stand straighter than people do. Consequently, Chu Du attracted the attention of many passers-by, including a few flamboyantly dressed men who approached him, prompting him to flee in fright. Wang Xinyue laughed heartily. Brother Chu, I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Chu Du playfully swatted her backside, declaring, I'll deal with you later tonight. Wang Xinyue spoke playfully. In the evening, it seemed you were often in the study. Chu Du ceased here deliberately. Will you not leave the door open for me, then? Wang Xinyue feigned deep contemplation. Oh dear, but my parents are still home. What if they overhear us? The conversation took on a more colorful tone, and Chu Du could no longer suppress his irritation. If they hear, they hear. After all, you are already mine. Where could you possibly run off to? Wang Xinyue immediately embraced Chu Du, her eyes filled with tenderness. As long as you do not find me wanting, I shall remain by your side forever. Chapter 84. Resealed, perhaps moved by emotion, Chu Du glanced around and said, Let us go. Let us check into a hotel. There were numerous upscale hotels in Jin City, and Chu Du swiftly booked a luxurious king-sized room. Since they would not be spending the night, a twin room was deemed unnecessary. Those in the know understood. After their passionate encounter, a flushed Wang Xinyue nestled against Chu Du, and the room fell into a rare tranquility. Brother Chu, she murmured, what do you think about having a child together? A child? Chu Du had pondered this question, yet he was at a loss as to how to be a good father. After a prolonged silence, he replied, I desire a child too, but I am uncertain how to fulfill the role of a good father. I am not psychologically prepared. Wang Xinyue propped herself up, unabashed by her exposed beauty, and gently reassured him, life is a continuous journey. Each day is new, and none can foresee the future. We would both be first-time parents, but I believe we can excel at it. Besides, with our wealth, even if we lack the skills, we can easily hire a postpartum caregiver. Chu Du smacked his forehead, realizing the validity of her words. With his financial means, securing the finest caregiver in Shang City posed no challenge. If one proved inadequate, he could easily hire two. But was he truly ready for a child? After some contemplation, he said, Let us wait a bit longer, perhaps 2 more years. Right now, I'm not prepared. All right. Wang Xinyue acquiesced, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. She often worried that while she currently basked in Chu Du's affection, the future remained uncertain. Would he truly not abandon her if they had a child? Upon returning home around 7 in the evening, Wang Xinyue's parents had prepared a meal of simple, home-cooked dishes. Chu Du expressed no disdain and savored the food heartily. Wang's father, in high spirits, opened a bottle of wine and enjoyed a long toast with Chu Du. However, it seemed Wang's father had a modest tolerance for alcohol. After half a bottle, he became somewhat inebriated. Chu Du's complexion also flushed, appearing affected by the drink, though Wang Xinyue knew well that he would not truly be intoxicated by such a small amount. With a sigh, Wang's mother assisted her husband into the bedroom. Wang Xinyue supported Chu Du to the study. Once he lay down, he suddenly opened his eyes, their brightness betraying any semblance of drunkenness from the dinner table. Wang Xinyue gently kissed him and whispered, I'll leave the door open for you later. Okay, Chu Du replied, choosing to remain silent as he settled down to rest. Wang's mother quickly tidied up and then went to bed. Around midnight, Chu Du abruptly rose and stealthily made his way toward the bedroom. It is quite frustrating. Once again, I have been stabbed in the back today and sent away. Currently, in the little dark room, the preceding chapters have been deemed inappropriate and vulgar by the review process. Thus, I will temporarily halt updates for revisions, adhering to the usual protocol. At times, it can indeed be quite exasperating. Please refrain from questioning why I do not respond to the fan group in comments. My Tomato account has been reported, resulting in a 10-day ban. Aside from publishing chapters, I am unable to engage in any form of communication with you all, but in 3 or 4 days. This situation will be resolved. Regarding inquiries about the plot, I shall reiterate once more, the system is a fabrication. As are the company and finances, there's simply isn't that much to it. However, many characters are based on real individuals and events, such as Li, Wang, Jiang, and Shun, making it somewhat autobiographical. Once flourishing with an 8-figure income, I now find myself in a downturn, writing books to earn a living while exploring other ventures in hopes of a resurgence. As for the reasons behind this decline, let us not delve into personal matters. Regardless, I wish for each of you to diligently attend to your work and studies, abide by the law, and steer clear of inappropriate pursuits, leading a stable and fulfilling life. For now, that will be all. I am pausing updates for revisions. Onward to the 6th attempt. When I emerge, updates shall resume. Chapter 85. Revelry and libations. Despite the door being shut, the old house's lack of soundproofing was evident. The faint sounds of creaking and muffled murmurs inevitably seeped through. In the adjacent room, Mr. and Mrs. Wang lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, their expressions vacant. Had the young couple progressed this swiftly? It was rather brazen of him to engage so openly in my presence. Mr. Wang appeared somewhat displeased. Although he appreciated Chu Du, the fact remained that they were still under his roof. Mrs. Wang, however, maintained her composure, remarking that with the couple having brought over so many belongings, it was hard to believe their relationship was innocuous. Mr. Wang fell silent. After a lengthy pause, Mr. Wang expressed his irritation. What is this young man made of? Does he possess boundless stamina? Can't he take a break? Em utterly exhausted. Mrs. Wang scoffed dismissively. Well, he certainly surpasses your youthful escapades. At least our daughter stands a chance at happiness. Resigned, Mr. Wang turned over, pulling the blanket over himself to sleep. The following morning, during breakfast, as Mr. Wang was washing the dishes, Mrs. Wang calmly remarked, "By the way, could you keep the noise down at night? My age makes it difficult for me to rest well." This left Wang Xinyue feeling quite embarrassed. Goodness, her parents had overheard her intimate moments. Chu Du remained unfazed, feigning ignorance, as any comment at this juncture would only serve to amplify the awkwardness. The day passed uneventfully, spent watching television and taking leisurely strolls with Wang Xinyue to familiarize themselves with the local culture. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, while they were dining at home, an unexpected knock at the door startled them. Chu Du glanced at Wang Xinyue, who appeared equally perplexed. Mrs. Wang rose to answer the door, and soon several individuals entered. 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, greeted Mrs. Wang as Auntie. In that moment, Chu Du comprehended that relatives had come to visit. Wang Xinyue reciprocated their greetings, calling them brothers and sisters. The newcomers carried various items, indicative of a familial visit. Upon noticing Chu Du, they paused for a moment. One man in his early 30s hesitatingly inquired, "Annie, who is this?" Mrs. Wang glanced at Chu Du and replied, "This is Yeye's boyfriend, Chu Du. He will be staying here for a few days." The visitors promptly rose to greet him. They were perceptive enough to understand that if this were merely a casual romance, he would not be lingering at the dinner table. Thus, it was clear that the family had accepted him, perhaps marking him as a future relative. The 4 of them extended their hands to Chu Du, introducing themselves. The couple in their 30s were Wang Xinyue's cousins, Zheng Kaifeng and Wang Shui, the son and daughter-in-law of her maternal aunt, both of whom worked locally. One as a civil servant and the other as a teacher, leading stable lives. The younger 2 were the children of Wang Xinyue's little aunt, 1 son and 1 daughter, a senior and a sophomore respectively. The elder, Zhang Tao, attended university in Chang'an, while the younger, Zhang Qian, was enrolled in a university in Shancheng. With the winter break upon them, they had returned home. Several individuals were curious about what Chu Du was engaged in. With a nonchalant demeanor, Chu Du merely mentioned that he was running a business in Shenhao. The 4 were envious. Being young themselves, the mere notion of establishing a company in Shenhao instantly imbued him with an air of prestige. From their conversation, Chu Du discerned that Wang Xinyue had a good rapport with her relatives, and the 4 young people genuinely sought to reconnect during the New Year festivities. After a moment's reflection, Chu Du proposed, "Given the haste of my arrival, I regret not having prepared any gifts for you. How about this, tomorrow evening? I shall host a dinner for us all. However, I am not well acquainted with this area, so I leave the choice of cuisine to you." The 4 exchanged perplexed glances. Observing this, Wang Ma interjected, "Indeed, it will be beneficial for you young folks to engage in conversation. Since the evening is still young, why not venture out together and explore?" Wang's parents preferred tranquility, and under the circumstances, they found it fitting to allow the younger generation to mingle, as they were all of similar age. After some contemplation, the group agreed. Thus, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue donned their warm attire and ventured out with their younger companions. As they descended the stairs, the group deliberated. Where shall we go? Play cards? Drink? Sing? Or perhaps find another form of entertainment? Although Chu Du was not well acquainted with them, they were familiar with one another, and when they could not reach a consensus, they turned to Wang Xinyue for guidance. Amused, she suggested, "Chu Ge, what do you think we should do?" After pondering, Chu Du replied, "As we are all young, let's warm ourselves with a few drinks on this chilly winter night. It is well known that sharing drinks can swiftly foster camaraderie, which is quite natural." Wang Xinyue considered this and proposed, "The night market is too cold. Let us spend some time at a bar instead." The four unanimously agreed. They seldom ventured out for entertainment due to the high costs, as they were ordinary individuals, with two still being students, making it difficult to afford such indulgences. However, given Chu Du's affluence and his close ties with Wang Xinyue, he would certainly not let them bear the expenses. Thus, they drove to the bar. Since they needed a designated driver for their return and a sports car had only 2 seats, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue took an Audi instead. Meanwhile, Zheng Kaifeng drove a Volkswagen La Vida, accompanying the four. Upon arriving at TXCF Bar, one of the larger establishments in Jincheng, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and the venue had yet to reach its lively peak. Many prime seats remained available. Chu Du approached the marketing staff, stating, "Please arrange for the best VIP booth." The staff hesitated upon noticing that Chu Du and his companions were unfamiliar faces, saying, "Brother, our best spots come with a minimum spend." Imperturbed, Chu Du responded, "Put us in the Shenhao package." The staff immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Brother, right this way." The Shenhao package is renowned nationwide as the pinnacle of bar offerings. Upon reaching the central VIP booth, Chu Du handed the drink menu to Zheng Kaifeng, saying, "Order whatever you desire. Don't hold back. We're here to enjoy ourselves." Zheng Kaifeng wore a bewildered expression, utterly unaware of his brother-in-law's prowess. Merely glancing at the beverage menu revealed that the offerings were far beyond what his modest salary could afford. He pondered the consequences of ordering carelessly. What if he overspent and found himself without funds? Sensing his hesitation, Wang Xinyue smiled warmly and said, "Brother, just order freely. Truly." Brother Chu is not concerned about this expense. As for the current state of the book, it remains under restrictions and is undergoing revisions. Only those who have added it to their reading list can access it. Others will find it unavailable. Today, I have made a minor update to prevent the platform from interrupting the serialization, which would affect my earnings. I appreciate your patience, and I share your eagerness. Chapter 86, I Chu have emerged. After a total of 14 revisions and nearly a month in the proverbial black room, I, Chu, have emerged. Ha ha! The heavens do not forsake the determined. I am aware that there are those who report me, even within my own group, monitoring my every word for the opportunity to alert others. Let me make this clear. Continue if you must. I harbor no fear. We shall endure this battle of attrition. Your own inadequacies lead you to seek my downfall instead of self-improvement. You believe that by attempting to dismantle my efforts, you will gain an audience? Pathetic. You are destined to remain a failure for all time. To certain peers who accuse me of plagiarism, how amusing. Create your own system of sycophancy and see how it pales in comparison to my narrative. Aside from the commonality of our language, I genuinely cannot fathom where the alleged imitation lies. When will you craft a protagonist of substance before attempting to engage with me? If you wish to accuse me of copying, then bring it on. I fear no one. With the support of his sister, Zheng Kaifeng mustered his courage as the 4 siblings conferred. They ultimately decided to order nearly 10,000 yuan worth of drinks, knowing that even if Chu Du contributed nothing, they could still cover the cost. Chu Du smiled, recognizing that their usual lifestyle was quite modest and devoid of extravagant expenditures. He addressed the marketing representative, suggesting, "Let us showcase the dragon set and add some other beverages. Aim for a total of 200,000. The marketing representative felt fortunate to have encountered such a patron today. Although the consumption and prices in Jincheng do not rival those of the top-tier cities, they are substantial nonetheless. Soon, young women clad in bikinis began to serve the drinks. Zhang Kaifeng and his companions were taken aback, astonished by the opulence of the wealthy. Wang Shui cast an envious glance at Wang Xinyue, yet her thoughts remained untroubled as she was a person of comfort, already married and content. As this gathering was familial in nature, They opted not to invite any women, and the music was not overly loud. They conversed and sipped their drinks. After approximately an hour, the nearby booths filled up, and the atmosphere grew more vibrant, the music crescendoing into a lively ambience. At the adjacent booth, a young man approached his companion, saying, "Brother Yang, it seems a notable figure has arrived over there." Brother Yang, clad in luxurious attire, clearly a wealthy heir, inquired with curiosity, "Who?" The young man pointed towards Chu Du, stating, "I just passed by them on my way to the restroom and caught sight of the somewhat handsome fellow in the middle. As I walked past him, I noticed he was wearing a Patek Philippe watch and had a dragon set. The woman beside him also sported a Patek Philippe." Brother Yang followed the direction of the young man's finger, frowning slightly. "Strange, the circle in Jincheng is quite small, and I know everyone. I have not seen him before. He must be from out of town." However, Brother Yang shrugged it off. "Regardless, it doesn't concern me." Meanwhile, Chu Du and his companions remained oblivious, engrossed in their drinks and conversation. Suddenly, a man with a bottle of wine approached their booth, grinning as he addressed Wang Xinyu. "Hello, beautiful. May I introduce myself?" Do not mistake this for a glitch. This is a first-hand account from the author in 2020, a moment that nearly escalated into violence. Wang Xinyu, handpicked by Zhao Qian from the industry, was an extraordinary beauty, her figure and visage unrivaled. Having been nurtured in luxury by Chu Du for such an extended period, she exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned with exquisite designer goods that would easily lead anyone to perceive her as a quintessential affluent beauty. Upon witnessing the man before them, Chu Du's expression darkened. However, the man disregarded Chu Du entirely, his gaze fixated on Wang Xinyu. Suddenly, Chu Du reached for a bottle of wine before him, grasping it firmly by the neck, and with a calm demeanor declared, "Where you came from, return there." The man glanced at the dragon set on the table, seemingly unfazed. "Order dragon set. And you don't even know your own name? Where are you from in Jincheng? Do you know who I am?" The onlookers, including Zheng Kaifeng and his companions, had never encountered such a scene and assumed a brawl was imminent. Zheng Kaifeng attempted to intervene. "My friend, we're together here. If you're looking for someone, you got the wrong person. We don't know you." The young man shot him glare. "Shut up. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Look at your clothes. How much do you have? You think you could talk back?" Chu Du, holding the wine bottle, tapped it lightly on the table twice, gauging its weight, and with an impassive expression stated, "You wish to take my woman?" The youth sneered, "I am Tang San. Judging by your attire, you might have some money. Go ask around about who I am before speaking to me again. It's just a girl. You and T hold back over her. Would you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Du erupted, bringing the bottle down sharply onto Tang San's head. Before Tang San could react, two burly men emerged from the side, forcefully subduing him and delivering a beating. Wang Xinyu observed the scene without a hint of discomfort, while her companions appeared somewhat fearful, for they were ordinary individuals unaccustomed to such violence. The commotion from the altercation swiftly attracted attention, and members from Yanggu's group rose to approach. Shortly, marketing staff and security rushed to maintain order. Chu Du methodically wiped his hands with a tissue, seated calmly as though he had not just engaged in violence, exhibiting no signs of panic. Yanggu, witnessing this, felt a chill and scrutinized Chu Du closely, muttering, "This is no ordinary fierce character. The one named Tang is in deep trouble." Chu Du discarded the tissue and waved his hand. The two burly men dragged Tang San before him. In the distance, Tang San's companions hurried over, a group of young men and women regarding Chu Du with hostility. "Friend, this is excessive," they remarked. Chu Du merely cast a glance at them, and suddenly, several more imposing figures appear behind him, their gazes fixed intently on the group. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they fell silent. The mere presence of bodyguards accompanying Chu Du indicated that he was not an ordinary individual. It seemed they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. The local circles are well acquainted with one another. It appears that an outsider has arrived like a formidable dragon crossing the river. At this moment, a manager, dressed in business attire, hurriedly approached, witnessing the scene in the center. Naturally, he recognized Tang San, a prominent figure in this realm, a top-tier second-generation elite in the locality. yet he seemed to be reduced to the state of a beaten dog. Opposite him stood a man, adorned in exquisite attire and flanked by bodyguards, clearly a wealthy heir. The clash between these two privileged young gentlemen was a spectacle beyond his capacity to mediate. Silently lamenting his predicament, he steeled himself and stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir. It seems there may be a misunderstanding here. Could we perhaps release this individual and discuss the matter calmly?" Chapter 87. Tang San Chu Du grasped Wang Xinyue's hand and turned to cast a glance at him. "In my presence, you dare to covet my woman. Do you truly believe this is a misunderstanding?" The manager felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was not the first time Tang San had engaged in such behavior. Yet most adversaries have been deterred by threats or monetary inducements, leading to a quiet resolution. Little did he know today, he had encountered someone formidable. At that moment, Tang San bore the marks of a brutal beating. His face was bruised, and blood flowed incessantly from his head, presenting a most pitiful sight. He glared at Chu Du, seething with rage. "Do you know who I am? I am Tang San. Just you wait. I will not forget you." Chu Du merely scoffed. "Manager, observe closely. It is not that I lack respect, but rather that some individuals are intent on courting their own demise." With a gentle wave of his hand, two burly men resumed their assault, raining down fists and kicks. Yang Gu, watching nearby, wore a grin on his face. This Tang fellow is usually so arrogant. Now he's entangled with a tough opponent. A young man beside him voiced his concern. "Yang Gu, after all, he's from out of town. I suspect Tang San will seek revenge once he returns." Yang Gu narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "Let's approach him later. Since he dares to strike Tang San, he must be a good friend of Yunyang." Tang San's companions were rendered mute, aware that several eyes were fixed upon them. The manager was drenched in sweat, contemplating whether to summon security, but upon seeing the bodyguards, he realized they were far from ordinary and not the typical guards he could command. As the beating reached its peak, Chu Du slowly rose, approached Tang San, and crouched down, seizing his hair and yanking it sharply. "You think you're so impressive?" At this point, Tang San's gaze had dulled, his mind clouded. Chu Du had no intention of killing him. A public beating sufficed. As for calling the police, Chu Du found the notion amusing. Individuals at this level, if they truly sought revenge, would never resort to law enforcement. Reporting would only impose excessive restrictions. It was far more prudent to handle matters privately. Tang San was left speechless, utterly unprepared for such brazen aggression. "You barbarian!" He wished to curse, but fear held his tongue. He feared that speaking might lead to a fate far worse than this. Gently, Chu Du patted his face. "In life, one ought to maintain a low profile and keep a clear mind. Understand this. Not everyone can be provoked, and you have yet to reach the pinnacle of the nation." At that moment, Yunyang approached with his entourage, observing the kneeling Tang San with a bemused smile. "Ah, Tang San, look at you now." Chu Du slightly raised his head to glance at Yunyang, but remained silent. Yunyang, however, was quite familiar and continued, "My friend, I am Yunyang. I have some history with Tang San, and seeing you confront him brings me great joy." Chu Du nodded in acknowledgement, remaining taciturn. The manager, drenched in perspiration, recognized both Yunyang and Tang San as prominent figures in Jinsheng, their families wielding significant power, far beyond the reach of an ordinary manager like himself. To complicate matters further, Chu Du was also present, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. He could only fervently pray for his boss to arrive swiftly and resolve this precarious situation. Surrounded by numerous onlookers, the manager had no choice but to instruct the security personnel to disperse the crowd, forming a barrier to shield the scene from prying eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the mention of Tang San evoked a peculiar irritation within Chu Du, akin to encountering a natural adversary, leaving him quite displeased. To alleviate this inexplicable vexation, he lightly patted Tang San's face, inquiring, "Are you still conscious?" With a hazy awareness, Tang San nodded and admitted, "I was in the wrong, brother." In such a public setting, Chu Du refrained from taking extreme measures. After delivering a swift kick, he turned away, saying, "Begone." He felt that having struck him, there was no need to resort to further violence. Simply sending him away would suffice. It was only when Chu Du pivoted that Tang San's friends dared to approach and assist him. Casting a glance at Chu Du, Tang San was escorted away by the gathering crowd. Chu Du, tilting his head slightly, murmured, "Investigate Tang San's background and assign someone to monitor him closely. Should any unusual activity arise, capture him immediately." With a mere word from him, others would hasten to act. The unwelcome presence had been dealt with, prompting the manager to rally his team to restore order and revive the lively atmosphere. While Wang Xinyue remained unfazed, Zheng Kaifeng and his companions exhibited a more cautious demeanor. With a hint of concern, he voiced, "Chudu, perhaps we should leave. This individual is indeed formidable, and I've heard whispers of his strong connections. It would be wise to depart before we attract unwanted attention." Chudu, with a cheerful smile, reassured him, "Brother Zheng, rest assured, my presence here indicates I harbor no fear of him." Zheng Kaifeng cast a glance at Wang Xinyue, who maintained her tranquil composure. Though unfamiliar with Chudu, he understood his sister well. Given her confidence, it was reasonable to surmise that Chudu was no ordinary individual. Relieved by this thought, he exhaled softly. Meanwhile, the two younger siblings were utterly bewildered. Chudu patted Zhang Tao on the shoulder, saying, "Fear not, I am here." Zhang Tao, despite his youth and naivety, found solace in the protection offered by Chu Du. The group gradually regained their lively spirits, resuming their drinking and conversation. Zheng Kaifeng and others became increasingly aware of Chu Du's significant influence in Shenzhen, where he operated a large and powerful enterprise. In the midst of their revelry, Yun Yang approached, holding a bottle of wine, and with a friendly demeanor, addressed Chu Du. "Might I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Chu Du, somewhat taken aback, invited Yun Yang to sit. "Are you seeking me?" With certainty, Yun Yang affirmed, "Indeed, I am looking for you." Chu Du, tilting his head in mild confusion, replied, "I believe we are not acquainted." Yun Yang chuckled, "No matter if we are strangers. You struck Tang San, and I have my own grievances with him." Chu Du nodded slightly, introducing himself. "I am Chu Du. Yun Yang's mind raced, yet he could not recall any prominent family by that name in Jinsheng, confirming that he was indeed an outsider. Regardless of his origins, Chu Du arrived with bodyguards and accompanied by a woman of Wang Xinyue's caliber. He was certainly no ordinary second-generation heir. After all, even among second-generation elites, few had the luxury of bodyguards. Yun Yang's demeanor softened with courtesy. "I am Yun Yang. Your name, Brother Chu, rings somewhat unfamiliar." Chu Du appeared indifferent, aware that Yun Yang was inquiring about his origins. "I hail from Shenhao." At this moment, Yun Yang was left in a state of confusion, unfamiliar with the circles of Shenzhen. However, observing Chu Du's unwavering confidence, he recognized that Chu Du was not one to be easily intimidated. Nevertheless, in the realm of social interactions, certain matters must be addressed. "Brother Chu Du, this Tang San has quite a considerable influence here. Although you are formidable, this is not your territory. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." With that, he handed Chu Du a business card. "Recently, I have not had much material prepared, and readers are aware of the reasons. Since this has been released, I shall continue writing. A new book is already in the works, so please refrain from urging me." Chapter 88. The Murder of a Car Accident. Chu Du glanced at the business card, which merely bore a name and a phone number. He remained silent, adhering to the principle of reciprocity. Taking out his phone, he entered the number and dialed, hanging up only after Yun Yang's phone displayed a connection. Setting down his phone, Chu Du casually inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Tang San?" Yun Yang understood the implication and nodded, replying, "The Tang family in Jinsheng has a labyrinthine network of relationships. Their business is substantial. He is the foremost among the second-generation elite here. Their ventures span various sectors, including healthcare, equipment, logistics, and real estate. They are indeed affluent. We cannot compare." Chu Du chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. "Compare wealth? I possess thousands of billions in cash, enough to crush you." Yun Yang exchanged a few more casual remarks with Chu Du before taking his leave. Chu Du and his companions continued their revelries until midnight before returning. Meanwhile, Tang San was taken to the hospital, where, following examination and treatment, he was temporarily bandaged. The situation was not overly dire. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, and mother, Lan Yin, were both consumed with fury. Lan Yin glared at Tang San, her face ablaze with wrath. "Find this person. Who dares to strike my son in Jincheng? I want him dead." Tang Hao mirrored her anger. "Who did this? Investigate immediately." They cherished their only son dearly. Chudu's identity was not concealed, and Tang Hao swiftly uncovered the truth. Chudu of Shenhao, owner of Shenhao Group, with bank deposits amounting to 500 billion. As he perused the information, his astonishment only deepened. Setting aside the fact that the two buildings owned by Shenhao Group, along with its assets, surpassed his own, the notion of 500 billion in cash was a staggering concept he understood all too well from years in business. It was akin to having a fatherly support. In an alternate circumstance, he might have sought to forge connections with such an influential figure. But now, his son lay on a hospital bed. Furthermore, examinations indicated the potential loss of his son's male potency, an irreparable injury. This profound enmity could not be reconciled. Vengeance was imperative, yet the means to achieve it remained uncertain. Engaging in economic competition was impractical. He lacked the wealth to contend against Chudu. If a confrontation ensued, it was likely he would be the one to falter first. Reporting to the authorities seemed futile, as in this territory, the affluent wield considerable privilege. The Tang family had risen through illicit means, often employing underhanded tactics, and with this injury, there was little that could be done to Chudu legally. After much contemplation, Tang Hao concluded that a direct approach was unfeasible. He would resort to more nefarious methods. Given their criminal origins, a little dirt was to be expected. Tang Hao had reviewed the bar footage and recognized that those men were professional bodyguards. Sending ordinary thugs would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. A accident. This was a critical juncture. Many eyes were upon it, yet Tang Hao was unfazed. Once the plan succeeded, who would speak up for a deceased individual? Tang Hao could easily claim that it was the work of others harboring animosity towards Chudu, framing him for the act. As for who would believe it, that was inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. Whoever emerged victorious would dictate the narrative. The principle is exceedingly simple. Upon returning, Yin Yang conducted a bit of research and discovered that Chudu was, in fact, one of the wealthiest individuals in Shenzhen. This revelation invigorated Yin Yang's thoughts. Remaining stagnant in this locale served little purpose. The Yun family required growth. If they could establish a presence in Shenzhen, it would significantly benefit the family's advancement. The Yun family primarily operated in the healthcare sector, encompassing hospitals, medical equipment, and the production of medicinal materials. He was aware that Chudu also owned a pharmaceutical company, making collaboration entirely feasible. However, to initiate such a partnership, meticulous preparation was essential. Yin Yang devoted an entire day conversing with the elders of his family to formally solidify their plans and strategies before reaching out to Chudu tonight. "That works. I am available," Chudu replied nonchalantly before ending the call. Beside him, Wang Xinyue inquired with curiosity, "What is going on?" "That Yin Yang wishes to invite me to dinner to discuss business," Chudu responded with indifference. At his stage, the difference between profit and loss, or even the prospect of incurring losses, hardly mattered. If he were to lose, he could easily absorb the 5 billion. After all, there were still several hundred billion ahead. Around 6 in the evening, Chudu and Wang Xinyue drove leisurely towards the restaurant arranged by Yin Yang. The establishment was a high-end private kitchen in Jincheng, known for its exquisite flavors, frequented by the elite circles of the city. The roads were unusually congested, more so than usual, primarily due to the impending Lunar New Year. Many people had just begun their holidays or taken leave to shop for various festive goods. Suddenly, a medium-sized truck laden with fruit barreled towards them without slowing down. At this speed, a collision would be catastrophic. With vehicles flanking him on both sides, Chudu had no means of evasion. The bodyguards in the vehicle behind Chudu were utterly incapable of offering assistance. Wang Xinyue, her face etched with terror, could not suppress a loud scream. Onlookers assumed the truck was malfunctioning, but Chudu distinctly observed the driver's expressionless face fixated on him. This was clearly a premeditated attempt on his life. In this perilous moment, Chudu acted without hesitation, grasping Wang Xinyue with one hand. Enhanced by the system's elixirs, his formidable physique surged forth with unprecedented strength. He swiftly pulled Wang Xinyue close, turning his body to shield her beneath him. A deafening crash ensued. The truck collided with the Audi, a confrontation of incomparable magnitude. The Audi was crushed beneath the truck, which nearly mounted it entirely. The immense force of the impact rendered the Audi a total wreck, shattering the windshield into countless shards that scattered everywhere, with many pieces embedding into Chu Du's back, staining it crimson. The overwhelming impact also reverberated through Chu Du's body. For a fleeting moment, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, the intensity seizing his nerves, leaving his mind blank and dimming his vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, Chu Du ultimately underestimated the resilience bestowed by the system's elixirs. His bones seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. Under such a tremendous impact, they withstood the force entirely, merely producing a few crackling sounds, while only a fraction of the residual shock reverberated against Wang Xinyue. Behind her was the seat, where she was firmly pressed down by Chu Du, completely shielding her from harm. Wang Xinyue felt a dizzying sensation envelop her mind. Yet she distinctly heard the piercing of glass into flesh and the ominous sound of bones fracturing. Brother Chu, in that fleeting moment, tears streamed down Wang Xinyue's face. Chapter 89. Retribution. Blood trickled from Chu Du's lips, and the excruciating pain in his body kept him alert. Within mere seconds, the bodyguards rushed over, urgently assisting him to his feet. Though weakened, Chu Du noticed the driver exiting the vehicle, his face a mask of terror as he shouted, "I'm sorry. It was not my intention. My brakes failed. Are you all right?" Ignoring the driver, Chu Du murmured, "Help me into the car." The bodyguards supported both him and Wang Xinyue as they hastily boarded the security vehicle. The driver, unable to see Chu Du's condition, was nonetheless aware that no one could survive such an incident. Once inside, Chu Du struggled to open his eyes, and the bodyguards promptly retrieved a first aid kit to administer treatment. Wang Xinyue clasped his hand, weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate her distress. The vehicle sped towards the hospital, where on-call doctors prepared to save his life. Ultimately, Chu Du could no longer endure, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon receiving the news, Tang Hao chuckled coldly. "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If you insist on opposing me, I shall send you to meet your maker." Tang San, brimming with energy, remarked, "Excellent. The path to your demise has finally dawned upon you." However, his excitement was soon overshadowed by the sharp pain from his own injuries, causing him to grimace. When Chu Du awoke, he exerted effort to open his eyes. It was already midday the following day. "Brother Chu, you're awake," came Wang Xinyue's voice from beside him. With great difficulty, Chu Du managed to open his eyes and saw Wang Xinyue, her eyes swollen and red from tears, alongside several bodyguards. One bodyguard immediately rushed to summon a doctor. As Chu Du attempted to sit up, Wang Xinyue swiftly supported him. This movement allowed him to better comprehend his condition. Logically, any ordinary person would not have survived, but Chu Du was different. He felt numerous fractures, a searing pain in his back, and an overall weakness, yet besides that, he seemed relatively intact. The doctor arrived promptly and began to examine him. The room fell silent as everyone awaited the results. Soon, the doctor exhaled with relief, stating, "Mr. Chu, you are indeed fortunate. According to the examination, for bones are fractured, but there are no breaks. You have sustained 19 superficial lacerations from glass on your back, none of which have affected your internal organs. In this condition, I recommend you continue to recuperate here for approximately 2 months for a full recovery." Chu Du shook his head, replying, "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. I must leave." The doctor was taken aback. Yet Chu Du's stern expression deterred any objections. Discharge was swift, and they set off towards Wang Xinyue's home. The bodyguards reported from the vehicle, "Boss, Yin Yang visited for 2 hours before leaving." Wang Xinyue added, "My parents stayed here until around 3 in the morning. Given their age, they returned home to rest. Before you awakened, they mentioned they were preparing old hen soup, so they will likely be back just in time." Chu Du nodded slightly, then suddenly turned and said, "Mobilize 300 men from Africa The fastest aircraft should arrive by tomorrow. We will strike the Tang family tomorrow night. A fierce glint sparkled in Chu Du's eyes. He had never been a virtuous individual, and morality held little sway over him. Even after orchestrating a ruthless competition for resources in Africa, resulting in countless casualties, he remained indifferent. Yet now, someone dared to plot his demise. Without a second thought, Chu Du concluded that the Tang family was behind it. He needn't investigate further. In the Celestial Empire, while regulations appeared stringent on the surface, certain matters could still be conducted discreetly, provided they were executed with precision. Upon returning home, he found the Wang family had prepared a hearty chicken stew. Chu Du savored a generous bowl. Although Wang Ma was aware of Chu Du's notorious reputation, she deemed it an inappropriate time to dwell on such matters, and both parents were genuinely concerned for him. After his meal, Chu Du reclined on the bed to rest. Wang Xinyue lay beside him, holding his hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Gently, Chu Du caressed her soft hand and murmured, "I am fine." Wang Xinyue could no longer contain her tears. She and Chu Du had known each other for nearly a year, initially drawn together by class disparity. She gradually came to regard him with genuine affection as time passed. The daily chores of tidying the home, washing clothes, and preparing meals, though seemingly mundane, imbued Chu Du with a sense of familial warmth. Wang Xinyue understood that, despite Chu Du often being with her, she remained, in essence, a mistress. Yet she longed for an open relationship. This feeling of home was what she had always yearned to cultivate. To be with Chu Du ultimately, she fell in love with him. In the moment Chu Du shielded her from harm, Wang Xinyue realized she would never part from this man. Suddenly, lying beside him, she said, "Brother Chu, once you recover, I wish to bear your child." Chu Du paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "All right." This time, he did not refuse. The operatives from Africa acted swiftly. By the following day, they were all in position. That evening, the Tang family resided in a villa on the outskirts. Chu Du, expressionless, leaned against his wheelchair, gazing at the brightly lit villa before him, coldly issuing commands. The 3 members of the Tang family must be taken alive. The fates of the others are inconsequential. 300 elite warriors, battle-hardened and seasoned in the crucible of conflict, vastly outclassed the Tang family's guards. In less than 10 minutes, the villa was transformed into a scene of carnage, with only the 3 Tang family members remaining amidst a sea of bodies and blood. They were forced to kneel before Chu Du. Tang Hao still wore his pajamas. Tang San had bandages wrapped around him, and Lan Yin was draped in a sheer, silk nightgown. The trio's faces were etched with terror. They had presumed Chu Du was dead and had relaxed their guard, never anticipating that he could survive the impact of a truck. Inwardly, Chu Du lamented, "Brother Tongzi, though you have been gone for long, you have saved me once again." He took a deep breath, gazing at the 3 individuals before him. "You are quite decisive, having directly dispatched an assassin." Observing the current situation, Tang Hao understood that his time was running out. He chuckled coldly. "I only regret not delivering the final blow. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Chu Du clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you were a figure of renown in the underworld. You are indeed remarkable. If your son possessed even an ounce of your talent, he would not have fallen to such depths." Tang Hao cast a glance at his son beside him. His eyes filled with resentment. This son was utterly worthless. Chapter 90. Lu Ruyan. In this poignant moment, Chu Du found it rare to light a cigarette. Floating the words lightly, "Administer aphrodisiacs to them, and send Tang Hao and Tang San to the comrade bar. Once they are thoroughly entertained, we shall dispatch them to the mines. As for this Madame Tang." Chu Du suddenly paused. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hao and Tang San erupted in curses. "I curse your mother, if you have the ability." Before they could finish their tirade, someone swiftly stuffed a rag into their mouths. Chu Du glanced at Lan Yin and calmly remarked, "Madame Tang is indeed quite beautiful. Although she is older, I am certain she still has her market value. Let us send her to the nightclubs, and in a couple of days, we shall send her to Africa as well. I believe that with such a gift, those laboring slaves will work fervently in the mines." He snapped his fingers, and immediately someone wheeled away. Chu Du paid no heed to the frantic struggles of the 3, indifferent to their plight. Before long, the Tang family was taken away, and their villa was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the emergence of 3 corpses within. The following morning, the news reported that the renowned local entrepreneur, Tang Hao, perished in a fire caused by a gas leak explosion at his residence, with no survivors, all lost to the inferno. Chu Du watched the news and quietly murmured, "Some individuals, having committed transgressions, must face the consequences." Though his injuries had yet to heal, Chu Du's physical constitution far exceeded that of ordinary men, allowing for a significantly accelerated recovery. At the very least, breathing no longer caused him considerable pain. Today was the 29th, and Chu Du was set to depart for Suzhou and Hangzhou. Wang Xinyue did not impede him. Instead, she gently said, "Brother Chu, please be careful on your journey." Chu Du nodded lightly, assuring her, "It's fine, don't worry." The flight had been arranged long ago, and after bidding farewell to the Wang family, he was escorted to the airplane by bodyguards. As he departed, Chu Du had already arranged for the purchase of a new car, considering the old one had been totaled. Once aboard the aircraft, the flight attendants were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Chu Du, but could tell something was amiss given his multiple bandages and the wheelchair he occupied. They tread carefully, apprehensive that he might unleash his frustrations upon them. However, Chu Du merely closed his eyes, resting peacefully. Several hours later, the plane landed in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lu Rian awaited outside, blissfully unaware of Chu Du's injuries. Dressed in a down jacket, she had anticipated his arrival with joy, as her parents had prepared a meal in eager anticipation. Yet, what greeted her was Chu Du, seated in a wheelchair. She gasped in alarm and rushed forward. "What has happened to you? Why are you like this?" Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Chu Du gently shook his head and reassured her, "It's nothing. Just a minor car accident. I'll be fine after some rest. Come, let us go." In the car, Lu Rian grasped Chu Du's hand, her heart aching for him. He refrained from elaborating further, merely attributing it to a chance mishap, not wishing for Lu Rian to worry excessively. As he gazed at the surrounding scenery, Chu Du sighed, "This is my first visit to Suzhou and Hangzhou, but unfortunately, I am unable to enjoy it this time." Lu Rian gently grasped Chu Du's arm and whispered, "Once you recover, I will take you out to explore." After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at Lu Rian's home. Lu's parents were at home, eagerly awaiting their son-in-law, only to be taken aback when they saw Lu Rian pushing a wheelchair inside. "What's going on, Xiao Chu? Have you been injured? How is your recovery going? Are you in any discomfort?" Lu's mother exclaimed. "Oh dear, Xiao Chu, had I known you were hurt, you should have stayed home to rest. The journey must have been arduous for you. Do not overexert yourself." Chu Du smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing serious, Uncle and Auntie. I merely sustained a minor injury. A bit of rest is all that I need." Lu Rian wheeled Chu Du to the dining table. Lu's mother warmly stated, "Xiao Chu, everything here is prepared by Annie. My cooking may not be the best, so please do not mind it. Since you are here, consider it your home and feel free to enjoy." The table was adorned with fish, shrimp, braised pork, and several vegetable dishes, all of which looked delightful. Even before tasting, Chu Du could tell from their appearance and aroma that Lu's mother's culinary skills were exceptional. He chuckled and said, "Since Auntie is so hospitable, I shall not hold back. I intend to indulge myself." Lu's mother laughed heartily. "Eat as much as you like. If it is not enough, just let me know, and I will prepare more for you." Lu's parents were exceedingly warm toward Chu Du and refrained from bombarding him with questions during the meal. They had already learned from Lu Rian about Chu Du's circumstances. In his 20s, possessing considerable wealth, running a company, and owning both a villa and a spacious apartment, he was indeed affluent. His character was admirable, and his stature was impressive. Suzhou and Hangzhou are located in southern China, where the average height tends to be lower than in the north. Lu Rian, standing at 173 centimeters, was quite exceptional. But compared to Chu Du's height of 185 centimeters, it seemed entirely reasonable. Lu's parents were thoroughly pleased with Chu Du, to the extent that they wished for them to marry on the spot. Due to Chu Du's injury, after the meal, Lu's parents suggested he retire to his room for rest. As for the sleeping arrangements, naturally, Chu Du would share a room with Lu Rian. Lying on the bed, Chu Du surveyed Lu Rian's bedroom. It was rather unadorned, featuring an array of books, several large plush toys of cats and dogs, and a vanity adorned with an abundance of cosmetics. Beside it stood a wardrobe, and beyond that, there was little else of note. Lu Ruyin smiled and said, "Isn't my room quite simple?" Chudu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite simple." Lu Ruyin lay beside Chudu, gazing at him. "With your bone injury, recovery will take time. They say it takes at least 100 days to heal bones and tendons. You should expect a minimum of 3 months. Chudu shook his head. "I am in good health. It won't take that long." Lu Ruyin suddenly laughed. "Can you endure such a lengthy recovery?" Chudu rolled his eyes. "What else can I do? I currently need assistance to move." Lu Ruoyan's delicate hand gently caressed Chudu's chest, her smile enchanting. "Do you wish to see me style my hair?" A reader inquired whether there had been a change in authorship or if the narrative would shift towards a plot involving the Dragon King confronting the God of War. I would like to clarify that this is not the case. I remain true to myself. It is merely that my prolonged confinement in a dark room has left me discontented. Reflecting upon it, I realized it was all due to a certain canine leader's provocations that led me to pen a tale featuring such a character. However, I shall soon return to my usual self. I am still who I have always been. Chapter 91. New Year. Chudu comprehended the situation instantly. Glancing at the door, he suggested, "Let us wait until evening." Suddenly, Lu Ruyin retracted her beguiling smile and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "No, you are far too weak right now. It would be best for you to rest properly." Chudu fell silent, closing his eyes, wishing to ignore this vixen. "You lured me in, and now you wish to flee?" Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would certainly compel Lu Ruyin to plead for mercy. As night fell and Lu's parents had retired to bed, tranquility enveloped the room. Lu Ruyin finally gathered her long hair. Upon returning from brushing her teeth, she lay beside Chudu, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I nearly choked. Didn't Tia give you any?" Chudu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I've been injured for 2 or 3 days now. What do you think?" Lu Ruyin rolled her eyes in response. "You dog of a man, truly a teddy bear." Chudu reached out, taking Lu Ruyin's hand gently, murmuring, "Thank you for your efforts." Hearing the tenderness in his tone, Lu Ruyin's expression softened instantly. "It's nothing. I can't let you suffer alone." Turning slightly, she embraced one of Chudu's arms, saying, "Sleep well. Good night. I love you." Given his internal injuries, Chudu could not hold her closely, so he contented himself with offering just one arm. The following day, Chudu awoke leisurely. Today marked the eve of the Lunar New Year, a day typically devoid of significant activities. Since there was nothing pressing to attend to, and in the spirit of the holiday, they decided to engage in a traditional pastime, playing mahjong. With Lu's parents, Lu Ruyin, and Chudu together, the 4 of them formed a perfect table for mahjong, commencing their delightful game. As a form of entertainment, the stakes were set at 1 yuan, and none of the players were particularly skilled, resulting in a light-hearted contest of mutual blunders. After a morning of play, Chudu emerged victorious against the other 3, winning a total of 20 yuan. Lu Ruyin could not help but chuckle. "Is that all? It's less than the interest you earn in mere seconds." Chudu laughed heartily. "That's not the same. This is hard-earned money, and thus far more meaningful." Lu's mother cheerfully went to prepare lunch, while her father sipped tea and watched television. Lu Ruyin initially intended to set off some fireworks, but observing Chudu's state, she thought better of it. For the Chinese, the New Year typically involves watching the Spring Festival Gala, enjoying dumplings, engaging in conversation, lighting fireworks, and then sleeping. As the evening approached and the gala was about to commence, Lu's mother brought several plates of dumplings to the coffee table, accompanied by 8 dishes, 4 hot and 4 cold. Although she had planned to serve some alcohol, Chudu's condition precluded it, so she opted instead for yogurt and fruit drinks. Soon, following a lively opening performance, the Spring Festival Gala officially began. Lu Ruyin glanced at the program and remarked in surprise, "Oh, this year's gala features several stars from our media company." Chudu replied nonchalantly, "That's quite normal. Our company has grown significantly, and it's only natural for big stars to appear at the gala." The steaming dumplings, filled with both meat and vegetables, were enjoyed as the 4 conversed and dined while watching the gala. Lu Ruyin gazed at the scene before her, feeling as though they were already married, celebrating the new year together with family, enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of home. She wished this moment could linger indefinitely, yet alas. The Spring Festival Gala had increasingly lost its charm. Indeed, in recent years, it seemed that every performance must carry an educational significance, without imparting lessons. One could not grace the stage. After a year of hard work, must one endure such moralizing during the festive season? Do they truly believe everyone delights in their lectures? Why cannot such a splendid occasion be filled with joy? Finding it tedious, a few eventually switch channels to watch a movie instead. The viewership of the gala has been steadily declining, yet some remain oblivious, insisting on their preachiness to showcase their uniqueness. Decades ago, the gala resonated with the common people, whereas now it seems to alienate them. The path taken is misguided. Around 11 o'clock, fireworks began to erupt outside, as many ventured out to celebrate with pyrotechnics. The sounds of explosions ringing through the air. As midnight approached, the outside world resembled a battlefield with a cacophony of fireworks. If an uninformed foreigner were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe that a third world war had commenced. At the stroke of midnight, Lu Fu and Lu Mu had retreated to their room, while Lu Ru Yen embraced Chu Du's neck and whispered, "Happy New Year." Chu Du reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her waist and replied, "Happy New Year." Upon shutting off the television and returning to the bedroom, Chu Du glanced at his phone, which was inundated with messages. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Li Wenxin, Wang Xing, among others, as well as several corporate executives and messages from Yinyang. He replied to the women, but as for the corporate executives, he dismissed them. Lying in bed, the lights dimmed, Lu Ru Yen was asleep beside him, while Chu Du's gaze drifted into the void. The new year had arrived. For so many years, he had spent it alone, typically indulging in some delicious food, making dumplings by himself, watching television, drinking a little, and then going to sleep. This year, for the first time, he had someone to celebrate with. Chu Du could not quite articulate the sensation. It was somewhat unfamiliar, yet delightful. Reflecting on the past year, his most significant turning point was encountering Tongzi. From an ordinary individual, he had transformed into an affluent magnate, surrounded by beauty and wealth. Without Tongzi, he might still be spending the new year in solitude, confined to some rented room. Life at times can change suddenly. A single opportunity is sufficient to alter one's destiny. He felt gratitude towards Tongzi, hoping her endeavors in the realm of immortality would flourish smoothly. In contrast to this urban existence, Chu Du yearned for the path of cultivation, desiring immortality, the ability to soar through the skies, and to fulfill the dreams of his youth. Alas, some aspirations cannot be forcibly realized. No matter how indulgent or carefree he might be here, he too would age, would die, and would eventually depart from this world. Chu Du sighed silently, pondering that without immortality, what significance does wealth hold? Ultimately, life is but a fleeting dream. Yet, one must not be overly greedy. He had achieved so much already. Some things, fated to remain unattainable, simply are not meant to be. Contentment brings joy. With a heart full of mixed emotions, Chu Du gradually drifts into slumber. Recently, numerous readers have expressed their desire for the system to make a return. However, my book is titled "The System Lasts Only One Day." Wouldn't a return contradict its very essence? Nonetheless, the demand is significant. What are your thoughts? Please share your opinions, and I shall contemplate them. Chapter 92. Happy Qixi Festival. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, various regions celebrate with their own traditions. Yet in Lu Ruyan's household, there are no particular customs observed. There are no ancestral halls to visit, nor relatives to greet, as both Lu's father and mother have kin scattered far and wide. The family, once closely knit, has grown distant over the years, with many choosing not to return home for the new year, leading to this gradual estrangement. Lu Ruyan hosted Chu Du until the 5th day of the new year, during which they indulged in feasting, watching television, and playing mahjong. Despite any desire to venture out, Chu Du's injuries rendered him unable to partake in any activities. On the 5th day, amidst the reluctant gazes of Lu's parents, Chu Du departed from the Lu household, heading back to Shen City. Upon his return, Jiang Lili awaited him at the airport. Upon seeing Chu Du in a wheelchair, she gasped in surprise and hurried to inquire about his condition. Chu Du ri shu te, suggesting they return home together. Perhaps due to the effects of a miraculous medicinal pill, he felt confident that he would fully recover within half a month, far sooner than anticipated. The essence of a new year has undeniably shifted. It no longer carries the same fervor as in previous years. Perhaps it is the weight of societal pressures, perhaps the lackluster spring festival gala, or perhaps a combination of both, that has dulled the anticipation surrounding the holiday. Jiang Lili initially intended to indulge in a few days of leisure with Chu Du, but given his current state, she quelled her desires and opted to stay by his side. Taking her mother's advice to heart, she had recently acquired several culinary skills, dedicating her time to cooking and caring for Chu Du at home. Together, they spent their days watching television and resting as time gradually slipped away. Before long, the festive holiday came to an end and everyone returned to work. Chu Du gradually distanced himself from the wheelchair, gaining the ability to move independently, though he was still unable to jump or run. Choosing to forego returning to the office, he opted to rest at home. Lying in bed with little to do, he decided to explore live streaming. Initially, he had amassed millions of views across various platforms without ever utilizing them. However, his expectations for the streamers were low. He knew well that while these individuals appeared stunning on screen, many were rather ordinary in real life, and some even quite unappealing once the filters were stripped away. As he aimlessly scrolled through the streams, he suddenly paused, rewinding a page. A flicker of recognition struck him. This individual bore a resemblance to a Zhu. Yet, that was impossible. A Zhu was a celestial being, not a streamer. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not her, but someone familiar nonetheless. Suddenly, it clicked. This was Shenhao Shu, the female streamer from the company who had approached him previously. Shenhao Shu was a gaming streamer specializing in League of Legends. As he watched her for a while, he noted that while her skills were not particularly impressive, her gentle, alluring voice and frequent interactions with her fans drew a decent audience, albeit with limited financial support. After some contemplation, Chu Du decided to send a few gifts. Considering that the streamer was under his management, it was only natural to show some support. With a flurry of transactions, he found himself down by 10,000 yuan. Shenhao Shu had been joyfully engrossed in her game when she suddenly paused, her expression shifting to one of excitement as she exclaimed her gratitude for the rockets, carnival, castle, and fireworks sent by Qinglu brother. Chu Du, who had seldom watched live streams before, was merely indulging in boredom that day. Moreover, the young woman had inquired about altering her rewards, revealing her financial desperation. However, Chu Du surmised that she had likely never courted the top-tier benefactor, as those at the pinnacle of the leaderboard typically donated no more than a few tens of thousands. Shenhao Shu's beauty bore a striking resemblance to that of the enchanting Zhu. She was indeed stunning. Logically, a woman of such allure would attract numerous admirers willing to spend lavishly on her. Beyond her looks, she possessed a physique more voluptuous than a Zhu's, captivating and graceful. Having observed her closely, Chu Du could confidently declare her beauty. While she may not surpass the few attractive women in his immediate circle, she possessed a unique charm that set her apart. Lost in thought, Chu Du was suddenly alerted by a private message from Shenhao Shu. "Hello, Qinglu brother. Thank you for your support. Here is my WeChat." He chuckled softly, added her as a friend, and then sent another 100,000 yuan her way. Ignoring her expressions of gratitude, he exited the live stream to explore elsewhere. Shortly after, another WeChat message from Shenhao Shu appeared, filled with words of appreciation. Chu Du chose not to respond. Just as he set his phone down, another message arrived, this time from Wang Xing. "Next month, I'm heading to Shenzhen. Treat me to dinner." Chu Du raised an eyebrow and replied simply, "All right." His feelings towards Wang Xing were complex, tinged with an indescribable sensation. She had been his girlfriend during his university days, his first love. At that time, he was unaware of her affluent background. Their relationship was pure and uncomplicated, sustained by a modest allowance, and they were genuinely happy. However, some matters were inescapable. Eventually, he realized they belonged to two disparate worlds, and under mounting pressures, they parted ways. Chu Du later became an ordinary office worker, toiling daily for survival, while Wang Xing returned to the capital, embracing her life as a wealthy heiress. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together again years later? Reflecting on Wang Xing's previous message, Chu Du's expression turned serious. The content was straightforward yet grave. News of his mineral and oil interests in Africa had reached her ears, and even a nation across the ocean was aware. Fortunately, the reserves were not extensive, nor were they large oil fields, which meant he had not been sought after. While the world is rich in oil, it is impractical for any nation, including the United States, to seize every oil field. Non est-elle, Chu Du's situation remenait précaire. Due to this incident, his name has garnered considerable attention, particularly from several world-class conglomerates. This is not auspicious news for Chu Du. After much contemplation, he resolved to expedite the training pace in Africa, hoping to swiftly cultivate a formidable force of his own. Today marks the Qixi festival. Aware that many of you may be preoccupied this evening, I have hastily prepared an update for you this afternoon, so you can peruse it when time permits. For those in relationships, may your evening be filled with passion, rivaling that of an artillery brigade. And for those who are single, I wish you the same joy year after year and day after day. Appelez féliciste. Fear not, for I too am alone tonight, sharing in your solitude. Chapter 93, New Development Goals. Indeed, Chu Du gradually came to realize that often, when one reaches a certain level, failing to evolve and strengthen oneself becomes a grave transgression. It intertwines with numerous interests. Without sufficient strength, one becomes vulnerable to manipulation. Furthermore, at times, the greater one's ambitions, the more imperative it is to possess formidable power. Lacking adequate resources transforms wealth into a harbinger of doom. To instill trepidation in others, one must become a formidable opponent. After pondering, Chu Du formulated a plan in his mind. Initiatives such as orphanages, nursing homes, addressing employment for the disabled, and establishing schools for the handicapped. These social welfare endeavors must be undertaken. Establishing such institutions would serve as a prestigious faade, providing a shield against overt attacks. Additionally, engaging in charitable donations and philanthropy would act as an umbrella, ensuring that once his stature ascended to national recognition, no one would dare to challenge him as long as he remained loyal to his country. Public opinion is a formidable force, while rumors may not be inherently frightening. When one's reputation burgeons to a national scale, they transcend mere whispers. At that juncture, who would dare to act against him, considering the sentiments of the populace? Thus, certain actions must be pursued. Moreover, Chu Du aimed to capture various market segments and shares, expanding his company, even venturing into overseas enterprises. Early the next morning, Chu Du convened a group of executives and several managers from his company for a corporate meeting. Upon entering the conference room and observing the dozens gathered, he dispensed with pleasantries and stated directly, "Recently, I have devised a plan, aptly titled Beacon of Hope, focused on charity and public welfare." The attendees listened intently, their eyes fixed upon him. With a firm rap on the table, Chu Du continued. Firstly, the initial component involves orphanages and nursing homes. The Star River Group's scope remains too limited. Effective immediately, we shall embark on a business and regional expansion. Tentatively, we will establish branches in Chang'an, Jinsheng, Linan, Jiangzhou, Yancheng, Xanadu, Jiangxia, Tianjin, and Changsha. We will not purchase properties, but rather select prime locations for leasing, initiating all feasible operations of the group. I entrust this task to you, Vice President Lei. Following the group's expansion trajectory, in each of these cities, I require a minimum of 5 orphanages, 5 nursing homes, and 5 schools for the disabled to be constructed. Furthermore, from a headquarters to the regional branches, each location must ensure the employment of at least 100 disabled individuals. Discrimination will not be tolerated. Arrangements must be made for reasonable and appropriate work, commensurate with what the disabled can perform without intentional hardship. This task is assigned to you, Vice President Run. This comprises the first segment. Next, the second part involves a comprehensive investigation into the poverty conditions in the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions. I require detailed data encompassing demographics, land area, developmental status, financial resources, food availability, education, and more, an assessment of the extent of their poverty. Should we aspire to foster development, we must ascertain its feasibility. I need data from at least 100 impoverished rural areas. This task is entrusted to you, Vice President Zhao. Furthermore, there is another matter. The Boai Hospital, which is a collaborative establishment with General Wang, is now under my consideration for acquisition to expand its scale. Should the situation necessitate, I'm open to paying a premium. However, I insist on a complete takeover of the hospital. This task is entrusted to you, Vice President Zhang. Additionally, Vice President Liu, I recall that we possess a design firm under your management. Upon your return today, I wish for you to coordinate the design of schools in impoverished rural areas. Subsequently, arrange for surveying personnel to accompany Vice President Zhao to these impoverished regions for on-site measurements, while also taking into account the local water supply conditions. Should challenges arise, consider redesigning the project to incorporate water diversion or channel excavation. Finally, I intend to establish a separate charitable poverty alleviation fund, to which I will personally contribute 10 billion. As for the office location and supplies, let us designate 3 floors within our group to serve as the headquarters for the Shenhao Charitable Poverty Alleviation Fund, with office supplies procured through the company's accounts. This task is assigned to you, Vice President Yang. That concludes my remarks. If you have any questions, feel free to express them. Chu Du exhaled, surveying the assembly. Vice President Zhang hesitated before speaking. President Chu, these initiatives are purely loss-making. We cannot expect any profit, which raises concerns for the group as development. He was interrupted by Chu Du. I do not consider profitability. Do you understand? Vice President Zhang promptly replied, understood. President Chu, this is Chu Du's personal enterprise, devoid of external stakeholders, operating solely under his authority. A vice president holds no sway before him, as his word alone could result in dismissal, thus instilling a sense of caution among others. This exemplifies the advantage of a private group. One can pursue endeavors with concentrated efforts, unimpeded by obstacles. However, it carries risks as well. Should a decision falter, the ensuing consequences and pressures could be substantial. Observing that no one had further inquiries, Chu Du nodded, stating, very well, I expect to see results within a month at the latest. This meeting is adjourned. A month. Time is of the essence, prompting everyone to return and make various arrangements. The tasks assigned by Chu Du are undoubtedly intricate. While the construction does not necessitate completion within a month, the planning and applications must be thoroughly executed. Although the reasons behind Chu Du's sudden inclination towards poverty alleviation remained unclear to the others, they diligently adhered to his directives. All of this was a means of self-preservation for Chu Du, as he sought to intertwine his interests with those of society. Nevertheless, he felt that this was insufficient. The public's welfare is closely tied to their basic necessities: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. There is little to discuss regarding clothing, as Chu Du cannot monopolize this market. The same applies to food. The state does not rely on him to sustain the populace. Both sectors feature a spectrum of prices, and Chu Du's involvement would bear limited significance. Housing, however, presents a different scenario. Despite various environmental, demographic, and social influences leading to a gradual decline in property prices, many individuals still find themselves unable to afford a home. In the context of a fourth-tier city, the average price per square meter has reached 5,000, while the wages of residents barely amount to 2,000 or 3,000, especially for ordinary employees in both corporate and public sectors. They abstain from food and expenditure, managing to save merely 1 square meter over 2 months. How long would it take to purchase a home? Let's not speak of those who earn substantial incomes. That is remarkable, yet the majority consists of ordinary citizens. This is a pressing social reality. The desire to break the shackles of exorbitant housing prices places immense pressure on Chu Du. This issue is one he dares not confront. It is essential to recognize that the inflated housing prices are not solely the result of unscrupulous merchants driving up costs, but rather involve myriad factors. After much contemplation, Chu Du ultimately relinquished this option. Chapter 94. New development ideas at present. He lacks the capability to address this issue. In typical third or fourth-tier cities, a house is sold for around 1 million, with costs fluctuating around 600,000, yielding a profit of approximately 400,000. Such profits are substantial. Where do these funds disappear? Chudu could not articulate this. He could easily construct houses, selling them at 700,000 with a cost of 600,000. But soon enough, individuals from various sectors would approach him. Moreover, these individuals would not be ordinary merchants. The ramifications are far too significant. So much so that Chudu dares not engage, as the interests at stake are far from simplistic. As for transportation, the options are limited to driving, high-speed trains, and airplanes, but aside from cars, which of these can be pursued? High-speed trains and railways are state-owned, leaving no room for private involvement. And in terms of aviation, monopolizing that sector is unfeasible. There is no need to force a way in. As for cars, Boss Lei has already ventured into that territory, making it redundant for him to enter. After much contemplation, he finds that none of these avenues are suitable for him. In pure commercial terms, these options might appear viable, yet they fall short of fulfilling his ambitions. If we speak of pivotal industries, it is imperative to consider the tangible sectors to secure his position: healthcare, education, industry, and technology. He is already engaged in healthcare, and it seems that education also requires a consolidation of available resources. As for industry and technology, Chudu has yet to explore those realms. However, strictly speaking, mining and oil extraction can be classified as industrial endeavors. Regarding technology, he has not delved into research yet. Though lacking expertise in this field, he is undeterred, for he possesses wealth. He can seek out knowledgeable individuals. Chudu promptly instructed Lu Ruyin to make contact. Within half an hour, she had reached out to two distinguished professors from Shunsheng Xuandong University, as professors certainly have an affinity for financial incentives. Ning Lei drove to collect them, and an hour later, both professors were seated in Chudu's office. Once they were comfortably arranged, Chudu, with keen eyes, addressed them. "Professor Yang, I have heard that you are a prominent figure in the industrial sector. I wish to inquire about the specific categories within industry and which are currently of significant importance." Professor Yang, with gracious demeanor, replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Chu. I merely possess some understanding. Industry can generally be divided into manufacturing, mining, electricity and gas, and construction, among many other subdivisions, in this current era. Additionally, my primary research focus is the topics I have previously published as reports in SCI papers. Here, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as this is a narrative of wealth rather than a technical treatise." When discussing his area of expertise, Professor Yang spoke with enthusiasm. It must be noted that while the allure of money may motivate him, he undoubtedly possesses substantial proficiency, being a top-tier professor hired at great expense. Chudu posed questions intermittently, to which Professor Yang provided thorough answers. Ultimately, Professor Yang recommended several sectors worth exploring, such as the mining industry, which includes minerals and energy, as well as electricity, gas, and agriculture. These industries merit significant consideration from Chudu. After his conversation with Professor Yang, Chudu turned to Professor Li, inquiring, "Professor Li, as an esteemed figure in research, I wish to understand the current and future directions of scientific inquiry, the specific investment amounts, which ventures are deemed safe, and the likelihood of yielding results." Professor Li pondered briefly before responding, "Mr. Chudu, regarding the future of research, the primary focus will be on artificial intelligence, quantum mechanics, virtual reality, and biotechnology. In terms of investment, some areas require substantial funding, while others demand less. Personally, I believe, Professor Li diligently adressa Chudu's inquiries, meticulously dissecting each avenue. By the end of their discussion, Chudu had developed a clearer vision. Fields such as artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, cellular biology, and biomimicry emerged as promising research pursuits. In gratitude for the professor's earnest insights, Chudu rewarded them handsomely. After bidding farewell to both scholars, he reclined in his office chair, massaging his temples as he reflected. The wealth of information shared by the professors required his careful consideration. Lu Rian approached him from behind, gently offering a massage. "You seem troubled." Chudu sighed. "Indeed, I am not well versed in industry and research, and there is much to contemplate." Lu Rian, intrigued, suggested, "But you can always hire experts." You need not involve yourself directly. Chudu shook his head. I am focused on planning the direction. I must discern what initiatives to pursue and which to forego. Lu Ruyan, unable to grasp the intricacies of his thoughts, endeavored to provide comfort through her attentive massage. Chudu contemplated Professor Yang's insights regarding the mining sector, where he was already engaged in operations in African mines and oil fields, though he recognized the potential risks involved. As for the electricity and gas sectors, he resolved to make a foray into the consumer market. How to generate power. He had recently collaborated with Wang Xing on a power station and planned to expand it further, thereby increasing electricity output and establishing control over a specific region. While obtaining private sector qualifications posed challenges, Chudu was confident in Wang Xing's capabilities. After all, the daughter of a prominent family in the capital was no mere empty title. Regarding agriculture, Chudu acknowledged that the nation is a major agricultural powerhouse, a fact that could not be overlooked. He intended to mobilize a significant workforce to acquire land in rural areas for grain cultivation. Furthermore, the regions of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan harbored ample opportunities for planting economically viable crops and medicinal herbs. As Chudu's healthcare initiatives underwent restructuring, the integration of herbal medicine would indeed be advantageous, fostering self-sufficiency. He would personally oversee the mining operations, while discussions concerning electricity would resume when Wang Xing visited next month. For agricultural endeavors, Chudu delegated responsibilities to Deputy General Manager Li of the group. As for the manufacturing sector, Chudu dismissed it entirely, deeming it misaligned with his strategic focus. Regarding scientific research, Chudu has contemplated various avenues. He believes that artificial intelligence and biological cells hold great promise, as does the field of materials. Chudu intends to delve into these three domains.